Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 1177 to Chapter 1228. For the next few days, Zhao Hai stayed in his room and rarely went out. To be honest, his biggest gain in this trip wasn't the Yellow Sand world, it was the cultivation realms that he encountered. The arrogance of the cultivators in front of the machine fields fleet made Zhao Hai's heart feel complicated. He also gained a deeper understanding of the world of cultivation's laws. It can be said that there were no laws in the world of cultivation. Whoever's fist was bigger would have the right to speak. If there was a law in the world of cultivation, then it would be the law of the jungle. The weak are prey to the strong. Everything depends on strength. Looking at the cultivation realm's fleet, it was just a small ship. Nobody knew who was on the ship. On the other hand, the machine field's fleet was in a state of alert. From this point, one could see how strong the cultivation realm was. This made Zhao even more eager to become stronger. Unfortunately, his situation was different from others. He wanted to become stronger, but it was closely related to the space. It was almost impossible for him to suddenly become strong like others. If other people knew that Zhao Hai wasn't satisfied with his cultivation speed, they would certainly be angered to death. Unfortunately, Zhao Hai wouldn't tell others about this. 10 days passed by quickly. Although Zhao Hai stayed in his room for 10 days, he would still chat with Xianxia through the communicator. Naturally, the relationship between the two became better. When the person in the room with Zhao Hai saw Zhao Hai chatting with Xianxia, he couldn't help but be envious. One must know that Xianxia was one of the 10 great experts. He could be considered as the person's idol. 10 days later, the fleet returned to Machine Formation Planet. As soon as Zhao Hai came down from the ship, he saw Kajo, Desbarres, Luke, and Margaret waiting for Zhao Hai on the side of a flying car. Zhao Hai quickly walked over. Margaret also saw Zhao Hai. She flew towards Zhao Hai and threw herself into Zhao Hai's embrace. Kajo and the others didn't say anything, they just stood on the side and smiled. After some time, Zhao Hai let go of Margaret. The two hadn't seen each other for 10 days. During these 10 days, Zhao Hai stayed in his room inside the battleship. Even if Margaret was inside the space, the two couldn't see each other. Margaret and Zhao Hai were in love, so it was natural for Margaret to miss Zhao Hai for 10 days. After Zhao Hai let go of Margaret, Kajo walked over and looked at Zhao Hai. Then he nodded and said, "Good, very good. I heard that less than 20% of the people who participated in the competition returned. The casualty rate is very high. Besides the 2 people you saved, the others died on Yellow Sand Planet. It seems like we'll be relying on you this time." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Rest assured, I'll do my best." Kajo nodded. At this time, 2 people from the Ashley family came over and gave Kajo a salute. Kajo waved his hand and had Desbarres arrange for the 2 to enter the carriage. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I heard that you know Xianxia?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, I met Xianxia on Yellow Sand Planet. Later on, we found out that we got along quite well. At that time, we didn't fight because we were afraid that others would take advantage of us." Kajo nodded and said, "Right, very good. Xianxia is a member of the Wu family. The Wu family didn't have any relationship with us before, but 2 days ago, the Wu family suddenly came to visit me. They were very polite. This is all because of your contribution. Little Hai, you've really done a great service to the family this time." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's nothing. If I fought with Xianxia at that time, it would only benefit others. Let alone Xianxia, I didn't even fight with Sun Fei. That wasn't a good occasion. When the competition starts, I will cripple him in front of everyone." Kajo patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and had Zhao Hai get on the carriage. Then he drove the carriage back. Since there weren't many people, they came in the same carriage. Zhao Hai and Margaret sat in the second row while Tao Li and the people from the Ghost Battalion sat in the last row. After getting on the carriage, Kajo turned to Zhao Hai and said, "I heard that Meteor Zhuchen offended a lot of people. Did you meet him?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I didn't. But I heard from Xianxia that Zhuchen killed a lot of level 3 people. But since he was nurtured by the Earth Shrine, he should be fine, right?" Kajo coldly snorted and said, "Won't be fine? That's not necessarily the case. Although the major shrines are very powerful, our clans aren't weak either. This time, Zhuchen wantonly slaughtered the participants, which has aroused the public indignation of all the clans. Let's see, no matter who Zhuchen encounters during the competition, the other party will go all out. Zhao Hai nodded. He also thought that Zhuchen went too far. They were just people who came to participate in the competition, not enemies. There was no need for them to kill people. However, Zhuchen still did it. It seems like this person was also a bloodthirsty person. Before long, the carriage returned to the office. Then Kazhou led the group to the dining room. The dining room had already prepared a table full of delicious food. After everyone sat down, Kazhou raised his glass and said, "This first cup of wine is to celebrate the safe return of Zhao Hai and the others. Come, let's have a toast." Naturally, Zhao Hai and the others didn't say anything, so they also drank a cup. After drinking, Kazhou poured himself another glass of wine. Then he turned to Taoli and the other ghost symbol camp member and said, "Taoli, Shuizhong, the family has decided that you won't be participating in the competition. It's too dangerous. Because of the large number of casualties on Yellow Zen planet, all the families have become enemies. Fighting in the arena won't be lenient. You can be considered as geniuses of the family, so the family doesn't want you to die in the arena. The patriarch said that although Little Hai helped you come out of the elimination round alive, it's also because of your good luck. When you go back, you won't be treated unfairly. What do you think? If you want to participate in the competition, then we won't stop you." Taoli and Shuizhong looked at each other before they nodded. Taoli stood up and bowed to Kazhou and said, "Thank you, patriarch. Actually, the two of us didn't want to participate in the competition after returning from Yellow Zen planet. However, we were afraid that the family wouldn't allow it, so we didn't dare to say it. Now that the patriarch said this, it's exactly what we wanted. To be honest, before we came to the machine formation planet, we thought that we were people. But after arriving, we completely gave up on this idea. If we want to participate in the competition, then we would be courting death. Therefore, the two of us would like to thank the patriarch." Then the two of them bowed to Kazhou and Despares. Kazhou waved his hand and said, "It's good that you can think that way. Although you can get more rewards by participating in the competition, you still need to be alive to use them. Sit down, I'm very happy that you can think this way." The two of them sat down. Kazhou turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, since those two can't participate, then the only one who can participate is you. This time, the family has placed all of our hopes on you." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Little Hai, since those two can't participate, then the only one who can participate is you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Patriarch can rest assured. I will take first place this time." When Kazhou and Despares heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but laugh. They didn't think that Zhao Hai was bragging. After all, Zhao Hai's strength was already there. Moreover, Zhao Hai's strength was recognized by Xiongli. This made them more confident in Zhao Hai. After everyone drank another glass of wine, Taoli and Shuizhong raised their glasses. Taoli looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, this time, we were able to survive in Yellow Zen planet thanks to Mister. If it wasn't for Mister, then we wouldn't have been able to return. Please drink this glass of wine to express our gratitude." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he raised his glass and said, "We're all from the same family. Naturally, we should take care of each other. Before we went to Yellow Zen planet, I told the general manager that we should form a team. This way, we'll be able to protect ourselves. But I didn't think that the organizing committee wouldn't give us this opportunity. Meeting the two of you is fate. There's no need to be so polite in the future. Come, let's drink." The three drank their wine. Despares looked at Zhao Hai's performance and smiled without saying anything. He was very satisfied with Zhao Hai's performance. First, Zhao Hai made the 8 camps of the family owe him a big favor. This time, he saved Taoli and Shuizhong. This was equivalent to making the Ghost Symbol Camp and the Li Symbol Camp owe him a favor. Moreover, because he asked the two of them, Thunder was also very satisfied. He thought that Zhao Hai was very considerate towards the family. Although he didn't come with them this time, he still talked to Kazhou and Despares in the past 2 days. Thunder praised Zhao Hai a lot. He also praised Despares. He thought that if he didn't decisively pull Zhao Hai into the Bone Symbol Camp, then Zhao Hai might have been snatched away by the other families. Everyone was very happy to eat this meal. Although 7 people died in the elimination round, this was already within Kazhou's expectations. Because of this, Kazhou wasn't sad at all. On the contrary, he was very happy that Zhao Hai made friends with Xianxia. Xianxia didn't make friends with Xianxia. Being friends with Xianxia wasn't something to be happy about, but being able to form a relationship with the Wu family through Xianxia was a very good thing. The Wu family's status in the warrior association wasn't low, their family's strength was also very formidable. Compared to the Ashley family, they weren't any weaker. But because of the warrior family and the mage family, although they didn't have any enmity, they also didn't have any friendship. It can be said that they were strangers. But this time, the two actually met through Zhao Hai. For the Ashley family who was currently lacking allies, this was definitely a good thing. After eating, Zhao Hai returned to his room. Naturally, Margaret followed him. When the two returned to Zhao Hai's room, they immediately entered the space. The reason why Zhao Hai was anxious was because he wanted to see what the cultivators from the cultivation realm were doing. If they were in a trial, then what was the process like? In the future, Zhao Hai would certainly face the cultivators from the cultivation realm. Therefore, it would be better to know the situation in advance. When Zhao Hai and Margaret entered the space, Laura and the others immediately greeted them. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, everything is ready." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I want to see what kind of person would be so arrogant." After he said that, Zhao Hai followed Laura and the others into the room and sat down. After the group sat down, Laura immediately turned on the monitor. On the monitor, a small boat appeared. The boat didn't look very big, it didn't have any sails or oars. However, there was a small emblem on the boat. The emblem was a sword without a scabbard. The sword was pointed towards the sky, it looked very sharp. Laura replied, "We've looked it up on the internet. This emblem belongs to Sword Pavilion. Sword Pavilion is a sword sect in the cultivation realm. Sword Pavilion's members focus on the sword for their entire life. When a person enters the sect, the elders of Sword Pavilion would forge a sword for them based on their characteristics. This sword is made of top-quality materials, but it's still in the embryo stage. Then the person would place the sword in their dantian and nourish it. It can be said that the sword slowly becomes them and they become one with the sword." Laura nodded and said, "Sword Pavilion is a sword sect in the cultivation realm. Sword Pavilion is a sword sect." At this point, Lao let out a sigh of relief and continued, "Because of this, although the Sword Pavilion is only a medium-sized sect, their status in the cultivation realm isn't low. This is because the Sword Pavilion's attack power is second to none in the cultivation realm." Zhao Hai nodded, the sword itself was a killing weapon. If a person practices the sword for their entire life, then their attack wouldn't be weak. Laura continued, "Only after reaching core formation would they learn how to use other magic artifacts. Before reaching core formation, they wouldn't be able to use any magic artifacts. But once they form a golden core, they would be able to fuse with their life source sword. This golden core is called a sword core. The core is the sword, and the sword is the core." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, it seems like Sword Pavilion isn't simple. Their cultivation method is really rare." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right. It seems like Sword Pavilion isn't simple." Laura nodded and said, "Right, Sword Pavilion's current strength is a lot stronger than before. Although people in the cultivation realm live for a long time, as long as they haven't reached the realm of immortality, then they would die. When people from Sword Pavilion die, unless they encounter an accident, they would return to their sect and wait for death in the sword sect's forbidden area, the Sword Tomb. After they die, they would leave behind a trace of their divine sense in their life source sword. Their life source sword would be left behind in the Sword Tomb. Every time Sword Pavilion recruits disciples, they would first bring them to the Sword Tomb. They would say that they are there to pay respects to the swords left behind by their seniors, but in fact, they are there to let the swords choose their disciples." Laura nodded and said, "That's right." Laura took a sip of water and then said, "Sword Pavilion's swords have a trace of divine sense. This trace of divine sense survives along with the sword. However, this trace of divine sense cannot appear like a person. However, this trace of divine sense has a special use, which is to select a person similar to the previous owner of the sword. This way, the sword will automatically recognize the owner. Because the previous owner has been nurturing the sword for a long time, the might of the sword will be even greater. The strength of the sword will increase very quickly, and at the same time, the fighting strength of the sword will also increase. Because of the accumulation of divine sense from generation to generation, Sword Pavilion's strength has become very strong. Even the Cultivation realm's top sects wouldn't dare to provoke them. Xiao Hai nodded, his eyes didn't move as he watched the people from Sword Pavilion enter Yellow Zen Beast Planet. Upon entering the planet, Sword Pavilion's boats immediately flew towards a certain place on the planet. Xiao Hai looked at the flight path of these people and couldn't help but stare. Are they going to Astral Wind Canyon? The reason why Xiao Hai was stunned was because of Astral Wind Canyon. This place was very famous in Yellow Zen Star. Everywhere else on the planet was yellow sand except for Astral Wind Canyon. This canyon was very long and had strong winds. In Yellow Zen Star, 10 of the 12 months of the year would be filled with astral winds while the other 2 months would be filled with rain. This kind of rain wasn't bad, it also contained astral chi. If a person were to be drenched in this kind of rain for a long time, their vitality would dry up and they would die. However, there was only one place on Yellow Zen Star, and that was Astral Wind Canyon. In other places, when it rained, the astral winds would stop. But in Astral Wind Canyon, the astral winds would be constant all year round, it never stopped. Moreover, the astral winds in Astral Wind Canyon were very strong, much stronger than the astral winds outside. Because of this, very few people dared to go there. Because of this, Astral Wind Canyon became a forbidden area on Yellow Zen Star. The route of the people from Sword Pavilion was very obvious, they were almost in a straight line as they headed towards Astral Wind Canyon. Because of this, Xiao Hai couldn't help but stare. Laura nodded and said, right, it's indeed Astral Wind Canyon. Then Laura had the screen fast forward a bit. While the video was playing normally, Sword Pavilion's boat had already arrived outside Astral Wind Canyon. However, the boat didn't head towards the entrance of Astral Wind Canyon. Instead, it headed towards the middle of the canyon. The terrain of Astral Wind Canyon was very special. There were pieces of grayish-yellow dried rocks here. These rocks stood there like pillars, but their appearance was very ugly. However, no one dared to look down on these rocks. These rocks had been buffeted by the strongest gales for tens of thousands of years. Their hardness was probably many times stronger than steel. Even the magical treasures of ordinary cultivators wouldn't dare to go head-to-head with these rocks. The canyon was like a river. It wasn't straight, instead, it had a lot of bends. When the astral winds passed through these bends, not only did they not weaken, they actually became stronger. However, Xiao Hai was very clear about the terrain. Although Astral Wind Canyon looked very strong, in the middle of the canyon, there was a place where the wind was relatively weak. Moreover, there were several bends where there was no wind at all. Although the wind was weak, it was still astral winds. However, compared to other astral winds, the astral winds here were more suitable for people to condense. It was also more suitable for refining weapons. It can be said that in the entire Yellow Zen planet, aside from the Astral Wind Canyon, the other places weren't suitable for people to condense astral chi. These places were found by Xiao Hai using his silver needles. Because the silver needles were produced by the space, and the Yellow Zen border was filled with astral winds, the silver needles weren't affected by the astral winds. Because of this, the silver needles were able to find these places. But looking at Sword Pavilion, it seems like they also knew about these places. Moreover, it seems like they came here for their own people to condense astral chi. When Laura saw Xiao Hai's frown, she knew what Xiao Hai was thinking. Although Xiao Hai wasn't in the space, he was still very clear about the space's matters. This was because no matter what happened in the space or Yellow Zen planet, the women would always tell Xiao Hai about it. Although Xiao Hai couldn't see it, he could still hear it. Laura whispered, "Big Brother Hai, this time, the people from Sword Pavilion came here to condense astral chi. I don't know how they found this place. If Sword Pavilion can find this place, then the others would surely find it as well. It seems like we have to reevaluate the strength of the cultivation realm." Xiao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Xiao Hai nodded. The biggest use of astral chi was to increase one's attack power. If the people from the cultivation realm knew about these places in Yellow Zen planet, then a lot of people would be able to condense astral chi. This would greatly increase one's attack power. After thinking about it, Zhao Hai said, but there shouldn't be any problems. Astral chi doesn't just exist in the form of wind in Yellow Zen planet. In fact, astral winds are only produced by the flow of astral chi. The nature of astral winds hasn't changed. It wouldn't be easy to condense astral chi. Laura nodded and said, although it's like that, after a few days of observation, I found out that the probability of the people in the cultivation realm condensing astral strength is much higher than what they originally calculated. This is all because of these factors. Brother Hai, we can't take it lightly. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. But after a few days of observation, I found that the probability of the people in the cultivation realm condensing astral strength is much higher than what they originally calculated. Zhao Hai nodded and said, don't worry, now that the space has the yellow sand territory, we can reduce the astral winds there. This way, we'll have a huge place to condense astral winds. There shouldn't be any problems. Right, I don't know if the astral winds would increase the undead strength. Zhao Hai nodded and said, would the astral winds increase their strength? Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Laura and the others' eyes shone. Kai immediately said, young master, I'll immediately arrange it. Zhao Hai nodded, then Kair's body flashed and left. Zhao Hai was still looking at the people from Sword Pavilion. These people really did condense astral chi. But when he saw the people coming out of the boat, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because there were too many people coming out of the boat. Although the space was formidable, the boat was still an artifact. Before the silver needles entered the boat, Zhao Hai didn't know what was going on inside. Because of this, when Zhao Hai saw that there were no less than 100 people coming down from the small boat, he couldn't help but stare blankly. But then he thought that the interior of the boat must have a certain amount of space, allowing it to hold so many people while still looking like a small boat. After these people came down from the boats, they were led by 5 people to a place where the wind was weaker. Then the 5 people had the group sit down and begin to condense astral energy. The 5 people stood guard beside the group, each of them had a nervous expression on their faces. The people from Sword Pavilion who were condensing astral chi were very calm at first. But before long, they were no longer calm. One of them was sweating profusely, his face was turning red and white. However, he still clenched his teeth and persevered. Before long, he couldn't hold on any longer. After a pitiful scream, blood spurted out of his mouth as he fell to the ground. One of the 5 people immediately flashed and appeared beside the man. He had a pill in his hand. He pried open the man's mouth and placed the pill inside. Clearly, this pill wasn't an ordinary item. It melted in his mouth, and the man's condition improved a lot. His complexion slowly returned to normal, but he was still unconscious. The person who fed him the pill carried him into the boat and then went back to where they came from. And that person's fainting was just the beginning. Following that, there were other people who had the same symptoms as that person. They were also fed pills and sent to the small boats to rest. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but knit his brows and said, it seems like the cultivation realm has found a way to treat people who are suffering from astral chi backlash. Although the situation of these people isn't very good, they should be able to recover after recuperating for a while. It seems like the cultivation realm's strength needs to be evaluated. Laura nodded. At this time, nearly 70 of the 100 people from Sword Pavilion had been eliminated. However, the 5 people who were responsible for taking care of these people didn't have any ugly expressions on their faces. It was as if all of this was within their expectations. Before long, more than 10 people were carried away. In the end, only 5 people were left. These 5 people were sweating profusely. Their faces were red, it was very scary. However, they were still persevering. As for the 5 guards, when they saw their expressions, they couldn't help but feel happy. They were all experienced people, so they knew that if these 5 people were able to persevere until now, then it was very likely that they would succeed. As expected, the 5 of them persisted for 5 hours before they slowly stopped. Now, they had already fused a trace of earth chi into their chi gene. Although the 5 people were in pain and looked very weak, each and every one of them had a happy expression on their faces. As for the 5 protectors, they were even happier. They personally helped the 5 people back to the boat and then drove the boat away. From the beginning to the end, they didn't fight with any demon beasts in Yellow Star. Moreover, from the time they arrived at Yellow Star to the time they left was very short, only a few hours. It seems that astral chi isn't that easy to subdue. Although those 5 succeeded, they still need to go back to a place without astral chi to temper themselves. Only then will they be able to completely digest the astral chi. It's just a trace of astral chi, so it won't increase their attack power too much. It seems like I overestimated them. Zhao Hai chuckled as he looked at the 5 people leaving. His eyebrows relaxed, then he chuckled and said, "It seems like astral chi isn't that easy to subdue." Laura shook her head and said, "Brother Hai, it's better to be careful. Don't look at them as they've already left. Those who succeeded can come back to condense astral chi in the future. Moreover, it would be easier and more condensed each time. After they condense a few more times, their attack strength would be very impressive. As for those who failed, they would lose their ability to condense astral chi. This is what I asked Margaret to look into." Margaret found out from the Ashley family's secret files that it's easy to condense astral chi. It seems like this isn't false. Laura nodded and said, "All right, I'll give you some time." Zhao Hai turned his head to look at Margaret. Margaret nodded and said, "Right, Brother Hai. The first time you condense astral chi is like a watershed. If you succeed, it would be easier in the future. If you don't succeed the first time, then it would be impossible to condense astral chi the second time. Even if you can endure the pain, as soon as the astral chi enters your body, you would immediately be injured. This is an unavoidable result." Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "No matter what, the strength of the cultivation realm is much stronger compared to the machine field. Just look at the fleet. When they saw the cultivation realm's boats, they didn't even want to stay for a while. They just turned around and ran away. We need to increase our strength first." Laura nodded and said, "There's still a few days before the qualifiers begin. Brother Hai, what are you planning to do?" Zhao Hai suddenly smiled faintly and said, "I'll go into seclusion." "Little Lei, tell the general manager that I'm going into seclusion. Have the general manager send me some food and rice. You'll be the only one left to take care of me. Don't let anyone else enter my room. After that, we'll return to the space. I'm going to the Yellow Sand territory to condense astral chi." Laura and the others weren't surprised that Zhao Hai wanted to condense astral chi. They weren't worried since astral chi had already been subdued by the space. There was no danger for Zhao Hai to go to the Yellow Sand territory to condense astral chi. Because of this, Laura and the others didn't oppose Zhao Hai's decision. When Margaret heard Zhao Hai, she immediately nodded and said, "All right. Brother Hai. I'll go now." Then she flashed out of the space and told Zhao Hai about his seclusion. Zhao Hai didn't go out. Instead, he turned his head to Laura and the others and said, "I'm going to the Yellow Sand territory to cultivate. If I don't come out by then, have Kyer call me." Laura and the others nodded. Then Zhao Hai's body flashed and entered the Yellow Water territory. Upon entering the Yellow Sand territory, Zhao Hai felt as if he had returned to Yellow Sand Planet. The Yellow Sand territory was built based on Yellow Sand Planet. Naturally, it was very similar to Yellow Sand Planet. Zhao Hai didn't pay much attention to the scenery. To be honest, there wasn't much to see in the Yellow Sand territory. Zhao Hai first sat on the ground and adjusted his breathing. Then he stood up and began to practice the body-tempering fist. But this time, Zhao Hai used the astral chi condensation technique to draw astral chi into the body. This wasn't an easy thing to do. One must know that the stellar body-tempering technique was a technique specialized in tempering the body. Moreover, it was a very advanced technique. Its main purpose was to draw in astral chi to temper the body. The power of stars was incomparably powerful. It could be said that it was even more powerful than Gang Chi. However, the form of energy was different. Therefore, it was not so easy to integrate Gang Chi into the stellar body forging technique and combine it with the stellar body forging technique. Just like the stellar body tempering technique, astral chi was the most important and also the most difficult step. It was to draw astral chi into one's body. During this process, one needed to be conscious and constantly use one's spiritual force to guide the astral chi. Otherwise, the astral chi would go out of control. Astral chi wasn't a docile thing. Once it goes out of control, it would cause harm to the body. When Zhao Hai practiced the astral chi condensation technique, he felt a lot more uncomfortable compared to other people. This was because the stellar body tempering technique was already very painful. Now that astral chi entered one's body, it was very painful. Two kinds of pain combined into one, it was much more painful than before. However, after Zhao Hai went through the stellar body tempering technique, his physical and spiritual endurance were much stronger than before. But even so, Zhao Hai was sweating profusely. His whole body was in extreme pain. Fortunately, Zhao Hai didn't take a long time to practice the stellar body tempering technique. In less than an hour, he finished practicing the stellar body tempering technique. After he finished practicing the stellar body tempering technique, a trace of astral chi had been completely integrated with the stellar body tempering technique. Because he found that the trace of astral chi had been completely integrated with the stellar body tempering technique, Zhao Hai immediately practiced the stellar body tempering fist for the second time. This time, Zhao Hai didn't intend to draw astral chi into his body. He felt that the astral chi in his body hadn't been completely absorbed. What he needed to do now was to completely integrate the astral chi in his body with the stellar body tempering technique. So Zhao didn't use the astral chi condensation technique for the second time. He still used the separation of his mind and body, which was the same method he used to practice the stellar body forging technique. He separated his consciousness from his body so that he could feel less pain. Zhao knew that he had just condensed astral chi into his body, so he needed to let the astral chi completely integrate with his body. Only then could he truly achieve the goal of the astral chi refining technique. If people in the cultivation realm knew what Zhao Hai was thinking, they would be very surprised. This was because Zhao Hai's cultivation method was different from theirs. The cultivation realm's method of cultivating astral chi was to integrate astral chi with one's own strength. This would make one's attack more powerful. However, Zhao Hai wasn't using an ordinary method of cultivating astral chi. When astral chi entered his body, it didn't just enter his strength, it also used the astral chi to temper his body. If people in the cultivation realm knew what Zhao Hai was doing right now, they would think that he was crazy. It was already very painful to let astral chi enter one's body. Not to mention using astral chi to temper one's body. The pain was beyond imagination. However, Zhao Hai did it. He succeeded for the first time. But to be honest, it was too painful. It had already reached the limit of what Zhao Hai could bear. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't draw astral chi into his body. Instead, he wanted to digest the astral chi that entered his body first. After using the separation of body and mind, Zhao Hai still commanded his body to perform the body tempering fist. However, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be puzzled. This was because he discovered that the speed of his body tempering fist was much faster than before. This made Zhao Hai very puzzled. However, Zhao Hai also knew that he couldn't stop. If he suddenly stopped while using the body tempering fist, then the body tempering fist would be over. Therefore, he continued to persevere. At the same time, he discovered that something had entered his spiritual force, making his spiritual force even more powerful. After a round of body tempering fist, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. His consciousness returned to his body. This was the most strenuous body tempering fist that he had done in the past few days. After this round of body tempering fist, he felt that his spiritual force was exhausted. This made Zhao Hai feel very strange. One must know that with his current spiritual force, it wouldn't be a problem for him to perform 3 rounds of body tempering fist. After stopping, Zhao Hai calmed his breathing. Then he began to check the condition of his body. After checking, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be surprised. This was because the condition of his body was somewhat beyond his expectations. Before, when he drew astral chi into his body, he could clearly feel that the astral chi wasn't completely integrated with his body. However, he was aware of the amount of astral chi. To be honest, the amount of astral chi was very small. If Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to it with his spiritual force, he wouldn't be able to feel it. Zhao Hai knew that even if this strand of spiritual force was integrated into his body, he wouldn't feel anything. But now that he felt his body, he discovered that it wasn't the case at all. His body's qi gene was very abundant, even his spiritual force had become very tough. Most importantly, he could now clearly feel the astral qi in his body and qi gene. Moreover, the amount of astral qi was far beyond his imagination. It was much more than what he thought before. Zhao Hai stared. Then he carefully thought about why his body had become like this. In the end, the answer he got was still related to the body tempering technique. The body tempering technique was very powerful. After using the mind and body tempering technique, one's spirit and body would be separated. The stellar body tempering technique used the power of the stars to temper the body. In the process of attracting the power of the stars, the astral qi was also introduced into the body. Then the astral qi was used to temper Zhao Hai's body, qi gene, and even spiritual force. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai could feel that the astral qi in his body was much more than before. Moreover, the astral qi had completely integrated with his body and qi gene. It can be said that his astral qi condensation technique was a complete success. But what surprised Zhao Hai the most was that his spiritual force seemed to have some astral qi. Zhao Hai discovered that his spiritual force had been tempered. Once again. Although the degree of success wasn't very high, Zhao Hai was still very clear that astral qi had been condensed into his spiritual force. Zhao Hai was very clear about his spiritual force. Similarly, he was also very clear about the aura of astral qi. Therefore, he was sure that astral qi had entered his spiritual force. He just didn't know if this astral qi would have any effect on his spiritual force. However, after thinking about it, Zhao Hai felt relieved. This astral qi wasn't the same as the astral qi outside. It was the astral qi of the space. The space wouldn't do anything harmful to him. Therefore, this astral qi should be beneficial to him. Zhao Hai carefully felt his spiritual force. He discovered that his spiritual force seemed to have become tougher. If his spiritual force wasn't transformed by the body tempering technique, then his spiritual force would be transformed into a steel wire. Now, his spiritual force would be an incomparably strong alloy steel. Upon discovering this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. But although he was happy, he didn't immediately start cultivating. This was because he knew that if he were to cultivate again, then his spiritual force would be exhausted. Although this was because of him, it wouldn't cause any harm to him. But don't forget that he was cultivating the stellar body tempering technique and the astral qi condensation technique. If something were to happen, then he would suffer from qi deviation. Although the things produced by the space wouldn't cause any harm to him, if Zhao Hai were to make a mistake in his cultivation, then the space wouldn't be able to control it. After all, the astral qi inside Zhao Hai's body was under his control. After coming out of the yellow sand territory, Zhao Hai went to the hot spring to take a bath and relax. Then he returned to the villa. Margaret had already returned. Laura and the others were currently looking at the situation in the machine field. Because of the heavy casualties in the elimination round, the atmosphere in the machine field was very depressing. There were a lot of small forces who had painstakingly nurtured their geniuses dying on Yellow's End planet. This made these small forces very angry. Some people began to question the fairness of this elimination round. When the elimination round was first held, Zhao Hai thought that it was unfair. But at that time, very few people spoke up. Even if Zhao Hai did, it would be useless. But now, the situation was different. The smaller forces wanted to use the qualifiers to bring benefits to their families. But in the elimination round, almost all of the people that were trained by these smaller forces were lost. This made the smaller forces dissatisfied. They thought that the big forces were suppressing them. It wasn't only the smaller forces that were dissatisfied, the smaller forces were also dissatisfied. In fact, if it weren't for Zhao Hai, the Ashley family would also be dissatisfied. Although Zhao Hai was present, the Ashley family was still dissatisfied. This was because 7 of their 10 people died. If it weren't for Zhao Hai, then more would have died. Because of this, the smaller forces formed an alliance and proposed to the organizing committee that they form a joint investigation team. They wanted to find out who proposed the elimination round, why they proposed it, and what their purpose was. The development of the matter seems to have gone out of the control of the 3 giants. Although the 3 giants were the ones with the most power in the machine field, one shouldn't forget that the three giants were in an alliance. They were composed of countless large and small forces. And the majority of these forces were small and medium forces. These small and medium forces usually fought for themselves. Some of them even had enmity with each other. In this case, it was natural for the big forces to have the upper hand. But this time, the small forces were provoked. Because of this, the small and medium forces joined forces to increase the pressure on the machine field's three great leaders. In this case, the three giants had no choice but to relent. At the same time, the small and medium forces formed an investigation team to investigate this matter. The Ashley family was also part of this team. Naturally, Xiaohai had nothing to do with this matter at this time. This was because he was in seclusion. Xiaohai had been practicing his body tempering technique and condensing astral qi in the space. He didn't have time to care about this. Xiaohai wasn't the only one who was condensing astral qi. Liquid silver was also condensing astral qi. However, Xiaohai didn't need to worry about liquid silver's refinement. The space could handle it. After all, liquid silver was produced by the space. While Xiaohai was cultivating in peace, another big incident occurred in the machine field. The investigation team was made up of small and medium-sized forces. Originally, they didn't have any harvest. But suddenly, a person appeared. This person was the one who proposed the elimination round. Xiaohai didn't know what to do. He didn't know what to do. Originally, the investigation team wanted to find this person, but this person disappeared. The investigation team searched for him for a long time but couldn't find him. But this time, he took the initiative to appear. The reason for his appearance was that he wanted the investigation team to protect him. That's right, they didn't protect him. This was because he was being chased. According to him, someone wanted to kill him. This was because he was the one who proposed the elimination round. The people who taught him were people from the Fire Shrine and the Earth Shrine. In addition to these two shrines, there were also several famous warrior families. It can be said that these people were the real big forces in the machine field. When this person revealed this news, the entire machine field was shaken. People didn't expect that there was a dark hand behind the elimination round. At this time, the small and medium forces couldn't take it anymore. They quickly formed an alliance. Everyone took out their full strength and fought against the large forces to the end. The exposure of this matter seriously challenged the prestige of the big forces. After all, the small forces respected the big forces. Although the small forces respected the big forces because of their strength, it was also because the big forces could provide them protection. They could represent them and fight for more benefits. The exposure of this matter allowed the small forces to see the big forces' faces. In a word, the big forces were eating in an ugly manner. Yes, in the eyes of the small forces, the big forces were eating in an ugly manner. In fact, the small forces were clear that the big forces wouldn't help them for nothing. They would certainly get more benefits. However, the small forces weren't big. They were clear about their position. They were small forces. If they were given too much benefits, they wouldn't be able to eat it all. They only needed the leftovers from the big forces. But if the big forces didn't even give them a bite to eat, then the small forces wouldn't do it. The big forces didn't expect the small forces to be this strong. Suddenly, the big forces discovered that they couldn't sell their products. Their factories were about to stop production, causing their income to plummet. At the same time, their fleets and mecha squads didn't dare to move. This was because they discovered that their enemies were 100 times stronger than them. When the small forces united, whether it was in terms of battleships or mecha, they surpassed the big forces. In an instant, the situation in the machine field changed. No one would have thought that such a small matter would turn out like this. Many incidents in history were caused by insignificant matters. Obviously, it was the same this time. Because of what happened in the machine field, the qualifiers for the 6 Realms beginner competition had to be postponed. It was originally 10 days later, but it was postponed to a month later. And this time, there wasn't even a date for the competition. From this point, it can be seen that the 3 Realms beginner competition had lost control of the machine field. The smell of gunpowder in the machine field was getting thicker and thicker. It's possible that a small spark would cause a fight. At this time, it wasn't only the big forces that discovered that something was wrong. Even the small and medium forces were aware that something was wrong. If they really fought, then it would only benefit the other realms. Because everyone still had a trace of reason, the machine field hadn't started fighting yet. However, the big forces also made concessions. They immediately sent people to form a joint investigation team with the small and medium forces to further investigate this matter. However, the result of the investigation shocked the big forces and the three tycoons. This was because the result of their investigation was that this incident wasn't a coincidence. Behind this incident, there was a mastermind from the cultivation world. In this incident, several famous clans of the Fire God Temple were involved. This included Zhao Hai's Zhang family, the Earth Temple God, as well as several famous clans of the Dojo Alliance. These people were actually controlled by a small sect in the cultivation realm. This sect was the Yin Yang sect. The Yin Yang sect was also very famous in the cultivation realm. This was because they weren't completely cultivators. They belonged to an evil sect in the cultivation realm. At the same time, they also had some influence in the devil realm. What this sect liked to do the most was to subvert other forces. Their cultivation method was very strange. Their method was called the Heartless Path, the Great Path of Heartless. There was nothing to say about this. However, the Yin Yang sect's Heartless Path wasn't the same as ordinary Heartless Path. The Yin Yang sect believed that if you want to be heartless, you must first have feelings. Then you can enter the Heartless Path. In the world of cultivation, there were a lot of people who practiced the merciless Tao. Most of them were from evil sections. The merciless Tao they practiced was very special. They would select children with good qualifications and then take them into their sections. Once these children grow up and understand things, the sects would take them back to their homes and kill their families. This was the merciless Tao. This was because when the children saw their loved ones being killed, it was equivalent to killing their feelings. Only then would they be able to practice the Heartless Path. In the world of cultivation, almost everyone practiced the Heartless Path like this. However, the Yin Yang sect was an exception. Although the Yin Yang sect also practiced the Heartless Path, their method was different from other sections. The Yin Yang sect practiced the Ruthless Tao. When selecting disciples, it was similar to the other sections. They would select some children with good aptitudes and bring them back to the sect for training. However, the next step was different. The other sects would bring the children back to their homes and then kill their families in front of the children. The Yin Yang sect was even more ruthless. They would bring the children back to their homes and let the children kill their families with their own hands. If those kids didn't do that, the members of Yin Yang sect would attack them. However, they wouldn't kill the kids. Instead, they would torture the kids' families with all their strength until the kids' families couldn't stand it anymore. Then, they would save the kids and kill them. After that, they would let the kids do it themselves. Because of this, the Yin Yang sect's children were almost all abnormal. They were absolutely ruthless. It was also because of this that the Yin Yang sect took pleasure in subverting other sections. And this time, the Yin Yang sect came to the machine field to look for them. All the families being investigated had spies of Yin Yang sect. These spies of Yin Yang sect were in very important positions in those families. Take Zhang clan as an example. The most beloved wife of the head of Zhang clan was a member of Yin Yang sect. Even Zhang Mingyue was the child of the head of Zhang clan and that member of Yin Yang sect. Once this situation was discovered, the machine field went into an uproar. Although the Yin Yang sect members were strong, under the siege of the machine field's battleships and mechas, they couldn't escape death. Everyone who was related to the Yin Yang sect was executed at the same time. All the families that participated in this matter couldn't escape destruction. The machine field's sudden change was something that nobody expected. Many families, including the Zhang family, were wiped out in an instant. The Fire Temple and the Earth Temple were also reshuffled. Although a lot of things happened in the machine field, it didn't take a lot of time. It only took about 2 months. During this time, Zhao Hai didn't appear. In fact, it wasn't just Zhao Hai, the other 10 great experts didn't appear. They didn't have enough information to participate in this matter. However, this incident had pushed 2 of the top 10 experts into the limelight. One of them was Meteor Zhu Chen. Zhu Chen was originally an important person in the Earth Divine Temple. Moreover, he had also started a massacre on Yellow Zen Star, which had caused the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people. But now, it was clear that this was a conspiracy of the Yin-Yang sect. Zhu Chen had become a knife in the hands of the Yin-Yang sect. At the same time, he could also be regarded as a victim. The other person was the Fire Saint emissary, Sun Fei. He was a member of the Zhang family and was also an important person. His situation was the same as Zhu Chen's, he became a blade. However, the machine field showed a completely different attitude towards the two of them. The machine field adopted a method of exterminating a great clan like the Zhang family. Of course, Sun Fei was only a core member of the Zhang family. On the other hand, Sun Fei was only an outer member. The machine field adopted a different attitude towards them. There were a lot of great clans that wanted to recruit Sun Fei and Zhu Chen. This wasn't unexpected to Zhao Hai. After all, in the eyes of the machine field, Sun Fei and Zhu Chen were useful tools. They were like blades. If a person killed someone, could the blade be punished? Impossible, the blade was just a tool. The one who was guilty was the person who used the blade. Sun Fei and Zhu Chen were in this situation. The two of them killed a lot of people, but their strength was still there. The great clans wanted to recruit the two of them and make them work for them. As long as the two of them joined, it was almost certain that they would be able to secure a spot in the top 100 list of qualifiers. Under such circumstances, who would be willing to let the two of them go? But here came the problem. Because too many people wanted to get their hands on the two, nobody could. The matter of the two became the focus of the machine field. Even the Ashley family was involved in the competition for the two. Although Fei had killed a lot of people in the Ashley family, a few outer disciples who were already dead weren't important enough for a big family like the Ashley family. If they could exchange a few dead outer disciples for a real genius, they would do it without hesitation. Zhao Hai was aware of these matters, but he didn't say anything. This was because he was still in seclusion. But now, his cultivation had come to an end. Besides going to the Yellow Sand territory to practice body forging techniques every day, he no longer deliberately condensed astral qi. This was because his astral qi had already reached a saturation point. Now that his body had been recondensed by astral qi, his qi and spiritual force were all astral qi. In this case, even if Zhao Hai deliberately cultivated, he wouldn't be able to refine astral qi into his body. However, he was cultivating all the time. Because of this, he would go to the Yellow Sand territory every day and convert his qi into astral qi. Zhao Hai also tested the might of his astral qi. This time, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be startled. Now, whether it was magic formations or qi, they were at least 5 to 10 times more powerful than before. If liquid silver was added to the mix, then it would be even more powerful. Zhao Hai didn't expect his astral qi to be this strong. Moreover, he discovered that besides the first time, every time he cultivated his astral qi, his speed would be much faster. This made Zhao Hai puzzled. However, after thinking about it for a while, he understood what was going on. When he first cultivated his astral qi, he had to stay awake and use his spiritual force to guide his astral qi. At that time, he was still cultivating the stellar body forging technique. The pain he suffered was unimaginable to ordinary people. In this case, out of self-preservation, his body intentionally lowered the difficulty of cultivating astral qi. Therefore, although Zhao Hai succeeded in condensing astral qi the first time, he didn't obtain much astral qi. However, after Zhao Hai separated his body and mind, the situation was different. His body could still be tempered, but his spirit didn't have to suffer so much. Naturally, he could absorb and condense astral qi to the maximum, so his speed was much faster. Zhao Hai estimated that his current attack power wasn't any worse than a core formation expert in the cultivation realm. If he used all of his methods, he could even compete with a nascent soul expert. Naturally, this was only Zhao Hai's estimation. He hadn't really fought with the cultivator yet. Everything was still unknown. Zhao Hai didn't care about the changes in the machine field. He didn't have the strength to deal with these things right now. Therefore, he could only be a bystander and silently watch the development of the situation inside the space. The changes in the machine field didn't last long. The patriarchs of the machine field weren't fools. They knew that the machine field couldn't fall into chaos. Once the machine field fell into chaos, then the cultivation realm might take the opportunity to make a move. But Zhao Hai didn't say anything. The reason why the machine field solved the problem so quickly was not only because they were afraid of the cultivation realm, but also because of the Six Realms beginner competition. If they didn't solve the problem quickly, then they might miss the Six Realms beginner competition. If that happens, their losses would be even greater. Although the machine field didn't get any good results in the Six Realms newcomer competition, as long as you participate, you can still gain some benefits. Moreover, there were a lot of experts among the newcomers this time. This might be the best result in recent years. Naturally, the machine field didn't want to miss out on the Six Realms newcomer competition. Because of this, they resolved this matter quickly. Because of the destruction of the great clans, the smaller clans were able to obtain a lot of benefits every year. This naturally calmed their anger. In the end, Zhu Chen and Fei's affiliations were also decided. Zhu Chen was still under the control of the Earth God Palace, but Fei was under the control of the Fire God Palace. The two of them were now direct disciples of the Fire God Palace, and they were no longer under the control of any family. Zhao Hai agreed with the decision of the machine field's higher-ups. This matter affected the Fire God Temple and the Earth God Temple the most. It was clear that the machine field's higher-ups wanted Sun Fei and Zhu Chen to gain more benefits for the two shrines. This would allow the two shrines to recover their strength. This decision was most likely related to the Magic Alliance. The machine field had three major forces: the Magic Alliance, the Mech Army, and the Dojo. These three forces were in a balance that nobody wanted to break. But this time, the Earth God Temple and the Fire God Temple suffered heavy losses. These two shrines were also important parts of the Magic Alliance. If they weren't allowed to recover, then the balance of the machine field would be broken. Therefore, the machine field's higher-ups made this decision. This was understandable. However, something that surprised Zhao Hai happened. The smaller forces might have tasted the sweetness of this matter. They discovered that as long as they unite, they would be able to compete with the major forces. Because of this, the small forces banded together and formed the Freedom Alliance. There were thousands of small forces participating in this alliance. And these people also chose some leaders of the Freedom Alliance, intending to be on equal footing with the three great forces. However, their alliance was still in its initial stage. There wasn't any substantial progress. Moreover, the three major forces wouldn't let them succeed so easily. Because of this, although the smaller forces were happy, they still couldn't get what they wanted. Amidst the hustle and bustle, the date of the Six Realms newcomer competition was finally set. But due to the lack of time, the format of the competition was changed. Unlike the other qualifiers, this time, seeded contestants would appear. And these seeded contestants were all geniuses. Moreover, their strength was at least at the 4th rank. There were a total of 20 seeded contestants. The top 10 were of course the top 10 experts. There was no objection to this. The next 10 seeded contestants were the top 10 seeded contestants and the organizing committee. The 11th seeded contestant was Zhao Hai. The first person to nominate Zhao Hai as a seeded contestant was Xianxia, followed by Sun Fei. Needless to say, Sun Fei had been in the limelight for some time now. Although this wasn't necessarily a good thing for him, at least a lot of people in the machine field knew about him. And with his strength, a lot of people were optimistic about him. Therefore, his proposal for Zhao Hai to be a seeded contestant was unexpected. This was because he and Zhao Hai were enemies. Moreover, it was said that Sun Fei had met Zhao Hai in Yellow Zen Planet. Although the two didn't fight, their meeting wasn't a pleasant one. Therefore, Sun Fei's proposal for Zhao Hai was unexpected. Xianxia's proposal for Zhao Hai also surprised a lot of people. But soon, people revealed that Xianxia and Zhao Hai already had a friendship. Xianxia's proposal for Zhao Hai wasn't strange at all. After all, he was helping Zhao Hai. In the beginning, there were only a few rumors. But as time passed, more and more people began to spread. This put a lot of pressure on the organizing committee. After all, the organizing committee's previous actions weren't very convincing. Because of this, the entire machine field was in turmoil. Although the people in the organizing committee had changed, the distrust was still there. But at this time, Xiongli suddenly stood up and declared that he had a friendship with Zhao Hai. However, their friendship was established back in Yellowzen planet. Moreover, Xiongli publicly stated that if he were to fight Zhao Hai, then he wouldn't be able to win. Xiongli's words caused a huge uproar. The number of times that Zhao Hai fought in the machine field was limited. A lot of people haven't seen Zhao Hai fight. Moreover, it has been less than a year since Zhao Hai ascended. For him to participate in the competition in such a short period of time was already surprising. Not to mention that he made Xiongli say that he wasn't confident in winning. This caused people's interest in Zhao Hai to soar. However, when people investigated Zhao Hai, they discovered that Zhao Hai was a very low-key person. It has been several months since he ascended to the machine field. And in these months, he spent most of his time in seclusion. Almost nobody saw him come out. There were only a few photos of him. This made people even more curious about him. Zhao Hai looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What do you think?" However, the matter of Zhao Hai being the 11th seeded contestant was settled. Because of Xiongli and Sun Fei, as well as the information collected by the organizing committee, Zhao Hai's status as the 11th seeded contestant was quickly determined. Zhao Hai naturally turned a blind eye to these matters. He stayed in the space every day, watching the changes in the machine field with Margaret and the others. It was like watching a movie. At the same time, he also dealt with some matters in the space. Karen and the others had made some significant results in their laboratory. Because they had learned magic formation runes, their research on magic formations was now on the right track. It can be said that they were no longer like before where they could only do some simple research. Now that research couldn't satisfy them, they needed to research new magic formations. Zhao Hai didn't say anything about Karen's approach. He just let them be. Maybe one day, Karen would give him a surprise. The other races in the space were also developing smoothly. Moreover, there weren't many changes. This couldn't be said to be slow. After all, they hadn't been in the space for a long time. It was almost impossible for them to make big changes in a short period of time. On the other hand, Margaret was busier than Zhao Hai these days. In the past, Margaret only had a general impression of the space. But now, she had a better understanding of the space. The more she understood, the more she felt that the space was mystical. Now, Margaret preferred to stay inside the space instead of going outside. The Ashley family also did a lot for Zhao Hai's seclusion. Nobody came to disturb Zhao Hai. No matter what happened outside, the Ashley family guaranteed that Zhao Hai wouldn't be disturbed. To be honest, Zhao Hai was very grateful for their actions. The Ashley family had no choice but to do this. This was because Zhao Hai was their hope. The family's interests depended on Zhao Hai. Therefore, no matter what Zhao Hai did, the family would fully support him. Moreover, the Ashley family hoped that Zhao Hai would stay in seclusion for a while. This was because the machine field was too chaotic right now. It would be better if Zhao Hai didn't participate in these matters. Because of this, the family adopted a supportive attitude towards Zhao Hai's seclusion. After the seeded contestants were selected, the date of the competition was finally decided. The groups were also completed. All that was left was to wait for the competition to begin. Zhao Hai finally came out of the space. Although Margaret liked to stay inside the space, she had no choice but to come out with Zhao Hai. This was because the qualifiers were about to begin. However, because Zhao Hai was a seeded contestant, he didn't need to participate in the first round. At this time, there were more than 20,000 people in the machine field participating in the qualifiers. Although some people withdrew from the competition, there were still more than 10,000 people participating. There were more than 10,000 people competing for the 100 spots. One could imagine how fierce the competition was. Zhao and the other seeded contestants had a big advantage. They didn't need to participate in the first few rounds of the competition. Only when there was only one person left would Zhao and the others start the first round of the competition. Nobody in the machine field objected to this method of selecting seeded contestants. This was because the seeded contestants were all formidable experts. They were famous in the machine field. Moreover, there was no cheating. Even if you're a seeded contestant, you would still have to compete in the end. Moreover, the opponents you encounter would often be more difficult to deal with. The reason why there were seeded contestants was because they were afraid that experts would meet too early. If there were no seeded contestants, then Xianxia and Streep might meet in the first round. At that time, one of them would be eliminated. Some lucky third-rank experts might be able to defeat their opponents and enter the second round. Naturally, those who weren't strong wouldn't be able to enter the top 100. But for experts like Xianxia and Streep, if they were eliminated early, then it would be a great loss to the machine field. Because of this consideration, the machine field selected 20 seeded contestants today. They wanted to see the results. If the results were good, then they would select seeded contestants for the newcomer competition in the future. After hearing that, Zhao Hai came out of seclusion. Kajo, Desparas, and Luke immediately went to Zhao Hai's room. While Zhao Hai was in seclusion, only Luke was here. Kajo and Desparas had returned to the family. The two of them were old members of the family. Moreover, the machine field was in a state of turmoil. They were needed at this time. The Ashley family wasn't implicated in the turmoil of the machine field. On the contrary, they obtained a lot of benefits. This was because they participated in the investigation of the small and medium-sized families. They forced the large forces to bow their heads to them. The Ashley family also obtained some benefits. For the Ashley family, this turmoil came at the right time. They didn't get along with the Zhang family, and the Zhang family had been plotting against them. Now that the Zhang family was exterminated, not only did the Ashley family obtain some of the Zhang family's people, they also obtained some of the Zhang family's factories. For the Ashley family, this was a good thing. Then Zhao Hai was selected as a seeded contestant. This was another happy event for the Ashley family. Now that they heard that Zhao Hai came out of seclusion, Kajo, Desparas, and Luke immediately went to Zhao Hai's room. Seeing the three arrive, Zhao Hai quickly invited them to sit down. Margaret personally served tea to the three before sitting beside Zhao Hai. When Kajo and the others saw the intimacy between Margaret and Zhao Hai, they didn't think too much about it. In the past few months, Margaret and Zhao Hai had been staying in this room. The relationship between the two had already been made public. Moreover, Patriarch Thunder didn't oppose the relationship between the two, so naturally, they wouldn't oppose it. Kajo looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, what did you gain from your seclusion?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "My harvest wasn't small. The reason why I went into seclusion this time was because when I was in Yellow Zen Planet, I accidentally came into contact with a trace of astral chi. I didn't feel anything at the time and only discovered it after I came back. Therefore, I went into seclusion to refine that trace of astral chi. Fortunately, I succeeded." Upon hearing this, Kajo couldn't help but stare. Then the expressions of the three changed. Kajo immediately said, "Zhao Hai, did you really refine that trace of astral chi? You're not joking, right?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'm not joking about this kind of thing. Don't forget, I'm a dual cultivator. If I wasn't a dual cultivator, then I wouldn't have been able to refine that trace of astral chi. It's precisely because I'm a dual cultivator that I was able to refine that trace of astral chi." Kajo suddenly laughed and said, "Good, very good. The heavens are really blessing our Ashley family. Zhao Hai, how is your attack power now? I heard that as long as you condense astral chi into your body, your attack power would increase." Zhao smiled faintly and said, "Yes, as long as you condense astral chi into your body, your attack power will increase. My attack power has also increased. Now, the power of my magic formation is a lot stronger than before. Compared to other magic formations of the same level, my magic formation will definitely be stronger." Zhao smiled faintly. Kajo happily said, "That's great. It seems like we won't be able to run away from the first place. Maybe we'll be able to get a good ranking in the Six Realms Hegemony competition. Then our Ashley family will become famous." Desparas nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Right, little Hai. You have to work hard this time. Let the cultivators know that the machine field isn't a place that they can mess with." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Desparas with an excited expression and said, "Right, little Hai. Recently, a lot of things happened in the machine field. But in the end, it was all because of the Yin Yang sect. The machine field and the cultivation realm had always minded their own business. Although there were some conflicts between the two sides, the scale of these conflicts wasn't big. Moreover, the two sides also cooperated from time to time. But this time, the Yin-Yang sect's actions were too excessive. The Yin-Yang sect clearly wanted to cause chaos in the machine field. Although it wasn't known if this was the intention of all the sects in the cultivation realm, the machine field still needed to be on guard. Although the machine field wanted to retaliate against the Yin-Yang sect, they couldn't do anything about it. The machine field's individual strength wasn't very good. If the machine field sent their battleships to the cultivation realm to deal with the Yin-Yang sect, then the great sects of the cultivation realm wouldn't agree. Because of this, the cultivators could only hide their anger. Because of this, Desbares and the others couldn't help but hold back their anger. They were natives of the machine field, so they had a sense of belonging to the realm. The machine field has always been suppressed by the cultivation realm. When the cultivators saw them, they would look down on them. Now that something like this happened, how could Desbares and the others be willing to accept it? It just so happened that the Six Realms newcomer competition gave them an opportunity. But if Zhao Hai didn't make a breakthrough, then Desbares wouldn't have been so confident. Now that Zhao Hai was able to condense astral chi, Desbares and the others' confidence increased. Zhao Hai's understanding of the machine field came mostly from the computer. But in the end, the computer was an inanimate object. There were some things that were inaccurate. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't really understand what astral chi meant for the machine field. The machine field didn't have a method to condense astral chi. This greatly restricted the individual strength of the machine field. To be honest, the machine field's demonic formation techniques weren't necessarily weaker than the cultivation realm's techniques. Once one cultivates 10,000 formations as one, they would be able to compete with golden core stage experts in the machine field. On the other hand, the machine field had astral chi condensation or evil chi condensation techniques. They could condense astral chi or evil chi into the body in order to increase the strength of their attacks. Naturally, after so many years, it was impossible for the machine field to not have any methods for condensing astral chi or evil chi. However, there were very few people in the machine field who were able to successfully practice them. This had a lot to do with the machine field's method of cultivation. The machine field's cultivation methods were mostly based on battle chi and magic. But to be honest, whether it was battle chi or magic, they weren't suitable for people to condense astral chi into the body. Battle chi focused on the body. First, one needed to refine the body. Then, one needed to refine the body's blood and chi before producing chi. This was battle chi. Magic focused on spiritual force. It didn't care much about the body. And it was even more difficult to use spiritual force to condense astral chi. Battle chi focused on the body. Battle chi was also tightly integrated with the body. There were some body tempering techniques like the cultivation realm. However, it was very difficult to condense astral chi into the body. Just like Zhao Hai's stellar body tempering fist, it was also a body tempering technique. To be honest, if Zhao Hai didn't know how to separate his mind and body, then he wouldn't have been able to condense astral chi into his body so quickly. Moreover, the stellar body tempering technique was very painful. Zhao Hai's body had already adapted to the pain. Because of this, he was able to condense astral chi into his body and complete the tempering process. If it was an ordinary warrior in the machine field, then they wouldn't be able to do it. They wouldn't be able to withstand the pain. Needless to say, mages focused on spiritual force. Spiritual force was closely related to the brain. Mages were very careful when cultivating spiritual force. If they weren't careful, then they might suffer from chi deviation. This would cause great damage to the brain. If they weren't careful, then they might turn into an idiot or a vegetable. It was also because of this that it was even more difficult for a mage to combine aura energy and spiritual force. There was almost no mage who could do it. The reason why Zhao Hai was able to combine astral chi and spiritual force was because of the separation technique. In fact, the separation technique was very ingenious. The mind was separated from the body. The mind was the mind, the body was the body, and the mind was outside the body. The mind was the mind, the body was the body, and the mind was outside the body. It was like a bystander controlling the body. This way, even if the mind was impacted, the body wouldn't be affected. The separation of mind and body can achieve this. Even if the mind was impacted, the body wouldn't be injured. And with Zhao Hai's incomparably tough body, it would be very difficult to injure him. Secondly, Zhao Hai condensed astral qi from the space. Things inside the space wouldn't be able to harm Zhao Hai. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to successfully condense astral qi into his body. Zhao Hai was calmly sitting in the stands of the arena. In the middle of the arena, there was a huge stage. The length and width of the stage exceeded 200 meters. The ground was paved with large pieces of bluestone. These bluestones weren't ordinary bluestones, they were called steel stones. They were very hard and heavy. This arena was usually used for sports competitions. Although there were a lot of people in the machine field who practiced magic or battle qi, there were still some sports competitions. However, these competitions weren't about ordinary things. Instead, they were about battle formations and fighting. Besides the normal warrior and mage competitions, there were also mecha battles. Mecha battles were the most popular competitions in the machine field. It was precisely because the mecha combat tournament was going to be held that the venue was extremely large. This time, the qualifiers were going to be held here. Zhao Hai and the other seeded contestants didn't need to participate in the first few rounds. Because of this, the organizing committee arranged seats for them in the stands. These seats belonged to them during the competition. They could come here to watch the competition and understand the strength of their opponents. Zhao Hai sat here with Xianxia beside him. Xianxia looked for Zhao Hai several times in the past few days. But every time he looked for Zhao Hai was in seclusion. This was the first time they met since Zhao Hai came out of seclusion. Seeing Zhao Hai staring at the stage, Xianxia curled his lips and said, "Brother, what's there to look at? I can defeat these people with one hand. You should save your strength." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's nothing to look at. Brother, let's go and have a drink." When Xianxia heard that Zhao Hai wanted to have a drink with him, his eyes couldn't help but light up as he said, "All right, let's have a drink. Wait a moment, I'll introduce you to someone else." Zhao Hai nodded. Then Xianxia went out and returned with a person. When Zhao Hai saw this person, he couldn't help but stare. This was because he knew this person. Fire Dragon Divine Sword Dongfang Yu. One of the top 10 experts, famous for his Fire Dragon Divine Sword and his Fire Dragon Sword technique. However, it was rumored that this person was a destructive maniac. Every time he went out on a mission, he would destroy everything. Often, the money he earned would not be able to compensate others. Seeing that it was Dongfang Yu, Zhao Hai quickly stood up and bowed, "So it's brother Dongfang. I'm Zhao Hai. Nice to meet you." Dongfang Yu was tall and slender. He was dressed in a warrior's robe. His appearance was not too bad, but his face was very dark, as if he had been exposed to the sun for a long time. He also saluted Zhao Hai and said, "Ha ha ha, these days I've heard Big Brother Xianxia speak a lot of good things about you. Big Brother Xianxia rarely praises people, it seems like you're also a person with real ability. In the future, we should get closer." His voice was very loud and clear, full of energy. Coupled with his straightforward attitude, it gave people a good impression at first sight. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Big Brother Xianxia is overpraising me. Let's go and drink." After saying that, Zhao Hai pulled the two people and left the arena. The appearance of Zhao Hai and the other two naturally could not be hidden from the others. When the other top 10 experts saw the appearance of the three people, some were envious, some were jealous, and some were disdainful. The people who were not the seated participants all looked at the three people with envy. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, "Mr. Zhao Hai, please wait." Zhao Hai was surprised. He turned around and saw Fire Saint Emissary Sun Fei. He didn't have any friendship with Sun Fei, and they weren't enemies in the past. It was just that they were no longer enemies. Moreover, the Ashley family wasn't going to take revenge because Sun Fei was now a member of the Fire Shrine. The Fire Shrine was still counting on Sun Fei's achievements to restore their strength. If they dealt with Sun Fei, they wouldn't be giving face to the Fire Shrine, and they might even have a conflict. Because of this, Kajo told Zhao Hai that if he faces Sun Fei, as long as he doesn't kill him, then he should spare his life. Not only Sun Fei, but also the other 20 seated contestants. If you kill an ordinary contestant, then the families wouldn't do anything. But if you kill a seated contestant, then the families wouldn't do anything. These seated contestants were the guarantee of good results. Killing them was the same as cutting off their source of income. Naturally, these families wouldn't do anything. However, if those people wanted to kill Zhao Hai, then Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite. Zhao Hai didn't care. Sun Fei didn't have any enmity with him. Sun Fei only had a grudge with the Ashley family, and it had nothing to do with him. Therefore, when Zhao Hai saw Sun Fei, he was slightly surprised and said, "Oh, it's Brother Sunday. I wonder why Brother Sun is looking for me." Sun Fei bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, last time on Yellow Zen Planet, I offended you a lot. Please forgive me." When Zhao Hai heard Sun Fei's words, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Brother Sun is too polite. At that time, you and I were just serving different masters. Also, do we have the right to not be ordered around? Brother Sun doesn't need to apologize to me, it's nothing." When Sun Fei heard Zhao Hai say this, he bowed to Zhao Hai again. Even Xianxia and Dongfangyu sighed in their hearts, because Zhao Hai said exactly what they were thinking. How could they, as outer disciples, have the right to not listen to orders in the family? They were just a blade of the family, and a blade that could be abandoned at any time. After Sun Fei bowed, he stood up and looked at Zhao Hai and the others. He suddenly smiled and said, "If the three of you don't have anything else to say, this little brother will be the host. Let's go out and have a drink or two, okay?" When Xianxia heard Sun Fei say this, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Kid, you don't talk as fast as little Hai." When he said something about having a drink or two, he only said, "Let's go and have a drink. Kid, if you don't have anything to say, let's go and have a drink with us." When they heard Xianxia say this, the four of them laughed and walked out of the arena. When the other people in the arena saw the four of them, they couldn't help but be speechless. These people knew about the relationship between Zhao Hai and Xianxia, and they also knew about the relationship between Zhao Hai and Sun Fei. Strictly speaking, the two of them didn't have any friendship, but Sun Fei was one of the people who recommended Zhao Hai to become a seated contestant. However, Zhao Hai was in closed-door training at that time, so he didn't know about this matter. Therefore, it could be said that the two of them didn't have any friendship until now. But in such a short time, they actually went out to have a drink together? What kind of politeness was this? Zhao Hai and the others left the arena and walked outside. When they got outside, there was already a car waiting for Zhao Hai. This was the flying car that Cade had arranged for Zhao Hai, so he could use it at any time. After Zhao Hai invited the others into the car, he turned to Xianxia and said, "Big brother Xiong, do you know where the best wine is here? I've been in closed-door training for the past few months, so I don't know much about this matter." Xianxia laughed and said, "You've asked me about this matter. Let's go to Dylan's barbecue restaurant. The barbecue and wine there are absolutely top-notch." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I'll listen to Big Brother Xiong. Let's go to Dylan's barbecue restaurant." Zhao Hai didn't only say this to the flying car. His flying car also had a driver. However, although he was called a driver, he was actually following Zhao Hai as a servant. The person nodded and then controlled the flying car to fly towards Dylan's barbecue restaurant. Dongfangyu looked at the driver and then sighed to Zhao Hai, "It seems like Zhao Hai is the most comfortable among us. Look, not only did he get a car, he even got a driver. I'm so envious." Dongfangyu's words weren't wrong at all. One must know that in an ordinary family, only the core members would receive such treatment. Even if you were an outer sect member, you still wouldn't receive such treatment. If you want to receive such treatment, you would have to become a camp master of the outer sect camp. However, the camp masters of the outer sect camp were almost always the elders or core members of the family. It was almost impossible for an outer sect member to become a camp master of the outer sect camp. When Zhao Hai heard Dongfangyu, he smiled faintly and said, "I'm also borrowing some light. Alright, let's not talk about this. Are we there? Is this the place?" Zhao Hai looked at the building outside the car. It was a small building made of wood. It looked like a wooden house in the forest. However, it was very big, about 4 stories high. Xianxia nodded and said, "Right, this is the place. The barbecue here is made from pine charcoal. The taste is completely different from other places. It's very delicious." Jiao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, let's go and have a taste." Then the group got off the car and walked towards the wooden building. Upon entering the building, a waiter immediately came over. What surprised Jiao Hai was that the waiter wasn't a robot, but a real person. This made Jiao Hai even more curious about the owner of this restaurant. Obviously, this wasn't Xiong Li's first time here. He looked at the waiter and said, "Prepare a private room for us, a big one." The waiter nodded and then led Xiong Li and the others upstairs. The first floor of the wooden building was the lobby, the second floor was also the same. On the third floor were private rooms. However, the private rooms on the third floor weren't very big. Jiao Hai and the others had a total of 4 people, so they didn't need a big room. Therefore, they directly asked for a small room. After entering the private room and ordering food and wine, Xiong Li turned to Jiao Hai and said, "Little Hai, I heard that not long after you ascended, you already had a relationship with a young lady from the Ashley family. Perhaps you might become the son-in-law of the Ashley family in the future. Is this true?" Xiong Li nodded and said, "You're right." Jiao Hai smiled and said, "It's true. My girlfriend is the Ashley family's Margaret. She's the 6th daughter of the Ashley family's patriarch. However, her relationship with the patriarch isn't very good. Therefore, she didn't rely on the family to make a living. Instead, she became a teacher at the Ascension School. When I ascended, she was my teacher, and now she's my girlfriend." Xiong Li clicked his tongue and sighed, "Good boy, you really have a way. Ha ha ha, but you really are a genius. You actually became a 4th-rank magician in such a short period of time. Amazing." Jiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing. It's just that I have some talent in magic formations. When I ascended, my spiritual force was already very strong. Therefore, I was able to advance so quickly." While they were talking, a loud noise was suddenly heard from outside. This made Zhao and the others stare blankly for a moment. One must know that this was the machine formation planet. There weren't many people who dared to cause trouble here. Who was so bold? Xiong Li stared for a moment, then he frowned and said, "What's going on? Why would people come here to cause trouble? I've inquired about it. I heard that Delon Barbecue has the Fire Temple's backing." "Sun Fei, you're from the Fire Temple, do you know about this matter?" Sun Fei shook his head and said, "I don't know. I just joined the Fire Temple not long ago, so I don't know about this matter. But Brother Xiong should be right. All the temples have business in the machine formation planet." Xiong Li and the others weren't people with good temperaments. They nodded and then stood up and walked outside. When they arrived outside, they heard that the noise came from the 2nd floor. The group went downstairs and saw a lot of people wearing military uniforms. These people didn't have any imposing aura, but they were still quite agile. It seems like they knew some fighting techniques. When Jiao Hai saw these people, his expression turned heavy as he said, "It's mech troops. Why are they causing trouble here?" Xiong Li and the others also saw this. When they looked at the mecha soldiers, they couldn't help but stare. In the machine field, most people wouldn't dare to offend mecha soldiers. Mecha soldiers had a higher status compared to warriors and mages. Jiao Hai and the others quietly stood there and listened for a while. Only after a while did they understand what was going on. Originally, these soldiers came here to eat, but when they were eating, they made a move on a waitress. The waitress had a fiery temper, so she gave the soldier a slap on the face. The soldier hit the waitress, and then they started to make trouble again. Seeing this, Jiao Hai's expression couldn't help but sink as he coldly snorted. This sound wasn't loud at first, but when it reached people's ears, it was like a clap of thunder that made their blood boil. Even a cultivator like Xiong Li could feel the difference in this snort. Everyone's face showed a faint smile, they didn't think that Jiao Hai would be this strong. The mech soldiers were shaken by this, they quieted down for a while. The leader of the mech soldiers turned to look at Jiao Hai. This mech soldier was tall and sturdy. He had short hair and was wearing a military uniform. However, there was a palm print on his face that destroyed his image. Barbecue, barbecue, barbecue. Barbecue, 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 barbecue. Barbecue, barbecue, barbecue. Do you want to meddle in other people's business? Jiao Hai looked at the soldier and smiled faintly. It's nothing. I was just eating upstairs when I suddenly heard a few dogs barking. It disturbed my mood, so I came down to take a look. When I looked, I found out that the barking dogs weren't just dogs. They were shameless dogs that only know how to bully weak women. AI, it seems like the quality of soldiers is getting lower and lower. Zhao Hai looked at the soldier and smiled faintly. That's right. When Zhao Hai said this, Xianxia and the others laughed. The mech troop's face turned red. Just as he was about to say something, someone behind him walked to his side and whispered something in his ear. The mech troop's expression changed. He stared at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the mech troop and sneered. What? Do you know who we are? Let's see if we can afford to offend you. If we can't, then that's fine. We'll report this matter to the higher-ups. Then we'll say that the security of the machine formation planet isn't very good. We won't be able to guarantee our safety, so we'll withdraw. You can participate in the competition on our behalf. Here, I wish you all good results. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. The more the mech troop heard Zhao Hai, the more sweat he had on his face. Mech troops had a higher status compared to warriors and mages. But who were Zhao Hai and the others? The mech realm had high hopes for these people. They were the representatives of the mech realm to fight against the other realms. At this point, these 20 people were very popular in the machine field. Not to mention 4 of them, they couldn't even afford to offend one of them. If Zhao Hai really did say that, then these people would be dead. Thinking of this, the mech troop's face became even more sweaty. However, he still calmed himself down and looked at Zhao Hai and said, so it's Mr. Zhao Hai, Mr. Xianxia, Mr. Dongfang Yu, and Mr. Sun Fei. I'm the commander of the 4th Battalion, 46th Regiment, 2nd Division, 5th Corps, 2nd Division, 46th Regiment, 4th Battalion, 9th Company. I'm Wanhe. The mech troop gave a salute to Zhao Hai and the others. Then he reported his identity. Zhao Hai raised his eyebrows and said, so you're from the mech army. No wonder you're so arrogant. What's wrong? Do you think that our magic alliance is so weak because of the losses we've suffered recently? Do you know where we are right now? Do you know who opened this shop? Causing trouble in the Fire Temple's territory, do you not want to live anymore? The soldiers didn't know who the shop belonged to, they were just ordinary members of the mech army. Now that they heard what Zhao Hai said, they were afraid. The leader's face turned ashen. He quickly said, Mister, please forgive us. We really don't know who opened this shop. We are willing to compensate you. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Mister, we really don't know who opened this shop. Zhao Hai looked at these people and knew that they didn't do it on purpose. If they really knew that this shop was opened by the Fire Temple, then they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, it's good that you know. Then we won't interfere in this matter. You can explain to the shop. As for how you want to solve this, it's up to you. The leader quickly replied, yes, we've disturbed Mr. Please forgive us. Zhao Hai waved his hand, then he turned around and followed Xianxia and the others upstairs. After the group sat down, Xianxia smiled and said, Little Hai, you're really good. Those mecha soldiers are usually very arrogant, but this time, after hearing what you said, they became as obedient as their grandsons. Ha ha ha, you're right. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, they're not afraid of me, they're afraid of our reputation. We're now seated contestants of the machine field. The machine field needs us. At this time, a company commander with less than 100 soldiers wouldn't dare to offend us. I'm just scaring them. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, they're not afraid of me. Sun Fei knit his brows and said, Brother Hai, this matter has been difficult for you. But since you've offended them, I'm afraid it'll be troublesome. After all, mech troops have a high status. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, it's true that they're mech troops. But they're from the mech army. I'm from the Ashley family. They can't control me. Dongfang Yu replied, these mecha soldiers aren't anything to be afraid of. But Little Hai, you've made them lose face today. If those fellows go back and spread rumors, then I'm afraid the mecha army will come looking for you. This time, among the 20 seated contestants, 15 of them are from the dojo and the Magic Alliance. The remaining 5 are from the Mecha army. These 5 aren't weak. I'm afraid they will come looking for you during the competition. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, it's fine if they don't come looking for trouble. After all, we're all from the machine field. But if they do come looking for trouble, then I'll have to apologize. As long as they're from the Mech army, they won't be able to survive. Zhao Hai's murderous aura caused Dongfeng Yu and the others to stare. Then they felt their hair stand up. They were all people who had killed before, and each of them had killed a lot of people. Therefore, they were very sensitive to murderous aura. They could clearly feel the murderous aura in Zhao Hai's words. The murderous aura in Zhao Hai's words was something they had never seen before. To be honest, Sun Fei and Dongfeng Yu had some doubts about Zhao Hai's strength. This was because Zhao Hai didn't have any aura when he interacted with people. If it weren't for the fact that he wore a magic robe and fought with people, nobody would believe that he was a mage. Additionally, Zhao Hai spent most of his time in the machine field. In their opinion, even if Zhao Hai was a mage, he should be a mage who only knows how to cultivate. He shouldn't have much combat experience. But as soon as Zhao Hai said those words, Dongfeng Yu and Sun Fei knew that they were wrong. Zhao Hai didn't kill people. He had killed a lot of people and was used to hiding his murderous aura. Such an enemy was the most terrifying. Xianxia wasn't too surprised. Although he hadn't seen Zhao Hai fight, his combat experience was a lot better than Sun Fei and Dongfeng Yu. He could clearly feel how dangerous Zhao Hai was. Just as Zhao Hai's words were spoken, a shout was suddenly heard from outside, "Who is Zhao Hai? Come out." Zhao Hai stared, then he turned his head to Xianxia and the others. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Interesting, they came looking for me. Let's go out and take a look." Then Zhao Hai stood up and walked out. Going down the stairs, Zhao found a man standing in the hall on the first floor. The man was very tall and burly, but he was wearing a magic robe. He looked like he was in his 40s, with a thick beard and a fierce face. Now he was standing in the hall on the first floor, yelling. Zhao Hai looked at the person and said, "I am Zhao Hai. May I know who is looking for me?" The tall mage looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You are Zhao Hai? Kid, you are very arrogant. You don't even put the Mecha army in your eyes?" Zhao Hai looked at the mage and said, "I don't put the Mecha army in my eyes." "You still haven't said who you are. Do you have the qualifications to yell at me?" As soon as the person heard Zhao Hai, a murderous look flashed on his face. Then he coldly snorted and said, "Kid, listen carefully. I am the captain of the 3rd Squad of the Spear Battalion of the 5th Corps. Kid, tell me if I have the qualifications to yell at you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "So it is Captain Tao. I don't know why you think you have the qualifications to yell at me. Am I a member of the Mecha army? Am I Captain Tao's subordinate? If I am not, then what qualifications do you have to yell at me?" When Tao Ke heard Zhao Hai's words, his face turned green with anger. He thought that Zhao Hai would be afraid of him if he revealed his identity. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to say such words. This made Tao Ke very angry. Zhao Hai looked at Tao Ke and sneered, "Captain Tao, you said that I don't put the Mecha army in my eyes? I don't know who said that. Your Mecha army people were eating in a restaurant, but you hit a waitress. Good, your Mecha army is really good. You are even worse than the interstellar pirates. You are bullying people. What? You don't allow me to say a few words of justice? If I say a few words of justice, does that mean I don't put the Mecha army in my eyes? Also, Captain Tao, I don't know if those people told you about the background of this restaurant. I admire your loyalty for standing up for the Mecha army, but don't be used by others. You have to know that there are some things that a small captain like you can't shoulder." Tao Ke looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, "So what if they said it? Isn't this a property of the Fire God Temple? What's so great about it? Is my Mecha army afraid of the Fire God Temple?" When Zhao Hai heard Tao Ke's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. When Tao Ke saw that Zhao Hai was stunned, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "What? Do you think that by raising the Fire God Temple's flag, my Mecha army will be afraid? Let me tell you, Zhao Hai isn't from the Fire God Temple. Even if you are from the Fire God Temple, I am not afraid." "Are you really not afraid?" A calm voice sounded. Zhao Hai followed the voice and looked over. A few people wearing fiery red magic robes walked in from outside. The person in front was an old magician who looked to be in his 70s or 80s. His hair was already white, but this old man had a pair of eagle-like eyes that were very sharp. The old man walked in front of Tao Ke and looked at him. He sneered and said, "A small outer court captain dares to come to our fire god temple's territory and behave atrociously? Who gave you the guts? You talk about the Mecha army and the Mecha army? What? You are the commander-in-chief of the Mecha army? You alone can represent the Mecha army? You aren't afraid of my fire god temple, but my fire god temple is afraid of you?" Tao Ke was dumbfounded. He looked at the old magician with cold sweat running down his back. This was because he knew this old man. He was a bishop of the fire temple. His name was Flame Falcon Ma Fenglei. This bishop wasn't a kind person. Everyone who offended him was killed. Moreover, he wasn't afraid of anyone. It was said that he had cursed in front of the commander-in-chief of the Mecha army. He was a person who would give anyone a headache. How could a small captain like Tao Ke offend such a person? Tao Ke felt his throat dry up, cold sweat dripping down, and his vision darkening. He never thought that such a small matter as causing trouble in the shop of the fire god shrine would actually provoke this master. It seemed like there was no way for today's matter to be settled peacefully. "I'm sorry, everyone. There's a power outage today." After Ma Fenglei finished talking to Tao Ke, he didn't wait for Tao Ke's reply before he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, you're very good. I, Ma Fenglei, must thank you for today." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Bishop Ma is too polite. Sun Fei and I can be considered friends, and Sun Fei is also a member of the Fire Temple. Therefore, I hope that Bishop Ma doesn't think that we're meddling in other people's business." Ma Fenglei laughed and said, "Zhao Hai, Zhao Hai, you're really interesting. How could I blame you?" Because of the turmoil in the machine field, some people thought that the Magic Alliance was weak and that any random cat or dog could run over our head. What's even more ridiculous is that an ant actually thinks that he represents the Mecha army. Ha ha ha, not to mention that he can't represent the Mecha army. Even if he could, this is the Fire Temple's domain, the Magic Alliance's domain. If he wants to cause trouble here, then he'll have to ask for my permission first. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't speak. At this time, Tao Ke was about to faint. If someone else said this, then he might not believe it. But since Ma Fenglei said it, he had no choice but to believe it. This was because Ma Fenglei had another nickname, Madman Ma. There was nothing that he didn't dare to do. Seeing that Zhao Hai didn't speak, Ma Fenglei turned his gaze to Tao Ke. He sneered and said, "What is this? Is this a test for us? Alright, how about Captain Tao? Let me borrow your head for a moment." After he said that, Ma Fenglei waved his hand. Someone immediately came over and took Tao Ke away. Tao Ke was already paralyzed on the ground, he didn't even dare to resist. After taking Tao Ke away, Ma Fenglei continued to order, "Find out the identities of those people who came here to cause trouble today, and then write a letter to the Mecha army. Tell them to discipline their subordinates properly. If they can't discipline them, I, Ma Fenglei, will do it for them." One of his subordinates immediately responded and turned to carry out the order. After dealing with these matters, Ma Fenglei turned to Zhao Hai and smiled, "Zhao Hai, you're very good. However, this matter will bring you a lot of trouble. How do you plan to deal with it?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Deal with it? Just like Bishop Ma, in the qualifiers this time, as long as I meet someone from the outer sect of the Mecha army, don't leave a single one alive." When Zhao Hai said this, he was smiling. Even his eyes didn't contain any killing intent. His tone was very natural and calm. It was as if he was talking about how many buns he ate today. When Ma Fenglei heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but shrink. Then he laughed and said, "Good, good. Zhao Hai, what do you think? Are you interested in joining the Fire Temple? I'll give you the position of an outer sect camp commander." Upon hearing Ma Fenglei, Xianxia, and the others couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. There was no one in the machine field who could become an outer sect camp commander. Ma Fenglei actually appreciated Zhao Hai and offered him the position of camp commander. This was a huge matter. Zhao Hai looked at Ma Fenglei, then he smiled faintly and said, "Bishop Ma, you must be joking. You should know about my relationship with Margaret. How can I join the fire temple? Ma Fenglei looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled faintly and said, there's nothing wrong with that. Isn't it just women? As long as you agree to join the fire temple, I can find you as many women as you want. Zhao Hai looked at Ma Fenglei, then he laughed and said, Bishop Ma, do you think that I, Zhao Hai, have never seen a woman before? If you really think so, then you're looking down on this Zhao Hai too much. As soon as Zhao Hai said this, Xianxia and the others couldn't help but sweat for Zhao Hai. Ma Fenglei's temper was very famous in the machine field. Zhao Hai was the first person who dared to speak to Ma Fenglei like this. Ma Fenglei looked at Zhao Hai, then he laughed and said, good, good. Zhao Hai, I didn't misjudge you. You're very good. Then he flipped his hand and took out something and threw it to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai caught it and saw that it was a small badge. Zhao Hai looked at Ma Fenglei in confusion. Ma Fenglei smiled faintly and said, this is the badge of a guest elder of the fire temple. We have a lot of guest elders. Since you haven't joined the fire temple yet, you can accept it. Hearing Ma Fenglei, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly and said, all right, then I won't be polite. Zhao Hai thanks Bishop Ma. Ma Fenglei laughed, then he waved his hand and turned around to leave. After Ma Fenglei left, Zhao Hai turned his head to Xianxia and the others. Then he smiled faintly and said, today's meal wasn't peaceful. But I don't think anyone will bother us in the future. Let's go, we won't go home until we're drunk. Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai, then he laughed and said, Zhao Hai, I really admire you. You should know that there aren't many people in the machine field who dare to talk to Ma Fenglei like that. And among the people who ascended from the lower realms, you're the only one. Your courage isn't small. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't speak. He believed that Ma Fenglei wouldn't do anything to him. The fire temple was currently at its weakest. If Ma Fenglei dared to deal with him, then he wouldn't be worthy of being the fire temple's bishop. The reason why Ma Fenglei dared to challenge the Mecha army was because the fire temple wasn't the only one behind him. There was also the Magic Alliance behind him. In the turmoil of the machine field, the Earth God of the Fire Temple suffered the heaviest losses. It can be said that his strength was greatly damaged. But these two temples were also important members of the Magic Alliance. It can be said that the loss of strength of these two temples also indirectly affected the Magic Alliance. Because of this, the Magic Alliance was unprecedentedly united. Whether it was the dojo or the Mecha army, as long as they dared to provoke the Magic Alliance, they would surely retaliate. Because of this, even if Ma Fenglei dared to offend the Mecha army, he wouldn't offend Zhao Hai. This was because of Zhao Hai's identity. Zhao Hai's position in the Ashley family was very special. Ma Fenglei had already received news that Zhao Hai was the Ashley family's hope for the Six Realms tournament. The Ashley family had already withdrawn all other participants, only allowing Zhao Hai to participate. In this case, if anyone dared to touch Zhao Hai, then the Ashley family would certainly go all out against them. To be honest, even if the Fire Temple lost a lot of strength, they still wouldn't be afraid of the Ashley family. However, the Ashley family was an important part of the Dark Temple. If the Fire Temple were to go to war with the Ashley family, then it would be tantamount to going against the Dark Temple. The Fire Temple wouldn't do such a thing. Because of this, Zhao Hai was certain that Ma Fenglei wouldn't do anything to him. Moreover, Ma Fenglei didn't seem to be that kind of person. After the group went upstairs and sat down, the waiter immediately brought them new meat and wine. Moreover, the quality of the meat and wine was the best. It was clear that what Zhao Hai did just now made the waiter very grateful. After the waiter left, Dongfang Yu looked at Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, are you really going to destroy the Mecha army in the Six Realms tournament? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I'm planning to do that, but it still depends on the situation. After all, I'm not representing myself, but the Ashley family. I'm not afraid of the Mecha army, but I don't want to cause trouble for the Ashley family. However, if the Mecha army doesn't want face, then I won't be polite. Dongfang Yu looked at Zhao Hai, then he suddenly laughed and said, good, little Hai, good job. Ha ha ha. Come, let's do it. Remember, if those people from the Mecha army don't want face, just inform me. If I meet them, then I'll kill them. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Dongfang Yu and said, good. Xiongli laughed and said, how can you leave me out of this? Count me in. Count me in. Sun Fei also raised his glass. The group laughed and clinked their glasses, then they drank it all in one gulp. The group was very happy with this meal. They also drank a lot of wine. When they went out to pay the bill, the restaurant staff told them that the bill was free today. Zhao Hai wasn't polite, he thanked them and then went out with the three. As soon as they arrived outside, Zhao Hai's driver came over and bowed to Zhao Hai and said, Mister, the general manager asked me to pick you up. He said that he has something to discuss with you. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Xiongli and the others and said, Brother Xiong, Brother Dongfeng, Brother Sun, I'll be leaving first. If you have time, come and have a drink with me. Xiongli and the others also cupped their fists to Zhao Hai. Then Zhao Hai got on his car and left. Looking at Zhao Hai's car in the distance, Xiongli sighed and said, Zhao Hai really isn't an ordinary person. He can see things so clearly. I can't compare with him. Dongfeng Yu smiled bitterly and said, it's not just you, even those old foxes wouldn't be able to compare to little Hai. It's funny, I thought he was just a guy who only knew how to cultivate, but now it seems like his status in the lower realms isn't ordinary. Sun Fei nodded and said, yes, Brother Hai is very strong, but he won't easily kill people. But if you really become his enemy, I'm afraid that you won't have a good time. Fortunately, I came with you this time. Otherwise, I would have suffered a lot during the competition. As soon as Xiongli and Dongfeng Yu heard Sun Fei, they laughed. Of course, they knew that Sun Fei was right. If Sun Fei didn't come with them this time, then he would have suffered a lot when he encountered Zhao Hai. After all, the two of them were enemies. But the three of them didn't know when they started to think that they weren't Zhao Hai's opponents. They thought that Zhao Hai defeating them was a matter of course. This thought seemed to have unconsciously taken root in their hearts. The three chatted for a bit before they bid each other farewell and left. They needed to find a place to properly digest what happened today. Moreover, they also needed to inform their respective forces about this matter so that they could prepare in advance. After all, this matter involved a lot of people as well as a lot of forces. It would be impossible for them to not report this matter. Moreover, they believed that the reason why the Ashley family called Zhao Hai back was because of this matter. After Zhao Hai got on the car, he immediately took out a bottle of spatial water and drank it. Only then did he feel better. Before long, the car stopped in front of the office. Zhao Hai got off the car and went upstairs. Upon arriving, a robot immediately led Zhao Hai to Kajo's room. After arriving at Kajo's room, the robot knocked on the door twice and then said, General Manager, Mr. Zhao Hai has arrived. Kajo immediately said, come in. Then Zhao Hai pushed the door and went inside. When he went inside, he saw Kajo, Desparas, and Luke. Zhao Hai gave the three a salute. Kajo didn't mind, he immediately said, Zhao Hai, I just received a letter from Ma Fenglei. He seems to appreciate you very much. Why did you become a guest elder of the Fire God Temple? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and then told the three about what happened at Dylan's barbecue shop. Kajo and the others listened quietly. When Zhao Hai finished, Kajo nodded and said, so it's like this. Good, you did well. Although you offended the mech army, you still managed to get the Fire God Temple to join us. Moreover, you also brought the Wu clan and the Yen clan to our side. This is good for us. After all, we belong to the Magic Alliance. Moreover, the Magic Alliance has a good relationship with the dojo headquarters. However, their relationship with the mech army isn't that good. Desparas nodded and said, I think that today's matter isn't a coincidence. It's very likely that the mech army was testing us. Otherwise, who would dare to cause trouble on the planet? They should know that causing trouble on the planet wouldn't have a good ending. Luke nodded and said, Dylan's barbecue shop is very famous on the planet. Almost everyone knows that it belongs to the Fire God Temple. However, the mech army still dared to cause trouble there. This matter isn't simple. Kajo, I think we should report this matter to the Patriarch so that he can be prepared. Kajo nodded and said, we should report this matter to the Patriarch. At the same time, we should also contact the Fire God Temple, the Wu clan, and the Yen clan. It would be best if we contact the other temples as well. Luca nodded and said, it should be. But this time, the mecha army also has 5 people participating in the competition. When the time comes, they might make a move against Little Hai. Little Hai, you need to be mentally prepared. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and nodded. Kazhou looked at Zhao Hai and said, if the mech army doesn't go too far, then let them go. After all, we don't want to offend the mech army. If they dare to kill you, then you don't need to be polite. Just kill them. Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, General Manager can rest assured. I know what to do. Kazhou nodded and said, alright, you should go and rest. Although the mech army looks calm on the surface, there are undercurrents surging. You should be careful in the future. Zhao Hai nodded, then he bowed to the others before turning around and leaving. Seeing Zhao Hai leave, Kazhou smiled faintly and said, good. I didn't expect that the turmoil in the mech army would give our Ashley family an opportunity. If we can become allies with the Wu family, the Hua family, and the Fire God Temple, then it would definitely be a good thing for us. Desbara smiled and said, speaking of which, we have to thank Zhao Hai this time. If it weren't for him, then we wouldn't have been able to form a relationship with the Fire God Temple. That Ma Fenglei isn't a good person. This time, he actually made Zhao Hai a guest elder of the Fire God Temple. It seems like he really appreciates Zhao Hai. Kazhou smiled faintly and said, actually, Zhao Hai didn't say anything. Ma Fenglei tried to rope Zhao Hai in and offered him the position of camp lord. However, Zhao Hai didn't agree. Desbara smiled and said, Ma Fenglei doesn't know much about Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai isn't the kind of person who would do anything for money and status. Zhao Hai is very interested in relationships. Now that he has feelings for the Bone Symbol camp, as long as the family doesn't do anything to harm him, I believe that he wouldn't leave. Luke sighed and said, Zhao Hai is very strong. I'm afraid that our Ashley family's temple is too small to support such a great Buddha. Zhao Hai will leave sooner or later. Kazhou replied, if he leaves, then he leaves. As long as he still has the Ashley family in his heart, then he can lend a hand when the Ashley family is in trouble. That would be a profit for us. Desbaras nodded and said, right, I also think so. At this time, Zhao Hai had already returned to his room. As soon as he entered, Zhao Hai immediately returned to the space. Margaret and the others were also inside. Seeing Zhao Hai come in, Margaret and the others immediately went forward to greet him. This was especially true for Margaret. She looked at Zhao Hai with a worried expression. After some time, she said, Brother Hai, you took too many risks today. You should know that Ma Fenglei isn't someone to be trifled with. If he really wants to deal with you, then it would be very troublesome. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, don't worry, I know that he won't deal with me. Don't worry, let's go in. Laura and the others also knew that Zhao Hai was fine. But when they saw Zhao Hai talking to Ma Fenglei, they couldn't help but sweat for Zhao Hai. This was because Ma Fenglei's reputation in the machine field was too big. Laura and the others didn't know about Ma Fenglei's matter in the beginning. However, Margaret knew. When she saw Zhao Hai talking to Ma Fenglei, her expression changed. Then she immediately told Laura and the others about Ma Fenglei. This caused Laura and the others to become nervous. Fortunately, the matter was resolved in the end. Seeing this, the group felt relieved. After the group entered the room and sat down, Zhao Hai turned to Margaret and said, actually, I'm doing this for the Ashley family. I want to get more allies for the Ashley family. It's impossible for me to stay in the machine field for a long time. Perhaps I won't be leaving during the competition. Margaret, you'll have to come with me. Are you reluctant to part with me? Margaret nodded and said, actually, I'm doing this for the Ashley family. Margaret shook her head and said, I won't, don't worry. Actually, I don't have much affection for the Ashley family. But there's no other way. In the end, I'm still an Ashley family member. Brother Hai, I'll go with you. But if the Ashley family encounters trouble in the future, you must help them. Even if you don't help others, you must help the camp lord and the others. Zhao Hai smiled and said, don't worry, if something happens in the future, I'll certainly help them. You don't have to worry. A day passed by in a blink of an eye. The next day, Zhao Hai didn't go to the stage. He could just sit inside the space and watch the matches. There was no need for him to go to the stage. However, the matches in the past 2 days weren't very interesting. The level of the people present wasn't high enough. They couldn't pose any threat to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai thought that after the incident in Yellow Zen Planet, the matches wouldn't be too bloody. However, he didn't expect the matches to be more bloody than he imagined. The people who were eliminated only had light injuries. Some people were killed in the stage while others were disabled. In the end, both sides suffered heavy losses. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then his expression turned ugly. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but ask, "Brother Hai, what's wrong? Is there something wrong?" Zhao Hai replied, "It seems like the people of the machine field don't regard the Ascended as people. Have you thought about how many people would die in the qualifiers? Nearly 100,000 people died, and a lot of them were disabled. No wonder the mages and warriors of the machine field couldn't compete with the cultivators. One must know that the people who died were the elites of the great clans. If they were properly trained, they could become experts in the future. They might even be able to compete with the cultivators of the cultivation realm. But now, they died in the stage before they could grow. In this case, how could the warriors and mages become experts? How could they compete with the cultivators of the cultivation realm? It seems like the people of the machine field don't want the Ascended to become experts." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Laura and the others stared. Then their expressions changed. Margaret couldn't believe it and said, "Brother Hai, that's impossible, right?" Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "How is it impossible? What are the dominant forces in the machine field? It's battleships and mechas. If the mages and warriors of the machine field are allowed to develop, then the status of battleships and mechas would be affected. Have you thought about how many people's interests would be affected by those battleships and mechas? Those people wouldn't allow the mages and warriors to develop just for their own interests. Not to mention, the natives of the machine field have a natural discrimination against the Ascended. Naturally, they would suppress the mages and warriors. But this suppression can't be done openly. They need to cover it with a layer of clothing. And what better way to suppress the Ascended than through this tournament? Almost all of the geniuses who ascended in the past 5 years were caught in this competition. Even the remaining geniuses were suppressed by the cultivation realm. Most of the mages and warriors with potential were either killed or injured. Even if a few of them survived, they wouldn't be able to change the situation of the machine field. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right, the machine field situation is very different from the other realms." Laura and the others unconsciously nodded. They also thought that what Zhao Hai said was reasonable. If what Zhao Hai said was true, then it would be terrible. The machine field would be destroying their own Great Wall. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and said, "The cultivation realm's attitude towards the cultivation realm is different from the machine field's. This is because the great sects would absorb cultivators into their sect. As long as a cultivator becomes an expert, they would have the same status as other people. This is because the cultivation realm relies on strength. They wouldn't suppress ascenders for any reason. Because of this, the cultivation realm developed very quickly. On the other hand, although the mages and warriors of the machine field have magic formations, they still can't develop." Laura and the others listened attentively. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "You should have a certain understanding of formation magic. Formation magic is very powerful, especially when it reaches a high level. Once it reaches 10,000 layers, it would be strong enough to fight against a battleship. If this continues, then the mages and warriors of the machine field wouldn't be a match for the cultivators. Even if they aren't a match for the cultivators, they should still be able to fight evenly against the mages and warriors of the machine field. But now, the mages and warriors are being suppressed by the other party. They simply don't have the ability to fight back. Isn't this very strange?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't worry." Bang! Margaret slammed the table, she clenched her teeth and said, "Shameless, these shameless fellows. They actually did such a thing. They deserve to die." Zhao Hai looked at Margaret's expression and couldn't help but stare. He didn't expect Margaret's reaction to be this big. Zhao Hai looked at Margaret and said, "Margaret, why are you so agitated? Even an ascended person like me isn't as agitated as you." Margaret let out 2 long breaths as she calmed down. Then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, I can also be considered as a half-ascended person." My mother is also an Ascended. Moreover, I've been working in the Ascension Academy for many years. I've seen many Ascended people enter the machine field with great hope. But in the end, they ended up like this. What's most hateful is that there are people behind all of this. It's too hateful. Zhao Hai looked at Margaret and smiled faintly. Forget it, this isn't something that you can manage. If there's an opportunity in the future, I'll take care of this matter. But right now, I'm powerless. Margaret smiled faintly and said, all right, this isn't something that you can handle. Margaret smiled and said, I'm not telling you to take care of it right now. I'm just angry. The machine field has been suppressed by the cultivation realm all these years. This is because we're too low. We can't compete with the cultivation realm. But even though we have the ability to surpass them, we were still suppressed by them. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, forget it, it's useless to think about this right now. Let's prepare. The Six Realms Newcomer Competition is an opportunity for us to get in touch with the other realms. Margaret and the others nodded. Then Laura turned her head and said, Brother Hai, will we be recognized by Lu Wei this time? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, so what if he recognizes us? I'm not afraid of him. Don't worry, Lu Wei and the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor are no longer our opponents. Our only opponent is the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Compared to Lu Chuan and the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor, the Myriad Treasure Pavilion is the most dangerous. However, the Myriad Treasure Pavilion hasn't seen us yet. I believe that they won't be able to find us. Laura and the others nodded. They also agreed with Zhao Hai's words. Whether it was Lu Wei or the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor, they were no longer Zhao Hai's opponents. Their only opponent was the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Time passed day by day. Before long, the qualifiers were nearing their end. Of the more than 100,000 contestants, only 1,000 were left. At this time, the 20-seeded contestants also needed to participate in the tournament. Of the 20-seeded contestants, 19 of them were considered to have no problems, except for one person, Zhao Hai. People doubted Zhao Hai's strength. The key point was that no one had seen Zhao Hai in action. Although Xiongli and Sun Fei held Zhao Hai in high esteem, Zhao Hai was also known to have drank with Xiongli, Dongfangyu, and Sun Fei. Because of this, people thought that Xiongli and Sun Fei were doing this to help a friend. Originally, after Xiongli's announcement, these voices became very quiet. But for some unknown reason, these voices became louder. Zhao Hai naturally knew what was going on. He was afraid that this was the Mecha Army's doing. The Mecha Army must have suffered a big loss in Ma Fenglei's hands. They didn't dare to make a move against Ma Fenglei or the Fire God's Temple. However, they wanted to make a move against Zhao Hai. In the eyes of the Mecha Army, Zhao Hai was just an outer disciple of the Ashley family. Even if he was the same as the young miss of the Ashley family, even if he was a core disciple of the Ashley family, what could the Ashley family do if one of them was killed by the Mecha Army? Questioning his qualifications this time was just the beginning. It seemed like the Mecha Army wasn't going to let this go. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sneer. Good, Mecha Army, let's play then. The top 1000's matches were still decided by drawing lots. The Machine Formation planet had already prepared 10 arenas, and the matches would start at the same time. They had no other choice. The date of the Six Realms Newcomer Competition was getting closer and closer, and they didn't have time to delay. Among the 20 people who drew lots for the first time, Zhao Hai and Xiongli weren't there. Sun Fei and Dongfangyu were drawn, but they didn't go and watch their matches. Their opponents weren't strong, so it didn't matter whether they went or not. Zhao and Xiongli sat in the seats arranged for them and chatted. From time to time, the people around them would look at the two of them. Of course, most of the people's eyes fell on Zhao, and their eyes were filled with suspicion. Xiongli looked at those people and said, these bastards, they actually dared to doubt your strength. Little Hai, if you meet someone this time, don't be polite. Just kill them. Zhao Hai faintly smiled and said, what's the hurry? I've already prepared a list. As long as I meet someone on the list, I guarantee that I won't let them go. Xiongli stared and said, list? What is it? Zhao Hai faintly smiled and said, you'll know when the time comes. Good, Big Brother Dongfang is really fast. While Zhao Hai and Xiongli were talking, Dongfeng Yu had already returned. As soon as Zhao Hai saw Dongfeng Yu, he loudly said, "Big brother Dongfeng, aren't you too fast? Did you throw in the towel?" Dongfeng Yu laughed and scolded, "Get lost. You stinking brat, you can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth." When he saw that I was on stage, he gave me face and directly threw in the towel. Zhao Hai laughed and said, "You're really relaxed. Sit down, after today's competition, you have to treat us to a meal." Dongfeng Yu laughed and said, "You this guy, you even took advantage of me. Okay, I'll treat you. Let's wait for little Fei to come back and see how he's doing." "Oh, you're back. Little Fei, you're also pretty fast." Sun Fei faintly smiled and said, "It's okay. This time I was lucky to meet a third level. That's why I was so fast. That guy is really lucky. It's not easy for a third level to enter the top 1,000. At this time, the broadcast sounded, "Xiongli, please get ready. Stage 5. Zhao Hai turned his head and said, "Big brother Xiong, it's your turn." Xiongli laughed as he stood up and walked away. Dongfeng Yu turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, how long do you think Elder Xiong will take to come back?" When Zhao Hai and the others met, they exchanged their ages. Xiongli was the oldest, Dongfeng Yu was the second, Zhao Hai was the third, and Sun Fei was the fourth. Therefore, Dongfeng Yu called Xiongli Boss Xiong. Zhao Hai faintly smiled and said, "Don't worry, it won't be long. Boss Xiong has a fierce reputation. When he goes on stage, as long as you're not confident, you won't fight with him. You're afraid that he'll destroy you." Sun Fei nodded and said, "That's right. The few of us are fine, but the key is Big Brother Hai. These days, there are a lot of unfavorable rumors about you. I'm afraid that those who meet you will want to fight you to the death. You have to be careful." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I hope that there will be more people who want to challenge me. This time, I won't be polite. My undead army doesn't have a lot of people, so I'll have them join me." Sun Fei smiled faintly and said, "Big brother Hai, how many undead army do you have? When the day comes, let me take a look." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Forget it, it's better if you don't see it. Everyone who saw my undead army changed and became a member of my undead army. Do you still want to see it?" Sun Fei smiled bitterly and shook his head, "Forget it, I haven't lived long enough. Boss Xiong is back. Looking at his appearance, I'm afraid that his opponent has already admitted defeat." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "If he really fought with his opponent, then he would be in high spirits. But looking at his dejected appearance, it seems like he didn't win." Dongfeng Yu laughed and said, "What's wrong, Boss Xiong? What's with the sad face?" Xiongli stared at him and said, "Scram, you're the one who lost. As soon as I got on stage, that grandson admitted defeat. It's too boring. I thought that I would be able to fight, but in the end, it's still like this." When Zhao Hai and the others heard Xiongli, they couldn't help but laugh. At this time, they heard the broadcast, "Zhao Hai, please get ready. Stage 3. Zhao Hai stretched his body and said, "Good, it's finally my turn. I want to see who my opponent is. If my opponent is someone from the Mecha army, then it's my treat tonight." After he said that, Zhao Hai stood up and turned around to leave. After seeing Zhao Hai leave, Xiongli turned to Dongfeng Yu and said, "Dongfeng, what do you think Zhao Hai's words meant? Did the Mecha army offend him?" Dongfeng Yu's eyes flashed as he said, "Boss Xiong, don't you think that the recent rumors about Zhao Hai are a bit too sudden? After you made your statement, there weren't many people who doubted Zhao Hai's strength. But recently, the voices of doubt about Zhao Hai's strength are getting louder and louder. Isn't this strange?" When Xiongli and Sun Fei heard Dongfeng Yu, they both stared blankly. But then the two of them reacted. They looked at Dongfeng Yu and said, "You mean the Mecha army?" Dongfeng Yu nodded and said, "Right, the Mecha army. Last time, Zhao Hai offended the Mecha army. I heard that recently, Ma Fenglei dealt with the Mecha army quite a bit. The Mecha army doesn't dare to touch Ma Fenglei, so they can only vent their anger on Zhao Hai. Therefore, they came up with such a rumor. I think this is just their first step, they must have a backup plan." Xiong Li's expression changed as he said, "Isn't that troublesome? What if they deal with Zhao Hai openly?" Dongfeng Yu shook his head and said, "Don't worry, they wouldn't dare. At this time, if they dare to deal with Zhao Hai outside the stage, then the machine field situation would get out of hand. Therefore, they can only deal with Zhao Hai inside the stage. But it's clear that the mecha army underestimated Zhao Hai's strength. Ha ha ha, even if they ask Streep, it's impossible. Xiong Li's expression relaxed, but he still coldly snorted and said, those bastards from the mecha army, they really dared to make a move. Alright, since they're making a move, then we'll make a move as well. Later on, as long as we meet people from the mecha army in the stage, we'll eliminate them. Dongfeng Yu smiled bitterly and said, I'm just afraid that they won't give us such a chance. In my opinion, other than those 5-seated mecha operators, if the other mecha operators met us, I'm afraid that they would immediately admit defeat. Xiong Li's expression turned even uglier, he coldly snorted and said, we'll meet them sooner or later. As long as the 6 Realms newcomer competition is over, then I'll deal with them. Dongfeng Yu smiled bitterly and said, let's think about how to survive the 6 Realms newcomer competition. I heard that the other 5 realms have also produced a lot of geniuses. Compared to the other 5 realms, we don't have any advantage. In this case, it will be very difficult for us to survive. Xiong Li coldly snorted and said, damn, we'll just go all out. What's so great about that? This father has killed a lot of people. If I die, then I die. At this time, someone shouted, Zhao Hai is going to fight. Everyone, let's go and see. Then a large group of people ran towards the 3rd stage. Seeing this, Xiong Li couldn't help but stare. Then the 3 people shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Xiong Li muttered, which idiot spread the rumor? Treating a tiger as a mouse. Alright, we'll have a good show to watch. Let's go and see who Zhao Hai is going to meet. If it's really someone from the mecha army, then Dongfeng, you can save a meal today. Dongfeng Yu laughed and said, alright. Although I don't want to save money, I still hope that Zhao Hai will treat me. Then the 3 laughed as they stood up and walked towards the 3rd stage. When they arrived at the 3rd stage, the 3 people couldn't help but stare. This was because there was a sea of people there. It was much more spectacular compared to when they fought. There were 2 people standing on the stage. One of them was Zhao Hai, and the other one was a warrior. The warrior was very tall, about 2 meters tall. His skin was ashen, and he had a big bald head. The weapon in his hand was also very special. In one hand was a huge tower shield, and in the other hand was a broadsword with a thick back. Seeing this, Xiong Li couldn't help but stare. Then he smiled bitterly and said, damn, it's really someone from the mecha army. Isn't this the mecha army's tower Boris? This guy is famous for being difficult to deal with. He almost became one of the 20-seated contestants. I heard that he was originally one of the 20-seated contestants. But because of Sun Fei and my proposal, it became Zhao Hai. I didn't expect them to meet in the 1st round. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Dongfeng Yu frowned and said, yes, it's too much of a coincidence. Do you think this was arranged by the mecha army? They want to let Zhao Hai and Boris meet in the 1st round so that everyone can see who is qualified to be a seated contestant. When Xiong Li and Sun Fei heard Dongfeng Yu's words, they couldn't help but be surprised. Xiong Li said in a deep voice, Dongfeng, what do you mean by that? Are you saying that we can be ghosts by drawing lots? Dongfeng Yu coldly snorted and said, it's not like you haven't seen how arrogant those guys from the mecha army are right now. They can control the results of the draw. What's there to be afraid of? However, we have to quickly react to this matter. If we let the mecha army continue like this, we will also be unlucky. If those bastards from the mecha army put us in the same group as Zhao Hai, what will we do? When Xiong Li and Sun Fei heard Dongfeng Yu's words, they couldn't help but be surprised. Then, their faces changed greatly. They knew too well how serious the consequences would be if what Sun Fei said happened. It was certain that if they were to meet Zhao Hai, they wouldn't have a chance to go back. Xiong Li immediately said, I'll go now. Dongfeng Yu pulled him back and said, what's the rush? In any case, there's only one match today. After the match, we'll have to wait until tomorrow. After Little Hai's match, we'll go back together. Xiong Li nodded and turned his head to look at the stage. Zhao Hai stood there and looked at Boris. He knew Boris. He was from the mecha army's outer gate camp. His nickname was Iron Tower. Firstly, it was because of his height. Secondly, it was because of the huge tower shield in his hand. Thirdly, it was because of the martial arts he practiced. The martial arts he practiced were very special. It was a kind of body training method. This kind of body training method was very powerful. When one practiced it to a certain level, their body would turn green. Blades and spears would be hard to penetrate. Their defense was very tough. Zhao Hai also knew that Boris originally had a chance to become a seeded contestant. Unfortunately, Zhao Hai went up and he was replaced. Zhao Hai looked at Boris and smiled faintly. Interesting. The first match is actually between the two of us. Ha ha ha, the Mecha Army's arrangement is really good. Iron Tower looked at Zhao Hai and coldly snorted, you can still laugh? Today, I will let you know who is qualified to be a seeded player. Zhao Hai looked at Tower's expression and smiled. Being a seeded player isn't necessarily any better. Forget it, there's no point in talking about this. Let's fight. Iron Tower coldly snorted and said, that's exactly what I wanted. After saying that, he raised the tower shield in front of him and roared as he charged towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then, with a wave of his hand, a 5-layered magic array appeared. Iron Tower hurriedly raised his tower shield to block the attack. However, the 5-layered magic array suddenly exploded. Then, a black fog filled the surroundings, enveloping the two of them. The people outside couldn't see what was happening inside. However, Iron Tower felt that something was strange. Although the surroundings were enveloped by the black fog, the center of the stage wasn't. He could still see things from there. The black fog was like a protective shield that covered the two of them. Iron Tower didn't know what Zhao Hai was doing. He looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai smiled and said, since you think that I don't have the qualifications to become a seeded player, then I will show you. After saying that, Zhao Hai moved his hand. A huge tower shield appeared in one hand while a huge sledgehammer appeared in the other. Tower stared blankly at Zhao Hai. Seeing Tower's appearance, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, come, let me see what you're capable of. Iron Tower recovered. He looked at Zhao Hai and sucked in a breath of cold air. You're a dual cultivator? Zhao Hai laughed and said, right, you're right. I'm a dual cultivator. Ha ha ha. Come on. Then he rushed towards Iron Tower. At this time Iron Tower also recovered. He shouted and rushed towards Zhao Hai. The two of them held their tower shields in front of them. They looked like tanks as they rushed towards each other. Boom. With a loud bang, the two of them fiercely collided together. The entire ring shook violently because of their collision. This time, Zhao Hai and Iron Tower both had to bear the huge recoil. However, when Zhao Hai felt the recoil, his body rippled like water. The green steel stone under his feet cracked, but he didn't retreat. On the other hand, Iron Tower didn't have Zhao Hai's ability. He was forced back a few steps by the recoil. Every step he took left a footprint on the green steel stone. Iron Tower took 8 steps back before he could stabilize himself. As soon as he stabilized himself, Zhao Hai rushed over with his tower shield like a giant elephant. When Iron Tower saw this, he knew that if he was hit again, then he would be finished. He shouted as he raised his tower shield and heavily inserted it into the ground. Iron Tower's tower shield was specially made. There was a sharp point at the bottom of the tower shield. Moreover, this point was very sharp. With his great strength, 1/3 of the tower shield was inserted into the green steel stone. Iron Tower wanted to use this method to alleviate Zhao Hai's impact. However, Iron Tower still underestimated Zhao Hai's impact. When Zhao Hai collided with him, he didn't use his full strength. He only used about 40% of his strength. It must be said that Zhao Hai's current strength was very great. In the past, he didn't have this much strength. Even with the support of battle chi, it was impossible to have this much strength. But don't forget that Zhao Hai had undergone the stellar body forging art. Whether it was strength or reaction, his body was much stronger than before. Zhao Hai also saw Iron Tower's move, but he didn't care. This time, he used 80% of his strength. With a soft bang, Iron Tower's body was sent flying by Zhao Hai. His tower shield was also broken. It was broken from the bottom 1/3. the fracture was very neat. It could be seen that Zhao Hai's impact was very strong. When Iron Tower was sent flying and couldn't stabilize his body, Zhao Hai rushed a few steps and jumped up. The sledgehammer in his hand was like Mount Tai, smashing straight at Iron Tower. Iron Tower was worthy of being a warrior who had experienced hundreds of battles. At this time, he still didn't panic. His left hand holding the shield had completely lost feeling and couldn't move. However, he still raised the huge ghost head blade in his right hand and welcomed Zhao Hai's sledgehammer. Dang! Iron Tower's body was like an iron ball thrown from an airplane. He fell down to the ring. The ghost head blade in his hand was also smashed out of shape by Zhao Hai. Bang! Iron Tower fell heavily on the ring. At the same time, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Although Iron Tower's body refining skills were very good, he was still immortal. Not only did he fall, but he also fell with the force of Zhao Hai's sledgehammer. Naturally, it wasn't easy for him. His internal organs were shaken. At this time, Zhao Hai also landed on the ground. Then, he quickly rushed toward Iron Tower. Iron Tower knew that Zhao Hai wanted to kill him. He didn't shout to surrender. He knew very well that even if he did, it would be useless. The Mecha Army's intelligence department didn't collect information about Zhao Hai's dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. This showed how good Zhao Hai's confidentiality was. Now that Zhao Hai let him know his secret, he would definitely kill him. If he didn't kill him, Zhao Hai's secret would be exposed. Therefore, he must die today. No one wanted to die. Iron Tower was the same. He rolled on the ground and used the force of the roll to stand up. However, because he stood up too quickly, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at Iron Tower. He smiled and said, "Iron Tower, do you think I'm qualified to be a seated contestant?" Iron Tower snorted and didn't say anything. When he saw that Zhao Hai was a dual cultivator, he knew that he couldn't beat Zhao Hai. Not only was Zhao Hai qualified to be a seated contestant, but in terms of strength, he was probably the strongest contestant in this world. Zhao Hai looked at Tower and smiled faintly. "I've said it before. If the Mecha Army wants to deal with me, then as long as I meet them, I won't let a single one of them go. Now, it's time to fulfill my words." After saying that, his body moved like a cheetah, and the tower shield and sledgehammer in his hand disappeared at the same time. In his hand, a large glaive that was like a door plank appeared. Iron Tower's eyes narrowed. He didn't see how Zhao Hai changed his weapon. He also didn't know what kind of weapon Zhao Hai was using. However, he was very clear that Zhao Hai's weapon was definitely not ordinary. Just by looking at the weapon, he knew that it was very suitable for slashing. Thinking of this, Tower Tai quickly raised his tower shield. Although he only had 2/3 of his tower shield left, it was still a lot bigger than an ordinary tower shield. Although he had just regained feeling in his hands, it wasn't a problem for him to raise the tower shield. Just as he raised the tower shield, Zhao Hai's glaive arrived. With a clang, Zhao Hai fell to the ground. He stood there with the glaive in his hand. Iron Tower was still standing in front of him with the tower shield in his hand. After a while, half of the tower shield fell to the ground with half of Iron Tower's arm attached to it. Then Iron Tower's body tilted and fell to the ground. At this time, a red line appeared on his body. From his left shoulder to his right abdomen, a huge wound appeared on his body. Zhao Hai's glaive actually cut his body in half. Zhao Hai looked at Iron Tower and then stomped his foot. The half of the tower shield that Iron Tower inserted into the stage flew out. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and stored Iron Tower's Boris and his weapon inside the space. Then he turned Boris into an undead and repaired the tower shield and glaive. After dealing with these matters, Zhao Hai removed the dark mist. When the dark mist disappeared, Zhao Hai saw the angry crowd outside. However, he didn't care about it. Instead, he turned his head to look at the referee who was standing below the stage. The referee also stared blankly at Zhao Hai. At the same time, his eyes swept back and forth on the stage. It was clear that he was looking for Iron Tower. Zhao Hai saw that the referee had yet to announce, so he couldn't help but say, "Referee, can you announce it now?" The referee stared for a moment before he said, "Zhao Hai, where's your opponent? Why didn't your opponent appear? If he's not here, then I can't rebel." Zhao Hai looked at the referee with a smile that wasn't a smile. The referee felt uncomfortable under Zhao Hai's gaze. He had received benefits from the Mecha army and wanted to help Iron Tower during the competition. However, Zhao Hai had covered the stage, so he couldn't help. Therefore, he wanted to make things difficult for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the referee. He knew that the referee was making things difficult for him. This was because in a competition like this, there were many experts who could beat their opponents to a pulp. Could it be that the referee had to let their opponents come out in order to determine the winner? If it was someone else who was being made difficult by the referee, the audience would have already complained. But because the person on the stage was Zhao Hai, no one made a sound. This was because they all wanted to know what Zhao Hai did to Iron Tower. Zhao Hai looked at the referee and smiled. Bully disappeared. That should be his problem, right? He disappeared and I'm on the stage. According to the rules of the competition, I should be the winner, right? Why didn't the referee make a decision? The referee was speechless by Zhao Hai's question. According to the rules of the competition, the last person standing on the stage was the winner. Even if Iron Tower wasn't killed by Zhao Hai, he was still considered to have lost if he wasn't on the stage. The referee was a little angry. He looked at Zhao Hai and coldly said, I'm the referee. What I say counts. Zhao Hai looked at the referee and suddenly laughed. That's right. You're the referee. What you say counts. But don't forget that you're also under the control of the organizing committee. Did you forget what happened to those people in the organizing committee? Do you really have the final say? When the referee heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then his expression changed. Before, he did want to make things difficult for Zhao Hai. But now that Zhao Hai said this, he didn't know what to say. Yes, just like what Zhao Hai said, he was a referee. But he was under the control of the organizing committee. Those people in the organizing committee were all removed because they were suppressing the participants. It was said that those people were now dead, killed by the revenge of those small families. And he was just a small referee. If he dared to cause trouble at this time, he would be dead for sure. When he thought of this, the referee couldn't help but feel guilty. He hated himself for accepting money from the Mecha army. Now, trouble was coming. The referee was in a difficult position. It should be known that among all the stages, Zhao Hai's stage was the most watched. It was because the rumors about Zhao Hai had aroused everyone's curiosity. They all wanted to see how strong Zhao Hai was. Because of this, the referee didn't dare to say anything. If he made it too obvious that he was making things difficult for Zhao Hai, then his position as a referee would end. At this time, a voice was suddenly heard from the crowd. Zhao Hai, you don't need to talk nonsense. I think you used some method to deceive Iron Tower. What qualifications do you have to be a seated participant? Only Iron Tower is qualified. As soon as the person's voice fell, several people in the crowd echoed it. For a while, they suspected Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked towards the direction of the voice. Then Laura and the others immediately gave him an answer. Most of the people who spoke were from the Mecha army. Because of this, the surrounding people who didn't know what was going on also joined in, causing the situation to turn out like this. Zhao Hai wasn't surprised. He looked at the crowd and smiled faintly. Do you really want to see Iron Tower, Boris? There was another uproar, but Zhao Hai didn't care. He just smiled faintly and said, all right, then I'll let you see Iron Tower, Boris. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai. They wanted to see what Zhao Hai would do. Would he take out a handful of ashes, or would he pick up a stone? They already knew that Zhao Hai had already turned Boris into ashes. Zhao Hai didn't care. He just smiled faintly and waved his hand. A person appeared beside him. This person had blue skin. He held a tower shield and a ghost head blade. He stood motionless beside Zhao Hai. This time everyone was stunned. They really didn't think that Boris would actually appear, and from the looks of it, he appeared in one piece. Even the referee didn't know what to do. The referee looked at Iron Tower Boris and said, Boris, where did you go? Did you really admit defeat? Boli didn't make a sound. He still stood there motionless. Zhao Hai suddenly laughed. The people in the audience couldn't understand what he was laughing at. Zhao Hai looked at the referee and said, "Mr. Referee, you should really train your eyesight. With your level, how can you be a referee? If you make a mistake, it would be disastrous." When the referee heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Iron Tower Boris with a puzzled expression. When he looked at Iron Tower Boris, he quickly discovered the problem: Boris wasn't breathing. At this time, even if the referee was an idiot, he also knew what was going on. At the same time, he was also shocked by Zhao Hai's ruthlessness. He actually killed Iron Tower and turned him into an undead. He was really ruthless. Zhao Hai looked at the referee and smiled. Then he said, "Mr. Referee, shouldn't you announce the result now?" When the referee saw Zhao Hai's smile, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He now knew that Zhao Hai was a ruthless person. It wasn't wise to make an enemy out of such a person. Moreover, now that Boris was dead, he couldn't help but declare Zhao Hai the winner. Therefore, he immediately let out a long breath and said, "Zhao Hai wins." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and then walked down the stage. Although the stage was designed with stairs for people to step down, most people wouldn't walk down. Most of them would either jump or fly up the stage. Now that Zhao Hai walked down the stairs, it immediately caused the audience to laugh. Zhao Hai didn't care at all. He continued to walk down the stage step by step. He also didn't take back Iron Tower. Iron Tower was still following behind Zhao Hai, slowly walking down the stage. At this time, the people in the audience couldn't take it anymore. They were still quite a distance away from Zhao Hai, so they couldn't see Iron Tower's appearance. Therefore, the people in the audience immediately shouted, "What's there to judge? He won, Iron Tower is still on the stage." The referee wasn't an idiot, he naturally knew who these people were. However, he didn't want to offend Zhao Hai right now. At the same time, he also thought that the people from the Hidden Weapon Army were idiots. "What's the point of making such a fuss?" The referee coldly looked at the people below and said, "Are you all blind? Can't you see that Iron Tower has turned into an undead? What are you all shouting about? Are you the referee or am I the referee?" When these people heard the referee, they couldn't help but stare. Then they turned their heads to look at Iron Tower behind Zhao Hai. Sure enough, Iron Tower wasn't breathing. This time, no one spoke. Everyone stared blankly at Iron Tower, then at Zhao Hai. The stage became quiet. There were even some people who were close to Zhao Hai. When they saw Zhao Hai coming down, they subconsciously moved back. Zhao Hai looked at these people and then suddenly laughed. Then he strode away. The people who looked at Zhao Hai's back were shocked. This was especially true for the people from the Hidden Weapon Army. They felt that Zhao Hai's gaze had paused on them. This made them even more frightened. One by one, they immediately ran away. Zhao Hai quickly met up with Xianxia and the others. When Xianxia saw Zhao Hai, he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and laughed, "Good job, little Zhao Hai. Good job. Let's go and have a drink." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, let's go and have a drink." The group laughed and walked together. Along the way, they attracted a lot of attention. However, Zhao Hai didn't care at all. When they got on the air car, Zhao Hai put away Iron Tower and followed the group to the restaurant. This time, they didn't go to Dellen's place. Instead, they went to another restaurant. After everyone ordered and sat down, Sunfei opened his mouth and said, "Big brother Hai, second brother Dongfeng said that there might be someone manipulating the lot you drew. He wants to report this to the higher-ups so that the people from the Hidden Weapon Army won't do anything bad and arrange us together. What do you think?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's definitely the case. It's not good to be too stiff with the Mecha Army now. Tower is a witness. I think he will definitely know what's going on. When the time comes, he will come out to command the Mecha Army and put them in a difficult position. However, it's not the right time to do that, so let's do as second brother Dongfeng said. Let the family officially protest to the higher-ups. I want to see how this will end. I want to see what the outcome is." Xiong Li's expression turned ugly as he said, "Humph. This time, they better not let me meet the Hidden Weapon Army. As long as I meet them, I'll kill them." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, we can't interfere with the struggles of the higher-ups. Let's drink, there's still the competition tomorrow." At this time, the dishes and wine were delivered. When Zhao Hai returned to the office, Kazhou and the others had already formally protested to the higher-ups. However, Kazhou didn't mention anything about the lot drawing. Instead, he said that Zhao Hai was unfairly judged. Just this alone was enough to make the hidden weapon army behave. This time, the Ashley family wasn't the only one who protested. The Wu family, the Yan family, and even the fire god shrine protested. They didn't protest about the referee, but about the drawing of lots. This time, the three families raised such a protest, which caused a chain reaction. No power wanted to compete in a competition that was rigged by others, so another round of inspection began. The hidden weapon army suddenly discovered that they had made a wrong move. The machine field was currently in a sensitive period. If they dared to do so, then they would be looking for trouble. They immediately made some measures to make up for it. However, the results weren't good. In the end, the investigation team found some clues that pointed towards the hidden weapon army. However, the three major forces knew that this matter shouldn't be publicized. If the smaller forces were to know about this, then the machine field would fall into turmoil. Because of this, the hidden weapon army paid a huge price in order to suppress this matter. However, this also made the hidden weapon army hate Zhao Hai. Then, the preparation team announced a new rule. In order to ensure the fighting strength of the participants of the Six Realms newcomer competition, the seeded contestants wouldn't be placed in the same group. This rule would remain in place until the top 100 contestants were determined. This rule caused a lot of uproar. However, it was suppressed by the three major forces. Zhao Hai and the others were finally relieved. Most people didn't know that this storm had been resolved. Other than a few unlucky referees, no one else had been affected. There was nothing that could be done about this. The machine field had just gone through a huge upheaval. They couldn't afford to be tossed around again. Because of this, whether it was the Mecha Army, the Magic Alliance, or the dojo's headquarters, nobody wanted the machine field to be in chaos. Because of this, everyone made some concessions. The Mecha Army took out some things as compensation. At the same time, the Magic Alliance and the dojo's headquarters didn't make a big deal out of this matter. The biggest loss this time was the Mecha Army. Besides keeping the 5 seeded contestants, they didn't get anything. They also lost a lot of things. At this point, the higher-ups of the Mecha Army couldn't help but gnash their teeth in hatred whenever they mentioned Zhao Hai. This was because their 2 failures were caused by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't care about these things. The Mecha Army didn't dare to make a move against him. Not only that, they also didn't dare to make a move against him. If the Mecha Army were to cause trouble, then the Magic Alliance and the dojo's headquarters wouldn't let them off. Whether it was the Magic Alliance or the dojo's headquarters, the Mecha Army wouldn't necessarily be afraid of them in a one-on-one fight. But if they offended both, then they would be in big trouble. They didn't dare to do that. Zhao Hai was aware of this matter. The entire machine field had been recorded in his space's map. If he wanted to monitor a place, then he could monitor it. Moreover, no equipment or formations could stop him. Because of this, he knew what those people decided to do. Zhao Hai wasn't disappointed. This was within his expectations. If the machine field didn't do this, then it would be strange. After all, these people weren't idiots. The upheaval in the machine field was too sudden. It was completely out of the cultivation realm's expectations. Before the cultivation realm could react, the upheaval had already ended. If they were to cause trouble, then the cultivation realm would certainly reach their hands out. When the time comes, everyone would suffer together. Therefore, the machine field used a relatively peaceful method to solve the problem. However, this did not affect Zhao Hai much. If he were to meet someone from the Mecha Army again, he would not be polite either. He would still kill them if they deserved it. The Mecha Army already hated him, so there was no need for him to curry favor with the Mecha Army. If he wanted to offend them, then he would offend them as much as he could. However, there was one thing that made Zhao Hai very disappointed. After the new rules were implemented, he would not be able to meet the 5-seeded Mecha Army members before the top 100 competition. This made him a little disappointed. However, on second thought, this was also a good thing. If he could really meet those seeded players before the top 100, he might be drawn against Dongfengyu or Xiongli. That would be even more troublesome. After 3 consecutive days of competition, the top 100 was finally decided. Without exception, all 20 seeded contestants had entered the top 100. Until now, no one doubted Zhao Hai's strength. After the top 100 had been decided, the ranking competition was next. The ranking competition was a ranking competition for the top 100. In this ranking competition, no injuries were allowed. If you caused other people to be injured, you would be removed from the top 100. Then, people outside the top 100 would be selected to enter the top 100. This rule was to protect the top 100 as much as possible. This way, the top 100 wouldn't suffer any injuries before fighting with newcomers from other realms. Zhao Hai didn't object to this rule. After all, he was now a member of the machine field. The top 100 could be said to be the elites of the machine field for the past 5 years. Any injury to one of them would be a loss to the machine field. However, Zhao Hai didn't oppose it. This didn't mean that he supported this approach. In fact, Zhao Hai looked down on this approach. In Zhao Hai's opinion, the people of the machine field wanted to be prostitutes, but they also wanted to build a monument to their chastity. If they were really afraid of losses, then the competition wouldn't have been so cruel. Compared to the top 100, the 100,000 contestants were more important. Even if 100,000 people were strong, it was impossible for them to change the strength of the machine field compared to the cultivation realm. However, if 100,000 people were to develop, then the machine field wouldn't be helpless against the cultivation realm. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't talk about this right now. Even if he did, nobody would listen. On the contrary, it would attract the attention of the entire machine field. This was because Zhao Hai discovered that the machine field's main weapons were mechas and battleships. The benefits involved in this were too great. This wasn't something that could be changed in a short period of time. Amidst the surging undercurrents, the top 100 rankings finally began. On this day, the arena was the most lively. This was because the top 100 rankings represented the highest level of newcomers in the machine field in the past 5 years. Another reason for this was the rankings. People seemed to be born with a trace of competitive nature, especially for this kind of ranking, which was something that people were passionate about. Therefore, the first top 100 ranking competition was a very lively competition, and the number of people watching was the most. Most importantly, the top 100 ranking competition could be broadcasted live. This was because the top 100 ranking competition wasn't too bloody. The top 100 contestants were seated not far from the stage. Zhao Hai, Xiongli, and the others were sitting there. Xiongli looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, are you interested in fighting Streep?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "What's there to be interested in? I'm not interested in fighting people from the cultivation realm. Fighting people like Streep isn't interesting." Xiongli looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Get lost. Aren't you implying that we're also involved in this? But you have extraordinary means. If we fight people from the cultivation realm in the future, you need to help us." Zhao Hai looked at Xiongli in confusion, then he said, "Boss Xiong, we're fighting people from the cultivation realm. How can I help you in this stage?" Xiongli looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You're really something. When you're smart, you're smarter than a monkey. When you're dumb, you're no better than a pig. Scram, talking to you will lower my IQ. However, the scale of the competition is much smaller. After all, each of the 6 realms can only send 100 people. The elimination round is generally held in a specific location. Everyone will have a number plate. If you have more, you'll become a seeded contestant. If you don't, you'll become an ordinary contestant. Only the 100 people with the most number plates will participate in the competition. The top 10 will be seeded contestants. The seeded contestants can skip the first 2 rounds and participate in the competition from the 3rd round onwards. The first 2 rounds will be an elimination round, and the 3rd round will be a point competition. Whoever has the most points will be the champion. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, then he turned to Dongfeng and said, "The 6 realms beginner competition schedule is similar to the machine field's qualifiers. First, there will be an elimination round, and then the main competition. However, the scale is much smaller. After all, each of the 6 realms can send 100 people. Jiao Hai nodded and said, will the people outside the top 100 be ranked? Dong Fengyu nodded and said, yes, from the first place to the 600th place, there will be a ranking. From the 500th to the 600th place, there will be some consolation prizes. For example, weapons, precious ores, precious herbs, and so on. From the 400th to the 500th place, there will be 10 of them. From the 300th to the 400th place, there will be 50 of them. From the 200th to the 300th place, there will be some small mines and so on. The main event will be the competition between the top 100. The first place will get the most, there might even be a few mineral stars. Of course, these rewards are only a part of it. It must be said that the biggest profit of the Six Realms tournament isn't these rewards, but the bets on the periphery. Jiao Hai stared for a moment and said, bets? Dong Fengyu nodded and said, right, there are bets on the periphery of the Six Realms newcomer competition. Some of these bets are for individuals to participate in. You can buy a contestant if you want to take first place. If the odds are different, then you'll earn more. There are also bets on the periphery of the Six Realms newcomer competition. If you win, then the Ashley family will make a lot of money. Actually, there are also bets on the periphery of the top 100 newcomer competition. Jiao Hai nodded and said, so it's like that. Interesting. It seems like the cultivation realm is prepared to bleed this time. Dong Fengyu naturally understood what Jiao Hai meant. He looked at Jiao Hai and then shook his head. He really didn't know where Jiao Hai's confidence came from. Although he knew that Jiao Hai was invincible in the machine field, in the competition, they would have to face experts from the other realms. This was completely different from the machine field. The experts from the other realms simply couldn't be compared to the experts from the machine field. At this time, the list of the contestants for the first round was displayed on the computer. Jiao Hai looked at it and saw that one of the contestants was a seeded contestant from the Mecha Army. The other contestant wasn't a seeded contestant, but he was still a fourth-rank expert. In fact, almost all of the contestants in the top 100 were fourth ranks. It was precisely because he saw so many fourth-level experts that Zhao believed that the mages and warriors had the power to fight against the cultivation realm. They had only been practicing for about 4 years, but they already had the strength of a fourth-level expert. If they were allowed to practice peacefully, who knows what level they would reach. It was a pity that nearly 100,000 ascenders were almost wiped out this time. Even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured for the rest of their lives. There was no hope for them to improve. Thinking of this, Jiao Hai couldn't help but get angry. This was the suppression of the ascenders by the natives of the machine field. Unfortunately, the ascenders were a weak group. They didn't have the opportunity to resist. At this time, the battle on the stage had already begun. The seated contestant from the Mecha Army was a warrior. The weapon in his hand was a spear. He was nicknamed the Spear General. The reason why he was called this was because he was a rare cavalryman. However, this Spear General was a cavalryman, and his mount was a magical beast brought up from the lower realm. This magical beast was a mutated warhorse, and its strength was very strong. Spear General dismounted from the horse and held a spear in his hand, and made a name for himself in the Mecha Army. This was why he was chosen as a seated contestant. Before this, Jiao Hai saw that the Spear General was very strong. This was especially true for his mount. It wasn't any worse than the machine field's magic beasts. Moreover, the Spear General cooperated with the Spear General very well. The Spear General's battle strength wasn't as simple as 1 is equal to 2. The Spear General's opponent was a mage. This mage was wearing a black robe. It seems like he was a dark mage. He was as thin as a match and looked like a living skeleton. This dark mage's specialty was dark summoning. Jiao Hai had seen his previous battle. The dark mage could use hundreds of overlapping formations to summon dark creatures to fight for him. The dark mage's strength was very formidable. At this time, the arena was 500 meters long and 200 meters wide. This was to allow everyone to display their strength to their heart's content. At this time, the Iron Spear General and the Dark Mage were about 300 meters apart, facing each other. The Iron Spear General was already riding his horse. His horse was very special. It had a horn on its head, a pitch-black body, scales, a hook on its tail, and sharp teeth in its mouth. It didn't look like a horse, but more like a wolf that looked like a horse. The signal for the start of the battle was heard. The spear general slowly raised his spear and pointed it at the dark mage. Then he urged his horse to rush towards the dark mage. The dark mage's hands moved as a superimposed formation appeared in front of him. Then he immediately sent it out. In front of him, a huge black wolf appeared. This wolf wasn't any smaller than the spear general's horse. The wolf roared as it rushed towards the spear general. After releasing the great wolf, the dark mage's figure retreated. At the same time, he quickly muttered an incantation, causing another magic formation to appear in front of him. This time, the magic formation was made up of 30 magic formations. A black rhinoceros came out of the magic formation. This rhinoceros didn't immediately attack the spear general. Instead, it stood in front of the dark mage and formed a huge shield. Then the dark mage chanted an incantation. At this time, the spear general had already dealt with the wolf. He waved his spear as sword chi rushed towards the black rhinoceros. The black rhinoceros let out a low roar as a layer of black light covered its body. At the same time, it lowered its head and rushed towards the spear general. But at this time, the iron spear general tightened his grip on the horse's belly. The magic horse let out a long neigh as it fiercely jumped over the rhinoceros and appeared in front of the dark mage. Before the dark mage could react, the tip of the iron spear general's spear was already at the dark mage's throat. The dark mage lost. After defeating the dark mage, the spear general received his spear. Then he turned his head towards the stage. Don't know if it was intentional or not, but his eyes met with Zhao Hai's. His eyes were filled with provocation. I had something to do today, so I went out and came back late. Please forgive me. Zhao Hai looked at Iron Spear General, then he turned to Xianxia and said, "Did you see that? This guy is provoking me. Unfortunately, you can't kill people in the ranking competition. It would be great if you could." Xianxia coldly snorted and said, "Just wait, there will be an opportunity. Isn't this the Six Realms newcomer competition? With their ability, if they can't pass the knockout stage, then we won't be able to either." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Then let's wait until the knockout stage. To be honest, I really want to see how strong the cultivators are." "Alright, Boss Xiong, it's your turn." In the second match, Xianxia went out. His opponent wasn't a seeded contestant, but a warrior from the top 100. Xianxia looked at the list and his eyes couldn't help but light up as he said, "Damn, I can finally fight. Brother, I'm going." Then he stood up and went to the stage. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Xianxia's battle also ended very quickly. Although his opponent wasn't weak, he still wasn't Xianxia's opponent. The next few matches didn't have anything to do with Zhao Hai, but these matches ended very quickly. There were very few situations where there was a fight. Zhao Hai was very clear that the stronger the opponent was, the faster the match would end. This was because even if you have a small flaw, the opponent would be able to grasp it and end the match. In a fight between experts, life and death was only on a thin line. This was a truth that everyone understood. Battles that lasted for hundreds of rounds or even several days and nights were very rare. Real battles often ended very quickly. The day's matches ended very quickly. There were a total of 30 matches today. Among Zhao Hai's group of 4, only Xianxia was selected. The other 3 weren't selected. Zhao Hai and the others weren't disappointed, but they were still worried. Because they weren't selected today, their chances of being selected tomorrow would greatly increase. This wasn't something that Zhao Hai wanted to see. The next day, Zhao Hai and the others came to the arena again. But compared to the first day, Zhao Hai and the others were more or less nervous. This was because Zhao Hai was worried that he would be matched with Dong Fengyu. After everyone arrived, the drawing ceremony officially began at 8 o'clock in the morning. The list of the first group was drawn. When the people saw the list, they couldn't help but go into an uproar. This wasn't to say that there was anything strange about the list. It wasn't the 4 brothers that people wanted to see. On the contrary, the list looked very ordinary. It was just that the names on the list were somewhat eye-catching. The first one was Zhao Hai. His opponent was one of the 5 seated fighters of the Mecha army, wind-chasing swordsman Xingyu. Xingyu ascended to the machine field 3 days ago. Since 2 years ago, he has been using his wind-chasing sword. His swordsmanship was incomparably fast. He was considered to be the fastest swordsman in the machine field. It was precisely because of Xingyu's swordsmanship that he was considered to be the nemesis of mages. Because Xingyu's swordsmanship was too fast, the speed of his sword qi was also very fast. This way, he could interrupt a mage's casting process, making it impossible for the mage to use magic. It was precisely because of this that the audience was in an uproar. Although ordinary people didn't know about the relationship between Zhao Hai and the Mecha army, they were deceived by the Mecha army and thought that Zhao Hai relied on his connections to become a seated fighter. But after several battles, they no longer had such thoughts. Zhao Hai used his strength to prove to them that he had the strength to become a seated fighter. These people were skeptical at the beginning, but now they supported him. After all, the top 20 seated fighters were all famous figures in the machine field. Only Zhao Hai wasn't famous. It can be said that he was a complete dark horse. People always wanted to see a dark horse show its might and overturn the old powerhouses. Now that they saw that Zhao Hai's opponent was the nemesis of mages, Xingyu, the audience couldn't help but worry. For a moment, they were in an uproar. Zhao Hai wasn't affected as he slowly walked towards the stage. At this time, Xingyu also entered the stage. He was coldly looking at Zhao Hai. As soon as Zhao Hai entered the stage, the shield immediately rose. Zhao Hai gave a bow to Xingyu, but Xingyu didn't return the gesture. Instead, he coldly looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Don't think that you're amazing just because you defeated Boris. Boris is just a thick-skinned and stupid cow. If you met me earlier, you would have already died. You should feel the new rules of the organizing committee." Zhao Hai looked at Xingyu and smiled faintly. "This is the top 100. You can't do anything to me. If you do, you'll also be sent out." Xingyu looked at Zhao Hai with disdain and said, "Did you rely on this method to get to where you are today? Then let me tell you, you'll only be at the bottom of the top 100. You'll never be able to get any good results. You'll only lose face for the seated contestants." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Let's see who's the real deal." At this time, the bell rang, signaling the start of the match. Xingyu's hand moved as the wind sword appeared in his hand. Then he waved his sword towards Zhao Hai as a sword qi was sent out. Xingyu's sword qi was very fast. The speed of the sword qi was also very fast. In an instant, the sword qi arrived in front of Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai stretched his hand forward as a magic formation appeared in front of Zhao Hai. Before the sword qi could reach Zhao Hai, the magic formation blocked it. Xingyu's aggressive sword qi was actually unable to do anything to Zhao Hai's defensive magic formation. Although Xingyu's words were arrogant, as if he didn't put Zhao Hai in his heart, he was actually very careful when dealing with Zhao Hai. He was very clear about Iron Tower Boris's strength. Boris wasn't as weak as he said. His sword qi was just a probe to see how strong Zhao Hai was. He already knew that Zhao Hai was very strong. Xingyu also knew that he couldn't hold back. He waved his wind sword again and again. As sword qi shot towards Zhao Hai like bullets from a machine gun. This made the audience excited. The reason why so many people liked to watch Zhao Hai's matches was because he was a dark horse, and also because of his mysteriousness. When Zhao Hai fought before, he would use the dark fog to cover the stage, making the audience unable to see anything. By the time the dark fog dissipated, Zhao Hai had already won. People simply couldn't see how he attacked his opponent, so they were very curious about Zhao Hai. Now that they saw that Zhao Hai didn't use the dark fog to cover the stage, people could finally see how Zhao Hai fought. This made them even more excited. Seeing how fast Xingyu's sword qi was, Zhao Hai's pupils couldn't help but shrink. His right hand was still holding the defensive magic formation while his left hand made several gestures. Then he stretched his hand forward as a 10-layered magic formation appeared in front of him. Seeing Zhao Hai's method, the audience couldn't help but go into an uproar. Not only were the spectators surprised, even the machine field's top 100 contestants were startled. Using two different magic formations with both hands wasn't an easy thing to do. This was because magic formations were controlled by spiritual force. Once you're distracted, the formation might collapse, causing a backlash. Because of this, most mages wouldn't use two formations at the same time. Even Zhao Hai, who only used one formation with one hand and two formations with the other. Only a few people could do it. After Xiao Hai's formation was formed, a large number of fire feather arrows were shot out. This was Xiao Hai's famous formation, the fire feather 10,000 arrow formation. These arrows weren't shot to attack Xingyu, but to block the sword chi that Xingyu shot out. Boom! 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 After a series of loud explosions, the entire stage was filled with fireworks. The spectators applauded again and again. On the other hand, those who knew what was going on had calm expressions. Whether it was Xiao Hai or Xingyu, their strength was enough to attract the attention of everyone in the top 100. While the stage was still filled with sparks, Xiao Hai's voice was heard, "Cut." Along with his words, a huge sword was sent towards Xingyu's direction. Then 100 shields appeared in front of Xiao Hai. Then the shields trembled twice before the sound of metal colliding was heard. At this time, the flames on the stage disappeared. People could finally see the situation on the stage. They saw a huge shield in front of Xiao Hai, blocking Xingyu's attack. And just now, Xingyu had dodged Xiao Hai's attack. Not only was Xingyu's sword very fast, but his movements were also very fast. He was constantly circling around Xiao Hai, sending sword chi towards Xiao Hai. He was always careful of Xiao Hai's counterattack. Xiao Hai was now commanding the huge shield to block in front of him. At the same time, his other hand was gently moving. Apparently, he was preparing a new magic formation. Xingyu finally felt the threat of Xiao Hai. He was best at using quick swords to interrupt magic. This was how he was able to defeat mages. But now, Xiao Hai's situation was beyond his imagination. Xiao Hai could fight him with both hands. This was like dealing with two mages at the same time. One was defending while the other was attacking. Of course, he wouldn't have any advantage. Now that he saw that Xiao Hai was preparing other magic, he couldn't help but be nervous. He paid more attention to Xiao Hai. At the same time, he slowly increased the distance between him and Xiao Hai. At this time, Xiao waved his hand forward, and a 50-layer magic formation was formed. The magic formation immediately turned red, and then a meter-high fireball shot out towards Xingyu. But the speed of the fireball wasn't very fast. Xiao Hai's hand moved forward, and a 50-layer magic formation took shape. When the magic formation was formed, it immediately turned red. Then a giant fireball shot out from the magic formation, directly towards Xingyu. Xingyu smiled contemptuously. His figure moved and dodged Xiao Hai's fireballs. At the same time, he waved his sword towards Xiao Hai's huge shield. In his view, these slow fireballs were simply not a threat to him. However, when Xingyu's figure moved, Xiao Hai's magic formation also moved. The huge fireballs were still shot towards Xingyu. More than 10 fireballs were shot, but they were all easily dodged by Xingyu. This made the audience very puzzled. They didn't understand why Xiao Hai would use these fireballs to deal with Xingyu. Although Xingyu found it strange, he was still fighting against Xiao Hai, so he didn't find anything wrong. While he was dodging Xiao Hai's fireballs, he was also attacking Xiao Hai. He discovered that Xiao Hai's giant shield was becoming more and more unstable. This was definitely a good thing for him. Thinking of this, Xingyu's attacks became even faster. But he didn't notice that at this time, the people below the stage were looking at him with a surprised expression. Xingyu also didn't notice that the fireballs that Xiao Hai shot didn't disappear after reaching him. Instead, they slowly turned into flaming people. These flaming people were made of fire elements. They were fire element summoned creatures. Any element of magic was a type of summoning magic, and the creatures summoned by each element were different. These flaming people were creatures summoned by fire element summoning magic, fire demons. Actually, in the lower realm, fire element mages could use fire element summoning magic to summon fire demons. However, the fire demons summoned in the lower realm were the lowest level of fire demons. Their strength was very weak. But in the machine realm, with the use of magic formations, as well as the rich spiritual energy, the fire demons summoned were very strong. Xiao Hai had already shot more than 10 large fireballs, and now, these large fireballs had turned into fire demons. At this point, the people below the stage understood why Xiao Hai's fireballs were so fast. The reason was that these fireballs were summoning magic, they weren't ordinary fireballs. After shooting 15 fireballs in a row, the magic formation finally disappeared. At this time, Zhao Hai's hand began to move, preparing for the next magic. All of Xingyu's attention was attracted by Zhao Hai. He was paying attention to Zhao Hai. He wanted to see what kind of magic Zhao Hai would use next. At this time, he suddenly felt a burst of heat coming from behind him. Xingyu was startled, his body moved to the side, dodging a flaming claw that was aimed at his back. Just as Xingyu dodged the attack of a fire demon, the other fire demons also attacked. These fire demons weren't as slow as Zhao Hai's fireballs, their attack speed was also very fast. More than 10 fire demons forced Xingyu into a panic. While Xingyu was dodging the attacks of the fire demons, Zhao Hai also made his move. With a wave of his hand, a 10-layered magic formation appeared in front of him. Then 10 large black arrows appeared from the magic formation. Dark Sniper Arrow, this was a magic that Zhao Hai used before. This arrow was a combination of wind and dark element magic. Its casting speed was very fast, and it didn't make any sound. It was definitely the best magic for assassination. Zhao Hai waved his hand, and the 10 dark sniper arrows shot towards Xingyu. Although the arrows were very fast, they didn't make any sound, making it impossible for people to guard against them. At this time, while Xingyu was dealing with the attacks of the fire demons, he was also paying attention to Zhao Hai. He also noticed the magic that Zhao Hai released. Upon seeing the speed of the arrows, Xingyu couldn't help but be startled. With a light sound, the wind-chasing sword in his hand danced even faster. Sword Chi. Cut the fire demons into pieces. At the same time, he also blocked the dark sniper arrows. But at this moment, the 10 dark sniper arrows turned around and shot straight at Xingyu. Xingyu was shocked, but she didn't slow down. The sword in her hand danced into a ball of light, surrounding herself in the middle, making it impossible for the arrows to hit her. At this time, the 100,000 dark sniper arrows circled around and gathered together. Then these arrows lined up in a row and shot towards Xingyu. Xingyu immediately raised his Dou Qi and waved his wind chaser sword to block the dozen dark sniper arrows. Just as he blocked the 10 dark sniper arrows, he discovered that he was surrounded by arrows. Zhao Hai's fire feathered 10,000 arrow formation had surrounded him, but it didn't attack him. Seeing this situation, Xingyu couldn't help but feel discouraged. He knew that he had lost, and his loss wasn't unjustified. It can be said that besides the beginning, the rest of the battle was under Zhao Hai's control. One magic after another, he was completely led by Zhao Hai. He simply didn't have his own rhythm. In this case, there was no way he wouldn't lose. Xingyu dejectedly put away his wind-chasing sword, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I lost." "Zhao Hai, you're really strong. My loss wasn't unjustified." Then he gave a salute to Zhao Hai before he turned around and walked down the stage. At this time, the referee made his decision. Naturally, Zhao Hai won. Now, the referees didn't dare to act recklessly. At this sensitive time, if they were to act recklessly, then they would be the ones to suffer. Zhao Hai came down from the stage and walked towards Xiongli and the others. Xiongli patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Good job, little Hai. You're really good." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "He underestimated me." Dongfang Yu shook his head and said, "Little Hai, do you really think that we're fools? He didn't underestimate you, he really wasn't your opponent. I want to say that Little Fei has the most say in this matter. Little Fei, tell me, if you were to fight against Xingyu, what are your chances of winning?" Sun Fei smiled bitterly and said, "Less than 30%. Xingyu is really worthy of his wind-chasing sword name. His sword speed is really fast. If Big Brother Hai didn't use 2 magic arrays at the same time, then I'm afraid the one to lose would be you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Right, Xingyu's swordsmanship is really fast. This kind of person is the most difficult to deal with. Forget it, let's not talk about him. Little Fei, if you have time, come to my place. You still can't use 2 magic arrays at the same time, right? Come to my place, I'll tell you." After hearing Zhao Hai's words, Fei couldn't help but be happy. Being able to use 2 magic arrays at the same time was equivalent to having an extra person to help him in battle. Although the consumption was double, it was completely different from being able to use 2 magic arrays at the same time. In a battle, you don't need to use two magic arrays at the same time at the beginning. At the critical moment, you can use two magic arrays at the same time, which can also be used as a surprise attack. Fei immediately responded. At this moment, the second group's name list was released. This time, it was Dongfang Yu, but his opponent wasn't one of the seeded contestants, but one of the top 100 contestants. Dongfang Yu greeted the other contestants and stepped onto the stage. Because Zhao Hai had a good relationship with Xianxia and the others, people in the machine field liked to call them the Four Brothers. This showed that their relationship was very good and that they were very strong. It was also because of their good relationship that the Ashley family formed an alliance with the Wu family, the Yen family, and the Fire God's Temple. This was something that the Ashley family didn't expect. However, the Ashley family was very happy to see this result. This time, Dongfang Yu's opponent was also a mage. Moreover, he was very strong. Dongfang Yu was very careful. Dongfang Yu's fire dragon sword technique was indeed unique. It didn't take long for him to defeat his opponent. Now, Fei was the only one who hadn't fought yet. Fei's luck wasn't bad, he didn't get to fight until the second last round. Sun Fei's opponent was also a mage. However, this mage wasn't a seeded contestant. The two fought for a while before Sun Fei won. After 2 days of competition, the top 50 had been decided. In the next few days, Zhao Hai and the others could take a good rest. This was because the 50 people who were eliminated from the top 100 would compete for the 51st to 100th positions. Zhao Hai and the others could only be spectators. Although it was only a competition for the 51st to 100th positions, it still attracted a large number of spectators every day. After all, the contestants could be said to be the most outstanding newcomers in the machine field in the past 5 years. Their battles were very interesting. After 4 more days of competition, the 51st to 100th positions were decided. Wind-chasing sword Jingyu was ranked 51st. The other contestants weren't his opponent. This allowed people to see the strength of the seeded contestants. At the same time, it also gave them an understanding of Zhao Hai's strength. Now that the 51st to 100th positions were decided, it was time for the 1st to 50th positions. Once again, it was time for Zhao Hai and the others to fight. In one day, another 25 people were eliminated. Then it was time for Zhao Hai and the others to rest. The eliminated contestants would compete for the 26th to 50th positions. Fortunately, Zhao Hai and the others didn't encounter each other. They were able to smoothly enter the top 25. In this competition, Zhao Hai once again met a seeded contestant. However, this seeded contestant wasn't from the Mecha Army. Instead, he was a seeded contestant from the Radiant Divine Powder Division. In the end, he was defeated by Zhao Hai. After the 26th to 50th positions, it was time for the top 25. It was still a 2-on-1 battle. One person would get a bye. Naturally, the person who got a bye was lucky. However, there was nothing that could be done about it. After all, there were a lot of people there. This time, luck fell on Sun Fei's head. Sun Fei didn't need to fight to advance. It was inevitable that he would be treated to a meal by Zhao Hai and the others. The remaining 24 people were divided into 12 groups. But this time, Zhao Hai and the others weren't as lucky. Zhao Hai and Dongfang Yu finally met. This competition attracted a large number of spectators. The number of people watching reached a new high. Firstly, it was because the two were famous experts in the machine field. Secondly, it was because the two were friends. Therefore, the spectators wanted to see the result of the competition. Zhao Hai and Dongfang Yu stood on the stage. Dongfang Yu looked at Zhao Hai and smiled bitterly as he said, "I didn't expect that I would be so unlucky. The first one to meet you is me. Kid, you have to be lenient. Don't make me lose too badly." Zhao Hai looked at Dongfang Yu, then he laughed and said, "I've been looking for an opportunity to test second brother's Fire Dragon Divine Sword. Today, I finally have the opportunity. Come, second brother, let's have a good fight." Dongfang Yu also laughed and said, "Alright, let me see how strong you are." Then he took out his Fire Dragon Divine Sword and pointed it at Zhao Hai. At this time, the bell rang. Zhao Hai faintly smiled, and with a wave of his hand, a 5-layered magic array appeared in front of him. Then the magic array quickly turned red, and a fire dragon flew out of the array and rushed straight towards Dongfeng. When Dongfeng saw Zhao Hai's attack, he couldn't help but laugh. He waved the fire dragon godly sword in his hand, and a fiery red sword chi chopped towards Zhao Hai's fire dragon. But to Dongfeng's surprise, when the sword chi chopped onto Zhao Hai's fire dragon, the fire dragon suddenly opened its mouth and bit onto the sword chi. Then with a bang, the sword chi disappeared, but the fire dragon's head was also blown away. However, the fire dragon's body suddenly shrank, and its head reappeared, still rushing towards Dongfeng. Dongfeng shouted, "Good!" His figure moved, and he flew back. At the same time, he waved the sword in his hand, and 2 more sword chi were sent out, finally defeating Zhao Hai's fire dragon. Dongfeng really didn't think that Zhao Hai's control of magic could be this exquisite. Moreover, his magic attack was actually this strong. What Dongfeng didn't know was that this was just Zhao Hai's ordinary magic attack. If he really fought with Dongfeng, then he would have certainly used astral energy to support his attack. That way, his attack power would be even more powerful. The spectators below the stage were overjoyed. The 2 of them used such a gorgeous big move right from the start. It made the spectators very excited. Each and every one of them made a big fuss. The other people in the top 100 were also watching the match. Sun Fei and Xiongli were sitting together, staring at the stage. After this move, Xiongli turned to Sun Fei and said, "Little Fei, what kind of magic did Zhao Hai use? Why is it so strong? Dongfeng's sword chi isn't a joke. He actually used 3 sword chis to break Zhao Hai's magic." Fei bitterly smiled and said, "On the surface, it looks like an ordinary 10-layered fire dragon spell, but I'm sure that a 10-layered fire dragon spell wouldn't be that powerful. Also, I noticed that there are a lot of magic arrays that I haven't seen before in Brother Hai's set of magic arrays. I don't know what those magic arrays are used for. The reason why his magic attacks are so strong might be because of those magic arrays." Fei smiled bitterly and said, "That's right." Although Xiongli wasn't a mage, he still knew a bit about magic arrays. Now that he heard Sun Fei's words, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Zhao Hai starting to create his own magic arrays? Sun Fei shook his head and said, "Impossible. It might be possible if he created his own magic arrays, but that's impossible. Creating your own magic arrays is much harder than creating your own magic arrays. Maybe those are the secret magic arrays of the Ashley family. After all, every family has their own secret magic arrays." Xiongli nodded, then he sighed and said, "People have heard that I'm a genius, but compared to Zhao Hai, I'm really too far behind. This kid ascended less than a year ago, yet he already has such achievements. It's really inconceivable." Xiongli nodded, then he sighed and said, "Everyone knows that I'm a genius." Sun Fei nodded and sighed, "I don't want to think about this right now. Whenever I think about it, I feel like I'm going to commit suicide." When Xiongli heard Sun Fei's words, he couldn't help but laugh. He patted Sun Fei's shoulder and said, "Don't think too much about it. That kid is a monster. He can't be measured by normal standards." As the 2 were talking, Zhao Hai and Dongfeng had already fought a few rounds on the stage. Although the 2 of them fought with sparks flying in all directions and looked very exciting, the people in the audience knew that the 2 of them didn't use their full strength at all. It was just a competition to learn from each other, and it was like an exhibition match. This made the people in the audience a little confused. The people in the audience knew that the 2 of them had a good relationship, but this was related to the rankings and the benefits of their families. In this kind of situation, they shouldn't go easy on each other. However, from the looks of it, the 2 of them were really going easy on each other. The 2 of them fought for more than half an hour. Zhao Hai mostly used fire elemental magic arrays, and Dongfeng's fire dragon godly sword name wasn't just for show. The fiery red sword energy crisscrossed the stage, and the fight was very lively. The audience in the audience cheered loudly, but the referee couldn't help but smile bitterly. The 2 of them actually treated the stage as a place to learn from each other. However, the referee couldn't stop the fight. After all, the 2 of them were fighting, and they didn't stop to chat. This made the referee very impatient. Zhao Hai and Dongfeng fought for more than 10 minutes, and the 2 of them lost interest in continuing the fight. This was because the 2 of them roughly knew each other's strength. Dong Fangyu's strength wasn't bad, but compared to Zhao Hai, he was still a lot worse. The two of them tacitly stopped fighting at the same time. Dong Fangyu put away his fire dragon godly sword and laughed, "Good kid, you're really strong. This time, we'll have to rely on you to deal with those fellows from the cultivation realm." Then Dong Fangyu turned to the referee and said, "I admit defeat." Looking at the two of them, the referee didn't say anything and directly declared Zhao Hai the winner. Naturally, no one would object. In any case, Dong Fangyu admitted defeat. Zhao Hai looked at Dong Fangyu's appearance and laughed, "Rest assured, I'll definitely deal with those fellows from the cultivation realm. Let's go, little Fei is bleeding today. After Big Brother Xiong's fight, we'll go have a drink." Then the two of them walked down the stage. Looking at the two of them chatting and laughing, the audience was surprisingly not angry. On the contrary, they gave the two of them a round of applause. In the eyes of the audience, this match was completely a testimony of the friendship between the two of them. But the people in the audience were able to see that although the two were just exchanging pointers, they could see that in fact, Dong Fangyu had already done his best, while Zhao still looked like he was handling a butcher's cleaver with ease. If the two really fought, the final winner would still be Zhao. Moreover, the people sitting below the stage also remembered that Zhao Hai hadn't used any items since the beginning of the competition. Without using any items, he was able to defeat so many opponents. Just how strong was he? A lot of people couldn't help but tremble when they thought of this. One must know that Zhao Hai's previous opponents used all kinds of methods. Whether it was Jing Yu or Tai Ta, they were all from the Mecha army. It can be said that they had a grudge against Zhao Hai. Naturally, they wouldn't go easy on him. But in this case, they were all defeated by Zhao Hai. This showed how strong Zhao Hai was. After Zhao Hai and Dong Fangyu sat down beside Xiongli looked at Dong Fangyu and smiled, "Dong Feng, how is little Hai's strength? Did he reveal it? When the time comes, I'll beat him." Dong Fangyu rolled his eyes at Xiongli and said, "Big brother Xiong, don't blame me for not reminding you. Although you're a bit stronger than me, you're still not that strong. If you really want to fight little Hai, then you're still far from him. If I were you, I'd just go on stage and admit defeat." Xiongli laughed and said, "Get lost. If you want to admit defeat, then you should fight. Otherwise, people will think that I'm not as good as you. Then I'll lose face." As soon as Dong Fangyu and Sun Fei heard Xiongli, they couldn't help but laugh. At this time, the second group's opponent was Meteor Zhu Chen. His opponent was the Iron Spear General. This was a formidable battle. Needless to say, Zhu Chen was like Sun Fei a while ago. He became an influential figure in the machine field. Moreover, he was a talent that the Earth Temple focused on. His defensive strength was astonishing, his offensive strength wasn't bad, and he was also ruthless. The Iron Spear General was a rarely seen knight. His fighting strength was equally astonishing. 1 man, 1 spear, and 1 magic horse. He fought his way into the top 25. Very few people could last more than 20 minutes against him. It could be seen how powerful he was. Xiongli and the others were also in high spirits. Zhao Hai looked at Zhu Chen. Zhu Chen wasn't tall, but he was very fat. He looked like a small Maitreya Buddha. However, his eyes were cold, making people feel a chill down their spine. However, Zhu Chen had a smile on his face. His smile seemed to be ingrained on his face, unchanging for thousands of years. It couldn't be fake. At this time, Xiongli coldly snorted and said, "I think this Zhu Chen is even more annoying than the Iron Spear General." The Iron Spear General provoked Zhao Hai, but this Zhu Chen is a smiling tiger. The smile on his face never disappeared, but he never shows any mercy when killing people. I hate this kind of person the most. Zhao Hai turned his head to Xiongli, then he smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. In any case, we're not allowed to hurt people in the arena, let alone kill them. Let's wait for the 6 Realms Tournament's elimination round." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Xiongli and the others turned their heads to look at Zhao Hai. Xiongli looked around and then whispered, "Little Hai, don't talk nonsense. The 6 Realms Tournament is for the machine field. If the machine field knew that you destroyed them, they wouldn't let you off." Xiongli looked at Zhao Hai and the others and whispered, "Little Hai, don't talk nonsense. Zhao Hai sneered and said, as long as we get a good ranking and win benefits for the machine field, they wouldn't dare to do anything to us. When the time comes, they would praise us. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Dongfang Yu and the others couldn't help but look at each other. They could see the excitement in each other's eyes. They weren't afraid of trouble, but they knew that they couldn't fight against the entire machine field. If they could clean up these people, then it would be a good thing. Zhao Hai looked at the three and smiled faintly. Then he turned his attention back to the arena. Zhu Chen and the Iron Spear General seemed to be talking about something. Unfortunately, the people below couldn't hear them because of the protective shield. However, the two quickly began to fight. Zhu Chen's defensive ability was indeed strong. He had 5 or even 10 defensive formations. Although the Iron Spear General's attacks were fierce, they couldn't break through Zhu Chen's defenses in a short time. At the same time, Zhu Chen began to use Earth Element magic to counterattack. Earth Element magic like Quicksand and Earth Spike had strong defensive abilities against cavalry. Although the Iron Spear General's horse wasn't weak, it was still affected. His attacks weren't as sharp as before. Zhu Chen's attacks weren't weak either. It's just that he wasn't a weakling. Although the Iron Spear General's attacks weren't as sharp as before, his defense wasn't bad. Zhu Chen's attacks couldn't do anything to him for a while. Zhao Hai and the others were already prepared for this situation. Zhu Chen was a person who was strong in defense but weak in offense. Generally, his opponent would attack first. If his opponent couldn't attack him, then he would slowly grind his opponent to death. It must be said that among the top 100 contestants, Zhu Chen took the longest time to fight. This time was no exception. The Iron Spear General attacked, but he couldn't break through Zhu Chen's defenses. Then Zhu Chen counterattacked. To be honest, the Iron Spear General's counterattack couldn't compare to his defensive means. His offensive means were too weak. After watching for a while, Zhao Hai felt that he was about to fall asleep. Others were watching a wonderful match, but in Zhao Hai's eyes, it wasn't interesting at all. In this kind of match, both sides had a lot of concerns. It was very difficult for them to display their true strength. Just as Zhao Hai thought, the match lasted for more than an hour. In the end, Zhu Chen grinded the Iron Spear General to death and won. However, the audience was very dissatisfied. This was because the match was too ugly. It wasn't as good as the match between Zhao Hai and Dongfang Yu. After the two's match ended, it was Xianxia's turn. Xianxia also met a good opponent in this match. His opponent was the Golden Egg Xianxia, who was ranked 10th in the top 10. Xianxia was a metal element mage. If he went up against Xianxia, the two would definitely have a fierce battle. Therefore, when Zhao Hai saw that Xianxia's opponent was Xianxia, he turned his head to Xianxia and said, "Boss Xiang, you need to be careful. Don't get eliminated before the two of us fight." Xianxia coldly snorted and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely have a good match with you on the stage." After he said that, he stood up and walked towards the stage. However, his mood wasn't as relaxed as he said. He still attached great importance to Xianxia. Xianxia was a metal elemental mage who specialized in attacks. In addition, his body was already a metal elemental mage when he was in the lower realm. This made his magic attacks more versatile, and his control over them was also very strong. He was an extremely difficult opponent to deal with. To be honest, in terms of strength, he might be stronger than Fei. Xianxia and Xianxia stood on the stage, and they both calmly looked at each other. They both knew that their opponents weren't easy to deal with. Although the top 10 masters were ranked together, they hadn't really battled each other before. They had seen each other's strength before, and they had a rough idea of each other's strength. But if they really fought, neither of them dared to be careless. As soon as the competition bell rang, Xianxia immediately shouted as his flail appeared in his hand. At the same time, he dashed towards Xianxia. Xianxia moved his hand, and a big iron ball appeared in his hand. Then, this iron ball split into 5 smaller iron balls and circled around him. Then, Xianxia moved his hand, and a 5-layered magic array appeared in front of him. The magic array exploded, and a sky full of arrows shot towards Xianxia. Xianxia's 10,000 arrow formation wasn't like Zhao Hai's 10,000 arrow formation, which was made up of fire and metal element magic. On the contrary, Xianxia's 10,000 arrow formation was made up of metal element magic. However, it was much faster, sharper, and more powerful. Xiongli coldly snorted, then he waved the sledgehammer in his hand forward. An incomparably huge circular energy was released from his hammer. This energy was Xiongli's unique hammer energy, which was a variant of sword qi. Sword qi was released in the form of an arrow or a blade, but Xiongli's energy was released in the form of a hammer. Xianxia's 10,000 arrow formation was scattered by Xiongli's attack. Then Xiongli waved the sledgehammer in his other hand, sending another circular energy towards Xianxia. Xiongli saw that Xianxia didn't use a defensive formation, so he wanted to use a long-range attack to see how strong Xianxia's defense was. Xianxia didn't dodge. One of the 5 iron balls floating around him suddenly stopped in front of him. Then it instantly turned into a large shield, blocking in front of Xianxia. At this time, Xiongli's hammer energy slowly arrived in front of Xianxia, but it was blocked by Xianxia's large shield. The large shield in front of Xianxia trembled, then it issued a clanging sound, blocking Xiongli's energy attack. Seeing this, Xiongli's eyes couldn't help but shrink. He was very clear that although his hammer attack looked very casual, it contained about 70% of his strength. This was because the battle qi he studied was based on strength. Because of this, an average person wouldn't be able to block this attack even if they used a 5-layered formation. However, Xianxia only used an iron ball to block it. It seems like his defensive ability was very strong. Although Xiongli knew that Xianxia was very strong, he wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, Xiongli was very excited. He had been looking for an evenly matched opponent for a long time. Unfortunately, his previous opponents weren't very strong. This time, he could finally have a good fight. After thinking about this, Xiongli couldn't help but laugh. His body was filled with fighting spirit as he loudly said, "Good, Xianxia, you really didn't disappoint me. Ha ha ha, come, let's have a good fight." Then he roared and rushed towards Xianxia. Xianxia looked at Xiongli's appearance and complained in his heart. Although he seemed to easily block Xiongli's attack, in fact, he had already used his full strength. Xiongli's attack was already this strong. If he had a few more attacks, of course, he wouldn't. Xianxia immediately changed his tactics. He tried to distance himself from Xiongli as much as possible and then used magic to attack. Moreover, he didn't try to block Xiongli's hammer-shaped qi, instead, he focused on dodging. Xiongli naturally noticed Xianxia's change, but he didn't get angry. In a fight between a warrior and a mage, it was normal for the mage to use Xianxia's tactic. Although warriors could use their qi to attack mages in the machine field, it would take some time for the qi to reach the enemy. The mage could use this time to dodge or defend. It was just like how warriors could increase their distance from a mage in order to avoid the mage's attacks. Xiongli had experienced this tactic before, so he already had a way to deal with it. Not to mention that they were now in a small arena, Xiongli wasn't afraid of this tactic. Xiongli's figure moved as he turned his body. The hammer in his hand danced as the hammer moved towards Xianxia. Zhao Hai noticed that Xiongli's hammer technique was very special. Xiongli's hammer technique wasn't just a melee hammer technique, it was a combination of melee hammer techniques and hammer-shaped qi. The close combat hammer technique could only attack enemies within the reach of a warrior, while the hammer-shaped energy could attack enemies from a distance. Xiongli's hammer technique was a very good combination of the close combat hammer technique and the hammer-shaped energy. Xiongli's hammer dance was a very good combination of the close combat hammer technique and the hammer-shaped energy. From time to time, Xiongli's hammer-shaped energy would shoot out from the hammer, pushing Xianxia forward like a wall. At the same time, Xiongli was also slowly squeezing Xianxia's space of movement, causing Xianxia's space of movement to become smaller and smaller. Zhao Hai carefully observed Xiongli. He discovered that Xiongli's 2 hammer-shaped weapons were also specially made. Not only could they send out hammer-shaped qi, the chains were also very long. When Xiongli used his chains, the range of the hammer-shaped weapons could cover at least a few dozen meters. This number wasn't exaggerated at all. Xianxia also discovered Xiongli's tactic. To be honest, Xiongli's tactic wasn't a smart one, but it was the most unsolvable one. Xiongli was tall and strong, his strength was extraordinary, his defense was amazing, and his offensive ability was also very amazing. In addition, the method he used seemed very clumsy, but it was very effective. Xianxia really didn't have a better way to deal with it for a while. The distance between the two was getting closer and closer, and the space Xianxia could move about was getting smaller and smaller. Xianxia also knew that he couldn't go on like this. He gritted his teeth, hardened his heart, and lightly scolded. He waved his hand, and the 5 large iron balls around him suddenly merged together and stood in front of him, turning into a giant shield. At the same time, he began to slowly chant an incantation, and his hands also formed hand seals. It seemed that he wanted to use the giant shield to block a few of Xiangli's attacks, and then use this opportunity to use a powerful magic to repel Xiangli and gain some space for himself to move about. However, doing this would consume a lot of his spiritual force, and he would still be at a disadvantage against Xiangli. But if he didn't do this now, then he could only watch as Xiangli slowly pushed him to a dead end, and he wouldn't be able to move. But just as he placed the giant shield in front of him, Xiangli suddenly moved. He put away his hammer-shaped weapons, and then his body rushed forward. In an instant, he was in front of the giant shield. He raised his hammers and fiercely struck the giant shield, dong. This sound was much louder than the sound of a bell. Xianxia, who was in the middle of forming the hand seals, suddenly trembled. He knew that the thing he was most worried about had happened. Xiangli didn't wait for him to form the hand seals, but took the opportunity to attack. Xianxia sighed in his heart. He knew that being close to Xiangli was equivalent to being defeated. If he continued to fight, he would only be humiliating himself. Thinking of this, Xianxia moved his hand and put away the giant shield. Then he looked at Xiangli and said, "I admit defeat." Xiangli raised his hammer and was about to strike again, but he suddenly discovered that the giant shield had disappeared. Then Xianxia admitted defeat. Xiangli couldn't help but stare, then he curled his lips and said, "Boring." Then he put away his hammer. At this time, the referee announced that he had won. However, Xiangli wasn't happy, and he directly left the stage. Zhao Hai looked at Xiangli's appearance, then he smiled faintly and said, "Big brother, don't think too much. Let's go, there's nothing to see in today's match. How about we go drink?" Xiangli nodded and said, "All right, let's go and drink." Just as the group was about to leave, Dongfeng Yu suddenly stopped and pulled Xiangli and the others back. Xiangli and the others stared, then Dongfeng Yu pointed at the stage. Then the group looked at the stage and stopped as well. After Xiangli's match, the next group began to draw lots. But this time, the person who appeared on the stage made Zhao Hai and the others stop. This was because the person who appeared on the stage was too famous. If one were to talk about fame, then this person was even more famous than Xiangli. This person was Streep. The Ice Saint Streep, the #1 genius of the Water Spirit Temple in recent years. He was strong and handsome. He was the Prince Charming of countless girls in the machine field. Moreover, this person was gentle and courteous. He usually did good deeds. He was the embodiment of perfection. However, Zhao Hai felt that this person was too hypocritical. Zhao Hai didn't believe that there would be such a perfect person in this world. If he was really that perfect, selfless, and did good deeds, then he wouldn't have ascended to the machine field. Instead, he would have been killed many times over. But in the machine field, Zhao Hai didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so perfect. This made Zhao Hai very confused. He didn't know what Zhao Hai was planning to do in the machine field. The machine field wasn't like ancient China. If you pretend to be a gentleman, everyone would treat you like a saint. In the machine field, strength was everything. If you weren't strong enough, then it was useless to pretend to be a gentleman. If you were strong, then even if you were an evil person, there would still be people protecting you. Because of this, Zhao Hai was puzzled by Streep's actions. He didn't know what Streep wanted to do. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai wanted to see Streep. He wanted to know what he was doing. Because of this, when he saw Streep's match, Zhao Hai also stopped. There was no need to mention Xiangli and the others. Since Streep was nominally the #1 expert of the top 10, Xiangli and the others weren't convinced. Now that Streep was going to fight someone, they naturally wanted to stay and watch. Streep had fought with people before, but those who weren't in the top 100 directly admitted defeat. After entering the top 100, Streep didn't encounter any decent opponents. He dealt with them in a few moves. Because of this, Zhao Hai and the others didn't have a direct understanding of Streep's strength. And this time, the reason why they thought that Streep was serious was because of Streep's opponent. Streep's opponent was also one of the top 10 experts, Army Destroyer Lu Dingtian. Army Destroyer Lu Dingtian was one of the most low-key experts among the top 10 experts. Perhaps, he was the most low-key expert after the lone wolf Yan Zhenshan. However, he was different from Yan Zhenshan. Yan Zhenshan had ascended for 4 years. He had fought thousands of times and killed all his opponents. Although he was very low-key, the things he did were not low-key at all. On the other hand, Lu Dingtian was very low-key. Whether it was his behavior or his actions, he was very low-key. However, there was no doubt about his strength. With a long spear in his hand and an army destroyer technique, he was worthy of being called one of the top 10 experts. Streep was worthy of being called the idol of thousands of girls. He was handsome and had blue hair. He had the ability to charm thousands of girls. Compared to him, Lu Dingtian was much more ordinary. Lu Dingtian looked to be around 30 years old. His appearance was dark and thin. His body was not very tall. His face was cold and hard. He wore a suit of armor and held a long spear in his hand. He looked like an ancient soldier. No matter how one looked at him, he did not look like a powerful warrior. After the two stood still, Streep bowed to Lu Dingtian. Lu Dingtian returned a military salute. This military salute was very strange. He just raised his dagger axe and knocked it on the ground. That was it. Then the bell rang to signal the start of the match. Lu Dingtian held his spear with both hands as he looked at Streep with eagle-like eyes. Streep smiled faintly, looking very confident. Zhao Hai wanted to see who would make the first move. But then he suddenly heard a cry behind him. This startled Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai turned his head and saw the women behind him shouting Streep's name. It was as if they were crazy. Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't expect to see groupies in the machine field. Moreover, they were crazy groupies. Xianxia and the others also noticed the women. They couldn't help but smile bitterly. Xianxia sighed and said, "It must be said that this person looks like a teacher. He's really taking advantage of us." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I always feel that this guy isn't a good person. After some time, I'll fight with him. I want to see how deep he is." At this time, Streep and Lu Dingtian were already fighting. Streep used 10 stacked formations. Moreover, they were instant cast. At the same time, Lu Dingtian's army breaker spear wasn't to be trifled with. The two were fighting back and forth. It was very lively. However, when Zhao Hai looked at Streep's moves, he felt that something was wrong. The formations that Streep used were just ordinary formations. It was impossible for such formations to have such power. But now, in Streep's hands, these formations had become extraordinary. This was very strange. Zhao Hai didn't think that Streep would be able to do something like this. Zhao Hai looked at Streep's movements and then said to Laura and the others, "Laura, analyze Streep's situation. Why are his attacks so powerful even though he's using ordinary formations?" Laura and the others nodded, then they immediately used the Space's universal scanner to analyze the process of Streep's attack. Before long, the results of the analysis appeared. Laura's voice was heard, "Brother Hai, it's over. The reason why Streep is so strong might be because of his special cultivation method. It's possible that when he cultivates, he adds some other methods to his spiritual force. This way, when he uses magic attacks, there would be a kind of superposition effect. It's just like how Brother Hai adds astral chi to his magic formation." Zhao Hai stared, then his complexion changed as he said, "Just like astral chi?" Looking at his appearance, it's not like astral chi. It must be some other method. Is it evil chi? Laura's voice was heard, "We don't know yet, we don't have any information about evil chi." Zhao didn't ask any more questions. He was very clear that Lu Dingtian was going to lose. Streep had something similar to astral chi to help him attack. This was an advantage in itself. Moreover, his true strength wasn't any weaker than Lu Dingtian's. There was no possibility for Lu Dingtian to make a comeback. However, Lu Dingtian wasn't someone to be trifled with. Although Streep used something that Zhao Hai didn't know about, Lu Dingtian was still able to defend himself. He didn't fall into a disadvantageous position for a while. The two fought for more than an hour before Lu Dingtian was frozen by Streep's magic. He was defeated, Streep won. Seeing this result, Xianxia and the others' complexions became heavy. Xianxia could see that Lu Dingtian's strength was comparable to his own. If the two really fought, then both sides would suffer. However, Lu Dingtian wasn't Streep's opponent. In other words, if Xianxia were to face Streep, then he wouldn't be her opponent either. This made Xianxia's heart heavy. Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia's expression, then he smiled and said, "What's wrong, Boss Xiong? Are you still afraid of him? Don't worry, since he met me, I guarantee that I'll clean him up." When Xianxia heard Zhao Hai, he gave him a bad look and said, "You get lost, I'm not afraid of him. But to be honest, this Streep really has some skills." Zhao Hai faintly smiled. Of course, he knew why Streep was so strong. With the help of something that Zhao Hai didn't know about, Streep's strength was certainly strong. If he didn't meet Streep, then he would be worthy of being number one. The group found a place to have a good meal and then went back to rest. The next day, the group gathered at the competition venue. This time, there were 13 people participating in the competition. They were divided into 6 pairs, and one person would get a bye. The person who got a bye was someone that Zhao Hai and the others knew. This person was one of the top 10 masters, Lei Xiaotian. He was a member of the wind god Zhang Lei's family, and his strength was also very weak. Lei Xiaotian got a bye, so the rest of the people had to draw lots. This time, Fei wasn't so lucky. He got Meteor Zhu Chen, and the two fought on the stage. In the end, Fei's attack couldn't break through Zhu Chen's defense, and he lost. Then, Xianxia got a bye. His opponent wasn't simple, one of the top 10 masters, Lone Wolf Yanjinshan. This person's movement technique was very fast, and his strength was very strong. But in the end, he was defeated by Xianxia, but Xianxia also spent a lot of effort to defeat him. After drawing lots, this time, Zhao Hai got a bye, and Zhao Hai's opponent was another one of the top 10 masters. Zhao Hai had seen him fight before, it was fierce wind Li Kuangren. To be honest, Zhao Hai liked Li Kuangren's character very much. Although this person was very impulsive and had a bad temper, he was a straightforward person who liked to fight for justice. Such a person was worth making friends with. Zhao Hai got on the stage and looked at Li Kuangren who was standing opposite him. He smiled and bowed to Li Kuangren. "I have heard of fierce wind Li Kuangren's name for a long time, and I really admire you. Especially last time, when Zhang Mingyue of the Zhang family said that Mr. Li fought with her 5-element swordsman, it really made Mr. Zhao Hai envious. It's a pity that I didn't have the chance to make friends with Mr. Li." When Li Kuangren heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but have a good impression of him. He laughed and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai is too polite. To be honest, I didn't agree with Mr. Li becoming a seated player. But after seeing Mr. Li's performance, I can only say that I admire you. Today, I, Li Kuangren, am unlucky to meet Mr. Li. I admit that I'm not Mr. Li's opponent, but I still want to fight Mr. Li." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "After the match, I invite Mr. Li to have a drink with us. I'll introduce Brother Xianxia, Brother Dongfeng, and Sun Fei to you." Li Kuangren laughed and said, "That would be great. Mister, let's begin." At this time, the bell rang, signaling the start of the match. Li Kuangren's dual axes were already in his hands. Zhao Hai didn't hold back. He casually sent out a 5-layered spell and fought with Li Kuangren. Although Li Kuangren knew that he wasn't Zhao Hai's opponent, he was still a battle maniac. He also went all out in this match. Zhao Hai also didn't hold back. He knew that if you don't go all out against someone like Li Kuangren, he would think that you're looking down on him. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't hold back. The stage was filled with sword chi and magic spells. The two fought for more than half an hour. Finally, Zhao Hai seized an opportunity and defeated Li Kuangren. The two got off the stage. Zhao Hai also introduced Li Kuangren to Xianxia and the others. Xianxia and the others were also very happy. They all shouted that they wanted to have a drink. They didn't care about the rest of the match. The second day of the competition was the competition for the top 4. Of course, one person still had to get a bye. Although this seemed unfair, it was something that couldn't be helped. The result of the draw made people suspect that someone was manipulating the competition again. Lei Xiaotian got a bye again. Not to mention Zhao Hai, even Xiongli and the others were surprised by this result. However, the match still had to continue. This time, Zhao Hai was the first to go on stage. His opponent was an old acquaintance, Zhu Chen. Upon seeing Zhu Chen, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. He wanted to test Zhu Chen's defensive ability. The two didn't talk much. After they got on the stage, the bell rang and they immediately attacked. Zhu Chen was still the same as before. He used more than one layer of defensive formations. Of course, Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite. This time, he attacked fiercely. 10 layers, 50 layers of stacked formations were thrown at Zhu Chen as if they were free. The ferocity of his attacks was something that Zhao Hai had never seen in any of his matches. This time, Zhu Chen didn't attack. He started to defend with all his strength. On the other hand, Zhao Hai didn't defend. He started to attack with all his strength. This made the people in the audience very surprised. They had never seen such an offensive and defensive battle. It could be said that this was a battle between the strongest offense and the strongest defense. Who would win? Zhao Hai didn't use astral energy in the past few days because there was no need for it. Now that he was facing Zhu Chen, he didn't use astral energy either. Although he was on the offensive side and his consumption might be higher than Zhu Chen's consumption wasn't small either. If Zhao Hai continued to grind like this, then Zhu Chen wouldn't be able to win. Only now did people know how powerful Zhao Hai was. Looking at the 50 layers of stacked formations, Zhao Hai's attacks were almost instantaneous. People had a more intuitive understanding of Zhao Hai's strength. They didn't have any doubts about Zhao Hai. The two fought for more than an hour. Zhao Hai's offensive didn't weaken at all. On the other hand, Zhu Chen couldn't take it anymore. Although he drank a recovery potion, his consumption was slower than his recovery. He was now completely at a disadvantage. He didn't even have a chance to fight back. On the contrary, Zhao Hai didn't drink any recovery potions. It can be seen that he was stronger than Zhu Chen. Zhu Chen also knew that he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage if he continued to fight. Therefore, he immediately surrendered. The top 4 were finally decided. They were Zhao Hai, Streep, Xiongli, and Lei Xiaotian. This time, no one would have a bye. But after the top 4 were decided, the 4 of them had a few days to rest. Next would be the competition between the 5th to the 25th place. This competition would take a few days before the main event, the battle between the top 4. Zhao Hai also looked at the battle between the 5th to the 25th place. After all, Sun Fei and the others were participating in the competition. The result made Zhao Hai very satisfied. Sun Fei, Dong Fengyu, and Li Kuangren were all in the top 10. Li Kuangren was 6th, Dong Fengyu was 8th, and Sun Fei was 10th. Although the battle between the 5th to the 25th place had reached a climax, it wasn't the main event. The main event was still the top 4. However, the battle between the 5th to the 25th place took 3 days. During these 3 days, Zhao Hai and the others went to the venue to watch the competition. After watching the competition, the group would go out and drink. They were very happy. In the past few days, Xiongli and the others had some understanding of Li Kuangren. Li Kuangren's temper was very bad. Moreover, not only was he bad-tempered, he was also the kind of person who would cause trouble for others. But in general, this person's character was really straightforward and cute. In his eyes, there was no right or wrong, only whether he liked it or not. If he didn't like it, then even if it was the emperor, he would still dare to fight. If he liked it, then he would do anything. Even if his axe was immediately taken away to exchange for wine, he wouldn't say anything. Instead, he would just laugh. If such a person interacted with a bad person, then he would certainly be used as a tool. But when he interacted with Zhao Hai and the others, he interacted with the right people. Zhao Hai and the others weren't bad people. Finally, to everyone's anticipation, the semi-finals officially began. The first match of the semi-finals was quickly announced. Streep vs. Xianxia 1. Upon seeing the list, the people in the audience couldn't help but be happy. Originally, Streep was the first of the 10 great experts. He was originally the most popular one. And with his handsome and polite appearance, he was very popular in the machine field. Xianxia was originally ranked second among the top 10 masters. His fighting strength was valiant, and coupled with his burly appearance, he was the dream man of many resentful women. Moreover, he was the only warrior to enter the top 4, so his prestige among the warriors was very high. Moreover, this was a direct collision between the first and second place of the top 10 experts. Naturally, sparks flew everywhere, and people were very excited. The semifinals were different from other competitions. The competition was more formal. After the name list was announced, both sides were allowed half an hour to prepare before the competition officially began. Xianxia sat there and glanced at Streep, who was not far away. Streep also glanced at Xianxia. She even smiled at Xianxia and nodded. Her demeanor was indescribable. Although Xianxia hated Streep's behavior, he also knew that there were a lot of people in the machine field watching them. He didn't want to lose his demeanor, so he nodded and smiled at Streep. Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia and smiled. Then he whispered in Xiangli's ear, "Boss Xiang, you have to be careful this time. I've received news in the past few days that this Streep is somewhat strange." When Xianxia heard Zhao Hai, he immediately replied, "Strange? What's strange?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "This Streep might have had a fortuitous encounter. In the past few days, I've seen him using ordinary magic formations, but his attack power is very formidable. Because of this, I think that he must have encountered something strange that made his attacks different from other people's. So Boss Xiang, if you face him, you must be careful." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's right, Boss Xiang." When Xianxia heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he said, "All right, I understand. Don't worry, I'll be careful." Zhao Hai nodded. Half an hour passed by quickly. Xianxia and Streep went up to the stage. After both sides stood still, their expressions were heavy. The bell rang, signaling the start of the match. But unexpectedly, nobody took the initiative to attack. Both sides knew that the other side wasn't easy to deal with. Therefore, they were very careful. Xiangli's hammers were already in his hands. Streep also added a defensive formation to herself. The two were staring at each other. Nobody moved. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. After a full 5 minutes, Xianxia roared as he waved his hammers. A hammer-shaped chi wave went straight towards Streep. Streep also quickly waved his hand as a 10-layered formation met the attack. The battle had finally begun. Xiangli's hammering technique was completely used. But this time, he didn't use a flat attack like he did when he fought Xianxia. Instead, he used his hammering technique to defend himself. At the same time, he used his chi wave to attack Streep. Streep was also very careful with her attacks. She casually used 5-layered and 10-layered formations. At the same time, she also used defensive spells on herself from time to time. The battle between the two was very strange. In the first 5 minutes, nobody made a move. But when Xianxia made his move, it was as if a bomb had been ignited. The two attacked each other with all their strength, hoping to end the battle as soon as possible. Xiangli's thunder hammer technique was fully used. Every strike of his hammer had the power of thunder. But he wasn't feeling good either. He discovered that Zhao Hai was right, Streep's attacks were really strange. It wasn't that he hadn't fought with ice mages before. The spells that ice mages shot were very powerful. But as long as he blocked them with his battle chi, they wouldn't pose any threat to him. But Streep's magic was different. Even if her magic was blocked by battle chi, there would still be cold needles that would pierce the body. This made it so that people would have to spend some effort to dissolve these cold needles. Nobody would be able to concentrate on attacking. In the beginning, Xianxia didn't care about these small needle-like chi, he thought that it wouldn't be a big deal if it entered his body. But when the chi entered his body, Xianxia discovered that something was wrong. When the chi entered his body, it immediately began to destroy everything. Xianxia had no choice but to waste a lot of his do chi in order to digest the chi. This made Xianxia more careful. But even so, he slowly fell into a disadvantageous position. Streep wasn't Zhu Chen. Zhu Chen's attack power wasn't very strong, but Streep's attack and defense were very strong. After fighting for more than an hour, Zhao Hai's brows were wrinkled. Dong Fengyu and the others' expressions weren't good either. Xiongli had completely fallen into a disadvantageous position. There was almost no hope of winning. If the two were fighting for their lives, then Xiongli could still use some other methods. But in the arena, people weren't allowed to hurt each other. Because of this, Xiongli couldn't use his full strength. After fighting for more than half an hour, Xiongli discovered that if he continued to fight, then he would lose miserably. Xiongli also knew that he couldn't win, so he stopped and admitted defeat. After Xiongli came down from the stage, Zhao Hai looked at Xiongli and smiled. "Boss Xiong, isn't that guy strange?" Xiongli nodded and said, "It's strange, very strange. That guy's attack seems to have some other kind of qi. Normally, a mage's attack shouldn't have any qi, but he did. It's very strange." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "This Streep must have had a fortuitous encounter. But Boss Xiong can rest assured, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. I'll definitely take first place." Xiongli smiled and said, "If it's a life-or-death fight, then I wouldn't be afraid of that guy. It's just that in the arena, there are a lot of methods that can't be used. This allowed him to take advantage of me." Zhao Hai nodded. At this time, the second round had entered the preparation stage. This time, there was no need to draw autographs. There were only two contestants left, Zhao Hai and Lei Xiaotian. Half an hour passed by in a blink of an eye. Zhao Hai stepped onto the stage. What surprised Zhao Hai was that Lei Xiaotian didn't step onto the stage. Zhao Hai waited for a few minutes before Lei Xiaotian slowly stepped onto the stage. Lei Xiaotian looked to be in his 20s. He was wearing a navy blue magic robe with a variety of patterns embroidered with gold. He looked very beautiful. His long blonde hair was casually tied into a ponytail. He looked very handsome, but his face was filled with arrogance, which made people dislike him. Zhao Hai calmly looked at Lei Xiaotian. When Lei Xiaotian stepped onto the stage, the protective shield was raised. Zhao Hai didn't make a sound. He knew that if he were to get angry, then he would fall behind. Lei Xiaotian's plan to appear late would come true. Seeing that Zhao Hai didn't make a sound and had a calm expression, Lei Xiaotian couldn't help but be surprised. However, he still chuckled and said, "Zhao Hai, it wasn't easy for you to come this far. How about you admit defeat? This way, you won't lose too badly." Zhao Hai looked at Lei Xiaotian. He didn't know if he should say that Lei Xiaotian was arrogant or stupid. He had come this far. Not to mention his strength, it was impossible for him to surrender. Even if he wasn't strong enough, he still had to fight. Otherwise, how could he survive in the machine field in the future? But this Lei Xiaotian actually asked him to surrender. It was as if he was doing charity. This made Zhao Hai speechless. Seeing that Zhao Hai didn't speak, Lei Xiaotian couldn't help but reveal an unhappy expression. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What's wrong? Don't you want to surrender? Don't be so shameless. I'm asking you to surrender because I think highly of you. If you don't surrender, then I won't give you any face." Zhao Hai looked at Lei Xiaotian and suddenly said, "Are we familiar with each other?" Lei Xiaotian stared, then he shook his head and said, "Not familiar." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Then do we know each other? Or do you know Xiongli and the others? Are we friends?" Lei Xiaotian didn't know what Zhao Hai meant. He smiled and said, "What's wrong? You want to be friends? Let me tell you, I don't know these people. We're not familiar with each other." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "So that's how it is. Since we're not familiar with each other, then why do you want to give me face? Could it be that you're not strong enough and rely on other people to get to where you are today? So you also like to give other people face? I don't know if I'm right." Hearing Zhao Hai, Lei Xiaotian's face turned red as he said, "Fart." I, Lei Xiaotian, ascended at the age of 20 and became a 4th rank mage at the age of 23. I'm recognized as a genius in the machine field. Since you said so, then I won't be polite. If I don't give you a taste of my strength, then you won't know how powerful I am." After he said that, Lei Xiaotian waved his hand as a 10-layer magic formation appeared. Then ice arrows were shot towards Zhao Hai. The speed of the ice arrows was very fast. It was obvious that they were supported by wind magic. Zhao Hai didn't care at all. He smiled and waved his hand as a 5-layer magic formation appeared in front of him. Then the magic formation turned into a large shield that blocked in front of Zhao Hai. After the shield appeared, Zhao Hai waved his hand as a 10-layer fire magic formation appeared. A fire dragon flew out of the formation and rushed towards Lei Xiaotian. Lei Xiaotian coldly snorted as a 10-layer magic formation appeared. Then an ice dragon flew out of the formation and entangled with the fire dragon. It looked like two real dragons tearing each other apart. After Zhao Hai released the fire dragon, he immediately released a 10,000 fire feather arrows formation towards Lei Xiaotian. Lei Xiaotian was startled. At this moment, the ice dragon and the fire dragon were entangled. Although the two dragons looked lively, commanding them to fight like real dragons required spiritual force. Lei Xiaotian was currently using his spiritual force to command the ice dragon. He simply couldn't release any other magic. But now, Zhao Hai was able to release other magic. This was enough to show that Zhao Hai was stronger than him. After thinking about this, Lei Xiaotian's expression couldn't help but turn ugly. He had been called a genius since he was young. This also made him proud and arrogant. He never put anyone in his eyes. But now, there was someone who was more talented than him. How could he accept this? Lei Xiaotian immediately gave up on controlling the ice dragon and released a 10-layered magic formation. This magic formation immediately exploded and turned into 5 huge ice shields that protected Lei Xiaotian. At the same time, Lei Xiaotian softly chanted an incantation and made hand seals. It was clear that he was preparing to release a more advanced magic. Zhao Hai looked at Lei Xiaotian and smiled faintly. He waved his hand, and a 10-layered magic formation appeared in front of him. Then a huge icicle flew out of the magic formation. As soon as the icicle flew out of the magic formation, it was immediately surrounded by a strong wind. The icicle immediately rotated like a huge drill bit. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand, and the huge drill bit immediately flew towards Lei Xiaotian. Lei Xiaotian's ice shield immediately blocked in front of him. However, the drill only paused for a moment before it drilled a big hole in the ice shield. The icicle continued to fly towards Lei Xiaotian. Lei Xiaotian, who was making hand seals, was startled. He didn't have time to make any hand seals. His body floated and was about to retreat when he suddenly felt a burst of heat on his back. When Lei Xiaotian felt the heat behind him, he was startled. He turned his head and saw that the fire dragon that was fighting with his ice dragon had unknowingly run behind him. It was waiting for him to fly over with its mouth wide open. When Lei Xiaotian stopped, the icicle also stopped in front of him. Lei Xiaotian could feel the cold air coming from the icicle. Ice and fire, this was a classic example of ice and fire. Lei Xiaotian knew that he had lost. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would still be able to control the fire dragon in this situation. Although he didn't see how the fire dragon ran behind him, he was sure that the fire dragon ran behind him after destroying his ice dragon. This meant that Zhao Hai was controlling the fire dragon. He was doing 3 things at once. Lei Xiaotian's guess was right. Zhao Hai was doing 3 things at once. In fact, he wasn't only capable of doing 3 things at once. But to deal with Lei Xiaotian, doing 3 things at once was enough. When Lei Xiaotian gave up on controlling the ice dragon, Zhao Hai didn't give up on controlling the fire dragon. Instead, he commanded the fire dragon to destroy the ice dragon. Then he commanded the fire dragon to run behind Lei Xiaotian. At that time, Lei Xiaotian was preparing his big magic, so he didn't pay attention to the fire dragon. The fire dragon successfully ambushed Lei Xiaotian and became a surprise weapon. In this situation, even if Lei Xiaotian didn't admit defeat, Zhao Hai would still win. Therefore, Zhao Hai waved his hand and put away the icicle and the fire dragon. At this time, the referee announced that Zhao Hai had won. Lei Xiaotian looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief. He didn't think that he would lose to Zhao Hai. To be honest, he looked down on Zhao Hai. This didn't mean that he completely looked down on Zhao Hai. In fact, he was jealous of Zhao Hai. Lei Xiaotian had always been known as a genius, moreover, he was considered to be the most talented one. But compared to Zhao Hai, he seemed to be unqualified. In less than a year, Zhao Hai had already become a fourth-rank mage. On the other hand, Lei Xiaotian was only able to reach this level after 3 years of ascension. It was because of this jealousy that he didn't have a good impression of Zhao Hai. Therefore, he put on an arrogant look. Half of it was because that was his character. The other reason was that he wanted to make things difficult for Zhao Hai. He wanted to defeat Zhao Hai in front of everyone and prove that he was the most talented one. Although he had seen Zhao Hai's matches before, he didn't think that Zhao Hai could defeat him. But now, Zhao Hai really defeated him. Moreover, he won so easily. From the start of the match until now, less than 20 minutes had passed. 20 minutes. Even in the top 25 matches, this time was considered short, not to mention the top 4 matches. Lei Xiaotian felt that the sky was falling down on him when he was defeated in 20 minutes. Zhao Hai also noticed Lei Xiaotian's reaction. However, he wasn't in the mood to comfort Lei Xiaotian. He and Lei Xiaotian were neither relatives nor friends, so there was no need for him to be a good person. Therefore, after the referee announced the result, Zhao Hai walked down the stage. Upon returning to Xiongli's side, Xiongli immediately gave Zhao Hai a bear hug. Then he laughed and said, "Good kid, you did well. This is the shortest match I've ever seen." Ha ha ha. Dong Fengyu also smiled and said, "Right, I didn't think that it would be over in such a short time." "Good job, Zhao Hai." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's nothing. Maybe Lei Xiaotian underestimated his opponent. Today, there's nothing for me to do. But Boss Xiong, you'll be fighting Lei Xiaotian in a while. I haven't tested his level yet, so you should be careful." Xiongli smiled and said, "Rest assured, I'll win this match." Dong Fengyu and the others also laughed. They didn't leave the arena because there would be another match in a while. This match was to determine the 3rd and 4th place. Xiongli would be fighting against Lei Xiaotian. The rest time in between was also half an hour. The competition for the 1st and 2nd place would be held tomorrow. Half an hour passed quickly, and Xiongli also arrived on the ring. After a while, Lei Xiaotian also entered the ring. However, it was obvious that Lei Xiaotian didn't come late on purpose this time. He still hadn't recovered from the blow just now, and he was somewhat absent-minded. With the sound of the bell, the battle between Xiongli and Lei Xiaotian began. Lei Xiaotian's performance was somewhat below standard. He didn't even display 60% of his strength, allowing Xiongli to easily win the match. To be honest, Lei Xiaotian's strength wasn't limited to this. It was just that he was defeated by Zhao Hai, which severely impacted his confidence. Otherwise, even if Xiongli won, it would have been a hard fight. After all, Lei Xiaotian was a dual-element mage. With the end of Xiongli and Lei Xiaotian's match, the qualifiers were nearing their end. Tomorrow was the last match of the qualifiers. Zhao Hai vs Streep, who was considered the machine field's biggest dark horse. Against the number 1 newcomer, it was hard to say who would have the last laugh. In the eyes of the people of the machine field, although Zhao Hai's performance was good, it would still take some time for him to surpass Streep. Although Zhao Hai's opponents were very relaxed and he didn't use any tools, Streep was the same. She didn't use any tools. Moreover, she was also very relaxed when she defeated her opponents. Except for the last match with Xiongli, where she used some strength, she was very relaxed. Now that the two met, it would definitely be a fierce battle. However, there were more people supporting Streep than Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai could see that Streep's attacks weren't ordinary. Naturally, others could see it as well. Don't think that the people of the machine field were fools. They weren't stupid at all. Everyone could see that Streep's attacks were different from others. However, everyone had the same idea as Zhao Hai. They thought that Streep had some fortuitous encounter that allowed her to have such strength. The next day, because it was the last and most important match, more people came to the arena. Even the influential figures of the great clans were present. Naturally, Desbarres and the others were no exception. Besides the two, Luke and Margaret were also present. All of them had smiles on their faces, they weren't worried at all. In fact, they were already very satisfied with Zhao Hai's performance. Even if Zhao Hai loses, they would still be satisfied. After all, Zhao Hai's performance was the best that the Ashley family has seen in decades. Such a result was enough for the Ashley family to gain more benefits. They could use the things that Zhao Hai won to develop the family and make new allies. And with the Fire God's Temple, the Wu clan, and the Yan clan, as well as the removal of the Zhang family, it can be said that they had a great harvest. Because of this, Kazhou and the others were in a good mood. They smiled and greeted people they were familiar with. These people also greeted them back. Even if they weren't familiar with them, they would still exchange a few words with them. The people of the machine field were realistic. If the Ashley family achieves good results, then they would be able to get more benefits. With the Ashley family's foundation, they would be able to develop into a powerful force. At this time, it was very important for the machine field to have a good relationship with the Ashley family. Time passed bit by bit, and soon it was 9 o'clock. The bell in the arena rang. The people who were walking around stopped and sat down. Zhao Hai was still sitting in the contestants' area. The official match was scheduled to start at 10 o'clock. There was still an hour before it started. This was the time for Zhao Hai and Streep to prepare. However, they wouldn't let the people in the arena just sit there and do nothing. There would be performances in the arena. This was Zhao Hai's first time seeing a performance in the machine field. The performances here were very unique. There were dance performances, singing performances, and some stage performances. All of the dancers were martial artists. Their choreography was very difficult but also very beautiful. There were also mages on the side who cast spells that didn't have any offensive power. Instead, they were very beautiful. It was very nice to see. Zhao Hai didn't need to prepare anything. In this hour, he just sat there and watched the performance. He wasn't nervous at all. Streep's performance was similar to Zhao Hai's. Both of them weren't nervous at all. This made the other people feel strange. Before long, the bell in the arena rang again. The performances in the arena also stopped. Zhao Hai looked at the time and saw that there were about 10 minutes before the official match. Zhao Hai couldn't help but look at Streep. Streep was sitting there calmly, talking to the people around her. It seems like she wasn't nervous at all. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly. He understood why Streep wasn't nervous. Streep's attack was special. This gave Streep absolute confidence. Streep believed that no one in the wind grade could be his opponent. Even if Zhao Hai was strong before, Streep didn't think that he would lose. Zhao couldn't help but laugh inside. He was afraid that even if you beat Streep to death, he would never think that he had already condensed astral chi into his body. Zhao believed that his astral chi was stronger than Streep's unknown chi, not weaker at all. The reason why he was so confident was because he had done a lot of analysis. He had asked Xianxia about how he felt when he fought against Streep, and then he had the spaces analysis. Only then did he come to this conclusion. After analyzing it, the space concluded that the unknown energy Streep used was most likely a kind of energy similar to evil aura. However, its attack power wasn't as strong as evil aura. It could only amplify the effect to a certain extent, but the amplification wouldn't be too strong. Compared to astral energy or evil aura, it was still a lot weaker. It was precisely because of this conclusion that Zhao felt relieved. He didn't want to reveal too much of his strength. If he wanted to defeat Streep, it wouldn't be worth it for him to reveal too much of his cards. Dong, a melodious bell rang. Zhao Hai and Streep stood up and slowly walked towards the ring. This bell was to remind them that they were about to enter the ring. The two went up the ring and stood facing each other. The ring's protective shield rose. The two stood about 100 meters apart and looked at each other. Streep had a confident smile on his face. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, I've heard of you for a long time. It's my honor to exchange pointers with you today." Zhao smiled and bowed to Streep. "Mr. Streep, as the #1 expert of the top 10, I really admire your strength. Today, I can ask Mr. to give me a pointer or two. It really makes me feel fortunate." Streep smiled and bowed to Streep. Looking at the two, they didn't look like opponents. Instead, they looked like two friends who appreciated each other and wanted to exchange pointers. Of course, the two of them wouldn't take each other's words seriously. Whoever took the other's words seriously would be a fool. At this time, the bell rang. The two knew that this was the official ring for the match. When Zhao Hai heard the bell, he smiled at Streep and said, "Sir, the match has officially begun." Zhao Hai has been impolite. "Sir, please make the first move." Although Zhao Hai was talking to Streep, he didn't relax his guard against him. He felt a very uncomfortable feeling from Streep. This feeling made him very wary of Streep. Although Streep's performance was perfect and he was very polite, Zhao Hai didn't want to befriend him. This was because that uncomfortable feeling kept reminding him to stay away from Streep. Streep was also surprised by Zhao Hai. In fact, he had been collecting information about Zhao Hai for a while. Zhao Hai was very strong. In less than a year after he ascended, he was already a level 4 mage. Moreover, he had won the heart of the Ashley family's young lady. It was very likely that he would become a core member of the Ashley family. Most importantly, he was able to become friends with people like Xiongli, Dong Fengyu, Sun Fei, and Li Guangren, who all had different personalities. It was clear that he was a very capable person. Streep wasn't confident that this person would be polite to him. Because of this, he was very careful when dealing with Zhao Hai. Now that he heard Zhao Hai say this, Streep was a little surprised. Then his expression changed as he said, "Mr. Zhao Hai is too polite. You and I have different masters, so we have to fight. Mr. Zhao Hai, please go first." Zhao Hai looked at Streep and faintly smiled. "All right, then I won't be polite." After that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and a 5-layered magic array appeared in front of him. Then a fire dragon flew out of the array and pounced towards Streep. Streep looked at Zhao Hai's attack. Then he waved his hand and a 10-layered magic array appeared in front of him. Then like a huge machine gun, icicles shot out from the magic array and shot towards the fire dragon. Streep also noticed Zhao Hai's multitasking ability. He knew that if he used the ice dragon against the fire dragon, he would be at a disadvantage. So he changed his strategy and used icicles to attack the fire dragon. This way, he would be able to deal with Zhao Hai's fire dragon. This was the best way to deal with the fire dragon. Seeing Streep's response, Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but narrow. Then he waved his hand and the fire feather 10,000 arrow formation appeared once again. However, the fire dragon was destroyed by Streep's icicles. Seeing Zhao Hai use the fire feather 10,000 arrow formation, Streep immediately made a 10-layered ice shield appear in front of him and blocked Zhao Hai's attack. At this time, Zhao Hai's attack became even fiercer. He could release 2 different spells at the same time to attack Streep. But Streep wasn't a simple person. After blocking most of Zhao Hai's attacks with his ice shield, he began to counterattack. It must be said that Streep's spiritual force was very strong. Moreover, the ice shield didn't need much spiritual force to support it. Because of this, Streep could easily use other spells. Streep clearly recognized Zhao Hai's threat. He also wanted to deal with Zhao Hai as soon as possible. Therefore, while supporting the ice shield with his spiritual force, he softly chanted an incantation and made hand seals. Streep's hand seals were very fast. Before long, he finished chanting the incantation. Then Streep waved his hand and shouted towards Zhao Hai's direction, "Extreme frost, ice seal 10,000 miles, ha!" Along with his voice, white smoke suddenly rose from the stage. This white smoke was very domineering. As long as it touched something, it would immediately turn into a layer of ice. Even the green steel stones on the stage were no exception. One must know that Streep's ice seal 10,000 miles formation was made up of hundreds of formations. Naturally, it was very powerful. Seeing this, Zhao Hai also knew how powerful this move was. He waved his hands and a 10-layered fire dragon spell flew out from his hands. Lifelike fire dragons flew out from the formation. But this time, these fire dragons didn't attack Streep. Instead, they surrounded Zhao Hai and kept revolving. Seeing Zhao Hai's appearance, Streep couldn't help but smile. He believed that his ice seal 10,000 miles wasn't that easy to break. This spell wasn't as simple as a 100-layered level 4 spell. It also contained a lot of yin qi. This yin qi was Streep's biggest reliance. It was by relying on this yin qi that Streep was able to become the #1 expert of the top 10. If he didn't have this yin qi, then he might not even be able to enter the top 10. Just like what Zhao Hai saw before, although Streep was a genius, he definitely wasn't a top genius like Lei Xiaotian and Xiongli. His use of magic formations could only be considered average. But after he obtained a secret method that allowed him to add a lot of Xianxia to his magic formations, the power of his magic formations greatly increased. This allowed him to become one of the top 10 experts in one fell swoop. Moreover, he was the #1 expert of the top 10. Because of this, Streep had been collecting Xianxia for the past few years. The more Xianxia he collected, the more powerful his magic formations became. In the past 2 years, no one in the same rank as him, whether it was mages or warriors, could be his opponent. Because of this, he was very confident in his magic. He believed that the 10-layered fire dragons wouldn't be able to block his ice seal 10,000 miles. But what shocked Streep was that when the white mist reached the fire dragons, it started to emit white smoke. Although the fire dragons were getting smaller, they were still able to block his ice seal 10,000 miles. Upon seeing this, Streep's eyes couldn't help but stare. This was the first time he saw someone use 10-layered magic formations to block his ice seal 10,000 miles. One must know that in the past, when he used the ice seal 10,000 miles, even if the opponent used fire element magic to block it, the ice seal 10,000 miles would still freeze them. But Zhao Hai's method of blocking his ice seal 10,000 miles was the first time he saw it. After releasing more than 10 fire dragons, Zhao Hai stopped and began to softly chant an incantation. His hands were constantly forming seals. Actually, Zhao Hai was just putting on a show. He didn't need to chant an incantation or make any hand seals. This was because the magic formations were already stored in his space. He could just take them out and use them. But in front of others, he still had to do this. Otherwise, if others were to find out that he could instantly release 1,000 formations, they would be scared out of their wits. How long has it been since Zhao Hai ascended? In less than a year, he had already become a 4th-rank mage. This was already a monstrous existence. If he were to release 1,000 formations, then he wouldn't be a monstrous existence, he would be a monster. After pretending for a while, Zhao Hai waved his hand and loudly said, "Wind helps the fire, fire lends itself to the wind. Wind and fire, ha!" Along with his voice, with him as the center, a sea of fire soared to the sky. Then a huge tornado rose from the ground. This was true to the phrase "wind helps the fire, fire lends itself to the wind." A huge fire dragon flew up from the ground and rushed towards Streep. As for the 10,000 miles of ice that Streep had launched, it had been broken the moment the union of wind and fire appeared. Seeing this, Streep's expression couldn't help but change. He quickly made a hand seal and muttered an incantation. In a few seconds, 100-layered magic formation appeared in front of Streep. Streep loudly said, "Ice is the body, water is the soul. Ice dragon roar, ha!" Just as Streep's voice fell, the 100-layered magic formation in front of him suddenly issued a world-shaking dragon roar. Then a huge blue figure flew out of the magic formation. This was a 100-meter-long dragon. When this dragon appeared, it directly collided with Zhao Hai's wind and fire spell. Boom, the entire arena shook a few times, and cracks began to appear on the magic barrier around the arena. It looked as if the barrier would shatter at any moment. When the referee saw this situation, he was shocked. He immediately called a few mages over and poured magic into the shield. Only then did the shield stabilize and didn't break apart. But now, because of the explosion, the arena was filled with smoke. No one could see the situation inside. However, there were no sounds of fighting coming from the arena. This made people feel a lot more relieved. Although the sound of the explosion was very loud, the magic arrays used by the two were too gorgeous. Although they discovered that the barrier around the stage was about to break, nobody wanted to leave. Everyone stared at the stage, even though they couldn't see anything inside the stage. Before long, the smoke on the stage dissipated and 2 figures appeared on the stage. The 2 figures stood on the left and right, about 100 meters away from each other. It looked like they hadn't moved since they went on stage. In fact, this was the case. Since the 2 of them went on stage, they just stood there and bombarded each other with spells. Neither of them moved. The 2 of them were evenly matched. But after the smoke completely dissipated, people couldn't help but go into an uproar when they saw the 2 of them. This was because the 2 of them were still standing on stage, but their expressions were different. Zhao Hai was still standing there with a calm expression. His magic robe was still intact, he didn't look like he had just gone through a battle. On the other hand, Streep was in a sorry state. His sky-blue magic robe had several holes in it, revealing his underwear. Moreover, some of his hair was burnt and his face was covered in black ash. Looking at the two of them, it was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. This was also the reason why people were in an uproar. They thought that Streep was stronger than Zhao Hai, but now, it seemed that Zhao Hai was a bit stronger than Streep. Streep also noticed his situation. He stared at Zhao Hai with eyes full of anger. Streep had always been very concerned about his image. He didn't think that he would be pushed to this extent by Zhao Hai. What made him even angrier was that Zhao Hai was completely fine. Streep hated Zhao Hai. He hated that Zhao Hai put him in such a sorry state. He hated that Zhao Hai was stronger than him. He hated that Zhao Hai was able to defeat him. However, Streep was also a scheming person. He knew that it was impossible for him to make a move against Zhao Hai in the stage. Therefore, he took a deep breath and calmed his emotions. Then he bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Strength is really extraordinary. This one admires you. This one admits defeat." Then he turned his head to the referee and made a gesture to admit defeat. When the referee saw Streep's gesture, he stared. But he immediately reacted and opened the stage's barrier. At the same time, he loudly said, "Machine Field 6-Realm Beginner Competition, first place, Zhao Hai. Second place, Streep." As soon as the referee's words came out, the arena went into an uproar. A lot of people started cursing Streep. This was because Streep made them lose money. Seeing Streep admit defeat, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be surprised. Then he revealed a thought-provoking smile. Naturally, he could see the killing intent in Streep's eyes. However, he didn't expect Streep to be this scheming. He actually admitted defeat. Naturally, Zhao Hai wasn't naive enough to think that Streep would let him go. It was impossible. Streep was enduring for now because he was waiting for a bigger revenge. When Streep's revenge comes, it would certainly be fierce. It might even take Zhao Hai's life. However, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of Streep. What he wanted was for Streep to retaliate against him. When the time comes, he would be able to kill Streep. With the announcement of the referee, Zhao Hai officially became the champion of the Machine Fields qualifier. At this time, cheerful music filled the entire arena. All kinds of magic paintballs flew into the air, dazzling like fireworks. Zhao Hai stood on the stage and bowed to the audience. Originally, there was no such thing, but Zhao Hai still did it. When the audience saw Zhao Hai's actions, they couldn't help but get excited. They stood up and applauded Zhao Hai. At this time, Kajo, who was standing in the VIP seats, clapped his hands with tears in his eyes. The Ashley family had a great harvest this time. Not only did Zhao Hai become the champion of the Machine Fields qualifier, but Zhao Hai could also be said to be the biggest dark horse in history. Kajo took advantage of this fact. He didn't have the ability to gamble with others. Through Zhao Hai's victories, the Ashley family had made a lot of money. Kajo knew that the Ashley family's opportunity to rise had arrived. At this time, the Ashley family didn't have too many enemies. They had territory, money, people, material, and allies. If they couldn't rise with all of this, then it could only mean that they were trash. Then came the award ceremony. There was nothing to say about it. The prizes that were given to Zhao Hai couldn't enter Zhao Hai's eyes. The commotion lasted until the afternoon before the ceremony was officially over. After the ceremony, Zhao Hai wanted to drink with Xianxia and the others. However, he was stopped by Kajo. He wanted Zhao Hai to prepare for a banquet in the evening. Kajo wanted Zhao Hai to participate. Zhao Hai also knew that this kind of social interaction was unavoidable. He didn't object and agreed. After telling Xianxia and the others about the situation, he promised to drink with them tomorrow. Then he returned to the office with Margaret. After arriving at the office, Zhao Hai and Margaret returned to their room. Then they directly entered the space. Upon entering the space, Laura and the others immediately welcomed them. They looked at Zhao Hai with happy expressions. Laura said, "Congratulations, Brother Hai. You've finally become the champion." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's no need to congratulate me. It's just a qualifier." Right, have you monitored Streep's situation? Laura nodded and said, don't worry, Brother Hai. We've already monitored him. He has already returned to his residence. But this person is really a gold and jade on the outside. When he returned to his residence, he immediately found a woman. He's really shameless. While she said that, Laura's face couldn't help but turn red. It was obvious that Streep didn't do anything good. When Zhao Hai heard Laura, he couldn't help but knit his brows and said, found a woman? It seems like Streep's strange aura is related to women. You still need to pay attention to him. Naturally, don't look at him when he's looking for a woman. Otherwise, I'll get angry. Laura and the others pinched Zhao Hai, but Zhao Hai just laughed. Then he led the group to his room and took a bath. When he came out, Laura and the others were talking about something. Zhao Hai didn't know what they were talking about, but he didn't know. Zhao Hai gently walked behind the group and looked at what they were doing. He saw that they were facing a computer. On the computer, his appearance was displayed. Laura and the others were putting various kinds of clothes on his body, trying to see which one would be suitable. Zhao Hai looked at their appearance and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It must be said that Zhao Hai didn't really care about his clothes. In general, he would use his transformable clothes to transform into a magic robe. The style of the magic robe was very old, it was black. When Zhao Hai wore it, it didn't look special, let alone good-looking. However, Laura and the others didn't want to. In their opinion, Zhao Hai's clothes were too ugly. Moreover, there would be a lot of people attending the banquet tonight. Naturally, they wanted to make Zhao Hai look more handsome. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't care about it. He didn't want to meddle in this matter. Usually, he would wear clothes for comfort. But in a formal occasion like this, he needed to dress formally. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the only one losing face. Zhao sat on the side, drinking hot tea as he watched Laura and the others discuss what kind of clothes he should wear. This made his heart feel very peaceful. In fact, this was the kind of life that he yearned for the most. There was no competition, this was the kind of life that he yearned for. It must be said that the women's discussion about clothes had reached an astonishing degree. After 2 or 3 hours, they were still discussing. Originally, they had already chosen one, but they always felt that they could find something better. Therefore, they kept looking at it. Zhao Hai didn't care about it. At this time, Kajo and the others were preparing for the banquet, so they didn't bother him at all. Zhao Hai was also happy and relaxed. He turned the villa's screen to Streep, making it silent as he monitored Streep. At this time, Streep was cultivating. It seems like the woman that Laura said he was looking for had already left. This time, Streep wasn't injured, he just looked a bit embarrassed. At most, his hair and clothes were burnt. Zhao Hai didn't dare to injure him. If he did, then Streep's first place would be given to him. Zhao Hai wouldn't do such a stupid thing. He had plenty of time to deal with Streep, so he wouldn't do it in the arena. While Zhao Hai was fighting Streep, he released a very thin silver needle and pierced it into Streep's scalp. At that time, Streep was fighting intensely, so he didn't notice the pain that was as light as a mosquito bite. Zhao Hai's silver needle could be hard or soft. Now that it was pierced into Streep's scalp, it immediately softened. Even if people saw it, they would only think that it was a strand of white hair. Streep's hair was blue, so it was a good cover for the silver needle. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't think that his silver needle would be discovered. After looking at Streep, Zhao Hai turned the screen to the machine field's computers. The machine field also had movies, TV shows, news, and other things. But there was still a lot of content to watch. Upon seeing the news, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because the news was showing him winning the championship. On the screen, he was bowing to the audience. Zhao Hai looked at the screen and smiled faintly. Just as he was turning the channel, Laura's voice was suddenly heard, "Brother Hai, louder. Let's see what they're talking about." Zhao Hai turned his head to look. He didn't know when Laura and the others had raised their heads. Each and every one of them was looking at the screen with shining eyes. They looked more attentive than when they were watching him on TV. Zhao Hai smiled, then he turned up the volume on the screen. Then a voice was heard. Zhao Hai became a 4th-rank mage in less than a year after ascending. With his indisputable strength, He won first place in the Machine Field 6 Realm Beginner Competition. He is the pride of the Machine Field, the future of the Machine Field. Xiao Hai smiled, then he turned up the volume on the screen. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't expect the Machine Field's TV to say such things. Laura and the others were watching with great interest. From time to time, they would discuss with each other. Xiao Hai looked at them and didn't know what to say. After some time, he said, "What's wrong? Did you choose your clothes?" As soon as Laura and the others heard Xiao Hai, they became interested. Then they took out their computers and had Xiao Hai look at the clothes on the screen. They chose several thousand clothes before finally choosing this one. Xiao Hai looked at the clothes and saw that it was a very good magic robe. It was black with silver embroidery. It was gorgeous but not ostentatious. Moreover, the style wasn't like traditional magic robes. Instead, it was divided into a jacket and trousers. On the outside, it was covered with a buttonless jacket. It looked very handsome. Xiao Hai nodded and said, "Good. What about you, Margaret? You'll definitely be my partner in tonight's banquet. What clothes are you wearing?" Margaret smiled faintly and said, "I'll wear this." After that, he pulled out another robe from the computer. It was also a magic robe, black with silver embroidery on it. However, the style was very novel and beautiful. It looked more like a chic evening gown. Xiao Hai nodded and said, "Good, this one is also good. Unfortunately, your identities haven't been made public yet. Otherwise, I would have taken you to the banquet and made people jealous." Xiao Hai looked at the clothes on the computer and smiled at Laura and the others. Laura didn't mind and said, "What's there to be afraid of? We'll have time sooner or later. Brother Hai, shouldn't you prepare as well? It seems like it's almost time." Xiao Hai nodded, then he adjusted the image on the computer and looked at Kajo and the others. Kajo and the others were almost done with their preparations. This time, the banquet would be held in the dining hall of the office. There was enough space and everything was well prepared. The only thing left to do was to wrap things up. Xiao Hai looked at the time and said, "It's almost time. We should go out now. Brother Xianxia and the others will arrive soon. They might come to look for me first." Just as he said that, a sound was heard from outside the space. Xiao Hai looked and saw Xianxia and the others. He immediately took Margaret out of the space. Xiao Hai's clothes had already been changed into his magic robe. As for Margaret's clothes, they were sent to the machine to be made. After a while, Laura and the others would send the clothes to Margaret's room so that she could change into them. As for the other things, such as hair, jewelry, and makeup, they were already prepared. Margaret wouldn't make her hair too complicated since it wouldn't match her clothes. Her and Xiao Hai's clothes were simple and elegant. After coming out of the space, Xiao Hai opened the door and saw Xianxia, Dong Fangyu, and Li Kuangren standing outside. Xianxia, Dong Fangyu, and Li Kuangren had all changed into new warrior clothes. They looked very spirited. Xianxia put away his hammers while Sun Fei also changed into a new magic robe. He looked very handsome. When the group saw Xiao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Xiao Hai's luxurious clothes made him look very noble. This made Xiao Hai look very handsome. Xianxia laughed and said, "Not bad, little Hai. I didn't expect you to look like a different person after changing your clothes." "Not bad. Big brother, how come I didn't notice that you were quite handsome before?" Upon hearing this, Dong Fangyu and the others couldn't help but laugh. Night quietly arrived. The machine formation planet was a place where people don't sleep. Therefore, people's nightlife was very rich. And today was even more so. Because today was the end of the qualifiers, a lot of families held banquets. Among these banquets, the Ashley family's banquet was the most eye-catching. The Ashley family wasn't a top force in the machine field. In the past, it could be said that the Ashley family wasn't very famous in the machine field. There wasn't anything special about them. Although the Ashley family had a good relationship with other families, these families were small and medium-sized. They weren't the top forces of the machine field. When the Ashley family held banquets in the past, they would send invitations to other forces. Naturally, they wouldn't receive any response. Most of the people who attended the banquet were small and medium-sized forces that had good relations with the Ashley family. And besides a few of them, they would only send a representative. They didn't pay much attention to the Ashley family. But today was different. Zhao Hai took first place in the machine fields qualifier. This brought great benefits to the Ashley family. Now, even the great clans of the machine field had to give the Ashley family some face. This was because these people knew that the Ashley family's rise was unstoppable. Having one more friend was always better than having one more enemy. Because of this, very few people would come to the Ashley family's office on the machine formation planet. Today, the Ashley family's office was very lively. There were all kinds of flying cars going in and out of the parking lot. Men and women in luxurious clothes were holding crystal wine glasses in their hands as they chatted in the dining hall on the first floor and on the lawn outside. From time to time, the laughter of women could be heard. The melodious music was faintly discernible, and the night breeze brought a trace of coolness to the people. Without the stuffy heat of the day, it made people feel more comfortable. Kajo shuttled through the crowd, greeting both familiar and unfamiliar people. Naturally, Despares and Luke were no exception. The three of them were now the representatives of the Ashley family. Xianxia and the others were also standing on the lawn. Xianxia looked at the people around him and snorted, "I hate participating in this kind of banquet the most. I can't drink or eat anything. I can only see people wearing masks and chatting, it's very boring." Li Quanren also nodded and said, "Yeah, look at how fake their smiles are. It's better for us to find a place to have a few drinks and eat some meat." Dongfeng Yu looked at the two, then he smiled faintly and said, "All right, don't complain. It's already good that you're able to participate in this banquet. You should take a look at the people here, they're all influential figures. If it weren't for our relationship with Zhao Hai, then the Ashley family wouldn't have let us participate in this banquet. Did you see anyone from the outer court at this banquet?" Sun Fei nodded and said, "Boss Xiong, don't be discontented. But we can use this as an excuse to extort Brother Hai. He has a lot of good wine." As soon as Xiongli heard Sun Fei, he couldn't help but stare and said, "Good. Kid, you want to scheme against Zhao Hai? He, I like it." The group laughed, attracting everyone's attention. However, there was a trace of disdain in their eyes. It was clear that the people of the machine field weren't used to seeing ascended people. Xiongli and the others simply didn't care. They were people who could call the wind and summon the rain in the lower realms. What kind of scene haven't they seen before? Even if they weren't as strong in the machine field as they were in the lower realms, they were still geniuses. Even in the outer courts of their respective families, they were still highly regarded. So how could they care about such trivial matters? At this time, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Almost all the guests had arrived. At this time, Zhao Hai and Margaret came down from the upper floor of the office. As soon as the two appeared, they attracted the attention of everyone present. The two were wearing black clothes. At first glance, they didn't look very gorgeous. However, the material of the clothes exposed their extraordinariness. Most importantly, the two clothes were specially designed. When the two stood side by side, the patterns on their clothes would connect. At this point, even a blind person would know that the two were wearing specially designed couple outfits. When Zhao Hai came out, everyone came over to greet Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also politely returned their greetings. What surprised these people was that Zhao Hai was able to casually call out their names. There was no sense of unfamiliarity. Doing this wasn't easy. This was because these people were sure that this was the first time they came in contact with Zhao Hai. Moreover, when the Ashley family gave them the invitation, they didn't say who they would send. In other words, Zhao Hai didn't know that they were coming. In this case, Zhao Hai was still able to accurately call out their names. This was very remarkable. Zhao Hai had participated in this kind of banquet more than once in the lower realm. Although the environment had changed, for Zhao Hai, the social interaction of the banquet hadn't changed. He just needed to follow the routine. Although today's banquet was held to celebrate his achievements, Zhao Hai was very clear that he was still an expert of the Ashley family. If it weren't for the Ashley family, these people wouldn't be so enthusiastic about him. Nominally, the main character of this banquet was Zhao Hai. But in fact, this wasn't the case. This banquet was just a place to use his name to communicate with the major forces. It was just a gathering for them to compete with each other. Zhao Hai's role in this banquet was just to be a decorative vase. After Zhao Hai greeted these people, he led Margaret to Xianxia and the others. When Xianxia and the others saw Zhao Hai and Margaret, they smiled faintly. Xianxia said, "Not bad, Zhao Hai. I can see that you have a lot of experience in dealing with these people. Did you think that you would always attend these banquets?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I don't have the time to attend these banquets. In fact, these banquets are almost the same. As long as you attend them once, you'll know what to do next time." Xianxia laughed. This wasn't his first time attending a banquet like this. Naturally, he knew that Zhao Hai was right. The few of them formed a small circle and chatted with each other. However, most of the people were chatting with Kazhou. After all, everyone knew that Kazhou was the most trusted person of the Ashley family. He was definitely a powerful person in the Ashley family. The one in charge of the banquet tonight was Kazhou. Naturally, Zhao Hai was also aware of this situation. Therefore, after greeting these people, he took Margaret to Xianxia and the others. They chatted with Xianxia and the others, they didn't try to get in touch with these people. Time slowly passed in this leisurely environment. Unknowingly, it was already 9 o'clock. At this time, Kazhou had already finalized a partnership with several families. It could be said that he had a great harvest. At this moment, a dazzling blue light came from the distance and quickly arrived at the parking lot. When Kazhou saw this blue light, his expression couldn't help but change. This was because he recognized this blue light. On the machine formation planet, there was only one force that used a flying car that was covered in blue light. It was the Water God Temple. The Water Spirit Temple was one of the top forces in the machine field. They were also an important part of the Magic Alliance. They were much stronger than the Ashley family. Originally, the Water Spirit Temple didn't have any enmity with the Ashley family. For them to send someone to the banquet was equal to supporting the Ashley family. Kazhou should be happy. But one shouldn't forget that Streep was a member of the Water Spirit Temple. If Zhao Hai didn't appear, then Streep would be the one to take first place. Now that Streep was defeated by Zhao Hai, the Ashley family had a grudge with the Water Spirit Temple. Naturally, Kazhou also sent an invitation to the Water Spirit Temple. However, there was no reply from the Water Spirit Temple. Kazhou thought that the Water Spirit Temple wouldn't come. But now that the banquet had been going on for more than an hour, the Water Spirit Temple suddenly appeared. This caused Kazhou to think. At this time, the dazzling flying car stopped in the parking lot. Then the door opened as two people walked out. Upon seeing the two people, Kazhou's pupils shrank. This was because he didn't recognize one of the two. But the person he didn't recognize wasn't wearing the style of the machine field. Looking at the person's appearance, he seemed to be from the cultivation realm. Kazhou believed in his own judgment. The way people from the cultivation realm dressed was very different from the way people from the machine field dressed. Moreover, their temperament was also different. Even if people from the machine field wore the clothes of the cultivation realm, they wouldn't look like people from the cultivation realm. People from the cultivation realm had a very special temperament. The other person that Kazhou recognized also made Kazhou's heart skip a beat. This person was a bishop of the Water Spirit Temple. His name was Badon, and this Badon had a nickname, Viper. Venomous Snake Badong. As soon as one heard this person's nickname, one would know what kind of person he was. Just like his nickname, this person Badong was really a person like a venomous snake. As long as one was targeted by others, they wouldn't have a good life. This person was ruthless and vicious, and would do anything to deal with his enemies. He was definitely a very difficult person to deal with. It can be said that if it was any other person from the Water God Temple, Kazhou wouldn't be this nervous. But when he saw Viper Badon, Kazhou's heart couldn't help but rise. However, he still quickly went forward, and when he was about 10 meters away from Badon, he laughed and said, "I didn't think that Bishop Badon would come. My Ashley family is truly fortunate." Kazhou is very polite. This Badong was dark and thin. He didn't look impressive at all. There was nothing special about him. His eyes were misty, but when his eyes swept over you, you would immediately feel uncomfortable. This was because this person's small eyes always reflected a sinister light like a poisonous snake, making people feel very uncomfortable. Ba Dong looked at Kazhou, then he nodded and said, "Kazhou, your performance this time was very good. Come, let me introduce you. This is the Cultivation Realm's Western Cold City's genius, Li Chuchen. He's also a participant in the Six Realms Hegemony competition. This time, he managed to get 10th place in the Cultivation Realm's internal qualifiers." When Ba Dong said that Li Chuchen got 10th place, he wasn't being sarcastic. This was a compliment. Compared to the machine field, being 10th place in the Cultivation Realm was a lot more important. It must be known that being 10th place in the Cultivation Realm was equivalent to being 10th in the Six Realms Hegemony competition. In the Six Realms Hegemony competition, very few people could break this rule. Kazhou was originally angry at Ba Dong's tone. But after hearing Ba Dong's introduction, Kazhou couldn't help but be angry. Although the machine field and the Cultivation Realm had their occasional friction, the two realms still interacted with each other. In fact, there were a lot of exchanges between the two realms. It's just that the Cultivation Realm always had the upper hand in these exchanges. Moreover, they were in a leading position. Because the Six Realms Hegemony competition was about to begin, Kazhou had a certain understanding of the Cultivation Realm's geniuses. Li Chuchen was one of the names that he had heard. Li Chuchen, also known as the Skyfrost Sword, was a genius who had ascended from the Western Cold City in the last 4 years. Although it had only been 4 years since he ascended, he was now a Foundation establishment cultivator. Moreover, he had a high-grade magic weapon in his hand that the Western Cold City's city lord had given him, the Skyfrost Sword. He had relied on this sword to slowly make a name for himself. The Western Cold City wasn't a small force in the cultivation world, it was one of the major forces in the cultivation world. It had tens of millions of disciples, more than 1 million inner disciples, and about 10,000 core disciples. In addition to the elders and other experts, the strength of the Western Cold City was definitely one of the top in the cultivation world. Although Western Cold City only had about 10,000 core disciples, these disciples were very strong. The core disciples of the cultivation realm and the core members of the machine field were two completely different things. In the machine field, the core members of a family were generally people of the family. No matter how strong you are, as long as you have the blood of an important member of the family, you would be a core member of the family. Because the machine field didn't pay much attention to strength, there were some families with weak core members. However, the cultivation realm wasn't the same. In the cultivation realm, everything was based on strength. Before reaching the foundation establishment stage, only outer court disciples would have the qualifications to become inner court disciples. Inner court disciples were generally composed of foundation establishment disciples. If one could reach the golden core stage, then one would have the qualifications to become a core disciple. And a core disciple of a sect would have the strength to fight against a fleet of the machine field. But Li Chuchen was able to become a foundation establishment stage expert in less than 4 years after his ascension and was promoted to an inner court disciple of the Western Cold City. This in itself was not a very great thing. It could be said that Li Chuchen was a once-in-a-century genius in the cultivation world. Because of this, although Li Chuchen was only 10th in the machine field's qualifier, Kazhou didn't dare neglect him. He immediately bowed and said, "So it's young hero Li." Kazhou has been impolite. I didn't expect young hero Li to grace the Ashley family with his presence. This is a great blessing for the Ashley family. Li Chuchen didn't give Kazhou any face. He just snorted and then said, "I heard that there's a genius in your family. He ascended less than a year ago and became the champion of the machine field's qualifiers." Ha ha ha. The machine field's strength is getting worse and worse. Someone who ascended less than a year ago can already dominate the machine field. It's ridiculous that you're holding a celebration banquet. Don't you think it's too absurd? Kazhou nodded and said, "You're a genius who ascended less than a year ago, isn't it ridiculous?" Upon hearing Li Chuchen's words, Kazhou's expression changed. Then he turned his head to Ba Dong. A smile flashed on Ba Dong's dark face. Kazhou wasn't angry at Li Chuchen's impoliteness. People from the cultivation realm have always looked down on people from the machine field. This wasn't strange. The reason why Kazhou's expression changed was because Li Chuchen mentioned Zhao Hai. Moreover, Li Chuchen seemed to be dissatisfied with Zhao Hai. If Li Chuchen was really dissatisfied with Zhao Hai, then he might challenge Zhao Hai. Then Zhao Hai would be in danger. Naturally, the Water Spirit Temple was behind this matter. When he thought of this, Kazhou couldn't help but hate the Water Spirit Temple even more. He didn't expect the Water Spirit Temple to be so intolerant. Zhao Hai was very strong. If he participated in the Six Realms beginner competition, then he would certainly bring benefits to the machine field. However, the Water Spirit Temple actually wanted to cripple Zhao Hai in order to retaliate. This would definitely hurt those close to them and make their enemies happy. They didn't think about the big picture at all. Although he thought of this, Kazhou still suppressed his anger. Then he politely said to Li Chuchen, "My Ashley family's strength naturally can't enter young hero Li's eyes. It's precisely because my Ashley family hasn't achieved any decent results that we decided to celebrate. Young hero Li, please don't laugh at us." It wasn't that Kazhou wanted to be humble. If it was another occasion, he wouldn't have been so polite to Li Chuchen. After all, Li Chuchen was just a disciple of Western Cold City. Moreover, he was also a cultivator. Even if Kazhou offended Li Chuchen might not dare to do anything to him. After all, this matter was related to the machine field and the cultivation realm. The reason why Kazhou was so polite was mainly because he wanted to divert Li Chuchen's attention. He wanted Li Chuchen to stop challenging Zhao Hai. Kazhou was a wily old fox in the Jianghu. From Li Chuchen's words, he could tell that Li Chuchen didn't come with good intentions. Although Li Chuchen was from the cultivation realm and didn't dare to go to war with a great family of the machine field, if he challenged Zhao Hai, then even if he killed Zhao Hai, the Ashley family wouldn't be able to do anything. This was because the Ashley family didn't dare to go to war with Western Cold City. Li Chuchen alone wasn't scary, what was scary was the force behind him. Western Cold City was very powerful. If the Ashley family really did something to Li Chuchen, then Western Cold City would certainly retaliate against the Ashley family. When the time comes, nobody in the machine field would dare to stand up for the Ashley family. After all, nobody wanted to offend a force like Western Cold City. It can be said that the Water Spirit Temple's move was very ruthless. They didn't come forward to deal with Zhao Hai, but instead sent Li Chuchen. If Li Chuchen really challenged Zhao Hai, then Zhao Hai would have to accept the challenge. This was the rule of the machine field. The people of the machine field have always been suppressed by the cultivation realm. However, the people of the machine field also had their own dignity. If the cultivation realm wanted to deal with Zhao Hai, then the machine field would certainly come forward for Zhao Hai. This was because the machine field could say that the cultivation realm was bullying the weak. But if a newcomer came to challenge Zhao Hai, then Zhao Hai would have to accept the challenge. If Zhao Hai didn't accept the challenge, then he would lose face for the machine field. The machine field would rather have Zhao Hai accept Li Chuchen's challenge and die than to see Zhao Hai running away like a coward. This was the dignity of the machine field. The Water Spirit Temple saw this point. Therefore, they asked Li Chuchen to come forward and challenge Zhao Hai. In the Water Spirit Temple's view, Zhao Hai snatched the first place in the qualifiers from their hands. Because of this, the Water Spirit Temple didn't get what they wanted. Therefore, they used this method. It was also a coincidence that Li Chuchen was now an inner disciple of Western Cold City. Moreover, he was going to participate in the Six Realms beginner competition. Therefore, he shouldn't be running around. The reason why Li Chuchen came here was because the Water Spirit Temple had something that he needed. This thing was the Heavenly One Divine Water. The Heavenly One Divine Water was a treasure in the cultivation realm. Although there weren't many of them, this thing was very beneficial to Li Chuchen's cultivation. Moreover, Li Chuchen's cultivation had reached a bottleneck, so he wanted to experience it. Therefore, he personally went to the Water Spirit Temple to ask for the Heavenly One Divine Water. The Heavenly One Divine Water was very important to the Water Spirit Temple. But since Li Chuchen asked for it, they weren't reluctant. After all, this way, Li Chuchen would owe them a favor. If Li Chuchen's cultivation improved because of the Heavenly One Divine Water, then he would be able to achieve good results in the Six Realms beginner competition. Naturally, the Water Spirit Temple would have no reason to refuse. Li Chuchen's situation was similar to Lei Xiaotian. They grew up under the praise of others. Because of this, they were very arrogant. Ba Dong saw this point, so he made a small mistake. He provoked Li Chuchen to come to the Ashley family's banquet to challenge Zhao Hai. Ba Dong also knew that doing this would bring trouble to the Water Spirit Temple. After all, this was tantamount to colluding with outsiders to deal with the machine field. However, he didn't care about that right now. He just wanted to kill Zhao Hai. The reason why Ba Dong was so angry was because of Streep's strength. Moreover, Ba Dong was the one who nurtured her. In order for Streep's strength to increase as soon as possible, Ba Dong put in a lot of effort. He wanted Streep to get first place in the qualifiers. This way, Ba Dong's status in the Water Spirit Temple would be higher. Maybe one day, he would become the Archbishop of the temple. But all of this was destroyed by Zhao Hai. Because of this, Ba Dong hated Zhao Hai to the bone. Now that Li Chuchen came to his door, how could Ba Dong let go of such a good opportunity? Although it would be troublesome afterwards, as long as he can get rid of Zhao Hai, it would be worth it. Moreover, a dead genius was no longer a genius. As long as Zhao Hai dies, the Ashley family wouldn't be able to achieve good results in the Six Realms beginner competition. It would be impossible for the Ashley family to rise smoothly. The Ashley family's allies wouldn't help them. But Streep was still alive. As long as Streep can achieve good results in the Six Realms beginner competition, then the Ashley family's allies would become allies of the Water Spirit Temple. It was precisely because of this that Ba Dong decided to provoke Li Chuchen into making a move. This led to today's scene. Although Kazhou didn't know what kind of struggle Ba Dong went through in order to make such a decision, he was very clear about Ba Dong's intentions. Ba Dong came this time for Zhao Hai. Because of this, Kazhou decided to be humble. He wanted the child to change the topic so that Li Chuchen wouldn't challenge Zhao Hai. At this time, the people who came to participate in the banquet also noticed Kazhou and the others. They also heard their conversation. Everyone looked at Ba Dong with contempt, but Ba Dong acted as if he didn't see them. At this point, Ba Dong couldn't turn back. This time, he didn't ask Li Chuchen to deal with Zhao Hai. Instead, he wanted to provoke Li Chuchen into dealing with Zhao Hai. Even if he didn't want Li Chuchen to deal with Zhao Hai, Li Chuchen wouldn't listen to him. Kazhou's idea was good, but Li Chuchen wasn't that easy to fool. Although Kazhou lowered his stance, this didn't dispel Li Chuchen's desire to challenge Zhao Hai. Li Chuchen snorted, then he said, "I heard that Zhao Hai is very arrogant. He wants to compete with our Cultivation Realms experts. Since I'm here today, I'll teach him a lesson. I'll let him know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is." After Li Chuchen said this, the people present began to discuss. Everyone's eyes were on Ba Dong and Zhao Hai. None of the people present were fools. From Li Chuchen's words, they knew that Li Chuchen came here because he was instigated by someone. There was no need to ask, this person must be Ba Dong. This was because Ba Dong was a member of the Water Spirit Temple. And the one that Zhao Hai defeated was Streep of the Water Spirit Temple to take first place in the qualifiers. Everyone felt that Ba Dong's actions were very shameful. It was clear that he wanted to kill Zhao Hai. Moreover, he colluded with people from the outside world to deal with people from their own world. This was even more shameful. However, they also had to admit that this move was very vicious. Nobody in the machine field would refuse such a challenge. If you refuse, then you would lose the face of the machine field. You would be showing weakness to the cultivation realm. Then you wouldn't be able to stay in the machine field in the future. Moreover, all your benefits would be revoked as well as your qualifications to participate in the Six Realms beginner competition. Therefore, when everyone looked at Ba Dong, their eyes were filled with disdain and deep fear. However, when they looked at Zhao Hai, their eyes were filled with sympathy. However, even more people looked at Zhao Hai with a gloating expression, as if they were looking at a dead man. When Kazhou heard Li Chuchen, his body couldn't help but sway. Then his face turned pale. He knew that this matter couldn't be changed. It wasn't just Kazhou. Besides Zhao Hai and Margaret, the complexions of Desbarres, Luke, Xianxia, and the others also changed. Their faces turned pale in an instant. Their thoughts were the same as Kazhou. Zhao Hai was finished. Zhao Hai naturally knew what happened. He pulled Margaret and walked towards Kazhou. Then he looked at Li Chuchen and smiled faintly as he said, "Young hero Li Chuchen? Haha, this one is Zhao Hai." It's my honor to meet young hero Li. Li Chuchen looked at Zhao Hai, then he coldly snorted and said, "You're the one who spoke arrogant words?" Zhao Hai gently shook his head and said, "I didn't say anything like that. It seems like young hero Li has misunderstood. I admire the cultivation realm's powerhouses. How could I be arrogant enough to say something like that? Young hero Li is wise, you should be able to distinguish right from wrong. Be careful of being used by villains with ulterior motives." When Li Chuchen heard Zhao Hai, he immediately understood what he meant. He turned his head to Ba Dong and coldly snorted. However, he still turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Who do you think you are? It's not up to you to teach me a lesson. If you don't want to fight, then just say it. I, Li Chuchen, won't make a move against a coward. I don't want to dirty my sword." When Kazhou saw Zhao Hai's response, he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. But when he heard Li Chuchen, his face turned ashen. He didn't expect Li Chuchen to be so overbearing. Even though he knew that he was being tricked, he still insisted on attacking Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also didn't expect Li Chuchen to be so unreasonable. His eyes narrowed, then he smiled faintly and said, "Since young hero Li wants to fight, then this Zhao Hai has no reason to disagree. I ask young hero Li to set a time and place." Li Chuchen coldly snorted and said, "What time and place? I don't need to set a time to teach you a lesson. Let's do it now. As long as you can take 3 of my swords without dying, then I'll give you a way out. Wait until the 6 realms competition. If you can't take 3 of my swords, then you deserve to die." Zhao Hai looked at Li Chuchen, then he smiled faintly and said, "All right, then let me experience the might of the heavenly frost divine sword." Li Chuchen coldly snorted, then he waved his hand as a small sword appeared in his hand. This sword wasn't long, it was only about 1 meter long. The sword's body was lightning white, even the hilt was white. Behind the hilt was a sword pendant with a white tassel. It looked very beautiful. When the sword was taken out, the surrounding temperature immediately dropped. Before long, the temperature had reached a freezing point. At this time, Li Chuchen had a confident smile on his face as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Are you ready?" Zhao Hai looked at the people around him, then he smiled faintly and said, "Young hero Li, there are too many people here. If we fight, it would be hard to avoid harming the innocent. How about we find a place where there aren't too many people?" Li Chuchen also knew that the people here were all famous people in the machine field. If he really hurt these people, then it wouldn't be good. He coldly snorted, then he nodded and said, "All right, let's go." Then his figure moved as he flew towards a forest not far away. The machine field was vast and sparsely populated. Its natural environment had always been well protected. Besides some cities, the distance between 2 buildings wasn't close. Some buildings were even separated by several kilometers. Places like forests were even more common. Not far from the Ashley family's office was a forest. In fact, this forest was planted by the Ashley family. The forest was made up of a type of tree called the fragrance tree. This type of tree was used to make spices. The tree's trunk emitted a burst of fragrance. The fragrance wasn't strong, but it could calm the mind of people. Moreover, it also had the effect of repelling insects. The cost of building this forest wasn't cheap, but no one cared about it. Zhao and Li Chuchen flew towards the forest, while everyone else who had the ability to fly flew to the top of the forest to watch the two. Those who didn't have the ability to fly sat in their flying cars and flew to a place not far from the forest to watch the 2 men. Xianxia and the others had ugly expressions on their faces as they looked into the forest. Margaret was the same. Xianxia and the others looked at Margaret and saw that she didn't have a worried expression on her face. They couldn't help but feel strange. Margaret's expression was a bit abnormal. Was she really that confident in Zhao Hai? Li Kuangren, who couldn't hide his thoughts, looked at Margaret and said, "Sister-in-law, are you really not worried about Zhao Hai? Is his opponent a genius from the cultivation realm?" Margaret turned her head to Li Kuangren and smiled faintly. "Third brother can rest assured. Brother Hai will be fine. I have confidence in him. Even if it's a cultivation realm expert, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him." As soon as Margaret's words came out, a cold snort was heard from the side. Margaret turned her head and saw Ba Dong. She couldn't help but narrow her eyes. Then she turned her head and no longer looked at Ba Dong. This action of narrowing her eyes was something that Margaret learned from Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai would only do this when he was angry. Margaret also learned from him. When Li Kuangren and the others heard Ba Dong snort, they glared at Ba Dong. However, Ba Dong acted as if he didn't see them. Li Kuangren and the others didn't make a move. Even the most impulsive Li Kuangren didn't scold Ba Dong. This was because Ba Dong was a bishop of the Water Spirit Temple. They couldn't afford to offend him. However, they still remembered the enmity they had with the Water Spirit Temple. No matter how Zhao Hai's battle turned out, they would certainly retaliate against the Water Spirit Temple. Although Li Kuangren and the others didn't know Zhao Hai for a long time, their tempers were very good. It can be said that they hit it off very well. Sometimes, fate was a very strange thing. Although they had only known each other for a short time, they felt like they had known each other for a long time. In the eyes of Li Kuangren and the others, Zhao Hai was their brother. Now that their brother was being schemed against, they couldn't help but be angry. However, they weren't strong enough, so they could only swallow their anger. At this time, Zhao Hai and Li Chuchen were already flying above the fragrance forest. The two didn't land in the forest, instead, they stood on top of it, about 100 meters away from each other. Li Chuchen looked at the people around him and then showed a sarcastic smile to Zhao Hai and said, "It seems like your kindness wasn't rewarded." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I only do what I think I should do. Young hero Li, please." Li Chuchen looked at Zhao Hai and coldly snorted. Then the Skyfrost sword appeared in front of him. Then Li Chuchen made a hand seal as he waved his hand and said, "Cutting mountain and river, first sword." Along with his voice, the Skyfrost sword in front of him suddenly became bigger. The sword that was less than a meter long suddenly became more than 10 meters long. The sword's body was also as thick as a door. Then the sword slashed towards Zhao Hai. This sword looked like a simple slash, but Zhao Hai knew that it wasn't that simple. When the Skyfrost sword slashed down from the sky, the sword's body gently trembled. Don't underestimate this slight trembling. This wasn't because Li Chuchen's control over the sword wasn't good. On the contrary, Li Chuchen's control over the Skyfrost sword was very good. The reason why the sword's body trembled was to block all of Zhao Hai's escape routes. No matter where Zhao Hai dodged, the Skyfrost sword would adjust in the shortest amount of time before slashing down. It can be said that Zhao Hai had no other choice but to meet this sword head on. When Zhao Hai saw this, his expression changed. He waved his hand as a silver magic staff appeared in Zhao Hai's hand. When everyone saw Zhao Hai take out a magic staff, they couldn't help but stare. This was because Zhao Hai had never used a weapon during the competition. Everyone thought that Zhao Hai hadn't found a magic staff that was suitable for him. They didn't expect that at this time, Zhao Hai would suddenly take out a magic staff. Everyone knew that it wasn't that Zhao Hai didn't have a magic staff, it was just that he didn't use it before. In other words, he didn't use his full strength during the competition. The magic staff that Zhao Hai took out was naturally liquid silver. He also discovered that the Skyfrost sword was extraordinary. However, it was impossible for it to pose a threat to him. If Zhao Hai used the body-tempering fist to attack, then he wouldn't need liquid silver to repel the Skyfrost sword. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to expose his strength, so he took out liquid silver. After taking out liquid silver, Zhao Hai immediately waved his hand. A superimposed magic formation instantly appeared in front of him. As soon as this magic formation appeared, it immediately turned into a huge shield that blocked in front of Zhao Hai. At this time, Li Chuchen's Skyfrost sword slashed down. The incomparably huge Skyfrost sword carried an earth-shattering might as it slashed down on Zhao Hai's huge shield. Boom! A loud sound echoed as everyone discovered that a hole had appeared in the shield in front of them. The Skyfrost sword continued to slash down. Everyone's heart was in their mouths. This was because if the Skyfrost sword continued to slash down, it would hit Zhao Hai. However, just as the Skyfrost sword slashed through the shield, a smaller shield suddenly appeared. This shield blocked the Skyfrost sword's path. The Skyfrost sword didn't stop and slashed through this shield. However, another 100 shields appeared in front of the sword. This shield was smaller than the previous one. It was only now that people discovered that the Skyfrost sword didn't completely break through the shield's defense. Although it looked like a shield, it was actually a layer of shields stacked on top of each other to form a shield formation. The Skyfrost sword cut through layer after layer of the shield formation, but at the same time, the speed of the Skyfrost sword's descent became slower and slower. Some people counted and found that the Skyfrost sword had already slashed through more than 60 shields. This was already very astonishing. Those shields were made up of hundreds of superimposed magic formations. Every single one of them wasn't easy to break. However, the Skyfrost sword was able to break through more than 60 shields in one go. This was already very amazing. Finally, the Skyfrost sword stopped after slashing through 90 shields. Everyone let out a long breath before they couldn't help but cheer. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to block Li Chuchen's overbearing attack with just 100 superimposed magic formations. Li Chuchen's complexion was somewhat ugly. He looked at Zhao Hai and coldly snorted, "Not bad. I didn't think that you would be able to block my sword. However, you can try blocking it again." After he said that, Li Chuchen formed a sword seal and said, "Piercing the heavens and earth, second sword." Along with his voice, the Skyfrost sword that wasn't that huge a moment ago turned back into its normal form. Then the sword stabbed towards Zhao Hai. This sword was filled with an indomitable aura as if it wanted to pierce through the heavens and earth. Zhao Hai didn't move as he stared at the sword. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but rather that he couldn't. Li Chuchen's piercing heaven and earth was very powerful, the sword's aura had already locked onto him. If he moved, the sword would also move. Li Chuchen was using a flying sword, and flying swords weren't only able to fly straight, they could also turn. Because of this, dodging wouldn't work, it would just be a waste of time. Zhao Hai waved his hand as a 100-layered formation appeared in front of him. As soon as this formation appeared, a large sword flew out. This sword was huge, it wasn't any smaller than the Skyfrost sword. The sword's body was golden, it looked very gorgeous. Zhao Hai didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to deal with the Skyfrost sword. This large sword flew towards the Skyfrost sword. Sword tip against sword tip. One was a large sword, while the other was a small sword that was only 1 meter long. In the blink of an eye, the two swords collided. Boom, the greatsword's tip and the Skyfrost sword's tip collided. When the two swords collided, an unprecedented amount of energy was released. This energy was like a wave, with the two swords as the center, it spread out in all directions. Wherever the energy passed, the incense trees would be cut in half. The people standing outside the forest immediately set up shields. They were very clear that this energy was just the remnant of the two people's energy. If one were to say that it wasn't very powerful, then ordinary shields would be enough to block it. But at this time, the greatsword that collided with the Skyfrost sword was covered in frost. Then with a bang, the greatsword turned into fragments. However, the Skyfrost sword's attack was still blocked. Now that the Skyfrost sword had stopped, it lost its momentum. Even if Li Chuchen wanted it to continue attacking Zhao Hai, it wouldn't be able to display more than 20% of its usual power. Li Chuchen also knew that his attack was in vain. His expression was somewhat gloomy. Although he was used, Zhao Hai's strength was beyond his expectations. He knew how strong the machine field's mages were. Frankly speaking, before he fought with Zhao Hai, he didn't put Zhao Hai in his eyes. In his opinion, he only needed one sword strike to kill Zhao Hai. But unfortunately, he miscalculated. His two sword strikes were blocked by Zhao Hai. This made him lose face. Cultivators from the cultivation realm were rarely defeated by mages and warriors from the machine field. Even cultivators who haven't reached foundation establishment would be invincible against a 4th or 5th rank mage. They might even be able to kill the other party. This had a lot to do with the cultivation methods of both parties. Although cultivators from the machine field were very powerful, they were still able to kill the other party. Cultivators cultivate origin chi by introducing origin chi into their body. Then they would constantly temper their body. Finally, they would turn their dantian into a chi si and store all of their origin chi inside. This way, they would be able to use it in battle. Once the origin chi reaches a certain concentration, it would turn into a liquid. When all of the origin chi is successfully liquefied, it would mean that one was already a foundation establishment cultivator. When the liquid origin chi in one's dantian finally condenses into a golden core, it would mean that one was a core formation cultivator. On the other hand, warriors of the machine field had a different cultivation method compared to cultivators. Warriors of the machine field mostly cultivated battle chi. Battle chi was mainly used to temper the body. They would need to crazily temper their body before they could produce battle chi. After the battle chi is produced, it would be stored in their body and slowly transform it. However, this battle chi wouldn't be stored in the dantian. Because of this, battle chi cultivation was much more difficult than origin chi cultivation. This was even more so for magicians. What magicians cultivated was their spiritual force. However, the cultivation of spiritual force wasn't easy. Additionally, the tools that magicians could use were too few. Cultivators, on the other hand, had a lot of tools at their disposal. In the machine field, mages generally only used magic staffs or magic formation discs. It could be said that they were very monotonous. Warriors were the same. Besides their weapons and armor, they didn't have anything else to use. Cultivators, on the other hand, were different. Cultivators could use too many tools, from the flying sword they carried with them to all kinds of magic tools. It could be said that they had everything they needed. It was precisely because of this that when cultivators fought against magicians or warriors, they would have the upper hand. But today, Li Chuchen said that as long as Zhao Hai can block 3 of his swords, then he would let Zhao Hai go. Because of this, the only weapon Li Chuchen could use right now was the Skyfrost sword. Li Chuchen was arrogant. This wasn't only because he was a genius, but also because he was a cultivator of the cultivation realm. In the world of cultivation, the strongest realm was undoubtedly the cultivation realm. Because of this, no matter where cultivators went, they would think that they were superior. Li Chuchen was no exception. Moreover, he came to the machine field this time. Because of this, Li Chuchen wanted to eliminate Zhao Hai and show off his might. But he didn't expect that 2 of his swords would be blocked by Zhao Hai. This made Li Chuchen ride a tiger and have no way to back down. A foundation establishment cultivator actually couldn't deal with a 4th-rank mage. If this were to spread out, then Li Chuchen would be laughed at. Not only did he lose his own face, he also lost Western Cold City's face. He also lost the face of the cultivation realm. Because of this, he couldn't afford to lose his last sword. Li Chuchen looked at Zhao Hai with a gloomy expression. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this hard to deal with. Although he hadn't fought with a mage before, he still had some understanding of the mage's situation. The ranks of mages in the machine field were determined by the number of stacked formations they could use. The more formations they could use, the stronger they would be. However, this didn't mean that a 6th-rank mage could use 1,000 stacked formations at any time. This was almost impossible. Just like in the cultivation realm, it was impossible to casually use a trump card. If a trump card was easy to use, then it wouldn't be a trump card. Therefore, a normal cultivator would have an advantage against a magician. Cultivators could use all kinds of tools to increase their strength to 100%, or even exceed their normal level. Magicians, on the other hand, could only use magic formations that were lower than their actual strength. This was because they needed too much time to prepare, and no enemy would give them that much time to prepare. In a real battle, instantaneous magic was the mainstream. But Zhao was able to instantly cast a 100-layered magic formation, which was definitely beyond Li Chuchen's expectations. If Zhao was able to cast a 100-layered magic formation the first time because he used a magic staff, then what was going on with the sword-shaped magic formation the second time? Li Chuchen thought to himself. Li Chuchen's attacks weren't random. Every time he used a move, he wanted to see Zhao Hai's true strength. This move was no problem for a 4th-rank mage. This was because this move sealed all of Zhao Hai's escape routes. Even if Zhao Hai blocked it, Li Chuchen could still use Zhao Hai's second move. Sure enough, Zhao Hai used a stacked formation to block his first move. But this also allowed Li Chuchen to see the weakness of Zhao Hai's stacked formation. Because of this, Li Chuchen used the second move, piercing the heavens and earth. The first move, cutting the heavens and earth, was a slashing move. The power of the first move was somewhat scattered. Moreover, because one had to take into account the changes that happened afterwards, it was impossible to use 100% of the power. The second move was the same. The second move, piercing the heavens and earth, was a very overbearing move. It locked onto the opponent's aura and attacked with all of its strength. Li Chuchen wanted to use this move to break Zhao Hai's shield formation and kill Zhao Hai on the spot. But he didn't expect Zhao Hai to use a large sword to block his attack. This made Li Chuchen think highly of Zhao Hai. Li Chuchen looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled faintly and said, "Not bad. It seems like the machine field's newcomer has some skills. You were actually able to block 2 of my swords. But this is as far as I can go. I'll cut you down in 3 moves." Zhao Hai held his liquid silver staff as he smiled faintly and said, "Young hero Li, please. If I die in your hands, then I can only blame myself for being lacking. I won't have any complaints." Li Chuchen coldly snorted and said, "Even if you have complaints, who can hear the complaints of a dead man? Take this, floating clouds, 3rd move." As soon as his voice fell, Li Chuchen's Skyfrost sword flew out. This time, the Skyfrost sword's flight path was very strange. It didn't fly in a straight line. On the contrary, the sword moved like a snake as it slithered forward. Moreover, the moment the Skyfrost sword flew out, a white mist appeared around it. This white mist was much faster than the Skyfrost sword. In an instant, Zhao Hai was covered in the mist. Zhao Hai could feel that this move wasn't as overbearing as the previous 2. However, it was very flexible. It was like water, silently moisturizing everything. Naturally, killing people was also done silently. Zhao Hai discovered that the white mist emitted by the Skyfrost sword wasn't that simple. Not only did the white mist emit a cold air, it also greatly suppressed a person's spiritual force. This made it so that one's divine sense couldn't reach too far. Seeing this situation, Zhao Hai made a prompt decision. He immediately released a fire dragon formation. After the fire dragon appeared, it immediately circled around Zhao Hai, helping to disperse the white mist. However, the white mist wasn't to be trifled with. The fire dragon was getting smaller and smaller. Zhao Hai didn't care about this. He immediately released another formation. This formation was the same one that Zhao Hai used before. It was the Windspun Iceblade formation. This formation was originally used for attacking, but Zhao Hai used it for defense. He stood in the center of the Windspun Iceblade formation. There was no wind, no ice blades. The wind and ice blades were constantly flying around his body. Moreover, they were expanding bit by bit, blocking the white mist outside. The 2 formations expanded Zhao Hai's spiritual force. But at this time, Zhao Hai suddenly felt something enter his Windspun Iceblade formation. This feeling was very faint. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai's powerful spiritual force, he wouldn't have been able to feel it. Upon sensing this situation, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He immediately focused his spiritual force and probed the wind-spinning ice blade. Before long, he discovered the abnormality of the wind-spinning ice blade. Zhao Hai knew about the wind-spinning ice blade spell. The spell had a total of 360 ice blades. These ice blades flew along their own paths, forming a large net that would strangle anything that entered the tornado. However, when Zhao Hai's spiritual force probed the tornado, he actually felt the 361st ice blade. Before long, Zhao Hai sensed that the 361st ice blade was Li Chuchen's Skyfrost sword. This time, the Skyfrost sword's attack was very strange. The sword was actually able to enter Zhao Hai's wind-spinning ice blade spell. The Skyfrost sword was like a fish swimming within the wind-spinning ice blade. It slowly moved forward along with the tornado. Not only did it not resist the tornado, but it also followed the tornado's path. This way, not only would it not attract Zhao Hai's attention, it could also use the tornado's strength to conceal its aura. Li Chuchen's previous 2 attacks were very overbearing. But this time, it was like floating clouds and flowing water. However, Zhao Hai didn't dare to look down on this attack. If Li Chuchen's previous 2 attacks were prepared to fight with him, then this time, Li Chuchen wanted to kill him. The Skyfrost sword was now like a stealthy assassin. When the time was right, it would immediately attack. This was very dangerous. If Zhao Hai's spiritual force wasn't strong enough, then he certainly wouldn't be able to dodge this attack. Even if he discovered it now, it would still be very difficult for him to deal with this attack. The Skyfrost sword was already very close to him. This was too dangerous. Zhao Hai was very clear about this. Although the Skyfrost sword was currently moving, it was still attached with Li Chuchen's divine sense. Li Chuchen could clearly feel everything inside. If he used any method other than magic to deal with the Skyfrost sword, then Li Chuchen would certainly discover it. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but turn cold. Then he waved his hands as 50 stacked magic formations appeared one after another. When these magic formations appeared, they immediately turned into ice dragons. These ice dragons shook their heads and waved their tails as they rushed into the wind-spinning ice blade spell. It was as if they had intelligence as they pounced towards the Skyfrost sword. The Skyfrost sword seemed to have discovered these ice dragons. It knew that its presence had been discovered by Zhao Hai. The Skyfrost sword's body instantly released an incomparably powerful aura as it rushed out of the wind-spinning ice blade spell, sword's tip as it pointed towards Zhao Hai. However, this sword wasn't a direct attack. It was like flowing water as it drew an arc towards Zhao Hai. This time, the attack's traces were even more complex and unpredictable. Moreover, the speed of the attack wasn't slow either. Zhao Hai's expression was very heavy. He raised his magic staff and softly chanted a few incantations. Then 100 stacked magic formations suddenly appeared in front of him. When this magic formation appeared, it instantly turned into a huge metal hammer. When this hammer appeared, it immediately locked onto the Skyfrost sword. Then this hammer carried the power to destroy the world as it smashed towards the Skyfrost sword. The Skyfrost sword's trajectory was changing, but the hammer's trajectory was also changing. Because of this, Zhao Hai simply didn't need to focus on it. In the blink of an eye, the hammer and the Skyfrost sword clashed. Boom! Zhao Hai's hammer completely disappeared. On the other hand, the Skyfrost sword didn't slow down. On the contrary, it became even faster as it stabbed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was surprised. He didn't think that the Skyfrost sword would be able to borrow power this time. It seems like it wouldn't be easy to deal with. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai waved his hand and a huge magic formation appeared in front of him. After this magic formation appeared, the surrounding whirlwinds and ice blades disappeared. These two forces converged into the magic formation. Then even the surrounding white fog was sucked in by the magic formation. This allowed the people outside to see what was happening inside. The magic formation quickly rotated. As it rotated, the magic formation slowly fused together, forming a huge magic formation plate. This magic formation plate rotated in front of Zhao Hai, blocking the Skyfrost sword's path. The Skyfrost sword wanted to avoid the formation plate's obstruction, but it didn't succeed. However, the formation plate was like a tiger that blocked the Skyfrost sword's path. Although it was rotating, it didn't attack the Skyfrost sword, it only protected Zhao Hai. The sword and the formation plate were in a deadlock. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. On the other hand, Li Chuchen's complexion changed. This was because he discovered that dragging on like this wouldn't do him any good. Most importantly, even if he wanted to attack, he wouldn't be able to break Zhao Hai's magic formation. Zhao Hai's magic formation was very strange. Although it was only 100 stacked magic formation, this magic formation could absorb the surrounding energy to strengthen itself. This made the formation plate more and more solid. It was impossible for Li Chuchen to break the formation plate. This didn't mean that Li Chuchen couldn't break the formation plate, but that it was impossible for his attack to break the formation plate. Just like Zhao said, Li Chuchen's floating water sword technique mainly relied on changing the trajectory of the attack like flowing water, sneaking to the enemy's side, and then suddenly launching an attack. Although this attack was difficult to defend against, it was the best way to launch an attack. However, it was undeniable that the power of this attack was far inferior to the Heaven and Earth Piercer. This was a kind of attack that sacrificed one's attack power in order to pursue a strange path. But if you attack the Skyfrost sword can borrow the power of your attack to strengthen its own attack power. This was borrowing power to fight power. After Zhao Hai sent out his hammer, he discovered this feature. Therefore, he immediately changed his tactics. He used the Ice Will spell and controlled it. He didn't use it to attack, but instead, he used it to protect himself. This way, he wouldn't be afraid of the Skyfrost sword's attack. Zhao Hai was stalling. He knew that he could stall, but Li Chuchen couldn't. Li Chuchen's status didn't allow him to be in a deadlock with him. He could either withdraw his sword or take a risk. Withdrawing his sword meant that Zhao Hai had blocked Li Chuchen's 3 swords. With Li Chuchen's pride, he wouldn't attack Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had passed today's test. If he attacked, Zhao Hai was confident that he could block Li Chuchen's attack. In that case, Zhao Hai would still win. Li Chuchen's 3rd sword was blocked by him, and he would also pass today's test. Naturally, withdrawing his sword and attacking had different meanings. Withdrawing his sword represented Li Chuchen's demeanor. After discovering that his attack was useless, Li Chuchen decisively gave up. This was actually very dangerous for him. He had the courage to break his wrist. This kind of enemy was very dangerous. If he attacked, it meant that he was a person who couldn't afford to lose. He knew that he couldn't do it, but he still did it for the sake of face. Such a person was equally dangerous because he might be a villain. He would take the opportunity to retaliate. It was said that 10 years was not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. A villain would take his revenge from morning till night. This didn't mean that a gentleman wouldn't retaliate. On the contrary, a gentleman's revenge might be calmer. He could wait 10 years for an opportunity. Once the opportunity came, he would make you unable to rise again. A villain's revenge lacked this kind of patience and calmness. His revenge from morning till night might not be effective, but it would be very annoying. And the final result might not be as effective as a gentleman's revenge. Zhao Hai was now waiting for Li Chuchen's next move. He wanted to see what Li Chuchen would do next. From his next move, he could infer what kind of person he was. Li Chuchen's face was gloomy as he looked at the stalemate between the sword and the disc. He knew that this attack was useless. Although he was somewhat unwilling, he had to recognize this point. Li Chuchen looked at Zhao Hai, who was controlling the disc with all his strength. He couldn't help but snort. His 3 attacks had tested Zhao Hai's strength. In the first attack, he tested Zhao Hai's ability to respond. That sword wasn't easy to block, but Zhao Hai was able to block it. In the second attack, Li Chuchen tested Zhao Hai's ability to go all out. That sword wasn't as simple as it seemed, it also represented confidence. Zhao Hai was able to withstand it. In the third attack, Li Chuchen tested Zhao Hai's ability to control magic. Magic control wasn't simple. Floating clouds wasn't simple either. This move required a high level of control. Only someone with the same level of control would be able to block this attack. Zhao Hai was able to do it. Although it seemed a bit weak, he was still able to do it. Li Chuchen knew that he couldn't kill Zhao Hai in 3 attacks. He couldn't help but coldly snort as he took back his Skyfrost sword. He knew that he was in the machine field right now, so it wasn't appropriate for him to deal with Zhao Hai. If he wanted to deal with Zhao Hai, he could leave it for the 6 Realms beginner competition. Li Chuchen took back his Skyfrost sword. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Very good. Zhao Hai, you're very strong. Let's meet again in the 6 Realms beginner competition." After he said that, Li Chuchen turned his head to Ba Dong. Then he didn't say anything as he turned around and flew away. Seeing Li Chuchen fly away, the crowd burst into applause. Almost everyone had excited smiles on their faces. The machine field had been suppressed by the Cultivation realm for many years. In one-on-one battles, the Cultivation realm was almost unbeatable. Now that Zhao Hai was able to block 3 of Li Chuchen's swords, the machine field had won. Only one person had an ugly expression on his face. This person was Ba Dong. Ba Dong didn't expect Zhao Hai to be able to block 3 of Li Chuchen's swords. Now, he tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Everyone knew that he was the one who invited Li Chuchen to deal with Zhao Hai. Ba Dong's days in the machine field wouldn't be good. At this time, Kazhou's voice was heard, "Bishop Ba Dong, the Ashley family didn't serve you well today. Please forgive us. Bishop, please come in and have a drink." Kazhou's voice was light and cold. Kazhou's tone expressed his current mood. He was both happy and murderous. He was happy because Zhao Hai was fine. Naturally, the person he wanted to kill was Ba Dong. When Ba Dong heard Kazhou's words, he couldn't help but shiver. He turned his head to Kazhou and saw Kazhou looking at him with cold eyes. Ba Dong's heart couldn't help but turn cold, then he said, "No, I've already disturbed you for a long time. I won't be staying any longer. Goodbye." Then he turned around and walked towards his flying car. Then he boarded his flying car and left as if he was running away. Kazhou looked at Ba Dong's departing figure and couldn't help but coldly snort. He would remember Ba Dong. Ba Dong wouldn't have any good days ahead of him. Kazhou's nickname as the Smiling Llama wasn't for nothing. At this time, Zhao Hai flew out of the forest. He had already received his magic staff as he arrived at Kazhou's side. Then he smiled faintly and said, "I'm sorry, General Manager. I destroyed the incense trees. Don't ask for compensation." As soon as Kazhou heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh. Then he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, good job. I'll report this to the family." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. At this time, the people who came to participate in the banquet came over to congratulate Zhao Hai and Kazhou. Zhao Hai and Kazhou just casually greeted them. But this time, these people weren't focused on Kazhou. Instead, they were focused on Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai was able to block Li Chuchen's 3 sword strikes. This was enough to show Zhao Hai's strength. Zhao Hai looked at these people and couldn't help but feel sad. The machine field and the cultivation realm were supposed to be equal. Zhao Hai was the number 1 newcomer in the machine field while Li Chuchen was the number 10 newcomer in the cultivation realm. Zhao Hai being able to block 3 of Li Chuchen's swords was seen as a miracle, a hero. This was the sorrow of the machine field's ascenders. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't show his emotions on his face. He still had a smile on his face as he dealt with these people. He didn't look arrogant at all. This made people have a good impression of him. At this time, Xianxia and the others couldn't squeeze through. However, they didn't care. They stood to the side and looked at Zhao Hai, who was surrounded. Each and every one of them had a smile on their faces. Xianxia said, "Zhao Hai became famous in one battle. I think everyone in the machine field will know about it tomorrow." Sun Fei looked at Zhao Hai with excitement and said, "Brother Hai is too strong. He's my idol." Li Kuangren laughed and said, "Good job. But this way, we'll have wine to drink tomorrow." Ha ha ha. I've been looking down on these cultivators for a long time. Good, let's see if they can still be arrogant. Xianxia smiled and said, "I think Ba Dong is the most upset right now. You didn't see Ba Dong's appearance when he left. It looked more like he was running away. He schemed against Zhao Hai and yet Zhao Hai was fine. Now that Zhao Hai has become a hero, Ba Dong has become the machine field's biggest traitor." Margaret, who didn't go forward to join in the fun, smiled faintly and said, "Not only that, there's also General Manager Kazhou. General Manager Kazhou is known as the Smiling Llama. He's always schemed against others, no one dared to scheme against him. Now that Ba Dong made a move against him, how could he swallow this anger? Ba Dong is really in trouble this time." Upon hearing Margaret, the group unconsciously nodded. Xianxia and the others had ascended for a few years, so they were very clear about the name Smiling Llama. They knew what this name represented, so they agreed with Margaret. Only Dong Fengyu was puzzled as he looked at Margaret and said, "Sister-in-law, why aren't you going to Zhao Hai's side? Why are you still here?" Margaret smiled faintly and said, "I don't like dealing with that kind of situation. Actually, Brother Hai also doesn't like it. It's just that he has no choice but to deal with it. I think if it weren't for the Ashley family, he would have gone drinking with you instead of dealing with those people. Dealing with those people is very tiring." Dong Fengyu and the others smiled. They had a certain understanding of Zhao Hai. They knew that Zhao Hai didn't like dealing with those kinds of situations. If an ascender was in Zhao Hai's position, they would be very happy. Being able to form a relationship with these people was very important for an ascender. Therefore, if an ascender was in Zhao Hai's position, they would certainly try their best to curry favor with these people. They wouldn't be like Zhao Hai. Dong Fengyu and the others couldn't help but ask themselves. If they were in Zhao Hai's position, would they be able to be as calm as Zhao Hai? But after thinking about it, they discovered that they didn't have an answer. This time, the Kazhou family's banquet ended very late. After hearing about the situation, a lot of people drove to the banquet to inquire about the situation. Because of this, the banquet couldn't help but be delayed. It wasn't until late at night that the party officially ended. Everyone went back to rest. Zhao and Margaret also returned to the space. Zhao didn't feel anything from the fight with Li Chuchen, but dealing with those people made him feel very tired. After soaking in the warm tea with Margaret, they went back to their room to sleep. Zhao didn't think too much about it. What Zhao Hai didn't know was that while he was sleeping, the machine field was in an uproar. The scene of his fight with Li Chuchen was uploaded to the network. In an instant, it spread to every corner of the machine field. The entire machine field was in an uproar. The machine field had always been at a disadvantage in terms of one-on-one combat. Not to mention experts of the same level, even people who were 1 or 2 levels higher than the cultivators wouldn't dare to challenge cultivators of the machine field. In a fight between experts of the same level, cultivators of the machine field would only be killed in seconds. But Zhao Hai, as a 4th-rank mage, was actually able to block 3 sword strikes from the cultivator realm's 10th-ranked newcomer. Moreover, he didn't seem to be in a disadvantageous position. This in itself was very sensational. Additionally, Zhao Hai was the biggest dark horse in the machine field. He was already very famous, but this made his reputation even bigger. On this night, countless people sat in front of their computers and watched the battle between Zhao Hai and Li Chuchen over and over again. Countless people were so excited that they couldn't sleep. This battle was too wonderful. The offense was wonderful, and the defense was even more wonderful. From what they could see, Zhao Hai was only defending. But his defense was flawless, he didn't seem to be in a disadvantageous position. He didn't look distressed at all. Wonderful, too wonderful. This was the most wonderful battle between the machine field and the cultivator realm. Zhao Hai's popularity suddenly soared. Zhao Hai didn't know about this. He was still sleeping inside the space. He slept very soundly. He also knew that Li Chuchen was a Foundation establishment cultivator. This battle with Li Chuchen made him aware of his own strength. He didn't use his full strength, but he was still able to fight Li Chuchen. This made him more confident in himself. Zhao Hai knew that Li Chuchen didn't use his full strength. Cultivators in the cultivation realm were famous for their magic treasures. Naturally, Li Chuchen was the same. He certainly had a lot of magic treasures that he didn't use. However, Zhao Hai also had a lot of methods that he didn't use. It must be known that he didn't even use astral chi in his battle with Li Chuchen. This was because he was afraid that Li Chuchen would discover that he condensed astral chi into his body. Cultivators in the cultivation realm were very sensitive to all kinds of energy. Astral chi was a very overbearing energy. If Li Chuchen were to discover the existence of astral chi in Zhao Hai's attacks, then Zhao Hai's troubles in the future wouldn't be small. After a good night's rest, the next morning, Zhao Hai and Margaret had breakfast inside the space. Then Zhao Hai and Margaret left the space and returned to the office. As soon as the two came out of their room, Kazhou immediately went to look for them. When the two arrived at Kazhou's room, they couldn't help but stare. There were only Kazhou, Desbarres, and Luke in the room. However, the three's eyes were red. It seems like they didn't sleep last night. However, their expressions were very excited. Zhao Hai looked at the three and couldn't help but ask, "General Manager, Camp Lord, what's wrong with you? Didn't you sleep last night?" Kazhou looked at Zhao Hai and excitedly said, "Come, come, come. Little Zhao Hai, take a seat. Ha ha ha. This is good news, very good news. Ha ha ha. You're now famous. There's no one in the machine field who doesn't know about you." Zhao Hai looked at Kazhou in confusion. He didn't know what Kazhou meant. He didn't go online since last night. The same went for Laura and the others. Therefore, they didn't know what happened online. After Kazhou asked Zhao Hai to sit down, he opened his mouth and said, "Last night, someone posted a video of your fight with Li Chuchen on the internet. This matter has caused a sensation on the internet. Everyone is talking about you, saying that you're the hero of the machine field." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "You're the machine field's hero." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, then he shook his head and said, "That's too exaggerated. They actually said that I'm a hero of the machine field. I can't stand it. I only blocked 3 of Li Chuchen's swords. The methods of the cultivators in the cultivation realm are beyond our imagination. If we were to fight to the death, I can't guarantee that I would win." Kazhou waved his hand and said, "You don't need to win against him in a life and death battle. If you can block 3 of his swords, then you're already a hero. In the machine field, nobody can do this. Not to mention 3 swords, they wouldn't be able to block even 1. Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, I believe that. But even if I'm famous, there's no benefit to it. It doesn't matter if I'm famous or not. Kajo looked at Zhao Hai, then he shook his head and said, You stupid kid, there's no direct benefit to you. But for the Ashley family, you've become a living signboard of the Ashley family. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, then he waved his hand and said, Forget it, I don't want to care about these things. If someone invites me to a banquet, then you can just tell them that I'm in seclusion. As for the other things, you can do as you see fit. Kajo looked at Zhao Hai and shook his head. He couldn't help but smile bitterly, he didn't know what to say. Despara smiled and said, All right, it's better if you don't show your face. Once you show your face, people might challenge you. If they can defeat you, then they would become famous. Because of this, you should go into seclusion before the 6 realms beginner competition. Zhao Hai stared and said, Camp Lord, didn't you say that people who participate in the 6 realms newcomer competition aren't allowed to be challenged before the competition? What's wrong? Would there be people who would challenge us? Despara smiled faintly and said, Most people wouldn't dare to challenge you. But don't forget, this news caused a sensation in the machine field. How could the cultivation realm not know about it? What would you do if people from the cultivation realm came to challenge you? Therefore, it's best for you to go into seclusion immediately. Zhao Hai nodded and said, All right, then I'll go into seclusion. But I said that I'll treat Xiongli and the others to a drink. I won't go out, it might be troublesome if I go out. If they come looking for me, then tell them to come to my room. Desparas nodded and said, Don't worry, I'll arrange this for you. You don't need to worry. Zhao Hai nodded, then he led Margaret back to his room. Upon returning to her room, Margaret immediately went to her computer and turned it on. Then she opened a portal. As soon as she opened the portal, she saw the front page with bold and heavy words, Top scorer Zhao Hai, battles the Cultivation Realm's top 10 contestants. Below was a video link. Margaret looked at the link and saw that there were more than 10 billion views. Moreover, the number was still jumping. Margaret couldn't help but cheer. Then she turned to Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, this is great. You're really famous now. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't mind. Then he opened the video and looked at it. This video was taken by one of the spectators. The quality of the video wasn't very good, but it was precisely because of this that it looked real. Although the quality of the video wasn't very good, it still captured the entire situation. Even the voices of the 2 people talking were recorded. Zhao Hai looked at the comments below and saw that there were a lot of comments below. First post, good, very good. The machine field's prestige has increased. A genius who can fight against cultivators has finally appeared in the machine field. Support Zhao Hai. Beat up the cultivators, second post, first post, reasonable. Support Zhao Hai. Revitalize the machine field, third post, I didn't expect a mage of the machine field to be able to fight against cultivators. Powerful, too. Powerful. Why hasn't anyone been able to do this before? It's too strange. Fourth post, you're obviously not a mage. Zhao Hai's strength is far beyond an average 4th rank mage. In the machine field, 4th rank mages are considered to have reached the 4th rank as long as they can cast 100 stacked spells. Even 6th rank mages might not necessarily be able to cast 100 stacked spells in an instant. Zhao Hai's strength lies in this, 5th post, don't hold too much hope. Zhao Hai only blocked 3 sword strikes. Moreover, cultivators have a lot of magic treasures. 3 sword strikes can't show their strength. Moreover, Zhao Hai's 3 sword strikes were in a defensive position. It's not surprising that he was able to block them. 6th post, 5th post, bullshit. If you have the guts, go and block them. Although Zhao Hai was in a defensive position, he didn't look distressed. His clothes weren't messed up and he didn't take a step back. This means that Zhao Hai still has strength to spare. In terms of strength, Zhao Hai should be on par with Li Chuchen. 5th post, don't talk nonsense. Zhao Hai became famous. He was famous now. Everyone in the machine field was talking about Zhao Hai. It wasn't just the ordinary people who were talking about Zhao Hai. Even the great clans of the machine field were talking about Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai still underestimated the hatred of the machine field towards the cultivation realm. This hatred wasn't because the cultivation realm invaded the machine field. This hatred started from the spiritual level, and also from the attitude of the machine field. People from the cultivation realm always looked at people from the machine field with an arrogant attitude. It was like an emperor looking at a beggar. It was this attitude that made people from the machine field hate the cultivation realm. This hatred was getting stronger and stronger. Because of this, the people of the machine field hoped that their own people would be able to stand on equal footing with the cultivation realm. However, whether it was the mages, warriors, or mechs of the machine field, they were all disappointing. None of them could defeat a cultivator of the same level. This caused the machine field to hold their breaths more and more. But this time, although Zhao Hai only blocked 3 of Li Chuchen's swords, the significance was completely different. It can be said that this was a breakthrough for the machine field. Because of this, the machine field was very happy. No one in the machine field believed that Li Chuchen deliberately went easy on him. This was because the cultivators had never been polite to the machine field. As long as they fought with the machine field, they would fight to the death. It was impossible for them to go easy on them. It was because of these precedents that people believed that Zhao Hai blocked Li Chuchen's 3 swords with his own strength. Because of all these reasons, Zhao Hai became famous in the machine field. He was now the hero of the machine field. Everyone wanted to see what Zhao Hai was going to do next. But at this time, Zhao Hai suddenly announced that he was going into seclusion. It was unknown when he would come out of seclusion. Upon hearing this, everyone in the machine field was startled. For a while, rumors began to spread in the machine field. Some people said that Zhao Hai was seriously injured in the battle with Li Chuchen. At that time, he was suppressing his injuries. Now that his injuries flared up, Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to live for much longer. Some people also said that Zhao Hai was actually in seclusion to practice a secret technique in order to defeat more cultivators in the 6 realms beginner competition. With all kinds of rumors, the entire machine field fell into chaos. Everyone wanted to see Zhao Hai, but Zhao Hai didn't show himself. Later on, seeing that the situation was getting out of control, the Ashley family had no choice but to hold a press conference to announce that Zhao Hai wasn't injured. The reason he was in seclusion was to prepare for the 6 realms beginner competition. Originally, people were somewhat dissatisfied with the Ashley family's answer. But after a matter happened, these people understood why the Ashley family did this. Just as Desbares and the others said, the battle between Zhao Hai and Li Chuchen caused a huge reaction in the machine field. And since the machine field and the cultivation realm didn't have any dealings with each other, the cultivation realm was aware of what was happening in the machine field. And the biggest thing happening in the machine field right now was the battle between Zhao Hai and Li Chuchen. Naturally, the cultivation realm was aware of it as well. When the cultivation realm heard this news, it caused an uproar. It must be known that among the 6 realms of the world of cultivation, the machine field's individual combat strength was the lowest. This was one of the reasons why the cultivation realm looked down on the machine field. Now, their 10th ranked newcomer actually couldn't deal with the machine field's number 1 newcomer in 3 moves. In the eyes of the cultivation realm, this was inconceivable. The cultivation realm immediately found a video of the battle and took it out to watch. Although the quality of the video wasn't very good, they were knowledgeable people. They could see that Li Chuchen was going all out. It wasn't that he wasn't strong, it was just that his opponent wasn't someone to be trifled with. Because of the video, the cultivation realm didn't blame Li Chuchen. They were just surprised by Zhao Hai's strength. Naturally, this wasn't Li Chuchen's fault. It was just that the mainstream didn't blame him. In other words, the higher-ups of the cultivation realm didn't blame Li Chuchen. After all, Li Chuchen was very strong. It was just that Zhao Hai wasn't weak. Zhao Hai also didn't hold back. Not being able to deal with Zhao Hai in 3 moves was entirely because of Zhao Hai. It had nothing to do with Li Chuchen. The mainstream didn't say anything, but the non-mainstream didn't say anything. Competition existed everywhere, especially in the cultivation realm. Although the resources in the world of cultivation were very abundant, compared to the huge population of the world of cultivation, those resources were still not enough. In this case, the competition had become very cruel. All cultivators had a dream, and that was to reach the immortal stage and live as long as the heavens and the earth. However, in order to reach the immortal stage, they needed things to support them. For example, good cultivation methods, good cultivation places, medicinal pills for cultivation, and magic weapons for combat. These things were all materials. The more advanced the things, the less they were in the cultivation realm. In order to get a small amount of high-grade goods, people had to compete to get one step closer to the immortal stage. Among the top 10 newcomers, Wu Ying stood at the top of the pyramid of the cultivation realm's newcomers. He was aloof and enjoyed a better supply of materials than ordinary people. He practiced the best cultivation methods, which made him the most enviable existence. Previously, because the performance of these masters had been very eye-catching, other people didn't dare to really say anything even if they had any opinions about them. In the cultivation world, everything depended on strength. If they talked nonsense and were heard by the top 10 masters, they would be killed in vain. No one would find trouble with the top 10 masters for an irrelevant gain. But this time, it gave the people at the bottom an excuse. Li Chuchen was one of the 10 great experts of the cultivation realm and enjoyed the best things. However, he couldn't do anything to a person from the machine field. He wasn't qualified to be one of the 10 great experts. Such remarks weren't rare in the cultivation realm. Naturally, most experts wouldn't say this. This was because they could see Zhao Hai's strength. However, those who were suppressed by Li Chuchen didn't care about this. They didn't care about Zhao Hai's strength. They just bid on Zhao Hai's identity as someone from the machine field. They were desperately pouring dirty water on Li Chuchen. There were also a lot of people who were weaker than Li Chuchen. However, they had another idea, and that was to eliminate Zhao Hai. In their opinion, Li Chuchen was stronger than Zhao Hai. The reason why he didn't kill Zhao Hai was because of the 3-move agreement with Zhao Hai. If the 3-move agreement wasn't made, then Li Chuchen would certainly be able to kill Zhao Hai. But now that Li Chuchen didn't kill Zhao Hai, he gave them an opportunity to show their faces. They could kill Zhao Hai. This way, they would be able to show their faces in the cultivation realm. There were a lot of experts who had this idea. These people immediately used transmission formations to arrive at the machine field. They were ready to challenge Zhao Hai. Naturally, the movements of these people couldn't be hidden from the people of the machine field. The people of the machine field were very vigilant towards the sudden influx of cultivators. They immediately began to investigate why these people came. Before long, the answer came out. These people came to challenge Zhao Hai. Moreover, these people didn't intend to hide their purpose. They directly went to the Ashley family to challenge Zhao Hai. However, the Ashley family only gave them one answer. Zhao Hai was in seclusion and couldn't accept the challenge. It can be said that this excuse was the most difficult one to deal with. Seclusion was a method that almost all cultivators practiced. It wasn't unique to the machine field or the cultivation realm. And when people are in seclusion, it was taboo to be disturbed. Because of this, nobody could say anything about Zhao Hai's seclusion. This matter was also posted on the machine field's network. People immediately understood why Zhao Hai went into seclusion. To be honest, after knowing the truth, people felt relieved. At this time, the top 100 contestants of the machine field announced their seclusion almost at the same time. Then a large number of people went into seclusion as well. Suddenly, seclusion became the most popular word in the machine field. In regards to the machine field's shameless approach, the cultivators who came to challenge Zhao Hai couldn't do anything about it. Some of them thought that since they couldn't challenge Zhao Hai, then they might as well challenge other people. In any case, they wanted to eliminate a few people from the cultivation realm to increase their prestige. But now, all the important people in the cultivation realm were in seclusion. Even if they wanted to challenge someone, they couldn't do anything about it. This made them feel helpless. These cultivators knew that they couldn't challenge famous experts. If they were to challenge small fries, then it would be meaningless. Even if they killed a lot of mages and warriors in the machine field, it would be useless. When they go back, they would only be laughed at. They simply wouldn't have the chance to show their faces. It was precisely because of this that the challengers fell into a very awkward situation. They wanted to stay, but there was no one they could challenge. They wanted to go back, but they were not willing to do so. They were stuck between a rock and a hard place. Their situation was similar to the machine field's higher-ups. The machine field's higher-ups weren't having a good time either. Although they were protected by the newcomers and had them go into seclusion, they still had to bear a lot of pressure. The ordinary people of the machine field didn't care about the higher-ups. In their opinion, the experts of the machine field were in seclusion. This was a coward's action. Because of this, the internet was filled with curses. In their opinion, they would rather have Zhao Hai and the others die than have them hide like this. This was too shameful. The higher-ups of the machine field turned a deaf ear to the clamor of the common people. They knew that they couldn't listen to the words of the common people. If the machine field's current top 100 were to die, then they wouldn't be able to compete for the machine field's benefits in the 6 realms beginner competition. If the machine field can't get more benefits, then they would only get weaker and weaker. When the time comes, they would only be bullied by others. Fighting now would bring immeasurable losses in the future. This was something that the higher-ups of the machine field didn't want to see. In fact, whether it was the machine field's ordinary people or the machine field's higher-ups, they didn't consider ascenders as part of the machine field. In their minds, ascenders were just tools. The difference was that some of these tools were useful while some of them were useless. Naturally, Zhao Hai and the others were useful tools in the eyes of the higher-ups. Therefore, they couldn't be sacrificed. Of course, Zhao Hai was aware of the disturbance outside, but he didn't take it to heart. For him, these people from the cultivation realm weren't enough. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to expose his strength, he would have already run out and exterminated all of them. Naturally, Zhao Hai only thought about it. He wouldn't really do it. This was because there was no need to do so. For Zhao Hai, killing people would only benefit him. He didn't want to kill people for no reason. At this time, Zhao Hai was practicing his magic inside the space every day. He was proficiently using liquid silver. At the same time, he was also practicing his body-tempering fist in the yellow sand territory. Zhao Hai knew that with his current strength, he couldn't run amok in the machine field. Therefore, he needed to increase his strength as soon as possible. Body-tempering fist was undoubtedly a good method. The cultivators slowly retreated. Because of the machine field's shameless tactics, they couldn't do anything about it. Therefore, most of them left. Only a few people remained in the machine field. They wanted to see if there were any other opportunities. With the retreat of the cultivators, the machine field also restored its calm. It was impossible for people to focus on one thing for too long, especially when it had nothing to do with them. The storm calmed down. This was what the higher-ups of the machine field wanted to see. Now, they didn't want the participants to be disturbed. This was because the higher-ups of the machine field were very interested in the 6 realms newcomer competition. In the 6 realms newcomer competition, there were Zhao Hai, Streep, Xiongli, Dongfeng Yu, Zhu Chen, and Lei Xiaotian. It can be said that these newcomers were the strongest newcomers in the machine field in recent decades. In the past, the machine field participated in the 6 realms newcomer competition as a sparring partner. There were a total of 600 participants. It was very likely that only 400 to 500 of them would be able to enter the competition. Even if some of them managed to enter, their ranking would be very low. It can be said that they lost face for the machine field. At the same time, the machine field didn't get any valuable resources. Among the newcomers, Zhao Hai was the strongest. He was able to take 3 sword strikes from the cultivation realm's 10th expert without being defeated. This was definitely a breakthrough. This was because the cultivation realm's 10th expert was equivalent to the 10th place in the 6 realms newcomer competition. Although Zhao Hai only managed to block 3 sword strikes from Li Chuchen, the machine field's higher-ups saw hope. They wanted Zhao Hai and the other newcomers to show off. They wanted them to gain some glory and also some resources. Days passed by and the date of the 6 realms newcomer competition was approaching. The cultivators who stayed in the machine field to wait for an opportunity saw that the machine field was a coward. Therefore, they gave up and returned to the cultivation realm. After all, compared to the cultivation realm, the machine field's resources were much more scarce. It wasn't good for their cultivation. The departure of the cultivators allowed the machine field's higher-ups to relax. The machine field returned to its previous calm state as they waited for the Six Realms newcomer competition to begin. Zhao Hai didn't end his seclusion just because the cultivators left. He still announced that he was in seclusion and hadn't come out. This made those who were observing Zhao Hai believe that he was really injured. After all, it wasn't easy to take 3 sword strikes from the Cultivation Realm's 10th expert. The Ashley family didn't come forward to clarify this matter. In their opinion, there was no need to do so. Although there were still a lot of people observing Zhao Hai, there weren't as many people as before. After another month, Zhao Hai finally announced that he was coming out of seclusion. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue his seclusion, but that he couldn't. This was because everyone had to gather to participate in the Six Realms newcomer competition. Although there was still more than a month before the Six Realms newcomer competition, according to their previous practice, they should set out now. Just as Zhao Hai announced that he was coming out of seclusion, Xianxia and the others arrived. Xianxia and the others wanted to see if Zhao Hai was really injured. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been in seclusion for so long. Now that they saw that Zhao Hai was fine, they felt relieved. After Xianxia and the others left, Kazhou and the others immediately called Zhao Hai to his room. Kazhou looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, how's your cultivation going?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "General Manager can rest assured, there won't be any problems. This time, I can guarantee that I'll enter the top 100 of the Six Realms newcomer competition." Kazhou smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. If you can't do it, don't try to be brave. The Patriarch is already very satisfied with your performance." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Rest assured, General Manager, I know." "Right, how are we going to the machine field this time? By flying ships? When are we leaving?" Kazhou shook his head and said, "We're not going to take a ship. This time, we're going to use transmission formations. You'll need to rest in the cultivation realm for about a month. This is also a rule." Hearing Kazhou, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare as he said, "Rest in the cultivation realm for a month. What rule is this? Isn't this sending a sheep to the tiger's den? What if people from the cultivation realm come to challenge us during this month?" Kazhou shook his head and said, "You don't need to worry about this. People from the cultivation realm wouldn't challenge you. This is because the concentration of spiritual qi in the cultivation realm is different compared to the machine field. Therefore, you'll need to go there a month in advance to adapt to the environment. Moreover, the cultivation realm has a rule that nobody is allowed to challenge you during this period." Zhao Hai was still frowning. He didn't believe the words of the cultivation realm. The machine field was weak in front of the cultivation realm. Weak countries don't have diplomacy, this was a very obvious truth. Although the cultivation realm said that they wouldn't send people to challenge them, they still had countless ways to make the machine field accept the challenge. This was a very simple truth. Kazhou looked at Zhao Hai and knew what he was thinking. He sighed and said, "I know what you're thinking, but don't think too much about it. These are the rules. You need to be careful when you go there." Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Zhao Hai looked at Kazhou and said, "You won't be going this time, right?" Kazhou nodded and said, "Yes, we won't be going. This time, only 150 people will be going to the cultivation realm. You 100 contestants as well as 50 leaders. These 50 leaders are experts from the 3 major powers. The leader is heaven-splitting blade Ma Rulong." When Zhao Hai heard Kazhou, he couldn't help but stare. He knew about heaven-splitting saber Ma Rulong. Ma Rulong wasn't an ascender, he was a native of the machine field. Generally speaking, natives of the machine field rarely practice martial arts. However, Ma Rulong was an exception. He loved martial arts since he was a child. Moreover, his family was one of the most powerful families in the Warrior Association. His family also had a tradition of practicing martial arts. But since he was a core member of the family, he naturally didn't practice martial arts. Ma Rulong, on the other hand, wanted to practice martial arts, and in the end, he was able to succeed. Ma Rulong was best at using a sword with a ghost head. Now, he was already at the level of a 7th-level warrior. It was said that he once fought with a gold core stage master in the cultivation world and didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. From this, one could see his strength. Ma Rulong also had a problem. He didn't have any prejudice towards ascenders. Perhaps it was because he practiced martial arts, but he still had a good impression of ascenders. He was very protective of ascenders. With him leading the team, there was no need to worry about cultivators making things difficult for them. Zhao Hai said, I didn't expect Senior Heaven Splitting Blade to lead the team. It seems like we don't have to worry about anything. General Manager, when do we leave? Kajo replied, we'll leave the day after tomorrow. Although Ma Rulong is leading the team, you still need to be careful. Sometimes, Ma Rulong won't be able to protect you. After all, you're going to the cultivation realm. That's the domain of the cultivators, not ours. It's best to be careful. Zhao Hai nodded and said, General Manager, don't worry. I know what to do. You don't need to worry. Kajo sighed, then he walked to Zhao Hai's side and patted Zhao Hai's shoulder as he said, remember, ensuring your own safety is the most important thing. Even if you don't think about yourself, you still need to think about Margaret. Even if your results aren't ideal, the family wouldn't blame you. After all, you've become the machine field's #1 newcomer. Such a result has exceeded the patriarch's expectations. Zhao Hai replied, General Manager, don't worry. I'll be careful. I'll be fine. Kajo nodded, then he said, go out for a walk. Let those people take a look at you. Don't let them think that you're injured. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, all right, I'll be leaving soon. I'll have Margaret play on the machine planet for the next 2 days. This time, I haven't had the chance to play with her since I arrived. Kajo chuckled and said, all right, then go. You're now the richest person in the family. It's unreasonable for you to be reluctant to spend money. Zhao Hai chuckled and didn't say anything. He couldn't tell Kajo that he didn't care about the things sold outside. If he needed something, he could just take it from the space. Even if the space didn't have it, he could still use the machine to make it. It was better than buying it outside. 2 days passed by in a blink of an eye. In these 2 days, Zhao Hai and Margaret made a high-profile appearance on the machine field. Their sightseeing attracted a lot of attention from the people in the machine field. However, no one came looking for trouble with Zhao Hai. Now that Zhao Hai and the others were about to participate in the 6 Realms beginner competition, the people of the machine field wouldn't look for trouble with Zhao Hai at this time. However, when Zhao Hai and Margaret went sightseeing, a lot of people were looking at Zhao Hai. This made Zhao Hai and Margaret somewhat uncomfortable. Zhao Hai's sudden high-profile appearance surprised the people who were paying attention to Zhao Hai. They didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant. Before, they thought that Zhao Hai was injured. But looking at Zhao Hai's appearance, it seems like he wasn't injured. Could it be that his injuries were healed? Or could it be that he was suppressing his injuries? Zhao Hai didn't care about them. Although the things in the machine field didn't enter Zhao Hai's eyes, he still bought some gifts for Laura and the others. The gifts didn't need to be too expensive, he just wanted to express his sincerity. The gifts that Zhao Hai gave to Laura and the others were carefully selected by him. They were all small things that weren't worth much. However, they were very beautiful. Most girls would like these things. Zhao Hai actually felt sorry for Laura and the others. They were always by his side, but they could only stay inside the space and observe the machine field through the monitor. They couldn't go to the machine field to play. This made Zhao Hai feel very guilty. After accompanying Margaret for 2 days, they decided to leave on the 3rd day. Zhao Hai woke up early in the morning and asked Cade and the others to ride the shuttle. They went straight to the machine field's transmission formation. There were 2 transmission formations on the machine formation planet. One of them was used by the machine field. This transmission formation could be adjusted so that it could be connected to more than 1,000 planets. As for the other transmission array, it was used to send people to the cultivation realm. Normally, this transmission array would not be opened and would be closed using a secret technique. These 2 transmission arrays were in 2 transmission towers specially built on the machine formation planet. Normally, there would be people guarding them. Now, Zhao Hai and the others were going to the transmission array that led to the outside world. Margaret sat by Zhao Hai's side as she snuggled into Zhao Hai's embrace and whispered, Big brother Hai, you have to be careful this time. The people in the cultivation realm aren't easy to deal with. You have to be especially careful of that Li Chuchen. You made him lose face last time, so he will surely retaliate. Actually, Margaret didn't need to do this. The two of them could just talk inside the space. But if Margaret didn't do this, then it would arouse the suspicion of Cade and the others. This was something that Laura and the others taught her. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen. I promise that I'll come back safe and sound." Margaret gently nodded, her eyes were somewhat red. Zhao Hai held Margaret's hand and couldn't help but tighten it. Although they could talk inside the space, this was different. In the space, Zhao Hai didn't belong to Margaret alone, he belonged to everyone. Only in the machine field would Zhao Hai belong to Margaret. Half of Margaret was acting, the other half was really worried about Zhao Hai. She loved Zhao Hai, so she didn't want Zhao Hai to do anything dangerous. Because of this, she acted like this. Zhao Hai hugged Margaret and whispered in her ear, "All right, don't worry. It's not like you can't see me. Don't worry, nothing will happen." Margaret buried her head in Zhao Hai's chest. Zhao Hai could feel his chest getting wet. Zhao Hai sighed. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to pay off his debt of affection in this lifetime. The only thing he could do now was to make his women live better. Kajo and the others saw Zhao Hai and Margaret, but they didn't say anything. Zhao Hai and Margaret's matter had already been approved by Thunder. Because of this, Kajo and the others didn't care. Actually, Kajo and the others hoped that Zhao Hai and Margaret could be together. Zhao Hai's strength was already known to them. Moreover, Kajo and the others already knew about Zhao Hai's character. They believed that Margaret would be happy if she followed Zhao Hai. In the machine field, marriage was actually a very vague concept. If two people have a good relationship, then they can be together even if they don't get married. Just like ordinary people, they generally wouldn't hold a wedding ceremony. Generally, only great clans would hold a wedding ceremony if two great clans were connected by marriage. Zhao Hai was a little surprised by this situation, but he was also happy about it. If there was no ceremony, then there would be no ceremony. In any case, Margaret loved him and he loved Margaret, so it was fine. Before long, the flying car arrived at the transmission tower. There were already a lot of flying cars in front of the tower. Zhao Hai and the others got off the car and entered the tower. The first floor of the transmission tower was a large hall. The hall was very large, about 1,000 square meters in size. At this time, there were a lot of people standing inside. When Zhao Hai entered the hall, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Among these gazes, there were provocation, envy, and hostility. However, Zhao Hai didn't care. This was because he saw Xianxia and the others. Zhao Hai quickly walked over. In the past 2 days, he accompanied Margaret and didn't look for Xianxia and the others. When Xianxia and the others saw Zhao Hai, they immediately greeted him. Xianxia laughed and said, "Little Hai, you've been very happy these past 2 days. But you're a bit more interested in women than friends. But since you're going to part ways soon, we'll forgive you." Without waiting for Zhao Hai to speak, Margaret coquettishly said, "Brother Xianxia, do you have a problem with Brother Hai accompanying me?" Xianxia quickly smiled and said, I wouldn't dare. Ha ha ha. Sister-in-law, don't be angry. I was just speaking casually. Xianxia's appearance caused everyone to laugh. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Ever since I ascended to the machine field, I've been in closed-door seclusion. I didn't go out to play with Margaret. Now that I've been free for 2 days and we're in a place like the machine field, it's natural for me to go out with her. Once we're back in the cultivation realm, I'll have a few drinks with you." Li Kuangren laughed, then he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "That's great. Zhao Hai's wine is very tasty. I'm not used to drinking other kinds of wine." The few of them chatted and laughed, but they attracted the attention of everyone in the hall. Their identities were not ordinary. They were all experts in the top 100. When they gathered together, they could be considered as a considerable force in the top 100. Naturally, other people would look at them with sidelong glances. At this moment, there was a sudden silence in the hall. Zhao and the others were also surprised. They turned their heads and saw a person come in from the outside. He had a head full of sky blue hair, and he looked so natural and unrestrained. When Zhao Hai saw Streep, his eyes flashed with disdain. He didn't look down on Streep's strength, but rather on Streep's martial arts. In the past few days, Zhao Hai didn't give up on monitoring Streep. Streep changed women almost every day. He didn't keep a woman by his side for more than 2 days. Zhao knew that Streep was practicing martial arts. He must have practiced some kind of legendary martial arts. Otherwise, he wouldn't change women so frequently. This also explained why there was a trace of yin qi in his attacks. It must be because he was practicing some kind of martial arts. When Streep saw Zhao Hai, he smiled and nodded to Zhao Hai. It seemed like he was very familiar with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Streep and nodded. Then he turned his head and ignored him. When Streep saw Zhao Hai's appearance, his eyes flashed with anger. Then he turned around and walked away, greeting the other contestants. When Zhao Hai turned his head, he saw that Xianxia and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. Li Kuangren coldly snorted and said, "Who do you think he is? I don't like him." Zhao looked at Li Kuangren and the others. He knew that Li Kuangren and the others were fighting for justice for their team. After all, the last time Li Chuchen challenged him, it was Ba Dong who instigated it. Naturally, Li Kuangren and the others also hated Streep. Zhao Hai looked at the group and smiled faintly. "Brothers, how are your preparations? We're about to set off." Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "Rest assured, I've prepared everything, there's nothing to worry about. But you, kid, you've been accompanying Margaret these past 2 days. Did you prepare anything good to bring along?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course I did. I prepared good wine, seasonal dishes, and a lot of delicious food." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Xianxia and the others couldn't help but stare. They looked at each other before looking at Zhao Hai. Dongfang Yu said, "Little Zhao Hai, did you only prepare those things? Weapons? Defensive equipment?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Don't worry, I prepared everything. But I'm already used to it. Every time I go out, I'll bring some food and drinks." Hee hee. Xianxia laughed and said, "I know about this. When we went to Yellow Zen Planet to participate in the elimination round, we were fighting to the death there. This kid, on the other hand, had a lounge chair, an umbrella, and a juice. I don't know how carefree he was." Just as Zhao Hai was about to speak, footsteps were suddenly heard from upstairs of the transmission tower. Zhao Hai looked up and saw a group of people coming down. The leader of this group was a warrior. This warrior was very tall, but he looked very thin. His skin was slightly dark, and he had a scar on his face. His hair was long, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. One could see that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Zhao Hai recognized him at a glance. This person was Ma Rulong. This person was a killer. From his debut until now, he had fought thousands of battles. He had been heavily injured dozens of times. Even if he didn't kill 1,000 people, he was still at least 800. He was definitely a demon god level character. Behind Ma Rulong were the leaders of this group. These people were also dressed as mages and warriors. They were experts that were selected from the 3 major forces. These people were here for the competition as well as to protect Zhao Hai and the others. After Ma Rulong and the others came down, they swept their eyes over Zhao Hai and the others. Then he said, "Is everyone here?" His voice was very deep, it was filled with an imposing aura. Just as his voice fell, a person wearing a mage's robe came from the side. The person bowed to Ma Rulong and said, replying to "Sir, everyone is here." Ma Rulong nodded, then he said, "Everyone, follow him to the room over there. Those who came to see them off can go back." After he said that, he ignored Zhao Hai and the others. Then he turned his head and walked towards the room where the transmission formation was located. Zhao Hai and the others were also going there. Upon hearing Ma Rulong, Zhao Hai immediately turned his head to Kazhou and said, "General Manager, I'll be leaving. You take care. Camp Lord, you take care as well." Then he bowed to the 2. Then he turned his head to Margaret and gently nodded. Then he turned around and walked towards the room where Ma Rulong went. At this time, Xianxia and the others also greeted their family members. Then they walked side by side towards the room. Upon entering the room, they saw that the participants were already there. Ma Rulong and the others were also present. Because of Ma Rulong and the others, the participants were whispering to each other. The room was very quiet. After Zhao Hai entered the room, he couldn't help but look at the floor. There was a magic formation drawn on the floor. The formation was very complex and very large. It covered the entire room with mysterious runes, giving the room a mysterious sense of beauty. The group stood there and whispered to each other. Before long, everyone entered the room. The mage who reported to Ma Rulong went to Ma Rulong's side and said, "Sir, everyone is here." Ma Rulong nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and the others and said, "This time, I'll be leading the team to the cultivation realm. You have to listen to me. The cultivation realm isn't like the machine field. Without my permission, nobody is allowed to wander around. If something happens, then I might not be able to protect you. Understood?" Everyone listened. Ma Rulong nodded, then he turned to the mage and said, "Let's begin." The mage nodded. Then he took out a bunch of wrist computers from his storage equipment. Then he waved his hand as the computers flew towards Zhao Hai and the others. Zhao Hai and the others received the computers and looked at them curiously. The mage said, "The main function of these computers is communication and positioning. The computers have stored all the team leaders' contact information. If you go out alone in the cultivation realm and encounter something, you can use the computers to get in touch with the team leaders. The computers also have a positioning system. We can find you in the shortest time possible. Therefore, you must carry the computers with you. Don't put them in your storage equipment." Zhao Hai and the others didn't have any objections. The computers were made like wrist guards. Although they were bright silver, they weren't heavy at all. Moreover, they were very soft and comfortable to wear. Seeing that everyone was wearing the computers, the mage went to a corner of the room. There was a machine there that was used to activate magic formations. He went over and pressed a button on the machine. A white light flashed as Zhao Hai and the others disappeared from the room. Zhao Hai only saw a flash of white light in front of him before he couldn't see anything. But before long, his vision returned to normal. When he looked again, he discovered that he was in another place. He wasn't in the transmission tower anymore. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others were in a large square. The square was very large. Zhao Hai looked around and could see that it was tens of thousands of square meters. There were also dozens of formations like the one they were in. From time to time, the formations would flash with white light. As soon as the white light flashed, people would appear. Like Zhao Hai, Xianxia, and the others were also looking around with curious expressions. Although they ascended a few years ago, they still haven't been to the cultivation realm. The machine field wasn't far from the cultivation realm. However, it was still very difficult for people like Xianxia and the others to go to the machine field. Most of them were doing missions in the machine field. When they weren't doing missions, they were either cultivating or accompanying their families. Because of this, it was normal that they haven't been to the cultivation realm. There were only two ways to go from the machine field to the cultivation realm. One was to take a flying ship. However, flying ships from the machine field to the cultivation realm were mostly cargo ships. These ships were used by great clans in the machine field to trade with great sects in the cultivation realm. It was simply impossible for ordinary people to sit on these ships. The second method was to use a transmission formation. This transmission formation wasn't something that just anyone could use. Even if it was a transmission formation, it would cost a lot of money, not to mention going to the cultivation realm. If you want to use the transmission formation to go to the cultivation realm, then you must first explain your identity and why you want to go to the cultivation realm. You also need to leave a record, then you can go to the cultivation realm. This was very troublesome. Because of this, if Xianxia and the others didn't participate in the competition, then they might not be able to go to the cultivation realm for the rest of their lives. It was just like how some ordinary Chinese people on Earth wouldn't go abroad for the rest of their lives. Because of this, Xianxia and the others were very curious about the cultivation realm. At this time, a voice was suddenly heard, "Hey, you people, quickly leave. Don't occupy the place and delay others." Xianxia and the others were very curious about the cultivation realm. Zhao Hai and the others looked in the direction of the voice and found a man dressed like a manservant standing not far away, shouting at them. The disdain in his eyes was undisguised. Zhao Hai stared blankly. They were all wearing magic robes and warrior clothes, which were different from the cultivators in the cultivation world. This servant should be able to recognize them at a glance. How could they be so impolite? Could it be that they didn't know what they were here for? At this moment, a cold snort was heard. Zhao Hai looked towards the source of the voice and saw Ma Rulong. Ma Rulong turned his head and glanced at the manservant. He coldly snorted and said, "Who do you think you are? A mere servant dared to make a fuss here? Are you tired of living?" The manservant straightened his neck and sneered, "I'm from the city's Sea Mountain sect. What do you want? Aren't you the ones who are tired of living?" Ma Rulong's expression changed as he said, "Sea Mountain sect? Are you really from the Sea Mountain sect?" Seeing Ma Rulong's expression, the manservant couldn't help but feel proud as he said, "Yes, I'm from the Sea Mountain sect. If you don't leave 10 crystal stones behind, then I'll teach you a lesson." Ma Rulong laughed and said, "A small Sea Mountain sect actually dares to give face to the machine field. Your courage isn't small. I'll kill you today. Let's see if the Sea Mountain sect dares to cause trouble for me." After he said that, Ma Rulong's hand moved as a 1.5 meter long ghost head blade appeared in his hand. Ma Rulong gently waved the blade as a ray of blade chi flew towards the manservant. The manservant screamed as he was instantly cut in half. Ma Rulong didn't look at the manservant's corpse as he said, "Let's go." Then he received the ghost head blade and walked towards the city. Zhao Hai and the others were dumbfounded. In the machine field, although the great clans were very arrogant, killing people on the street was something that they rarely did. But in the machine field, Ma Rulong actually pulled out his sword and started killing people. This scared Zhao Hai and the others a little. But seeing Ma Rulong walking forward, Zhao Hai and the others couldn't stay any longer. They followed behind him. But from time to time, some people would look at the manservant's corpse. Ma Rulong used his own method to teach these newcomers a lesson. Ma Rulong and the others quickly left the square. Almost nobody looked at the manservant's corpse. In the cultivation realm, there was no need to pay attention to a dead person. This was especially true for a dead person with no status. After some time, a person dressed in blue arrived at the square. This person was very straightforward. After collecting the manservant's corpse, he no longer cared about it. He continued to maintain order in the square as if nothing had happened. Ma Rulong led Zhao Hai and the others into the city. Upon entering the city, Zhao Hai suddenly felt a sense of reverberation. This was because he was very familiar with the buildings in the city. The buildings in the city looked like China's ancient buildings, but they were more exquisite. Walking on the bluestone streets, Zhao Hai thought that he was in the ancient world of China. The people around him were also wearing ancient robes, making this feeling even more intense. Before long, Ma Rulong and the others arrived in front of a courtyard. Zhao Hai looked at the courtyard and saw a small plaque with 3 words written on it, Magic Formation Courtyard. Zhao Hai stared, but Ma Rulong had already pushed the door and entered. Upon entering the courtyard, Zhao Hai saw 2 mages busy with people. In front of them were 2 robots. It seems like the 2 mages were repairing the robots. When the 2 mages saw someone come in, they quickly turned their head. When they saw Ma Rulong, they couldn't help but stare. Then one of the mages put down the tool in his hand and walked to Ma Rulong's side with a happy expression on his face as he said, "I didn't expect Sir Ma to personally lead a team. I apologize for not going out to meet you. Please forgive me." Ma Rulong waved his hand, then he looked at the person and said, "Forget it. You do what you need to do. How are the rooms prepared?" The person immediately replied, "Sir Ma can rest assured. The rooms are already prepared. Please come with me." Then he led Ma Rulong and the others inside the courtyard. After passing through the courtyard, Zhao Hai discovered that there were several houses behind the courtyard. Each courtyard had a lot of rooms, so it wouldn't be a problem for the 100 or so people to live in. Ma Rulong directly passed through the second courtyard. When he arrived at the third courtyard, he turned his head and said, "There are 30 people in this courtyard. According to the rankings, the first to the 30th will live in this courtyard. The rest will live in the other 2 courtyards. Dodge, go and arrange everything." The mage who repaired the robots nodded and said, "Yes. Sir Ma can rest assured. I'll arrange everything." Ma Rulong nodded, then he turned his head to the team leaders and said, Team 1 and Team 2 will live in the second courtyard. As for the other 3 teams, each team will live in a courtyard. You can arrange everything yourself. The team leaders nodded and then immediately went to arrange everything. Zhao Hai, Xianxia, and the others stayed in the third courtyard. Along with them were the 10 grade experts and the top 30 of the qualifiers. The team leaders assigned rooms to Zhao Hai and the others. These rooms weren't assigned according to the rankings. Zhao Hai, Xianxia, and the others were assigned to the same room. Their rooms weren't as gorgeous as the ones in the machine field. There were only some practical things, nothing special about them. After Zhao Hai and the others found their rooms, they went out. In any case, there wasn't anything worth paying attention to. They settled down and familiarized themselves with the rooms. Every courtyard they entered wasn't small. There were trees planted in the courtyards as well as stone tables and stools. When Zhao Hai and the others came out of their rooms, they sat on the stone table in the courtyard. Xianxia looked at the other people in the courtyard. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and smiled bitterly, I didn't expect it to be like this. The cultivation realm is really cruel. Senior Ma actually killed people as soon as he arrived. The others nodded. They didn't expect Ma Rulong to kill people as soon as he arrived. This was truly unexpected. Dongfang Yu said, Senior Ma might be trying to establish his prestige. In my opinion, that servant was also instructed by someone else. If Senior Ma didn't fight back, then I'm afraid we wouldn't have any good days. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I think so too. But I don't think this matter will end like this. More people will come looking for trouble. It seems like the cultivation realm wants to make things difficult for us this time. Sun Fei smiled bitterly and said, It's not just this time. I checked a few days ago. In the 6 Realms newcomer competition, the cultivators tried to make us look bad. Moreover, before the competition even started, there were already people who died in the process. More than 20 people from the machine field were killed before the competition even started. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, It's not just this time. I checked the records a few days ago. Zhao Hai and the others' expressions changed. They didn't notice this. They thought that they would only be bullied in the cultivation realm. After all, they were here to participate in the competition. The cultivation realm shouldn't be too excessive. Now that they heard Sun Fei, they knew how naive they were. The people of the cultivation realm were used to being arrogant, so why would they care about rules? Additionally, the people of the cultivation realm looked down on the people of the machine field. In their opinion, killing a few people of the machine field wasn't a big deal. The reason why the cultivators from the machine field didn't dare to be arrogant was because they were in the machine field's territory. They knew that their sects wouldn't go to war with the machine field for them. Because of this, they were very obedient. But now that they were in the cultivation realm, they were in the domain of the cultivators. Naturally, the cultivators wouldn't be polite. It was hard to say what they would do. While Zhao Hai and the others were talking, a shout was suddenly heard from outside, Scum of the machine field, get the hell out here. Zhao Hai and the others stared. This shout contained a powerful force that made their blood boil. Naturally, it came from an expert. Zhao Hai and the others' expressions changed as they stood up and walked towards the front yard. At this time, one of the team leaders saw Zhao Hai and the others, so he immediately said, Don't move. You don't need to worry about what's going on. Just stay here. After he said that, he didn't go to the front yard. Instead, he stayed in the courtyard and looked at Zhao Hai and the others. When Zhao Hai and the others saw this person, they couldn't help but stare. They didn't say anything and just sat back down. At this time, Ma Rulong's voice was heard, Who's making a fuss here? Don't you know that this is the machine field's guest house? The person outside loudly replied, Is the machine field very impressive? Why did you kill people in my Seamount city? Get the hell out here and give my city an explanation. Ha ha ha, Seamount city is nothing. You want my machine field to give you an explanation? I've already killed your people. What do you want? Overbearing, these words were too overbearing. As soon as Zhao Hai and the others heard Ma Rulong, they knew that they had no choice but to fight. Even if the other party wanted to save face, they would still fight. Zhao Hai released his spiritual force and his expression changed. he discovered that their courtyard had been surrounded. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at the team leaders. The team leaders' expressions also changed. Naturally, they also discovered the problem. Zhao Hai turned his head to Xiongli and the others and said, "Boss Xiong, let's get ready. The Seamount Mountain sect has surrounded our courtyard. It seems like they didn't just attack us this time. I suspect that the servant was arranged by them." When Xiongli and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then their expressions changed as they understood what was going on. They nodded and took out their weapons. Sure enough, as soon as they took out their weapons, the person outside shouted, "What an overbearing machine field. But this isn't the machine field. This is the cultivation realm. You can't be arrogant. Come, attack. I want to make sure that the machine field doesn't leave a chicken or a dog alive." As soon as that person's voice fell, the sound of battle cries rose from all around. The people who had risen from the ground all around the courtyard flew straight into the courtyard. The team leaders looked at the situation and knew that the situation wasn't good. It seems like the other party was prepared. They immediately organized a counterattack. Seeing this situation, Zhao Hai coldly snorted. His hand moved as liquid silver appeared in his hand. Then he waved his hand as 100 overlapping magic formation appeared in front of him. The magic formation immediately turned into tens of thousands of golden arrows as it shot towards the people who were rushing towards the courtyard. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up as he saw this scene. This was the Fire Feather 10,000 arrow formation. However, it was a 100-layer formation. Not only were there more arrows, but it was also stronger. Just as these people were about to rush into the courtyard, they didn't expect to be met with a rain of arrows. For a moment, they were thrown into confusion. Zhao Hai's Fire Feather 10,000 arrow formation can explode. Several people were injured on the spot. At this time, the other people in the courtyard also reacted. They were all experts of the machine field. Their combat experience was very rich. Now that they were in a fight, they naturally wouldn't be polite. Each of them displayed their abilities and attacked the people who were attacking the courtyard. Zhao Hai and the others formed a team and attacked the enemy together. As they fought, Zhao Hai and the others discovered that the other party wasn't weak. Not only were they not weak, they were actually stronger than them. At this time, Ma Rulong and the others were also fighting. For a moment, explosions could be heard everywhere in the courtyard. The conflict between the two sides had officially broken out. Zhao Hai looked around while fighting. He discovered that these people weren't just from the Sea Mountain sect. There must be other people hiding among them. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the Sea Mountain sect to have so many experts. Although Ma Rulong's previous behavior seemed reckless, Zhao Hai believed that he wasn't a reckless person. If the Sea Mountain sect was a great sect, then he might be able to endure this. But he didn't. This was enough to explain the problem. It seems like the Sea Mountain sect was also instructed by someone. However, Zhao Hai didn't know if they really wanted to take everyone's lives or if they just wanted to show off their strength. Zhao Hai looked around and saw that Ma Rulong and the other experts were already entangled. The other people who were fighting with them didn't seem to be going all out. Otherwise, they would have suffered a lot of casualties. But now, there weren't many casualties on their side. Zhao Hai looked at the situation and knew that the Sea Mountain sect must have been instructed by someone. However, they didn't dare to go too far. It can be assumed that they were here to show off their strength. Besides showing off their strength, they might also be probing them. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai felt relieved. If they wanted to probe, then let them. Zhao Hai dealt with the attacks with all his strength. He didn't kill anyone. This was because Zhao Hai knew that if he was too ruthless, then the other party might also kill him. In the end, the one who would suffer would be Zhao Hai and the others. Sure enough, just as Zhao Hai thought, the two groups fought for an hour before a mediator appeared. First, a long whistle was heard, then a clear voice was heard, "Everyone, please stop. I'm Fan Yike from the Six Realms Beginner Competition. Are you a friend from the machine field who came to participate in the competition?" Ma Rulong also knew that if they continued to cause trouble, they wouldn't be able to take advantage of the situation. Therefore, he endured and said, "I'm Ma Rulong, the captain of the machine field's team. When Fan Yike heard Ma Rulong's words, he immediately said, "So it's the Heaven Splitter Saber Ma Rulong. I apologize for my rudeness. Everyone from the Sea Mountain sect, please stop. We're all friends here." At this time, the Sea Mountain sect person who was cursing at the entrance also said, "Brothers, please stop." The Sea Mountain sect people also retreated. At the same time, the team leaders restrained the participants so that they wouldn't attack. At this time, Fan Yike and Ma Rulong arrived and entered the courtyard to have a secret discussion. Zhao Hai and the others descended from the sky and looked around. In the battle, the courtyard was damaged. However, the damage wasn't very serious. Moreover, there weren't many casualties. Only a few participants died while the others were injured. Nobody died. After looking around, Xianxia coldly snorted and said, "Good, Sea Mountain sect. I'll remember this enmity. Just you wait." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "This time, the Sea Mountain sect's actions must have been instigated by someone. First, they wanted to give us a show of strength. Second, they wanted to test our strength. Hee. That person from the preparatory meeting appeared at the right time. I think he had been waiting for a long time, but he just appeared." Xianxia and the others stared, then they immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. Their expressions turned ugly. Dongfang Yu coldly snorted and said, "Shameless. I didn't expect the cultivators to use this kind of trick. They're too shameless." Li Kuangren angrily snorted. He couldn't wait to rush out and fight with the people from the Mountain Sea sect. Zhao Hai faintly understood what was going on. It seems like those people from the cultivation realm know that we're strong, so they came to test us. Interesting. But this is good. If they want to test us, then let them test us. When the time comes for the competition, I'll deal with them. Xianxia and the others smiled bitterly. Only Zhao Hai could say something like this. When they were fighting, they used all their strength. But Zhao Hai seemed to be able to handle it with ease. Only now did they know the gap between them and Zhao Hai. Although they landed, they were still on guard, preventing the Sea Mountain sect from attacking. However, Zhao Hai and the others weren't afraid. The group sat down at the stone table. Zhao Hai also took out some food and wine. Then the group began to drink. Zhao Hai's actions made the people in the courtyard stare. It wasn't only the contestants, even the team leaders were stunned. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be so bold. Just as Zhao Hai thought, when Fan Yike appeared, the two sides stopped fighting. The Sea Mountain sect also withdrew their troops. Ma Rulong also arranged people to repair the courtyard. It was as if nothing had happened. At night, when Zhao Hai entered the space, Laura and the others immediately led Zhao Hai to his room. Then they played a video of Ma Rulong's conversation with Fan Yike and the others. There wasn't much content in the video. Fan Yike appeared as a mediator, persuading everyone. It was as if he was really here to mediate. Although Ma Rulong knew what was going on, he could only swallow his anger. After Fan Yike and the others left, Ma Rulong slammed the table and said to the mage beside him, "Every time I participate in the Six Realms newcomer competition, they would do something like this. Do those bastards from the cultivation realm not know how to change their tactics? Damn, they're looking down on us." The magician next to him smiled bitterly and said, "Those fellows in the cultivation realm are used to being arrogant. Why would they change their tactics? To be honest, it's already good that they can use this kind of tactic. They didn't directly challenge us." Ma Rulong coldly snorted, then he let out a long breath and calmed his emotions before he said, "This time, the machine field's contestants are the strongest. We can't let anything happen to them. Especially that Zhao Hai. Make sure that he's safe." Ma Rulong nodded, then he let out a long breath. The mage nodded, then he turned to Ma Rulong and said, "How about we have Zhao Hai stay in the courtyard and cultivate?" Ma Rulong shook his head and said, "Forget it. Just send someone to protect him secretly. It's not good to keep him here. Let's not talk about what he thinks. I'm afraid that other people would have their opinions as well. Zhao Hai's strength is good. His ranking is expected to be higher this time. The machine field still needs to rely on him to get more resources." The mage nodded and said, "What about Streep and the others? Should we send someone to protect them as well?" Ma Rulong shook his head and said, "Forget it. From what I can see, Streep and Zhao Hai are very different. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I feel that Zhao Hai isn't any weaker than me. Just protect him. The mage was startled as he said, really? Is Zhao Hai really that strong? Ma Rulong sighed and said, I hope he's that strong. If he's really that strong, then it would be a blessing for the machine field. Zhao Hai didn't expect Ma Rulong's evaluation of him to be this high. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems like the machine field had placed their hopes on him this time. Zhao Hai couldn't help but show his true ability. Laura and the others looked at Zhao Hai and knew what he was thinking. Laura smiled and said, Brother Hai, it seems like you've become the machine field's national treasure. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, the more I'm like this, the more dangerous it is for me. Let's see, I'll be in a lot of trouble in the future. But the cultivation realm is really a good place to cultivate. The spiritual chi here is very abundant, much more abundant than in the machine field. Margaret nodded and said, I heard that there are a lot of spirit veins in the cultivation realm. The spiritual chi in these spirit veins is 100 times more abundant compared to the outside world. Cultivating there would be twice the result with half the effort. Zhao Hai nodded and said, don't worry, there will be opportunities in the future. I believe that it's not just the cultivation realm that has spirit veins. The machine field should also have spirit veins. I just don't know where they are. Margaret smiled bitterly and said, there are some spirit veins in the machine field, but they're very rare. The number of spirit veins in the machine field can be counted on one hand. Moreover, the spiritual chi density in these spirit veins is much worse compared to the cultivation realm. If it weren't for this, the cultivation realm would have already snatched them. We wouldn't be able to use them. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. After understanding the machine field situation, he couldn't help but admit that the machine field was too weak compared to the cultivation realm. In the cultivation realm, the great sects weren't any weaker than the machine field. However, among the great sects of the cultivation realm, the machine field was considered a barren land. They didn't have anything they wanted. And although the machine field wasn't strong, if they went all out, they would still suffer a lot of losses. Because of this, nobody cared about the machine field. If the cultivation realm really wanted to deal with the machine field, then the machine field would have been destroyed 800 times already. The 6 realms of cultivation, to put it bluntly, was just one big thing. It was just that it was forcibly separated into 6 realms by people. Compared to the cultivation realm, the machine field strength was equivalent to a sect in the cultivation realm. Compared to a sect, the machine field occupied a lot of space, but it wasn't very useful. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but knit his brows. Then he turned to Margaret and the others and said, what do you think? If I get first place and get a large number of resource planets, would the cultivation realm go to war with the machine field? If the cultivation realm and the machine field go to war because of this, then what we've done would be a disaster for the machine field instead of a blessing. When Margaret and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then their expressions changed. They didn't think about this before, but now that they heard Zhao Hai, they felt that it was possible. Margaret nervously asked, then what should we do? Brother Hai, will the cultivation realm really make a move? Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, then he patted Margaret's hand and said, forget it, it's useless to think about this right now. Even if it's like what we said, we don't have the ability to change anything. Let's just take one step at a time. Margaret and the others nodded. Although their hearts were heavy, just as Zhao Hai said, even if it's like what Zhao Hai said, what can they do? They simply don't have the ability to change anything. The machine field wasn't under their control. The group was silent for a moment. After some time, Margaret looked up at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, I have something to ask of you. Zhao Hai stared, he looked at Margaret and said, what is it? Why do you need to ask me? Margaret didn't smile, instead, she said, Brother Hai, if the cultivation realm wants to destroy the machine field one day, I hope that you can move the Ashley family to the space. Give them a place to live. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, Brother Hai, if the cultivation realm wants to destroy the machine field, I hope that you can move the Ashley family to the space. When Zhao Hai heard Margaret, he couldn't help but stare. Then he knit his brows. To be honest, Margaret's request made him feel awkward. The space was Zhao Hai's biggest secret. After arriving in the cultivation realm, Zhao Hai had been paying attention to the space. But if he were to move the Ashley family into the space, then he didn't know if the space could still be kept a secret. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai's expression and knew that this matter was very important to Zhao Hai. The space was too strange. With the space, Zhao Hai could expand his strength bit by bit. But if other people knew about the space, then it would be troublesome. Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to establish himself in the world of cultivation in the future. She was afraid that Zhao Hai wouldn't agree, but she didn't want to force Zhao Hai. Therefore, she could only silently sit on the side and shed tears. Laura and the others looked at Zhao Hai and knew that Zhao Hai was in a difficult position. Actually, they also didn't want Zhao Hai to join the Ashley family. However, they couldn't bring themselves to say this. Therefore, they could only look at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the group, then he looked at Margaret who was crying and said, "Alright, Margaret, I can only promise to help the Ashley family as much as possible. However, I cannot let them know about the space." Margaret nodded and said, "Alright, Margaret, I can only promise to help the Ashley family." When Margaret heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but be happy. She immediately said, "Alright, Brother Hai, you can rest assured that I won't tell anyone. When the time comes, I'll just tell them that you want to move them to another planet. Is that alright?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Laura and the others and said, "Laura, you should also pay attention to the situation in space, especially places like the Rainbow Meteorite and the Endless Desert. See if you can find a planet with a similar environment. Even if the environment isn't as good, we can slowly transform it. In the future, we can use it as our base. This way, we can ensure that the space wouldn't leak out." Laura nodded, then she turned to Laura and the others. When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, they stared for a moment before they immediately nodded. Looking at their shining eyes, it seemed like they had found something fun. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. Margaret's heart was moved. She didn't think that Zhao Hai would think of such a way to help her. Finding a planet as a base wasn't an easy thing to do. Seeing Zhao Hai doing so much for her, Margaret couldn't help but be moved. The next morning, Zhao Hai came out of the space and went to his room. It must be said that their current place wasn't bad. At the very least, each person had their own room. This was already very good. When Zhao Hai came out, he saw that Xianxia and the others had already come out. They were sitting at a stone table and chatting. Zhao Hai walked over and said, "Brothers, you woke up early." Xianxia smiled and said, "What early? We also just woke up. Little Hai, we're going out to play today. How about we go together? We can also find a place to have a drink or two." Sunfei smiled and said, "Boss Xiong, it seems like you don't know much about the cultivation realm. There are a lot of shops in the cultivation realm, but hotels are very rare." Xiongli was surprised. "Why is that?" "Of course, it doesn't have any taste, just like ordinary pills. It's precisely because the people in the cultivation realm like to eat fasting pills that there are very few hotels here, especially in a big cultivation city like this. Only some places where civilians live will have hotels. However, there are rules in the cultivation realm that ordinary civilians aren't allowed to enter a big city like this. Therefore, if we want to drink in the city, I'm afraid that it will be very difficult." Fei smiled and said, "The people in the cultivation realm like to eat fasting pills, so there are very few hotels here, especially in a big cultivation city like this. Only some places where civilians live will have hotels, but there are rules in the cultivation realm that ordinary civilians aren't allowed to enter a big city like this. Therefore, if we want to drink in the city, I'm afraid that it will be very difficult. So it's very difficult for us to enter the cultivation realm." When Xiongli heard Sun Fei, he couldn't help but curse, "Damn, what kind of rule is this? If you can't drink, what's the fun of living? The people in the cultivation realm are really strange." Li Kuangren laughed and said, "Boss Xiong is right. Thinking about those immortal cultivators, they can't drink a lot and can't eat a lot of meat. Living is worse than death. Such people can live for 10,000 years, but they can't compare to us. Even if we only live for 10 years, we'll still be happier than them." Xiongli and the others also laughed. Zhao Hai said, "Alright, then let's go out and take a look. But everyone should be careful. After all, we're in the cultivation realm. If those immortal cultivators want to deal with us, then they have a lot of ways to do so. What we need to do now is to endure and wait for an opportunity in the future. Dongfang nodded, then he sighed and said, speaking of which, we're the same as the ascenders from the cultivation realm. But because those people ascended from the cultivation realm, their cultivation methods were superior to ours. Because of this, they were stronger than us. If we were to learn the same cultivation methods as them, then I don't believe that we wouldn't be able to compete with them. Dongfang nodded, then he sighed and said, Zhao Hai looked at Xiongli and the others and nodded. He couldn't help but smile faintly as he stretched his head forward. Then he lowered his voice and said, actually, if you want to learn cultivation methods, it's not impossible. This is an opportunity. After hearing Zhao Hai, Xiongli and the others stared. Then they looked at Zhao Hai with shining eyes. At the same time, Sunfei whispered, Big Brother Hai, what's the method? Zhao Hai faintly understood, don't forget, the Six Realms newcomer competition is an elimination round. In this elimination round, you can kill people at will. Some people from the cultivation realm are used to carrying their cultivation techniques with them. As long as we kill a few people from the cultivation realm and steal their cultivation techniques, wouldn't we be able to cultivate? After hearing Zhao Hai's words, Xiongli and the others stared at Zhao Hai. Xiongli stared at Zhao Hai and said, I thought you had a good method. So it's this method. Little Hai, you don't need to think about this method. It's useless. People from the cultivation realm carry their cultivation techniques with them. However, the cultivation techniques that they inscribe are called jade slips. These jade slips have spiritual restrictions on them. As long as it's not the owner's spiritual force, the jade slips would immediately be destroyed. If it's as simple as you said, then the machine field would have already turned into another cultivation realm. Dongfang Yu and the others nodded. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly as he said, if I can say that, then naturally I have a solution. Brothers, don't worry. As long as we can get our hands on the cultivation techniques, then I can let you cultivate them. What do you think? Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the group spirits were lifted. Dongfang Yu immediately said, are you serious? Little Hai, you should know that the cultivation realm's restrictions aren't easy to break. You might even injure yourself. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, brothers, don't worry. If I say it's possible, then it's possible. Therefore, in the elimination round, we must slaughter a few people from the cultivation realm. As long as we can obtain their cultivation techniques, then we can cultivate. The group's eyes shined. They had seen the might of the cultivation realm. They didn't think that they were any worse than those people. They had ascended less than 5 years ago. Those people could fight 10 of them at once. On the other hand, they, who were known as geniuses, could only become their stepping stones. This wasn't a good feeling. Now that they heard that they had the opportunity to learn the cultivation realm's methods, they were naturally excited. Just like Dongfang Yu said, they didn't think that they were any worse than the ascenders of the cultivation realm. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, actually, the machine field's cultivation methods aren't bad. It's just that the machine field has been focusing on mechas and battleships. Because of this, the machine field's research on magic formations and the cultivation of mages and warriors wasn't as important. Zhao Hai nodded and said, actually, the machine field's cultivation methods aren't that good. Sunfei looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, is what you said true? Can the machine field's cultivation methods really be compared to the cultivation realms? Zhao Hai nodded and said, of course they can. Didn't I block Li Chuchen's 3 sword strikes? Little Fei, do you think that the magic formations I use are more powerful than those used by ordinary mages? Sunfei nodded and said, of course, there's no need to ask. Even if you use a 5-layered formation, the magic formations you use are stronger than other people's top 10 magic formations. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, actually, there's a reason for this. First, my spiritual force is strong. Spiritual force is the foundation of a mage. If you have strong spiritual force, then the power of your magic formation will naturally be strong. Second, most of the magic formations I use are my own. Not only are there defensive magic formations that can protect against attacks, there are also a lot of auxiliary magic formations that can be used on mechas and battleships. A lot of people say that if you add auxiliary magic formations to your magic formation, then the power of your magic formation will decrease. But in fact, if you use auxiliary magic formations well, then you can increase the power of your magic formation. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the group stared. This was especially true for Sun Fei. He looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief. He couldn't believe Zhao Hai's words. Sun Fei looked at Zhao Hai and opened his mouth, but he couldn't say a word. After some time, Sun Fei recovered. He stood up and stared at Zhao Hai. His mouth moved up and down, but no sound came out. Dong Fengyu, who was sitting beside Sun Fei, saw Sun Fei's expression and recovered. He patted Sun Fei's shoulder and pushed him back to his chair. Then he whispered, "All right, little Fei, calm down. Zhao Hai said this to make you understand that he will teach you this method. But you can't tell anyone about it. Otherwise, it would bring a lot of trouble to Zhao Hai." Hearing Dong Fengyu, Sun Fei recovered. He let out a long breath and looked at Zhao Hai. Then he firmly nodded and said, "Don't worry, Brother Hai, I won't tell anyone about this. Even the people in the church won't tell anyone." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he patted Sun Fei's shoulder and said, "This isn't a big deal. In fact, I'm going to announce this sooner or later. This is very helpful for the machine field's mages and warriors. The machine field currently has a lot of different formations, so nobody knows how many of them there are. But this also creates a problem. It's not easy to find a suitable formation and combine them together. If you add in auxiliary formations, then it would be even more difficult." Everyone nodded. Even warriors like Xianxia nodded. In the machine field, whether it was warriors or mages, they all had a certain understanding of magic formations. After all, the machine field was supported by magic formations. Whether it was battleships, mechas, lights, or computers, all of them had magic formations engraved on them. If you don't know anything about magic formations, then you wouldn't be able to move an inch. Zhao Hai continued, "Besides me, the one who understands magic formations the most is Little Fei. Little Fei is a fire element mage. I'm going to use an ordinary fire element spell, the Fire Shield technique. It's a 5-layered formation. Little Fei, you have to take a look at it carefully." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as a 5-layered formation appeared in front of him. However, these 5 formations were very small. Moreover, they didn't absorb the surrounding fire element energy. They looked like 5 toys. Sun Fei was known as the Fire Sage. Naturally, he had a good understanding of fire element formations, not to mention the most common fire shield formation. Therefore, when Zhao Hai revealed the formation, he immediately saw the difference. The first level fire shield formation was made up of 5 magic formations: solid formation, spirit guiding formation, fire formation, reinforcement formation, and turning formation. Of these 5 magic formations, the solid formation and the reinforcement formation were usually next to each other. One of them was used to fix the magic formation into a shield shape, while the other was used to reinforce the shield shape, making the shield more solid and defensive. As for the spirit guiding formation, it was a non-elemental formation. It was also the formation that was used the most. The main function of this formation was to help the magic formation absorb the spiritual energy of the world, making the magic formation more solid. At the same time, it also made the user more relaxed. The fire formation was the foundation of the fire shield formation. Of course, if the fire formation was replaced with a water formation, then the formation would be renamed as the water shield formation. Once the nature of the formation changed, mages of different elements wouldn't be able to use it. The deflection formation was even simpler. The deflection formation wasn't convenient for the control of the formation. Without the deflection formation, the fire shield formation could only stay in place. With the deflection formation, the fire shield formation could move and block attacks from any direction. However, Zhao Hai's fire formation was a bit different. Among the 5 formations, 4 of them were the same as the ordinary fire shield formation. They were the solid formation, spirit guiding formation, fire formation, and deflection formation. However, there was no reinforcement formation. On the contrary, in Zhao Hai's formation, there was a magic formation that Fei didn't recognize. Zhao Hai pointed at the magic formation and said, "This magic formation isn't the reinforcement formation that mages usually use, but a defensive magic formation used on battleships. This magic formation is called the fish scale formation on battleships. This magic formation is usually carved on the outermost surface of the battleship, just like the scales of a fish. The main purpose of this magic formation is to increase the defensive ability of the battleship. However, this magic formation is the best one to use here. Its effect is at least 3 times better than the reinforcement formation." After hearing what Zhao Hai said, Fei couldn't help but be surprised. 3 times better defensive ability, what kind of concept was that? It meant that this magic formation was almost equivalent to a 7-stacked magic formation, and 7-stacked magic formations required a lot more spiritual energy than 5-stacked magic formations. For a magic formation master, increasing the defensive ability without increasing the spiritual energy consumption was definitely a good thing. Then, Zhao Hai waved his hand, and the fire shield formation immediately began to absorb the energy from the outside and quickly turned into a fire shield. However, because Zhao Hai was only experimenting, the fire shield formation was very small, only the size of an ordinary person's palm. However, Fei immediately saw the difference in Zhao Hai's fire shield formation. The ordinary fire shield formation would have flames on it when used, and it looked amazing. However, Fei and the others knew that the biggest weakness of this fire shield formation was the flames. As soon as the flames appeared, the energy of the magic formation would be scattered, and the magic formation wouldn't be able to achieve the best defensive effect. The most important thing about a fire shield formation was its defensive ability, not its appearance. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's formation was different. This fire shield formation looked like a red shield without any flames. This meant that all of the magic formation's energy was used in its defense. With this, the defensive ability of the magic formation would naturally become better. Zhao Hai waved his hand, causing the fire shield formation to disappear. Then Zhao Hai continued, "In the past few years, a lot of new magic formations have appeared in the machine field. The reason why people thought that auxiliary magic formations couldn't be combined with offensive and defensive magic formations was because once auxiliary magic formations were combined with offensive and defensive magic formations, the power of the formation would be reduced. But after so many years of development, the number of offensive, defensive, and auxiliary magic formations has increased. For example, this fish scale formation was developed in recent years. It quickly replaced the original defensive magic formations and became the most commonly used defensive magic formation on mechas. Therefore, I think that adding auxiliary magic formations to a group of magic formations would be better for the group." Fei nodded excitedly, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, give me that formation. I want to learn it." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Alright, I'll give it to you. But it's getting late, we still need to go out and play. Boss Xiong, do you want to go?" Xiongli shook his head and said, "No, I won't be going today." "Little Hai, you seem to be very knowledgeable about magic formations. How long has it been since you ascended? How could you know more than little Fei?" Zhao Hai had already thought of a reason. When he heard Xiongli, he immediately smiled and said, "You don't know about this. When I was in the lower realm, I was very knowledgeable about magic formations. It's just that the lower realm's use of magic formations isn't as comprehensive as the machine fields. But after coming to the machine field, I learned about magic formations. Because of this, my use of magic formations became better." Xiongli nodded, then he looked around and said, "Come, let's go inside and talk. Little Hai, we won't be going outside today. Let's talk about magic formations. Have you studied the magic formations used on weapons?" Xiongli nodded, then he looked around and said, "Alright, let's go inside and talk." When Zhao Hai heard Xiongli, he understood what he meant. He nodded and said, "Yes, as long as it's a magic formation, I can study it." "Boss Xiong, your 2 sledgehammers have about 70 magic formations inside them, right?" Xiongli nodded and said, "Yes, as long as it's a magic formation, I can study it." When Xiongli heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but get excited. He immediately said, "Right, that's great. I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable about magic formations. Let's go inside and talk about magic formations. It would be best if you could modify our weapons." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and nodded. The magic formations that Xiongli and the others used weren't the same as the magic formations used on mechas and battleships. The magic formations used on the warriors' weapons were also offensive magic formations. The most important function of these magic formations was to support the warriors' battle chi attacks. Because of his relationship with liquid silver, Zhao Hai had also done some research on the magic formations used on weapons. With Karen and the others, as well as the universal scanner, Zhao Hai's understanding of the magic formations used on weapons was no less than the magic formations used by mages. Since Xiongli was willing to let him help, he was naturally happy. When the group entered Xiongli's room, Xiongli immediately took out his sledgehammer and placed it on the ground. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, take a look." Zhao Hai nodded, then he squatted down and looked at Xiongli's sledgehammer. The craftsmanship of the sledgehammer was very good. The materials used were also very good. It can be seen that the Wu family valued Xiongli very much. Zhao Hai used his spiritual force to probe the sledgehammer. There were magic formations engraved on the sledgehammer. These magic formations weren't very big. Moreover, they were made of mithril, which was very good at detecting magic. Moreover, the arrangement of the magic formations was also very good. If other people were to look at Xiongli's sledgehammers, they would think that they were perfect products. But in Zhao Hai's eyes, these sledgehammers had a lot of shortcomings. From the arrangement of the magic formations to the usage of the magic formations, there were a lot of problems. Xiongli and the others looked at Zhao Hai nervously. After some time, Zhao Hai looked up and said, "Boss Xiong, your weapon is very good. The materials used are all top quality and the forging is also very good. However, it can still be improved. But not here. You'll have to wait until we return to the machine field. After we return, if you trust me, I'll help you refine the hammer. I believe that your attack power will increase by at least 3 to 5 times. Xiongli and the others looked at Zhao Hai nervously. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the group couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Increasing attack power by 3 to 5 times? Isn't that equal to increasing attack power by 50%? This number was too astonishing. Xiongli looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, are you sure? Do you want me to have the family draw the magic formations for you?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he shook his head and said, "There's no need. I already know about the magic formations in your hammer. If other people see them, they might think that they're wrong. But with my new formations, I'm sure they'll be able to display a better effect. Moreover, Boss Xiong, the formations in your hammer won't allow you to display 100% of its power." Xiongli nodded and said, "Right, my strength has improved a bit. This hammer is no longer suitable for me. Now, the family is making a new weapon, but it's not done yet." Xiongli nodded and said, "Yes, my strength has improved a bit. This hammer is no longer suitable for me." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good. After the competition is over and we return to the machine field, I'll make new weapons for you. I believe that they won't be any worse than the ones made by your family." Xiongli laughed and said, of course I believe you. How about I tell the family not to make weapons for me?" Upon hearing Xiongli, Zhao Hai quickly said, Don't do that. Boss Xiong, you mustn't do that. You should know that the magic formations used in these weapons are unique to the Wu family. If they know that you asked me to make magic formations for you, they might be unhappy. They might think that you secretly leaked the family's magic formations to outsiders. It wouldn't be good if they misunderstood. Xiongli nodded and said, "Then what do you think we should do? After some time, the family will give me a new weapon. This weapon will also be taken back." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's fine if it's taken back. When the time comes, I'll just modify the weapon, right? Don't worry." Xiongli nodded and said, "Alright, that's the only thing we can do for now." At this time, Dongfang Yu pushed Xiongli to the front. Then he took out the fire dragon sword and handed it to Zhao Hai as he said, "It's my turn. Little Hai, help me take a look." Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he took the fire dragon sword from Dongfang Yu's hand. Then he sent his spiritual force towards the fire dragon sword. However, he didn't expect the fire dragon sword to emit a flame that blocked his spiritual force. At the same time, the flame also attacked him. Zhao Hai stared, then with an intention, a defensive formation appeared in front of him and blocked the flame. But this caused his spiritual force to recover. The fire dragon sword also calmed down. Dong Fengyu and the others were puzzled as they looked at Zhao Hai, they didn't know what was going on. Zhao Hai looked at the red fire dragon divine sword, then he turned to Dong Fengyu and said, "Second brother, your fire dragon divine sword isn't simple. It can actually reflect spiritual force. Your sword is really good. I don't think I need to modify it, it's a divine weapon by itself. I think you still haven't fully displayed its power, right?" Dong Fengyu nodded and took the fire dragon sword that Zhao Hai handed back. He sighed and said, "This sword is a treasure sword obtained by the Yan clan. Everyone who uses this sword must drip blood on it. Before the sword's owner dies, no one else can use this sword. I always feel that this sword still has a lot of divine points, but I have no way to use it. I originally wanted you to help me take a look, but I didn't expect that this sword actually has the ability to defend itself." Sigh, what a pity. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "There will be a chance. This sword is indeed very mysterious. When there is a chance in the future, I'll study it carefully. I believe that it will be very helpful to you, second brother." Then he turned to look at Li Kuangren. Li Kuangren didn't say anything as he handed his axe over to Zhao. Zhao took Li Kuangren's axe and sent his spiritual force into it. This time, there was no accident. His spiritual force smoothly entered Li Kuangren's axe. When Zhao's spiritual force entered Li Kuangren's axe, his face changed. He looked up at Li Kuangren and said, "Third brother, did you offend someone from the Song family?" Li Kuangren nodded and said, "Third brother, have you offended someone from the Song family?" Li Kuangren stared, he looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and said, "Offend someone? No, I didn't." Dong Fengyu looked at Zhao Hai's expression and knew that there was a problem. He immediately asked, "What's wrong, little Hai? Is there a problem?" Zhao Hai let out a long breath and said, "Third brother's axes have a very fatal flaw. Once the two axes receive a huge amount of pressure, they might explode. The power of the explosion is no less than a small nuclear bomb." "What?" Xianxia and the others exclaimed. They looked at the two axes in Zhao Hai's hands in disbelief. It was as if they were looking at a scourge. A small nuclear bomb was a great weapon for people like them. Even cultivators in the cultivation realm wouldn't be able to survive if a small nuclear bomb exploded close to them. But Li Kuangren's axes were actually equipped with a small nuclear bomb. This was too incredible. Li Kuangren was also stunned. Then his eyes turned blood red as he roared, "Those bastards! No wonder they took back my axes after the qualifiers were determined. They said that they needed to upgrade them. F***ck, is this how they upgrade? Those bastards!" Upon hearing Li Kuangren, Xianxia and the others' expressions turned ugly. If Li Kuangren's axes really exploded, then they wouldn't be able to survive. The group looked at each other and saw a trace of fear in each other's eyes. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, "We still don't know if this is aimed at third brother or all of us. If it's aimed at all of us, then it means that there's a mole in the Song family. Moreover, it's a mole with a high status." After the incident with the Zhang family, the machine field was very sensitive. Therefore, when Zhao Hai discovered the mystery in Li Kuangren's axes, he immediately thought of this point. During the qualifiers, everyone in the machine field knew that Li Kuangren and Zhao Hai were close friends. They were almost inseparable. The first round of the Six Realms newcomer competition was the elimination round. The elimination round of the Six Realms newcomer competition was different from the one in the machine field. In the machine field's elimination round, teaming wasn't allowed. But in the Six Realms newcomer competition, teaming was allowed. The elimination round allowed teaming up. This was advantageous for Zhao Hai and the others. Naturally, they would form a team and act together. In this case, if Li Kuangren's axes suddenly exploded, then it wouldn't be just Li Kuangren who would be killed. Zhao Hai and the others would also be affected. Therefore, this matter was likely aimed at Zhao Hai and the others, not just Li Kuangren. Hearing Zhao Hai, Xianxia and the others nodded. They were very clear about the meaning behind Zhao Hai's words. Their faces were somewhat ugly. Dong Fengyu supported Li Kuangren, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "I think it's best to let our family know about this. Third brother, don't tell the Song family about this. Otherwise, it might alert the enemy. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, we don't know how many spies there are in the machine field right now. If we send word back, then we might alert the enemy. Therefore, I don't support this. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, we don't know how many spies there are in the machine field. Dongfang Yu knit his brows. Zhao Hai's words made sense. Dongfang Yu nodded and said, then what should we do? Zhao Hai looked at the axes in Li Kuangren's hands and then said, third brother, I'll handle your axes. I'll give you 2 new axes in 2 days. Moreover, they'll be the most suitable ones for you. How about it? Li Kuangren nodded and said, take it. I trust you. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned his hand and took Li Kuangren's axes back to the space. Then he turned his head to Sun Fei and the others and said, I'll be going back to my room. Don't tell anyone about this. We'll investigate this matter later. Xianxia and the others nodded. Then Zhao Hai turned around and returned to his room. Dongfang Yu and the others also returned to their rooms with ugly expressions. This matter made their hearts haze. When Zhao Hai returned to his room, he immediately entered the space. Then he took out Li Kuangren's axes and walked towards the universal manufacturing machine. Laura and the others also came out of their rooms and followed Zhao Hai to the universal manufacturing machine. After arriving at the machine, Zhao Hai placed the 2 axes on a magic formation. Then he activated the machine and pressed the return button. A white light flashed as a pile of materials appeared on the other side of the formation. Among these materials, there was a pile of materials that didn't seem to be made of metal. It was a pile of powders. Zhao Hai knew that this pile of powders was the material for the small nuclear bomb. He relaxed and received the pile of powders. Then he turned his head to Laura and the others. Laura and the others also looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I didn't think that something like this would happen. Interesting, very interesting. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, let's make the axes first. Do you want to add some materials to it? Zhao Hai looked at the materials on Li Kuangren's axes and shook his head, there's no need to add any materials. Third brother's axes are made of good materials, there's no need to add anything. Let's go inside and discuss what kind of magic formation to engrave. The group nodded, then they followed Zhao Hai into the room. After entering the room, Laura and the others immediately took the computer and analyzed it. Li Kuangren's attacks were very unique. His attacks were like a whirlwind, using the force of the whirlwind to attack the enemy. Therefore, the axe couldn't be too light or too heavy. If it was too heavy, it would be difficult to control. Moreover, the requirements for the magic formation inside the axe were also very high. After analyzing for a while, they finally came up with a general plan. Then they took the plan to the universal scanner and had it arrange the magic formations that were most suitable for Li Kuangren. Li Kuangren's axe had 70 magic formations, the same number as Xianxia's twin hammers. However, there were some differences. Li Kuangren's magic formations focused more on speed and sharpness while Xianxia's hammers focused more on thickness and weight. After the universal scanner's analysis, Zhao Hai decided to engrave 80 magic formations inside Li Kuangren's axe. Adding 10 more would make Li Kuangren's attacks more powerful. Moreover, it would also reduce his consumption of battle qi. Zhao Hai locked himself in his room for 3 days. During these 3 days, he didn't come out. Xianxia and the others also didn't bother Zhao Hai. On the contrary, they took turns guarding Zhao Hai's door, not allowing anyone to disturb Zhao Hai. Their actions naturally attracted Ma Rulong's attention. Ma Rulong was the team leader, so he was very concerned about the contestants. Zhao Hai was one of his main targets. Now that he saw that Zhao Hai locked himself in his room for 3 days, Ma Rulong became anxious. He went to Zhao Hai's courtyard and saw Xianxia and the others sitting outside Zhao Hai's room. They were whispering to each other and didn't pay attention to him. Ma Rulong quickly walked in front of the group. Xianxia and the others also saw Ma Rulong. They quickly stood up and bowed to Ma Rulong. We have seen Senior Ma. Ma Rulong nodded. Then he looked at Zhao Hai's room and said, What's the matter with Zhao Hai? Why did he lock himself in his room? Did something happen? If there's anything, you have to tell me. Xianxia quickly shook his head and said, No, Senior Ma doesn't need to worry. Zhao Hai is fine. He just had some insights and needs to go into seclusion. I believe that he'll come out in 2 days. You don't need to worry. Ma Rulong looked at Xiongli and said, is there really nothing wrong? Don't hide anything from me. Xiongli nodded and said, Senior Ma can rest assured. If there's something wrong, we'll definitely tell you. There's really nothing wrong, you don't need to worry. Ma Rulong nodded, then he looked at Xiongli and the others and said, you've done well. You haven't gone out in the past few days. Some of the contestants who went out were challenged by the cultivation realm. Some of them were even injured. If you want to go out, you have to be careful. Especially Zhao Hai. The cultivation realm is currently very afraid of him. Xiongli and the others nodded and said, yes, Senior can rest assured. We'll be careful. Ma Rulong nodded, then he turned around and left. Seeing Ma Rulong leave, Xiongli turned to the others and said, it seems like those fellows from the cultivation realm really don't want us to have an easy time. If Little Hai comes out, then should we go out? Yes, of course. Zhao Hai's voice came from behind Xiongli. Xiongli and the others turned around and saw Zhao Hai standing in front of the door with a smile on his face. Seeing Zhao Hai come out, Xiongli and the others immediately surrounded him. Several people looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, come in. Then Zhao Hai turned around and returned to his room. Xiongli and the others immediately followed. As soon as he entered the room, Zhao closed the door. With a flip of his hand, 2 axes appeared in his hand. The shape of these 2 axes was no different from the one Li Kuangren used before. It looked just like Li Kuangren's previous axes, without any changes. Zhao Hai handed the axes to Li Kuangren, then he smiled faintly and said, third brother, try it. These 2 axes have been reforged by me. Although I didn't add any materials, the magic formation inside has been modified. Li Kuangren nodded, then he took the axes and weighed them in his hand. Then he nodded and said, good, even the weight hasn't changed. It's really good. Then he began to pour his battle chi into the axes. Just as he poured his battle chi into the axes immediately lit up with a blue light. Li Kuangren stared, then he immediately withdrew his battle chi, causing the light to disappear. Li Kuangren poured his battle chi into the axes again, causing them to light up again. Li Kuangren's eyes couldn't help but shine as he said, good, very good. I feel that the amount of battle chi poured into the axes is much less than before, but it can still achieve the same effect. Little Hai, isn't that right? Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled faintly and said, yes, third brother's feeling is correct. Now, as long as you pour in 7 layers of battle chi, the axes can display the same effect as 10 layers of battle chi. What do you think? Li Kuangren laughed and said, good, very good. This is very important to me. Thank you, Little Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, not only that, I also added a vibration magic formation to your axes. If you clash with an enemy's weapon, your axes will produce a vibration effect, breaking the enemy's weapon. Li Kuangren and the others stared, then their complexion changed as they simultaneously called out, vibration weapon? Zhao Hai smiled and nodded, correct, vibration weapon. This weapon was originally intended to be used in close combat mecha. Because of this, it requires a lot of energy to support it. Mechas have energy batteries, so why can't we turn our weapons into vibration weapons? Because of this, I've been studying these magic formations. Today is the first time I've tested it on third brother's weapon. Third brother, give it a try. Li Kuangren nodded, then he turned his head and looked around the room. Obviously, he was looking for something to test the vibration effect that Zhao Hai mentioned. Xiongli looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and said, third brother, don't look anymore. Even if you don't use your battle chi, you can still easily cut through the things in this room. Come, try this. Then Xiongli turned his hand and took out a weapon from his space storage. This was a 2-handed heavy sword. It looks like it was made with excellent workmanship. Xiongli smiled and said, this is a weapon that I got from killing a 4th-rank warrior during a mission. To be honest, his weapon isn't any worse than my sledgehammer. Third brother, try this. Then Xiongli held the sword's hilt and raised it horizontally. Li Kuangren nodded, then he circulated his battle chi and chopped the sword with his axe. In order to test the strength of this vibration weapon, Xianxia also poured his battle chi into the sword. The two weapons quickly collided. With a chi sound, the axe cut through the sword like it was cutting through a piece of paper. Then, with a dang sound, the sword tip fell to the ground. Everyone in the room stared blankly at the sword in Xianxia's hand. The sword in Xianxia's hand could no longer be called a sword. Only the hilt and a small part of the sword blade were left. The sword tip that fell to the ground was less than 10 centimeters long. A 2-meter-long sword was actually left with only this small part. The rest of the sword had disappeared. That's right, it had disappeared. It didn't shatter or anything like that. It had truly disappeared, turning into a pile of metal powder on the ground. Seeing this, Xianxia and the others couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Li Kuangren stared at his axe as if he was looking at a monster. Hiss! With a loud gasp, Xianxia and the others finally came back to their senses. Xianxia raised the sword in his hand. The broken part of the sword seemed to have been melted by something, leaving behind an uneven fracture. If he hadn't tested the sword before, he would have thought that he was seeing things. Ha 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 ha. A wild laugh was heard. Li Kuangren excitedly waved the axe in his hand, causing Xianxia and Dongfengyu's eyes to turn red. After a while, Li Kuangren calmed down and immediately put away his axe. Xianxia and Dongfengyu both turned to look at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the two and smiled slightly. When Boss Xiong gets his weapon, I will also modify it. As for Brother Dongfeng's weapon, I think the fire dragon sword doesn't need to be modified yet. It's better to wait until we figure out the secret of the fire dragon sword. Xianxia nodded and said, alright, you have to do a good job. This vibrating weapon is really too awesome. Dongfengyu was a little depressed. But when he thought of his fire dragon sword that even Zhao Hai couldn't see through, he couldn't help but have some hope. The most depressed one was Sun Fei. He was a mage, so he couldn't use these weapons. This made him very distressed. Zhao Hai also saw Sun Fei's appearance. He smiled faintly and said, alright, little Fei, you don't need to be distressed. After 2 days, I will arrange a few fire element formations for you. I believe that they will be helpful to you. When he heard Zhao Hai, Sun Fei became excited. He nodded and said, then it's settled. Brother Hai, you have to hurry up. Zhao Hai laughed and said, alright, I know. Let's go, brothers. How about we go out and play today? When Xianxia and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Xianxia frowned and said, little Hai, are you really going? You have to think about it carefully. Who knows how many people from the cultivation realm are staring at you? If you go out, they will certainly cause trouble for you. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, of course I know. But we should also teach those guys a lesson. Do they really think that the machine field has no experts? Don't worry, if they really come looking for me, I can guarantee that I'll teach them a lesson. When they heard Zhao Hai, Xianxia and the others knew that persuasion was useless. They nodded as Zhao Hai led the group outside. As soon as they left the courtyard, Zhao Hai felt that someone was following them. However, he wasn't worried. He knew that these people were sent by Ma Rulong to protect him. Therefore, he acted as if he didn't know as he followed Xianxia and the others out of the courtyard. Ever since they arrived at Seamount City, they haven't strolled around the streets. But even if they haven't, Zhao Hai wasn't unfamiliar with the city's streets. When Zhao Hai and the others entered Seamount City, Laura and the others had already stored the city's map into the space. In the past 3 days, besides cultivating, Zhao Hai also spent a lot of time looking at the city's map. Therefore, he knew every street in Seamount City. Xianxia and the others didn't know that this was their first time strolling around Seamount City. Therefore, they followed behind Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai wasn't walking around randomly. His goal was the city's bazaar. Sea Mountain City's market was actually a business district. But in this business district, there weren't only shops, there were also many stalls. These people were all cultivators of the cultivation world. But most of the stalls were rogue cultivators, and most of the shops were under the control of some big forces. In the cultivation realm, there was a rule that only cultivators were allowed to enter big cities. If one wasn't a cultivator, then they wouldn't be allowed to enter. In the cultivation realm, not everyone was a cultivator. Most of the time, ordinary people didn't cultivate. However, the lives of ordinary people in the cultivation realm weren't as good as those in the machine field. The machine field's magic technology was very advanced. Ordinary people can sit at home and know what's going on outside. Moreover, as long as you're willing to work, then even if you don't cultivate, you can still live a good life. But the cultivation realm was different. Almost all of the ordinary people in the cultivation realm were controlled by great sects. The things that these ordinary people planted couldn't be randomly planted. If a family had 10 mu of land, then they would only have 5 mu of land under their control. The other 5 mu of land would be planted by their sects. Naturally, their sects wouldn't let them plant for nothing. After they plant something, they would be rewarded. Moreover, the rewards weren't too low. But if they didn't take care of the land that their sects wanted them to plant, then they would be punished. Moreover, the punishment wouldn't be light. In addition to this, the ordinary people also had to pray to their sects. This way, their sects would receive faith power from them. If the sects found out that the amount of faith power they offered was too little, then they would be punished. Compared to the machine field, the ordinary people in the cultivation realm were more like captive slaves. It's just that their lives were much better than slaves. There was only one way for a commoner to stand out in the machine field, and that was to cultivate. As long as you can cultivate, then you wouldn't be the only one to benefit. Your family would also benefit. Their living conditions would be greatly improved. However, in the cultivation realm, not everyone could cultivate. In the cultivation realm, one needed to have a spirit root to cultivate. Spiritual roots were like the innate talent of mages and warriors. If you don't have innate talent, then you wouldn't be able to learn magic. If you don't have innate talent, then you wouldn't be able to learn martial arts. But in the cultivation realm, if you don't have spiritual roots, then you wouldn't be able to cultivate. You could only be an ordinary person. Not everyone who could cultivate could enter the various sections. For example, small sects like the Sea Mountain sect were very strict when it came to accepting disciples. Those who were not very talented in cultivation and did not have much potential for development would not be able to enter the sect. Generally, they would be given some low-level cultivation methods for free by the sect, which could be said to be unconventional cultivation methods. Such people were known as rogue cultivators. Rogue cultivators wanted to join a sect, but there were only a few lucky ones. If a rogue cultivator wanted to join a sect, then there was only one way, and that was to successfully reach the chi refining stage. Perhaps there would be some small sects that would accept you. But if a rogue cultivator wanted to cultivate, then they would need pills and better cultivation methods. These things could only be bought in the city, and in order to buy these things, they would need crystal stones. In order to earn crystal stones, these rogue cultivators would hunt demon beasts, pick herbs, find ores, and other such things. Then they would bring them to the market to exchange for crystal stones, and then use the crystal stones to exchange for the things they needed for cultivation. In the cultivation realm, there was a saying, if there's a treasure in a stall, it depends on your eyes. This saying was a bit of a joke, but it was also the true meaning of stalls. No one in the cultivation realm would look down on stalls. This was because it was easy for treasures to appear in stalls. This person's treasure might not necessarily be a weapon or a magical artifact. It could be a plant or a piece of ore. After all, these rogue cultivators weren't as good as the disciples of the great sects. Although they practiced cultivation, when it came to understanding treasures, they couldn't compare with the disciples of the great sects. Sometimes, they would get a treasure, but they didn't recognize it. They would just treat it as an ordinary thing and sell it. This kind of thing happened from time to time. It was precisely because of this that these street stalls set up by rogue cultivators had become a special scenery in the cultivation world. People in the cultivation world did not oppose this situation. On the contrary, they were very supportive of it. If there were more rogue cultivators setting up stalls in a city, the chances of the sects in the city obtaining treasures would be greater. For people in the cultivation world who were based on practicality, obtaining treasures was the most important thing. Zhao Hai's destination today was the market. He was going there to look for treasures. At the same time, he was also preparing to take away all the plants and ores there. The space hasn't collected plants for a long time. This wasn't something that Zhao Hai wanted to see. Therefore, Zhao Hai wanted to collect more plants. The group chatted as they walked forward. Xianxia and the others were nervously looking around. The attire of the machine field was different from that of the cultivation realm. Xianxia and the others were too conspicuous. Everyone who passed by them couldn't help but look at them. Their gazes weren't necessarily friendly. Xianxia and the others looked at them with hostility. Sunfei looked at the surrounding cultivators and then whispered to Zhao Hai, "Brother Hai, those guys' eyes aren't friendly. What should we do?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "What's there to be afraid of? It's not a big deal. Don't worry. If they really dare to challenge us, then I'll take care of them." Seeing Zhao Hai's confident expression, Sunfei didn't say anything. He was well aware of Zhao Hai's strength. Zhao Hai wasn't on the same level as them. This was something that Sunfei knew from the moment he blocked Li Chuchen's 3 swords. Therefore, he wasn't surprised by Zhao Hai's words. The group walked for about half an hour before they arrived at the market. From afar, they could see a lot of people. Moreover, it was very noisy. Seeing this situation, Xianxia and the others who weren't familiar with Sea Mountain City couldn't help but stare. Then they looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "What is this place?" Unknowingly, Zhao Hai had become the center of attention. Although he was ranked 4th among his friends, he was the strongest among them. In this world where strength was respected, the strong would naturally become the center of attention. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The market. This is a place where cultivation realm people buy things. Let's go take a look and see if there's anything good." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Xianxia and the others couldn't help but smile bitterly. Dongfang Yu looked at Zhao Hai and said, "So what if there's something good? This isn't the machine field. They don't buy things here, they only accept crystal stones. We don't have any crystal stones." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "You don't, but I do. Don't worry, if you see something, I'll buy it. You don't have to worry about crystal stones. Zhao Hai's space can now produce crystal stones. The amount of crystal stones in his space was already a lot. Even in the cultivation realm, he could be considered a rich person. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Xianxia and the others couldn't help but stare. Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Where did you get those crystal stones from?" Crystal stones are strategic resources in the machine field. Could it be that the Ashley family gave them to you? Why are they so generous? Zhao Hai smiled and said, "You don't need to know how I got them. In any case, you just need to know that I have crystal stones. Today, we'll let the cultivation realm know what it means to be rich." Looking at Zhao Hai's parvenu appearance, Xianxia and the others couldn't help but laugh. Seeing them talking and laughing like nobody else was present, the surrounding cultivators couldn't help but feel angry. The cultivation realm looked down on the people of the machine field. In their opinion, the people of the machine field were inferior to them. They were even worse than the commoners that they raised. The people of the machine field should be obedient in the cultivation realm. Yet they dared to be so arrogant in the streets. They were simply too arrogant. Actually, joking on the street wasn't a big deal at all. There were no rules that forbade joking on the street. Joking on the street was a very normal thing. It was just that the people joking around were people from the machine field. The cultivation realm couldn't accept this. Seeing Zhao Hai, 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 and Zhao Hai didn't care about them as he led the group into the market. Upon entering the market, Xianxia and the others couldn't help but stare. The stalls on the ground were beyond their expectations. It was rare to see stalls like this in the machine field. Most people would have their own shops. Stalls like this had almost disappeared in the machine field. Zhao Hai didn't care about it as he walked inside. Xianxia and the others immediately followed. The group's appearance immediately became the focus of the market. Everyone looked at them and whispered. Naturally, these people knew about Zhao Hai and the others' identities. Zhao Hai didn't care about the feeling of being the center of attention. As long as he didn't wear his magic robe in the cultivation realm, this situation would inevitably happen. This was because very few people from the machine field would come to the cultivation realm. Cultivators from the machine field would go to the machine field to look for things they need. However, very few people from the machine field would come to the cultivation realm. Firstly, transmission formations couldn't be used casually. Secondly, people from the machine field would be discriminated against in the cultivation realm. Nobody liked to look at other people's faces. Because of this, very few people from the machine field would come to the cultivation realm. It can be said that the cultivation realm wouldn't see a single person from the machine field for several years. Now that they suddenly saw people from the machine field in the cultivation realm, it was natural for them to be curious. Zhao Hai didn't care about it. His eyes swept through the stalls from time to time. However, what made him disappointed was that most of the stalls only had beast hides or bones. These things were of little value to him. What he wanted were live beasts, not beast hides. Suddenly, Zhao Hai saw a small stall in the corner. What surprised Zhao Hai was that the person who set up the stall was a child. The child looked about 10 years old and was very sturdy. However, he looked a bit silly. His stall was very simple. A rag was spread on the ground and a plant was placed on top of it. The plant was placed in a small pot and looked like a tree. However, the plant didn't have many leaves and its trunk was very dry. It looked half dead. Zhao Hai didn't care much about it. He walked towards the stall and looked at the plant. Although the plant looked half dead, Zhao Hai could feel a strong vitality coming from it. Therefore, Zhao Hai decided to buy it. Zhao Hai looked at the child and said, "What plant is this? How much does it cost?" The child looked at Zhao Hai. When he heard Zhao Hai, he immediately replied, "I don't know what plant it is. I dug it up from Yapping Mountain. If you want it, then I'll give you 10 crystal stones." To be honest, 10 crystal stones wasn't a cheap price. Especially for a plant that didn't look very good. Although Zhao Hai could feel the vitality of the plant, other people couldn't. Zhao Hai had the space, so he had a special feeling about plants. Therefore, the child had been setting up his stall for several days, but he still hadn't sold anything. Zhao Hai didn't say anything as he took out 10 crystal stones and gave it to the child. Then he carefully looked at the plant. It looked like a tree, less than 1 mango. There were a few small leaves on it, and the bark was dry. It looked like the wrinkles on an old man's face. To be honest, it didn't look very good. However, this was also the most special part of this plant. Generally, such a small plant would not have so many cracks on its surface. However, this plant had so many cracks on its surface. It was as if it had been exposed to wind and rain for countless years. It was really strange. While Zhao Hai was looking at the plant, an arrogant voice was suddenly heard, "I want this tree. How much does it cost?" Zhao Hai turned his head and saw a young cultivator standing behind him. He was looking at the child arrogantly. The cultivator's clothes looked very gorgeous. His hair was tied into a ponytail and he had a folding fan in his hand. He looked like a young master. The child looked at the young master and said with a trembling voice, "I'm sorry, this tree has already been sold to this mister. He has already paid for it." As soon as the cultivator heard the child, he turned his gaze to Zhao Hai and the others. Then he coldly snorted and said, "Machine Field Country Bumpkins, name your price." "I want this plant." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'll take it." Zhao Hai looked at the young cultivator and smiled faintly. Then he waved his hand and received the plant into the space. Then he whispered, "I'm sorry, but I'm not selling." Seeing Zhao Hai receive the plant into the space, the cultivator's pupils couldn't help but shrink. His subtle movements didn't escape Zhao Hai's eyes. Zhao Hai was sure that the plant wasn't simple. If it wasn't there, then the young man wouldn't have bought it. When the young cultivator heard Zhao Hai say that he wasn't selling, a strange smile appeared on his face. Then he said, "You're really not selling?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Yes, I'm not selling." The young man suddenly laughed and said, "A country bumpkin from the machine field actually dares to come to the cultivation realm and rob treasures. You really don't know life from death. Today, I'll take your plant. If you don't give it to me, then I'll let you know that the cultivation realm isn't a place for country bumpkins like you." As soon as Xianxia and the others heard the young man, they knew that today's matter wouldn't end well. Zhao Hai looked at the young man and smiled as he said, "What? You can't buy it, so you want to steal it? Are you sure you can steal it? The cultivator suddenly laughed and said, can't steal it? Are you joking? I can't steal it? You country bumpkins, do you really think that the machine field can compare to the cultivation realm? Obediently put down the plant and I'll leave you with an intact corpse. Good heavens, the other party wanted to kill him after putting down the plant. But leaving an intact corpse seemed to be taking care of the other party. He was really crazy. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator and smiled faintly as he said, tell me who you are. Maybe I'll let you go because of your background. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The cultivator looked at Zhao Hai as if he was an idiot. Then he suddenly burst into laughter. After some time, he stopped. Then he coldly looked at Zhao Hai and said, country bumpkin, you're dead. I'll cut you into 10,000 pieces. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, please. Then his figure moved as he walked out of the city. Xiongli and the others also followed. When the cultivator saw this, he immediately flew over. Sea Mountain City couldn't be considered a big city. The Sea Mountain sect that controlled the city wasn't a big sect. It can be said that if they didn't have the support of the cultivation realm's great sects, they wouldn't dare to provoke the machine field. Before long, Zhao Hai and the others arrived at a barren mountain outside the city. The group stood above the barren mountain. The cultivator looked at Zhao Hai and sneered as he said, you're quite good at choosing a place. It's a good place to use as a graveyard. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator and coldly smiled as he said, rest assured, after you die, I'll turn you into a member of my undead army. You'll be honored to fight for me. The cultivator snorted and said in a deep voice, you're courting death. Then he waved his hand, causing the fan in his hand to fly up. Then a mass of black gas flew out of the fan. As soon as the black gas came out of the fan, it immediately turned into evil spirits that rushed towards Zhao Hai. The cultivator looked at Zhao Hai and said, today, I'll let you taste my 10,000 ghost fan. I'll let you understand the difference between the machine field and the cultivation realm. I'll refine your soul into my 10,000 ghost fan. Zhao Hai sneered. With a wave of his hand, a 50-layered magic array appeared in front of him. Then, the magic array exploded, and hundreds of white arrows appeared around Zhao Hai. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Hai fired the arrows at the evil ghosts. The cultivator sneered. He didn't take Zhao Hai's magic seriously. In his opinion, magic simply couldn't compare to his magic. Therefore, he still commanded the evil ghosts to rush towards Zhao Hai. However, what happened next surprised him. When the light arrows shot by Zhao Hai hit the evil ghosts seemed to have suffered heavy injuries. They began to scream as their bodies shrank and became more transparent. At the same time, the evil aura emitted from their bodies lessened. Cultivators who had a good understanding of evil ghosts knew that this was a sign that the evil ghosts had suffered heavy injuries and were losing levels. The cultivator was startled. It took him a lot of effort to raise these evil ghosts. If they were to lose levels, then his loss would be too great. One must know that evil ghosts were also divided into levels. Level 1 evil ghosts could only be called ghost soldiers. Their attack power was very weak. If one wanted to use level 1 evil ghosts to deal with an enemy, one could only rely on numbers. However, if one wanted to deal with a cultivator, one would not be able to do anything without 80,000 or 100,000 level 1 evil ghosts. A level 2 baleful ghost would be slightly stronger, but not by much. Only when the baleful ghost reached level 5 would it be able to be of great use. If evil ghosts wanted to level up, other than having them cultivate in a place with dancing qi, there were many other methods. Letting evil ghosts devour each other was a good method. Letting evil ghosts devour each other was a good method. By letting evil ghosts devour each other, they could slowly nurture high-level evil ghosts. However, this method would cause a lot of evil ghosts to be lost. There was also another method to make evil ghosts level up quickly, and that was to provide them with flesh and blood. Flesh and blood, as the name suggests, was to feed on flesh and blood. This was a very special method. If used well, then it could quickly increase the strength of evil ghosts. If used poorly, then it would be the most evil way to increase the strength of evil ghosts. There were two types of flesh and blood. There were two types of flesh and blood food. One was demon beasts, and the other was humans. these two types of flesh and blood food were different. If demon beasts were used as flesh and blood food, the strength of the malicious spirit would increase, but the increase in its intelligence would be very slow. In other words, if demon beasts were used as flesh and blood food, the malicious spirit's strength would increase very quickly, but it would become stupid, just like a beast. It would only act based on instinct, and would only be able to understand some simple orders. But if humans were used to feed evil ghosts, then not only would the evil ghost's strength increase rapidly, it would also become very smart. Especially if cultivators were used to feed evil ghosts, then the evil ghost's strength would increase even more rapidly. Nobody would object to feeding evil ghosts with demon beasts' flesh and blood. There were a lot of places in the cultivation realm where demon beasts were raised. This method was also used by ghost cultivators, it was very normal. However, there were some evil cultivators who wanted to make their evil ghosts more powerful. Therefore, they would use humans to feed evil ghosts. It was said that there were some evil sects in the devil realm that specialized in raising humans in order to feed evil ghosts. The method used by the cultivator that Zhao Hai was using was the method of raising evil spirits. It wasn't easy to raise these evil spirits. If someone found out that he was using this method to raise evil spirits, then he would be dead for sure. Zhao Hai didn't think that the cultivator would be able to raise evil spirits. Because of this, when the cultivator saw that his evil ghosts were injured, he felt distressed. If the evil ghost's level dropped, then how much time and how much risk would he have to take in order to raise their level again? After thinking about this, the cultivator immediately put away his fan. Then he looked at Zhao Hai with an ugly expression and coldly snorted, "Good. Since you dared to injure my evil ghosts, then I'll turn you into their flesh and blood." Zhao Hai looked at these cultivators, then he gently shook his head and said, "Could it be that cultivators like to talk so much? This is too inconceivable. Before you fight, do you want to invite each other for a drink and then have a tea party? Do you want to bicker for an hour before fighting? If that's the case, then I really admire you." When Xiongli and the others heard Zhao Hai ridiculing the cultivator, they couldn't help but laugh. On the other hand, the cultivator's face turned black, then he coldly snorted and said, "You have a sharp tongue, prepare to die." Then he waved his hand as a sword appeared in front of him. Then he formed a sword seal and sent the sword towards Zhao Hai. The sword's design was very strange. The body of the sword was like a snake, and there was a skull at the end of the handle. It was completely black and looked very eerie. Zhao Hai discovered that this cultivator's strength was much worse than Li Chuchen's. Although the sword looked aggressive, it wasn't able to block all of Zhao Hai's escape routes. Even if Zhao Hai didn't want to fight, he could still easily dodge the sword. Zhao Hai waved his hand as a 50-layer magic formation appeared in front of Zhao Hai. Then the magic formation exploded as a huge sword of light appeared in front of him. The sword of light then slashed towards the cultivator's skull sword. The cultivator coldly snorted, and the spell in his hand continued to move. The skeleton sword that was thrusting forward was wrapped in a layer of black mist, and it became unreal. It was as if the entire sword had turned into a black mist and became a ghost. Zhao Hai didn't care. Even if the cultivator's sword changed, it still wouldn't be able to change its Yin attribute. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's light element magic was specialized in breaking Yin attribute magic. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid. The sword of light and the skull sword quickly collided. A huge explosion was heard as the sword of light and skull collided. The cultivator's expression also changed. When the explosion disappeared, the sword of light that Zhao Hai released also disappeared. Although the skull sword was still there, the black mist had also disappeared. The sword returned to its original appearance. The cultivator's expression turned ugly as he received the skull sword. The skull sword was a mid-grade magic artifact. It was very rare in the cultivation realm. Naturally, it didn't suffer any damage when it collided with the sword of light. However, the divine sense that was attached to the sword was severely damaged. It would be impossible for him to use the skull sword as smoothly as before. The cultivator didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this strong. Even with the skull sword, he still couldn't do anything to the other party. This was too shocking. The cultivator waved his hand as a small flag appeared in his hand. Then he waved the flag as black gas filled the sky and surrounded Zhao Hai's group. Then he waved his hand again as 5 black flags appeared in his hand. He waved his hand as 400 flags shot out in all directions. He held a small flag in his hand as he gently waved it. The small flag instantly grew in size. Then the black gas in the sky moved as it attacked Xiao Hai's group. When Xiao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but coldly snort. Then he waved his hand as 100 layers of light magic formation appeared in front of him. Then a white light erupted with him as the center. 100 layers of light magic formation couldn't be compared to 50 layers of light magic formation. When the white light erupted, it immediately dispersed the black gas released by the cultivator. The cultivator also let out a miserable groan as his expression turned ugly. Xiao Hai knew that the cultivator's divine sense was damaged. How could he let go of this opportunity? He threw a wind-revolving ice blade, followed by a 10,000 fire feather arrow formation, a 10,000 metal arrow formation, and finally a dark sniper arrow. Xiao Hai's sudden attack caught the cultivator off guard. The cultivator was also a ghost. After the black gas was broken, he immediately took out a black ghost shield to defend himself. The shield's defensive capabilities were very strong. It was able to block Xiao Hai's 3 magic attacks. However, in front of Xiao Hai's dark sniper arrow, the shield was killed on the spot. When the cultivator's throat was pierced by the dark sniper arrow, a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Then his eyes dimmed, he was dead. Before the cultivator's body fell, Xiao Hai waved his hand and wrapped the cultivator in black gas. When the black gas disappeared, the cultivator also disappeared. He had become a member of Xiao Hai's undead army. Seeing Xiao Hai cleanly exterminate the cultivator, Xianxia and the others cheered. At this time, a person suddenly flew towards them from a distance. This person didn't seem to be far from them, and was now flying at full speed towards them. Seeing this, Xianxia and the others immediately tensed up. At the same time, they prepared to defend themselves. They were afraid that this person was an enemy. However, Xiao Hai wasn't nervous at all. He said, "Don't be nervous, it's the leader." Just as his voice fell, a leader wearing a mage's robe appeared in front of him. The person didn't waste time as he said, "Come with me. The one you just killed is a core disciple of the Sea Mountain sect. He's one of the participants of the 6 Realms tournament. The Sea Mountain sect already knows about this. Their reinforcements will be arriving soon. Let's go." After he said that, he turned around and flew away. The path he took wasn't the same as the one he came from. Naturally, he wanted to avoid the Sea Mountain sect. As soon as Xiao Hai and the others heard this, they stared. But they immediately reacted and followed the person. It didn't take long for a group of people to arrive at the place where Xiao Hai and the cultivator were fighting. The leader of this group was the sect master of the Mountain Sea sect. He looked around and said, "It's indeed Xing'er's aura. He was fighting with someone here. It seems like Xianxia was killed by that person." A Sea Mountain sect elder beside him said, "That's impossible. We've already checked before. Xianxia came out with a few people from the machine field. How can the machine field take Xing'er's life? It can't be that simple." The sect master sighed and said, "It seems like we underestimated the machine field's strength. That Xiao Hai was able to block 3 of Li Chuchen's sword strikes. This in itself shows how strong Xiao Hai is. But compared to Li Chuchen, Xing'er is still lacking. 4 years of hard work has been wasted." The elder coldly snorted and said, "Sect master, when we return, we'll immediately go to the machine field and ask them to hand over Xiao Hai. If they don't hand him over, then we'll deal with them." The sect master shook his head, then he sighed and said, "It's useless. The machine field won't hand over anyone. The last time the machine field fought with us, they didn't go all out. They weren't afraid of the Seamount sect, but they were worried about the other great sects. Our Seamount sect alone isn't enough to make the machine field afraid. Now that the great sects have left, if we look for trouble with the machine field, they would certainly deal with us. Do you really think that the great sects would turn against the machine field for our Seamount sect? It's impossible. The most ruthless ones are the great sects. They wouldn't care about our life and death." The elder fell silent. He knew that the sect leader was right. In the eyes of those big sects, a small sect like the Sea Mountain sect, which could only control a city, was simply an ant-like existence. The sect leader wouldn't even look them in the eye. Even when he used them, it was in the form of orders, let alone standing up for them. Perhaps those people from the big sects didn't even remember the name of their sect. The sect master sighed and said, "Those fellows from the machine field are a group of lunatics. Don't think that the machine field is being suppressed by the cultivation realm. If the great sects want to deal with the machine field, then they would have to think twice. If they really offend the machine field, then their death warriors wouldn't be polite. Our Seamount Mountain sect is too weak compared to the machine field. We don't want to get involved in this muddy water. We'll also give up on the 6-realm hegemony competition. At worst, we'll start again in 5 years. If we really push the machine field, then the Seamount Mountain sect might disappear in 5 years." The elder sighed and said, "Right, the machine field attaches great importance to Xianxia. If we really deal with Xianxia, then the machine field would certainly go all out against us." The sect master nodded, then he sighed and said, "Let's go. Let's go back and pretend that nothing happened today. I want to see how far Xianxia can go in the 6 realms newcomer competition." At this time, Xianxia and the others had already returned to their courtyard. Just as they entered, they saw Ma Rulong. Seeing Xianxia and the others return, Ma Rulong couldn't help but relax. His cold face revealed a smile as he greeted them. He looked at Xianxia and nodded, "Let's talk inside." Then he turned around and walked towards Xianxia's room. Xianxia and the others immediately followed. Upon entering the room, Ma Rulong laughed. His laughter made Xianxia and the others confused. After some time, Ma Rulong calmed down. Then he looked at Xianxia and patted Xianxia's shoulder as he said, "Xianxia, you're really good. You've really made the machine field proud. You actually eliminated a core disciple of the Seamount sect, one of the top 100 in the 6 realms newcomer competition, Xianxia. Ha ha ha, good, very good." Xianxia and the others stared. They didn't expect Ma Rulong to be so clear about the other party's identity after fighting for so long. Ma Rulong looked at Xianxia and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, "When you went out, I've already sent people to follow you. You're the treasures of the machine field, I can't let anything happen to you. When you fought with Xianxia, the leader who was responsible for protecting you made a move. But in the end, he didn't make a move. I didn't expect Xianxia to be this strong. You actually managed to eliminate him. Good, very good. During this time, we've already collected information about the top 100 from the other realms." Xianxia and the others knew what was going on. Xianxia already knew that Ma Rulong sent people to follow him. However, he didn't know that Xianxia was collecting information. It seems like the machine field had a lot of spies in the cultivation realm. After Ma Rulong left, Xianxia chuckled and said, "I didn't expect the one we eliminated to be a contestant from the Sea Mountain sect. Ha ha ha. Interesting." Xianxia and the others looked at Xianxia as if they were looking at a monster. After some time, Xianxia said, "It seems like Xianxia will get a good result in the 6 realms newcomer competition. Even one of the cultivation realm's top 100 newcomers was eliminated so quickly. You'll definitely be able to enter the top 100. Dongfangyu and the others nodded. If they didn't have a direct impression of Xianxia's strength in the past, then this time, they truly understood Xianxia's strength. The cultivation realm's top 100 had always held a dominant position in the 6 realms newcomer competition. Today, they were in the top 100 of the cultivation realm. Tomorrow, they might be in the top 100 of the 6 realms. Newcomer competition. It was rare for them to fail. But in this case, Xianxia actually managed to kill one of the cultivation realm's top 100. What kind of concept was this? In other words, Xianxia now had the strength to enter the cultivation realm's top 100. Thinking of this, Xianxia and the others couldn't help but be excited. They were happy for Xianxia as well as the machine field. The machine field had been suppressed by the cultivation realm for a long time. People like them have always been looked down upon by the cultivation realm. Now that Xianxia could finally vent their anger, how could they not be excited? Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "My goal isn't as simple as entering the top 100. This time, I came to challenge the cultivation realm's authority. I want the cultivation realm to know that it's not only the cultivation realm that can produce strong people, but also the machine field." Xianxia and the others loudly cheered. Li Kuangren happily said, "All right, I'm very happy today. "Little Hai, do you have wine? If I don't drink today, then I'll be sorry for myself." Zhao Hai laughed, then he waved his hand as several jars of wine appeared in the room. Xiongli and the others' eyes lit up as they took the jars and walked outside. Zhao followed them outside and placed the jug of wine next to the stone table. He also took out a few dishes from the space. The group sat at the stone table and began to drink, causing the people in the courtyard to envy them for a while. After drinking, Zhao Hai returned to his room and immediately entered the space. After drinking 2 cups of water, Zhao Hai sobered up. Then he took out the plant that he bought today. Just as Zhao Hai took out the plant, he heard a voice from the space, discovered a spirit tree root left behind at the beginning of the universe. Space has leveled up to level 180. Spiritual chi concentration inside the space has increased by 100%. Plants inside the space have been upgraded by 10 levels. Time acceleration inside the space has been increased by 10 times. Time acceleration inside the space has been increased by 100 times. Host now has the right to purchase high-level cultivation backgrounds, high-level technological backgrounds, and high-level magic backgrounds. The space has evolved into a small universe. All backgrounds that host purchased will now appear as planets. All spirit veins inside the space have been increased by 10 times. All ores and materials inside the space can now be transformed into ore veins that have the ability to grow by themselves. The universal manufacturing machine has been upgraded to advanced level. The universal scanner has been upgraded to advanced level. Host's abilities have been increased by 10 times. Now, Zhao Hai and the others were stunned. It wasn't only Zhao Hai who was stunned, Laura and the others were as well. The space's upgrade this time was too much. It went up by dozens of levels. Moreover, everything inside the space was upgraded too quickly. All of this was beyond what Zhao Hai and the others expected. The space's overall upgrade had increased by dozens of levels. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. Even when the space first appeared, it was still very easy to level up. However, it didn't experience such a crazy thing. Not only did it increase by dozens of levels, but it also transformed into a small universe. In other words, the space was now just like the world of cultivation. The backgrounds inside the space had now turned into planets. For Zhao Hai, this was definitely good news. Now that the backgrounds had turned into planets, it seems like Zhao Hai had suffered a loss. This was because before the backgrounds turned into planets, Zhao Hai didn't know where they ended up. But now that they had turned into planets, Zhao Hai seemed to have suffered a loss. However, one shouldn't forget that there was another thing inside the space, the 100 Spirits tree. Every 100 years, the 100 Spirits tree would give birth to a small planet. Moreover, this small planet would be able to float in space. If the space didn't turn into a small universe, then what would happen if the 100 Spirits tree gave birth to a small planet in the future? Where would the small planet be placed? All of these were problems. Now that all of these problems had been solved, and with the upgrade of the plants and animals, the space's strength had been strengthened once again. Zhao Hai believed that the undead had also leveled up. In addition to the upgrade of the universal manufacturing machine and the universal scanner, the increase in spiritual energy, the creation of various mineral veins, the growth of spiritual veins, and so on. All of these changes were very beneficial to the space's development. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he turned his head to look at the small tree. Who would have thought that this small tree was actually a spiritual root that had existed since the beginning of the universe? If the cultivation realm knew about this, then they would certainly go crazy. However, the cultivation realm didn't recognize him. This made Zhao Hai surprised. Actually, one couldn't blame the cultivation realm for not recognizing this thing. First, this thing had only appeared for a short period of time. Second, divine treasures were self-concealing. It was impossible to see a real treasure at a glance. This was because real treasures would hide themselves. Most people wouldn't be able to see through them. This spiritual root was definitely a top treasure in the cultivation realm. On the other hand, Seamount City was a small city. Aside from the Seamount sect, almost nobody would pay attention to the stalls here. The Seamount sect also didn't pay attention to the stalls every day. The arrival of the people from the machine field made the people from the Seamount sect very nervous. They didn't have time to pay attention to the stalls. Therefore, they didn't discover the existence of this divine treasure. As for Gong Sunjing, he only felt that this spiritual root wasn't simple. However, he didn't know what it was. Additionally, the one who bought it was Zhao Hai. Gong Sunjing thought that this spiritual root was an excuse to teach Zhao Hai a lesson. Because of this, he wanted to force Zhao Hai to transfer the spiritual root to him. He didn't know the value of this spiritual root. Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he turned his head to Kai and said, Kai plant the spiritual root in the ground. Take good care of it. Kai nodded and immediately took the spiritual root. After thinking about it, Kai decided to plant the spiritual root not far from the 100 Spirits tree. This way, it would be more convenient to take care of it. Moreover, this spiritual root would be very beneficial to Zhao Hai and the others. Just as Kai was about to plant the spiritual root into the ground, the spiritual root in her hand seemed to come alive. It fiercely broke free from her hand and fell to the ground. Then it quickly penetrated into the ground. Kai stared, then she used her spiritual force to look at the ground. She discovered that the spiritual root had already fused with the roots of the 100 Spirits tree. It seemed to have become a part of the 100 Spirits tree. This time, it wasn't only Kai who was stunned. Even Zhao Hai was stunned. He didn't know what was going on. At this moment, the space issued another prompt. Spirit root and 100 Spirits tree have fused, 100 Spirits tree has been upgraded. Because the 100 Spirits tree is a heaven and earth spirit tree, after fusing with the spirit root, the 100 Spirits tree will slowly transform into a universe spirit tree. Every 100 years, it will bloom and bear 100 fruits each time. The largest of these fruits will be an asteroid fruit. Asteroid fruits are the same as ordinary asteroids. After falling off the tree, they can undergo a second growth in the universe. Asteroids can be inhabited, planted, and mined. When Zhao Hai heard the space's prompt, he couldn't help but cheer. This was great, this was too formidable. He didn't expect the 100 Spirits tree to fuse with the spirit root. This was great. Now that the 100 Spirits tree had just fused with the spirit root, the 100 Spirits tree had already been upgraded. Later on, when the 100 Spirits tree turns into a spirit root, what would happen? Of course, this wasn't the best part. The best part was that after the 100 Spirits tree turned into a small planet, it could undergo a second growth. In other words, the small planet would slowly grow in the universe, just like a plant. This was simply too awesome. Laura and the others were also very happy. The space's upgrade this time was very formidable. Not only did the space gain a lot of benefits, Zhao Hai's strength had also increased. This was very important for them. Zhao Hai's strength had also increased. Because the space had just been upgraded, a lot of its functions had been upgraded. At this time, Zhao Hai still didn't fully understand the space's situation. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't rush out, nor did he rush to cultivate. Instead, he followed Kai to study the space's upgrade. The space's upgrade this time was a comprehensive one. Therefore, all of its functions had been upgraded. This was especially true for Zhao Hai's strength. Before, Zhao Hai didn't use liquid silver, so he could use 1,000 stacks. He could also use 10,000 stacks without using liquid silver. However, it would take a long time to prepare, so it wasn't very useful in combat. But now, things were different. Zhao Hai's strength had improved. He could now easily use 10,000 formations. Although he couldn't directly use 100,000 formations, he believed that it wouldn't take long before he could. After all, the spiritual chi inside the space was very abundant. Cultivating inside the space would yield twice the result with half the effort. If he uses liquid silver now, then he can easily display 100% of its power. With liquid silver's help, Zhao Hai could even use 300,000 stacked formations. With his current strength, even if he wasn't the strongest expert in the machine field, he was close. Even in the cultivation realm, he could compete with nascent soul experts. Now, Zhao Hai had some confidence. However, he knew that his strength still had a lot of room for improvement. Not to mention anything else, just condensing astral chi into his body was enough to improve his strength once again. Condensing astral chi into his body was something that Zhao Hai had done before. Moreover, he had already condensed all of his energy into astral chi. But this time, the space's upgrade had greatly improved his strength. Because of this, Zhao Hai still needed some time to condense astral qi into his body. This way, his strength would be greatly improved. In addition to Zhao Hai's own strength, the strength of the undead also increased. Because the space had leveled up, everything inside the space had also leveled up. Naturally, the same was true for the undead. In the past, the strength of the undead was equivalent to 9th rank apprentices in the machine field. But now, it was different. The undead were now 3rd rank. Such strength was comparable to newcomers who ascended 5 years ago. Besides the increase in the strength of the undead, the golden battle suit and the bone beast battle suit were also upgraded. These two things were now 5 times more powerful than before. They could now be used in the world of cultivation. What made Zhao Hai the happiest was that all of the ores in the space could now produce veins. Moreover, the veins would grow automatically. In other words, even if he took a small piece of ore from outside the space would automatically produce a vein of that ore. Moreover, the vein would grow slowly, just like a tree that was constantly growing. For Zhao Hai, this was very important. Why were there so many disputes in the world of cultivation? In the end, it was all about resources. Resources were the foundation of cultivation. If you want to live long, you would need countless resources to support you. If you only rely on your own cultivation, then you wouldn't be able to succeed. And ores were one of the most important resources in the world of cultivation. This was because the ores in the world of cultivation weren't like the space. They couldn't grow on their own. In the world of cultivation, ores were non-renewable. Once they were used, they were gone. On the other hand, cultivators couldn't do without ores. Whether it was making artifacts or defenses, they couldn't do without ores, especially precious ores. Take the 6 Realms newcomer competition for example. Every time, they would compete for ores. From this point, one could see the importance of ores. In the world of cultivation, the 3 most important resources were elixirs, or veins, and spirit veins. There was no need to talk about elixirs. Whether it was healing injuries, helping with cultivation, or breaking through bottlenecks, elixirs were generally needed. Or veins were even more important. With or veins, one could have good weapons, good armor, and even more crystal stones. Spirit veins were the places with the densest spiritual energy. Cultivating in a place with dense spiritual energy was much more effective than cultivating in an ordinary place. The best spirit veins in the world of cultivation were controlled by the great sects. The smaller sects would cultivate in small spirit veins that didn't have enough spiritual qi. Now that Zhao Hai's space had dense spiritual qi, although it couldn't compare to high-grade spirit veins, it was still much better than ordinary spirit veins. Zhao Hai wasn't lacking in elixirs and ores. It can be said that the space's upgrade gave Zhao Hai an excellent immortal cave. This was very important for Zhao Hai. After staying in the space for an entire night, Zhao Hai came out of the space feeling refreshed. Although he didn't sleep last night, he was still very excited about the space's upgrade. Therefore, he wasn't sleepy at all. On the contrary, he was even more energetic than before. At this time, Xianxia and the others also woke up. Their spirits were also very good. Although they drank a lot of wine yesterday, the wine didn't reach their heads. Therefore, they were now in high spirits and didn't have any hangovers. As soon as the group saw Zhao Hai, they came forward to greet him. Li Quangren laughed and said, "Good, good. Yesterday's wine was the best I've had in a while. Zhao Hai, do you want to go out for a stroll today?" Although Zhao Hai wanted to go out for a stroll, he still shook his head and said, "I don't want to. Yesterday, we killed a core disciple of the Seamount sect. The Seamount sect will certainly cause trouble for us. We don't need to be afraid of anything here. If we go out, we might be ambushed by the Seamount sect. We should stay here for the next few days." Li Quangren also nodded. At this time, Xianxia opened his mouth and said, "It's good that we don't go out. The family said that my new weapon will be delivered today. Little Hai, when the time comes, Big Brother will be counting on you." Zhao Hai faintly smiled and said, "Don't worry, Big Brother. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. Little Fei, this is for you. Take it back and have a look at it first. After you study these magic arrays, I'll teach you something else." After saying that, Zhao Hai handed a storage card over to Fei. The storage card contained several magic arrays. These magic arrays were all stacked up to 50 stacks. They were just right for Fei to use. Fei excitedly received the card and couldn't wait to put it on his wrist-mounted computer. Zhao Hai looked at him and faintly smiled. Go back to your room and have a look. We're not going out today anyway. Fei nodded and ran back to his room. Dongfeng Yu looked at Fei enviously, then he sighed and said, now I'm the only one who didn't get any benefits. Little Hai, you have to prepare something good for me. Otherwise, I won't let you go. Zhao Hai laughed and said, alright, I'll wait for Boss Xiong's hammer to be reforged. I'll also prepare a few handy weapons for you. Dongfeng Yu nodded with satisfaction. They didn't know how Zhao Hai modified Xiong Li's hammer, and they didn't ask. Although they were good friends, everyone had their own secrets. It was better not to ask about these secrets. Zhao Hai was very good to them. And with their good tempers, they already regarded Zhao Hai as a brother. Naturally, they wouldn't inquire about things that they shouldn't know. Zhao Hai also wanted to prepare 1 or 2 weapons for Dongfeng Yu and the others. The reason why cultivators were so strong was mainly because of the variety of magic artifacts in their hands. When they fight, they would release their magic artifacts one by one. Their attack methods would also change, allowing them to gain a lot of advantages in battle. On the other hand, because of the machine field's resource limitations as well as their cultivation methods, a lot of people in the machine field only have one weapon. Their cultivation methods were also very monotonous. In this case, it was natural that they couldn't compare to the cultivation realm. Zhao Hai wanted to change this situation. He could now make some simple magic artifacts. However, the machine field's cultivation methods weren't suitable for the cultivation realm's magic artifacts. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to make some magic weapons for Dongfeng Yu and the others to use. Magic weapons weren't necessarily worse than the weapons of the cultivation realm. This was especially true in the hands of low-level cultivators. Low-level cultivators generally wouldn't be able to use high-grade weapons. But in terms of low-grade weapons, the gap between the machine field and the cultivation realm wasn't that big. Take Dongfeng Yu for example. His current weapon was the Fire Dragon Sword. If he had a shield, it would be of great use at a critical moment. Other than the shield, there were other weapons. For example, the bow and arrow that were rarely seen in the world of cultivation was also a good choice. Bows and arrows were very common in the lower realms. However, almost no one in the world of cultivation used them. This was because bows and arrows were of little value to the people of the world of cultivation. Mages couldn't use bows and arrows. On the other hand, warriors had their sword chi. The sword chi of high-level warriors had a longer range than bows and arrows. Because of this, nobody in the machine field would use bows and arrows. There was no need to say anything about the world of cultivation. In the world of cultivation, even the lowest level magic treasures could fly out and hurt people. And after flying out, they could be controlled by their own divine sense. They were much more powerful than bows and arrows. Because of these reasons, almost no one in the world of cultivation used bows and arrows. In the entire world of cultivation, one couldn't even see the shadow of a bow and arrow. Why was it almost? Why wasn't it absolute? This was because there were still people in the world of cultivation who used bows and arrows. Moreover, they weren't small forces. The sun-shooting sect in the cultivation world was a sect that specialized in using bows and arrows as their main weapons. Their bows and arrows were specially made. It could be said that their bows and arrows were 2 weapons that could be used separately or at the same time. This method of making bows and arrows was a secret of the sun-shooting sect. Nobody knew how they made them. Therefore, only the sun-shooting sect used bows and arrows as their weapons. There weren't many disciples in the shooting sun sect. Compared to the other big sects, the number of disciples of the shooting sun sect was small. However, the attacking power of the shooting sun sect wasn't something to be trifled with. The battle prowess of its core disciples was very astonishing. Among the top 10 rankers of the Six Realms newcomer competition, the shooting sun sect ranked 3rd. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted Dongfeng Yu and the others to use bows and arrows was because of the vibrating weapons that he recently made. Vibrating weapons were used on mechas. Its effect was to destroy the enemy's armor and weapons. It was a weapon that required energy to support it. But Zhao Hai had already seen the effects of warriors using it. It was very strong. Therefore, Zhao Hai decided to make a batch of bows and arrows with the vibrating weapon effect. If it was an ordinary person, it would naturally be impossible for them to use a bow and arrow so easily. If they wanted to use a bow and arrow well, it would take time and a long period of training. But don't forget that Dongfang Yu and the others ascended from the lower realms. Moreover, they were equipped with powerful weapons. Their vision, arm strength, and so on weren't a problem. Moreover, Zhao Hai didn't want them to use the bow as their main weapon, but as a secondary weapon. This way, Dongfang Yu and the others wouldn't have any problems using the bow as a weapon. Zhao Hai would place a vibration magic array, an energy storage magic array, and some other magic arrays on each arrow. The energy storage magic array could store a portion of the arrow's energy and provide the arrow with energy. This way, the arrow could only use the vibration magic array once. Bows and arrows belong to the category of one-time consumables. Therefore, the energy storage magic array didn't need to store too much energy, just enough for one use. Moreover, Zhao Hai also installed an explosion magic array on the arrows. Once the arrows hit something, they would explode after producing a vibration attack. It was precisely because of this idea that Zhao Hai decided to make some bows and arrows for Dongfang Yu and the others. He believed that this would make Dongfang Yu and the others even more powerful. The attack of a bow and arrow might not have the range of a sword chi, but compared to the energy consumption of a sword chi, the energy consumption of a bow and arrow was almost negligible. Therefore, Zhao Hai decided to make bows and arrows. In addition to bows and arrows, Zhao Hai also planned to make some shields and other things. These things had a lot of magic arrays engraved on them. They were enough to block the attack of a Foundation establishment cultivator. The reason why Zhao Hai prepared these things was to improve Dongfang Yu and the others' fighting strength. This would greatly increase their chances of surviving in the competition. The cultivators weren't kind people. If they had the chance, they wouldn't mind crippling or killing people from the machine army. In the elimination round, Zhao Hai could team up with Dongfang Yu and the others to ensure their safety. But in the competition, it would be hard to say. Therefore, Zhao Hai hoped to improve Dongfang Yu and the others' fighting strength. Even if Dongfang Yu and the others couldn't defeat their opponents, they would at least be able to preserve their lives. The group sat at the stone table and chatted. Many people from the machine field looked at them with envious eyes. Among the top 100 contestants of the machine field, it was very rare for two contestants to be from the same force. Therefore, these people weren't very familiar with each other. Some of them were even enemies. It was rare for people like Zhao Hai and the others to hang out together every day. These people also knew that making more friends would be very beneficial for the elimination round. However, they didn't dare to make friends easily. This was because they didn't know if the other party was sincere or not. If the other party was just using you, or even stabbing you in the back at a critical moment, then you would die in vain. Therefore, they envied Zhao Hai and the others for being able to sit together and chat. While the group was chatting, several people suddenly came in from outside. Xianxia saw them and immediately stood up. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "The family's people are here." After he said that, he immediately went forward to greet them. Then he bowed and said, "Camp Lord, why did you come personally?" The Camp Lord was obviously very optimistic about Xianxia. He smiled and said, "Since there's an opportunity to travel at public expense, I naturally wouldn't let it go. Therefore, I came personally. Here, this is the weapon that the family made for you. Try it and see if it fits." Then he took out a chain hammer from his space and placed it on the ground. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others also came over and gave a salute. While giving a salute, Zhao Hai sized up the Wu family's outer court camp lord. The outer court camp lord was dressed like a warrior. He was wearing a very ordinary weapon. There was nothing special about him. However, Zhao Hai discovered that the outer court camp lord was at least a 6th level weapon. He could be considered an expert in the machine field. The outer court camp lord wasn't very tall. If it weren't for Xianxia calling him camp lord, Zhao Hai and the others wouldn't have thought that the Wu family's outer court camp lord would be this unremarkable. The camp lord was also sizing up Zhao Hai and the others. Seeing them give a salute, he also gave a simple salute. Then he turned his gaze to Zhao Hai and chuckled, "Zhao Hai, you're the #1 newcomer this time. I've heard from Ma Rulong yesterday. Good job. You've made the machine field proud. Do well in the competition." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Thank you for the camp lord's praise. Zhao Hai will certainly work hard." At this time, Xianxia picked up the sledgehammer. To be honest, he didn't care about the quality of the sledgehammer anymore. In any case, Zhao Hai was going to reforge it for him. Therefore, he just waved the sledgehammer twice before he pretended to be satisfied and said, "Very good. Thank you, Camp Lord." The Camp Lord smiled faintly and said, "You're welcome. Right, where's your original weapon? Does the family want to take it back?" Xianxia nodded and gave the Camp Lord his flail. The Camp Lord gave Xianxia a few words before he turned around and left. Seeing the Camp Lord leave, Xianxia immediately turned his head to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Let's talk about it at night. If you give me the sledgehammer during the day, it would be too eye-catching." Xianxia nodded and received the sledgehammer into the space. This made the people in the courtyard stare. This was because Xianxia usually didn't put away his sledgehammer, he always hung it on his waist. They didn't think that he would actually put away his sledgehammer this time. When Zhao Hai saw Xianxia's appearance, he couldn't help but smile. He secretly sighed at Xianxia's intelligence. If he wanted to help Xianxia reforge the sledgehammer, then it would be a matter of minutes. However, he would need to pretend for a few days. During these few days, Xianxia wouldn't be hanging the sledgehammer around his waist. At the same time, Zhao Hai's disappearance would naturally arouse people's suspicions. Although it was strange that Xianxia put away the sledgehammer, when Zhao Hai went into seclusion, they wouldn't associate these two matters with each other. The day quickly passed by. Fei didn't come out at all. He stayed in his room and studied the magic arrays that Zhao Hai gave him. Even his meals were delivered to his room. Regarding this situation, Zhao Hai didn't say anything. It was a good thing that Sun Fei was working so hard. He only hoped that Sun Fei would be able to study 2 more magic formations before the competition. This way, Zhao Hai's chances of survival would greatly increase. The day quickly passed by. At night, Xianxia and the others went to Zhao Hai's room to drink. In fact, they didn't drink much today. They mainly drank because they wanted Xianxia to hand over the sledgehammer. After Xianxia handed over the sledgehammer to Zhao Hai, they drank for a while and then returned to their rooms. Zhao Hai also returned to the space and went into seclusion to celebrate the new year. Zhao Hai had already thought about what kind of magic array to use in Xianxia's sledgehammer. After returning to the space, he first used the universal machine to restore Xianxia's sledgehammer to its original material. Then, he would use his idea to make a new sledgehammer for Xianxia. What Zhao Hai didn't expect was that during the process of restoring Xianxia's sledgehammer, he also obtained a few kinds of metal materials that didn't exist in the space. Moreover, the space even turned these materials into mineral veins. This was really out of Zhao Hai's expectations. It could be considered an unexpected surprise. After dealing with the sledgehammer, it was time to make bows and shields. Bows and arrows were relatively difficult to make. There were very high requirements for the materials used. Arrows, on the other hand, were relatively simple. But fortunately, Zhao Hai had a lot of different materials in the space. In addition to the universal machine, it was very easy to make bows and arrows. After that, it was time to make shields. The requirements for making shields were also very high. The main thing was that there were a lot of magic arrays engraved on them. This way, the shields would have a better defense. Zhao Hai didn't add any counterattack type magic arrays on the shields. In Zhao Hai's opinion, there was no need for that. Shields pursued the strongest defensive effect. There was no need to engrave any counterattack type magic arrays on them. For counterattack, there were bows and other weapons, there was no need for shields. Zhao Hai had 10 universal machines in the space. Although the number of machines didn't increase, the speed of making things had increased a lot. Even if it was making weapons like Xianxia's sledgehammer, it wouldn't take a long time. Moreover, the quality was much better than before. After cultivating on Yellow Zen planet for 3 days, Zhao Hai came out of the space. When he came out, he was already holding a lot of things in his hands. There were 3 bows, 1,000 arrows, 4 shields, and Xianxia's hammer. Although Ma Rulong was somewhat puzzled about Zhao Hai's seclusion, he didn't say anything. Zhao Hai's seclusion was well known in the machine field. He secluded himself more than once in the Ashley family. Moreover, the duration of his seclusion varied. In short, as long as he wasn't doing missions or participating in competitions, he would spend most of his time in seclusion. This made people curious about Zhao Hai even more. Xianxia and the others were still guarding Zhao Hai's door, not allowing anyone to approach. They were already used to this. While they were chatting, Zhao Hai's door opened. Zhao Hai was standing in front of the door with a smile on his face. Seeing Zhao Hai come out, Xianxia's eyes couldn't help but light up. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Come in and talk." Xianxia and the others immediately followed Zhao Hai into the room and then closed the door. Zhao Hai waved his hand as a flail appeared in his hand. He handed it over to Xianxia and said, "Boss Xiong, try it. There are now 80 magic formations in your hammers. Naturally, there are also vibration formations. Let's see the effect." Xianxia nodded excitedly. Then he took the flail and waved it twice before nodding in satisfaction. At this time, Zhao Hai took out a shield made in the space and said, "Try it out." This shield wasn't prepared for Xianxia and the others. It was just a shield of good quality. Xianxia wasn't polite as he hit the shield with his hammer. The shield immediately exploded and turned into iron powder. Xianxia was satisfied with this result. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "On top of the original foundation, I added a vibration formation. Moreover, I also added a defensive formation on the chains of your hammers. At the same time, the formation can conduct energy quickly. Now, even if you use these 2 hammers as meteor chains, they would still have a vibration effect." Xianxia laughed as he waved his hammers a few more times. Then he received them and hugged Zhao Hai as he said, "Little Hai, thank you. With these 2 hammers, Big Brother's fighting strength has increased by at least 3 times. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Alright, there's something else for you." Then he took out a bow and arrows. Seeing Zhao Hai take out a bow and arrows, Xianxia and the others were shocked. Then they looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. Zhao Hai explained to them how to use these bows and arrows. Xianxia and the others were pleasantly surprised as they received the bows and arrows. Just like Zhao Hai, Xianxia and the others weren't unfamiliar with bows and arrows. They used them in the lower realm. Therefore, after learning how to use the bows and arrows, Xianxia and the others immediately put away their bows and arrows. They didn't even need to test the strength of the bows and arrows. Then Zhao Hai took out a shield. These shields weren't only for Xianxia and the others, even Sun Fei had one. After Zhao Hai gave the shields to the others, he said, "These shields also have vibration magic arrays. Vibration magic arrays can not only be used for offense, but also for defense. The vibration effect can dissipate the enemy's energy, making the defensive effect even better. These shields can even block Li Chuchen's full-strength attack, so you must be careful when using them." Xianxia and the others nodded, then they received the shields. Zhao Hai turned to Sun Fei and said, "Little Fei, how's the research on the magic arrays going?" Sun Fei's eyes lit up as he said, "I've already researched and understood a few of them. Brother Hai, you're really amazing. The combination of those magic arrays is really wonderful. I've already experimented with them. 2 magic arrays that look the same, when combined with your magic arrays, are 3 times better than ordinary magic arrays. It's really amazing." Zhao smiled and patted Fei's shoulder. "Use this time to study those magic arrays. If your level is higher, I can teach you some magic arrays. Those magic arrays have a vibration effect." Fei nodded, then he patted Fei's shoulder and said, "You should use this time to study those magic arrays." After hearing Zhao Hai, Sun Fei's eyes lit up. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, what do you mean?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "What I mean is, if your level is higher, I can teach you some magic arrays with vibration effects. Think about it, a fireball with vibration effects, what would that look like?" Sun Fei nodded, but his eyes were filled with yearning. Zhao Hai looked at him and patted his shoulder, "Don't think too much, just focus on your cultivation. With your current spiritual force, there's no need for you to control vibration magic arrays. Even I wouldn't be able to control them. Sunfei nodded and said, Brother Hai, rest assured, I'll do my best. Zhao Hai nodded, then after the group sat down, Zhao Hai said, now that we're in the cultivation realm, we don't have a place to practice. Even if we do, we wouldn't go there, lest the cultivators see through us. Going through the elimination rounds is the best opportunity for us to familiarize ourselves with our weapons and tactics. I don't want to discourage you, but there's still a big gap between you and the cultivators. This time, I gave you a bow and a shield, not because I want you to win against the cultivators, but because I want you to stay alive. Those cultivators wouldn't be polite to us, so you must stay alive. After a few years, when we're strong enough, we'll deal with them. Zhao Hai nodded, then the group sat down and said, Brother, you must stay alive. After a few years, we'll be strong enough to deal with them. Xianxia and the others nodded. They didn't think highly of themselves just because Zhao Hai killed Gong Sunjing. Zhao Hai easily defeated all kinds of experts in the machine field's qualifiers. This was enough to show that Zhao Hai's strength wasn't something they could compare to. Although it has been less than a year since Zhao Hai ascended, Xianxia and the others already knew that Zhao Hai was the core of the group. Although Zhao Hai's words weren't pleasant to hear, Xianxia and the others weren't fools. They knew about the strength of the cultivation realm. Not to mention others, they weren't even Gong Sunjing's opponent, let alone other people. When Zhao Hai fought with Gong Sunjing, it seemed like it was very easy. However, this was because Zhao Hai used light element magic, which restrained Gong Sunjing. Moreover, Zhao Hai used 50 and 100 stacked formations to defeat Gong Sunjing. Among the group, none of them could compare to Zhao Hai. Sunfei was a mage, so he knew about Zhao Hai's strength the most. Although he was a 4th-rank mage and could use 100 stacked formations, he couldn't use 100 stacked formations like Zhao Hai. Seeing the others nod, Zhao Hai said, after the competition, I'm going to find a base for all of us. Later on, we can work together and cultivate together. We can build our own base in the machine field. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, let's wait until the competition is over. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Xianxia and the others stared. Then their eyes couldn't help but light up. But then they frowned. To be honest, Zhao Hai's proposal made them want to act. However, they weren't as confident as Zhao Hai. In their opinion, Zhao Hai was strong, but compared to the machine field, he was still far behind. Zhao Hai looked at them, then he smiled faintly and said, I didn't say that we're going to leave the machine field or become enemies with the machine field. I just want to find a base for us so that we can live independently. I believe this won't be difficult. Xianxia nodded and said, of course it's not difficult. There are a lot of outer court experts in the machine field who have built their own bases. With Little Hai's current strength, it's entirely possible for you to get such treatment. If you can get good results this time, then it wouldn't be a problem. Xianxia nodded and said, you're right. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, then there won't be a problem. I'll certainly get good results. When the time comes, we'll have our own base. We can do whatever we want. Xianxia and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Their faces were filled with yearning. To be honest, although they were geniuses and their families attached great importance to them, this didn't make them feel any better. On the contrary, they wanted to obtain their freedom. Li Kuangren suddenly said, Little Hai, have you discussed this with Margaret before doing this? Margaret is a person's woman. To be honest, a woman like her isn't easy to find. You need to cherish her. If Margaret objects, then I think you should be honest. Zhao Hai didn't expect Li Kuangren to say such words. It seems like this rough man was quite meticulous. For him to be able to think of this, it can be seen that he was a sentimental person. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Third brother can rest assured, I already told Margaret about this. Margaret also agreed with me. Her relationship with the Ashley family isn't very good. Because of her mother, she has always been very independent since she was a child. Because of this, she also supports me. As long as I can help the Ashley family when they are in trouble, then that's enough. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Third brother, you can rest assured. Li Kuangren let out a long breath, then he looked at Zhao Hai with an envious expression and said, You're really lucky, you actually met a good woman like Margaret. Good, if Margaret agrees, then that's good. Otherwise, I wouldn't agree with you. If you have a conflict with Margaret because of us brothers, then we wouldn't be able to help you. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Li Kuangren and said, you're really lucky. Xiongli nodded and said, right, third brother is right. If you and Margaret are unhappy because of this, then we wouldn't have the face to see people anymore. Zhao Hai smiled and said, don't worry, Margaret agreed. Right, Boss Xiong, you should also practice for the next few days. Here, take these potions and improve your strength before the competition. In any case, we can't go out right now, so we can practice in peace. Xiong Hai smiled and said, all right, Margaret agreed. As Zhao Hai said that, he took out several bottles of potions. The machine field's potions were different from the cultivation realm's potions. The machine field's potions were mostly liquid. On the other hand, the cultivation realm's potions were more convenient to carry. When it comes to potions, the cultivation realm's potions were more effective. This was because the materials used in the cultivation realm were much better compared to the machine field. Every great sect in the cultivation realm had their own herb garden. Moreover, their herb gardens were divided into ordinary and advanced herb gardens. Ordinary herb gardens produced ordinary herbs that weren't very old. On the other hand, advanced herb gardens produced very high-quality herbs that were very old. Some herb gardens could even produce herbs that were hundreds or even thousands of years old. This was something that couldn't be seen in the machine field. The great sects in the cultivation realm had existed for tens of thousands of years. With their deep foundation, it was natural for them to have advanced herb gardens. Other people didn't have such conditions. Because of the existence of these herb gardens, the cultivation realm's pills were much better than the machine field's potions. However, the machine field's potions weren't without their advantages. Because the machine field's potions were liquid, they were easier to absorb. Moreover, the potions were also relatively warm. However, in the machine field, there weren't many types of potions that could help people cultivate. This was unlike the cultivation realm where almost every great sect had their own unique potions. The potions that the machine field had were very precious. Most people wouldn't be able to get their hands on them. But in the machine field, there were only a few types of potions that could help people cultivate. Moreover, these potions were very precious. The bottles that Zhao Hai took out weren't small bottles. They were large bottles that could hold up to 5 genes. When these bottles were taken out, even Xiongli and the others couldn't help but be dumbfounded. After looking at the large bottles, Xiongli suddenly said, it seems like if I have time, I'll have to go to the Wu family and see if I can meet the young miss of the Wu family. If I can get the young miss of the Wu family, then I'll drink the potions like water. As soon as Xiongli said this, Dong Fengyu and the others laughed. They knew that Zhao Hai didn't get these potions through Margaret. After being in contact with him for a few days, they knew that Zhao Hai wasn't that kind of person. But even though they were joking around, they weren't polite. One of them took a bottle of potion and left. With their current relationship with Zhao, they didn't need to be polite. If they were polite, it would mean that they were hypocritical. After the group left, Zhao Hai came out of his room and found the leader of the group. He told the leader that he would be in seclusion for a while and that he shouldn't be disturbed. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the leader looked at him as if he was looking at a monster. However, the leader didn't say anything and just nodded. Zhao Hai was too lazy to care about what the leader was thinking. He returned to his room and closed the door before entering the space. Although he had been cultivating in the yellow sand territory for the past 3 days, he still hasn't turned all of his energy into astral chi. Because of this, he decided to go into seclusion for a while. He believed that as long as all of his energy turned into astral chi, then his fighting strength would become even stronger. Zhao Hai never dared to underestimate people from the cultivation realm. Even if his strength had improved a lot, he still couldn't underestimate people from the cultivation realm. This was because the cultivation realm was too mysterious compared to the machine field. You don't know what secret techniques they would use in the next moment. Zhao Hai didn't want to reveal all of his cards and compete with the cultivation realm for first place. Unknowingly, more than half a month had passed. During this time, Streep and the others discovered something strange. It was that Zhao Hai and the others had all gone into seclusion. Streep and the others found it strange that Xiongli and the others went into seclusion. To be honest, the concentration of spiritual chi in the cultivation realm was much higher than in the machine field. But as long as they stayed here for 2 days, they would be able to adapt. There was no need for them to go into seclusion. And to be honest, the courtyard that they were living in wasn't suitable for seclusion. Moreover, they only went into seclusion a few days after arriving. This time, Streep and the others couldn't understand why they went into seclusion. It wasn't only Streep, Ma Rulong was the same. However, Ma Rulong was relieved. To be honest, although the Seamount Mountain sect didn't come looking for trouble, Ma Rulong was still afraid that Zhao Hai and the others would go out. If they were attacked by the Seamount Mountain sect and got injured, then it wouldn't be good. The day of the elimination round was approaching. At this time, ensuring Zhao Hai and the others' safety was the most important thing. Ma Rulong appreciated Zhao Hai very much. He already regarded Zhao Hai as the machine field's hope. This was because Zhao Hai had the ability to eliminate someone from the cultivation realm's top 100. Such strength made Ma Rulong excited. For many years, the machine field hadn't had a strong person like Zhao Hai. As long as someone from the machine field had a conflict with someone from the cultivation realm, they would be killed in an instant. This fate had never been changed. This was also the reason why the cultivation realm had always been suppressing the machine field. But now, a strong person like Zhao Hai suddenly appeared. First, he blocked Li Chuchen's 3 sword strikes. Then, he killed someone from the cultivation realm's top 100. This made Ma Rulong feel relieved. Because of this, he didn't want Zhao Hai to get injured. Zhao Hai and the others suddenly went into seclusion. This allowed Ma Rulong to relax. However, he still sent people to watch over them and not let anyone disturb Zhao Hai and the others. However, Ma Rulong had been worried about Zhao Hai and the others for the past 2 days. This was because the elimination round would begin in 7 days. They were preparing to leave for the planet where the elimination round would be held. However, Zhao Hai and the others were still in seclusion. This made Ma Rulong feel that things were a bit difficult. 4. Any cultivator going into seclusion wasn't a strange thing. Almost every cultivator had gone into seclusion at some point. And the most taboo thing for cultivators was to be interrupted. If the seclusion was interrupted, then it was very likely that the effect of the seclusion would disappear completely. It was even possible for the cultivator to suffer from chi deviation, which was very dangerous. Ma Rulong was in a bit of a dilemma. Although there were still 7 days before the elimination round, and they didn't need to take a spaceship, they could just take a teleportation formation. However, the place they were going to this time wasn't a fun place. It was called the Demon Planet, Fabio. Fabio was a planet between the cultivation realm and the demon realm. This planet was very famous both in the cultivation realm and in other realms. It was even more famous than the Yellow Sand Beast planet. The Yellow Sand Beast planet was famous because of its earth energy. This special natural environment made the Yellow Sand Beast planet very famous. On the other hand, the Fabio planet was famous because of a creature living on the planet. Zerg, the most famous creature on the Fabio planet, as well as the true ruler of the planet. Nobody knew where Zerg came from, and nobody knew when Zerg occupied the Fabio planet. In any case, when the cultivation realm discovered the planet, Zerg was already living on the planet. The natural environment of the Fabio planet was very good. It had abundant spiritual chi. Moreover, there were several spirit stone veins as well as some metal ores. For the cultivation realm, the planet was very useful. It was even better than the planets in the machine field. When the cultivation realm first discovered Zerg, they didn't take Zerg seriously. In their opinion, Zerg was just a big bug that didn't have any fighting strength. It wasn't worth their attention. But because there were spirit stone veins on the planet, the cultivation realm needed to clean up the Zerg before they could get their hands on the spirit stones. That's right, it was cleaning up. This wasn't the first time that the cultivators of the cultivation realm did this. When they found out that a planet had something they needed, the natives of the planet would be cleaned up. If the natives were useful, then they would turn them into slaves. If the natives were useless, then they would kill them. The cultivation realm had done quite a lot of things like destroying planets and exterminating races. But when they were cleaning up those insects, something unexpected happened. It should be that when those insects were about to be exterminated, a large number of evolved insects suddenly appeared. The sudden appearance of these insects caused a lot of losses to the cultivation world at that time. The cultivation realm was furious. The cultivation realm didn't expect that they, who had always been aloof, would fall in the hands of bugs. Because of this, the cultivation realm sent a large number of people to Fabio Planet to clean up the bugs. The cleaning of the bugs went very smoothly. The second batch of cultivators was even stronger than the first batch. For a while, the bugs couldn't fight back and were almost exterminated. At this moment, a large number of insects surged out. The strength of these insects increased once again. The people of the cultivation world were forced to retreat once again. The people from the cultivation realm didn't think that these insects would be so difficult to deal with. They continued to send troops, but the insects seemed to be constantly evolving. Every time the cultivation realm sent new troops, the strength of the insects would also increase. This speed of growth made the people from the cultivation realm fearful. The cultivation realm didn't know if the bugs would also evolve if they sent more experts. If they did, then the cultivation realm wouldn't be able to handle it. The cultivation realm had no choice but to change their tactics. They no longer sent experts to deal with the bugs. They also didn't want to eliminate the bugs in one fell swoop. Instead, they treated Fabio Planet as a training ground. They established a transmission formation there so that the youths of the various sects could go there and kill the bugs. This method of the cultivation realm was really good. Although the insectoids were still the most populous on Fabio Planet, the humans still built a few bases and gained a foothold on Fabio Planet. However, the Zerg on Fabio Planet weren't easy to deal with. Fabio Planet was now the most famous training ground in the cultivation realm. At the same time, it was also a place where people would be sent to if they offended someone in a sect. Because of this, Fabio Planet was also one of the most dangerous training grounds in the cultivation realm. The casualty rate was far greater than what an average person could imagine. Because of this, Fabio Planet was also known as the Demon Planet. However, he had to admit that every trial taker who came out alive from Fabio Planet was the strongest among their peers. After many years of fighting, the bugs continued to evolve. Now, the bugs had evolved into various types of troops. They could even use spells to attack. Fabio Planet was much more dangerous than before. Ma Rulong had some opinions about why the cultivation realm chose Fabio Planet as the location of the elimination round. But his opinions were useless, so Ma Rulong could only accept it. The reason why Ma Rulong prepared to go to Fabio Planet 7 days in advance was to let Zhao Hai and the others have some understanding of Fabio Planet. This would allow them to adapt to the environment and increase their chances of survival. If it weren't for the fact that the newcomers were strong, then Ma Rulong would have recommended the machine field's higher-ups to withdraw from the Six Realms newcomer competition. This was because going to Fabio Planet was too dangerous. Even cultivators would suffer a lot of casualties on Fabio Planet, let alone people from the machine field. If it were the contestants from the previous realms, then Ma Rulong was sure that they would be completely wiped out. Even if there were experts like Zhao Hai in this realm, Ma Rulong wouldn't dare to take it lightly. After all, the place they were going to was Fabio Planet. It wasn't like other places. Instead of saying that Ma Rulong was confident in the newcomers, it was more accurate to say that he was confident in Zhao Hai. Ma Rulong was very clear that although there were a lot of experts in this realm, they were still too weak compared to the cultivation realm. The only one who could fight against the cultivation realm was Zhao Hai. Because of Zhao Hai's importance, Ma Rulong didn't call for Xianxia and the others. Ma Rulong was very clear about the relationship between Zhao Hai and Xianxia. If he called for Xianxia and the others, then Xianxia and the others would be injured, then it would be the same as offending Zhao Hai. Ma Rulong wasn't afraid of Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai was the hope of the entire machine field. Ma Rulong didn't want to offend such a person. While Ma Rulong was in a dilemma, Zhao Hai came out of seclusion. As soon as Zhao Hai came out, he immediately went to the other rooms and called Xianxia and the others out. Xianxia and the others had been drinking potions as if they were drinking water. Their cultivation had improved, but the improvement wasn't obvious. After all, the time was too short. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's strength improved very quickly. This was because he obtained a lot of benefits from his last breakthrough. Now that he had successfully condensed astral energy, his fighting strength had also improved. The reason why Zhao Hai chose to come out of seclusion at this time was because he knew that Ma Rulong was troubled by this matter. Therefore, he came out at this time. He didn't want to embarrass Ma Rulong. After all, Ma Rulong took care of him. When Zhao Hai came out of seclusion, he helped Ma Rulong solve his biggest headache. Naturally, Ma Rulong was happy. Unknowingly, his impression of Zhao Hai increased. This was how people interact with each other. You might inadvertently do something to gain the other person's favor, but you might also offend them. Zhao Hai didn't expect that he would gain Ma Rulong's favor just because he didn't want to embarrass Ma Rulong. On the second day after Zhao Hai came out of seclusion, Ma Rulong took them to Fabio planet via transmission formation. After the white light flashed, Zhao Hai felt a slight dizziness. He knew that this was normal, the teleportation formation would have this effect. After the slight dizziness, Zhao Hai knew that he had arrived. However, he suddenly felt a very dangerous aura. This made Zhao Hai's heart skip a beat. He didn't know what was going on, but he still became careful. He even took out liquid silver. The white light slowly disappeared. Zhao Hai could feel the situation outside. But as soon as he felt the situation outside, Zhao Hai's face couldn't help but change. He loudly said, "Be alert, Zerg is attacking outside." His voice was very loud, so everyone heard it. When they heard Zhao Hai's warning, the people's first reaction wasn't to be alert. Instead, they looked at Zhao Hai. Only Xianxia and the others didn't care too much. They immediately took out their weapons. They trusted Zhao Hai 100%. At this moment, the white light completely disappeared. Everyone felt a darkness above their heads. Following that, a large number of black-green flying insects with transparent thin wings and two front limbs like bone blades flew towards them. These insects were very agile. They flew over everyone's heads, and in a few turns, heads were sent flying one after another. When they saw this, everyone cried out in alarm. They reacted quickly and threw out their battle chi and magic. When the insects attacked, Zhao Hai had already erected a magic shield around himself. He protected himself and Xianxia in the middle. Zhao calculated that the insect attack had killed 33 people. 5 of them were team leaders, while the remaining 28 were contestants. Among them, there was no lack of experts who weren't weak. The insects didn't fly very far. They didn't hover in the sky and were preparing to launch a second attack. At this time, Ma Rulong also reacted. He looked around and saw that there was a battle going on. They were currently at Fabio planet's 5th base. It was the second largest base on Fabio planet. It was also the front line against Zerg. Ma Rulong wanted to let Zhao Hai and the others feel the power of Zerg. He heard that if you stand on the walls of the 5th base, you can see Zerg outside. But he didn't expect that before Zhao Hai and the others could see Zerg, the Zerg had already attacked the 5th base. This caught them off guard. At this time, the people in the 5th base were still fighting against the Zerg. They were currently at the teleportation square of the 5th base. There were several cultivators fighting against the insects. They could even see a hole in the wall in the distance. Ma Rulong immediately shouted, "Warriors, go forward and block the mages. Mages, go inside and cast spells. Focus on area attacks." Along with Ma Rulong's order, the startled crowd immediately calmed down. Everyone immediately followed Ma Rulong's orders. The warriors held their weapons as they strode to the periphery. The mages retreated to the center, forming a circular formation. At this time, a large number of Zerg rushed in. These Zerg weren't flying insects. They had 8 long legs that looked like 8 spears. These insects were very fast. Moreover, each one of them was tall. All of them were taller than 3 Mago cultivators. They flew straight towards the machine field circular formation. Ma Rulong stood at the front of the formation. He looked at the insects and calmly said, "Warriors, prepare to attack with sword chi. Warriors, move and form a circle." All of the warriors immediately moved. The entire circular formation began to rotate. Sword chi shot towards the insects. At the same time, the magic formation in the center of the circular formation wasn't idle. Spells were shot out one after another. However, these insects weren't vegetarians. One by one, they howled as they rushed forward. A lot of them had their legs cut off by the sword Qi, but they still rushed forward. They were very brave. Xiaohai naturally wouldn't be polite. He immediately sent out the fire-feather 10,000 arrows formation. With a loud bang, a large number of insects fell to the ground. Not all mages could achieve the same result as Xiaohai. Even if the other mages' spells hit the insects, they would only injure them. Not many of them died. From this point, one could see the gap between Xiaohai and the other mages. Ma Rulong didn't stand on the periphery of the circular formation. He stood in the middle of the formation and commanded it. At the same time, he was also paying attention to the flying zerg above them. These flying zerg were constantly hovering above them, ready to attack at any time. Naturally, Ma Rulong also saw Xiaohai's performance. He also knew that it was Xiaohai who told them to be on guard. When he saw how Xiaohai killed so many insects, Ma Rulong couldn't help but look at Xiaohai in a new light. Moreover, Ma Rulong also discovered that besides him, only Xiaohai was paying attention to the insects in the sky. The others were only paying attention to the zerg on the ground. They seemed to have forgotten about the insects. At this moment, a transmission formation not far from them lit up. Then a group of people walked out. It was clear that these people already knew what was going on. When they came out, they were already holding weapons in their hands. Moreover, they immediately attacked the insectoids. Seeing this, Ma Rulong couldn't help but feel relieved. It seems like the cultivation realm didn't give up on this base. At this time, he suddenly heard Xiaohai's voice, "Everyone pay attention. Slowly move out of the teleportation formation. Don't block the path of the reinforcements." When he heard Xiaohai, Ma Rulong couldn't help but feel ashamed. He really forgot that they were still standing on the teleportation formation. Moreover, the teleportation formation that they were standing on was a large one. It was impossible for others to use it. Ma Rulong actually didn't think of this. However, Ma Rulong still immediately shouted, "Everyone pay attention. The target is the east. Maintain the formation and slowly move out." Following Ma Rulong's order, the formation slowly moved to the east. There was a wide street there, where they could deal with the insects. On the narrow street, the insects wouldn't be able to attack them in a large scale, so they could gain a foothold there. Ma Rulong wasn't proud of repelling the Zerg's attack. Although he hadn't been to the Zerg's base before, he had been collecting information about the Zerg ever since he learned that the elimination round was held on Fabio planet. The Zerg were also divided into different levels. Moreover, the division was even more detailed than the human race. The 8-legged insect that they repelled was called the octagonal insect. It was the lowest level of the Zerg. It was considered a cannon fodder. If a cannon fodder level Zerg was this strong, then one can imagine how strong the other Zerg would be. The formation slowly moved. Not long after they left the teleportation formation, the formation flashed and another batch of cultivators arrived. The battle between the humans and the insects was still going on. But now that Ma Rulong and the others had moved to the street, they immediately felt the pressure lessen. This was because they only needed to defend against the insects coming from the east and the west. The north and south sides were blocked by the walls. Under Ma Rulong's command, they didn't feel too much pressure dealing with the incoming insects. As more and more groups of cultivators arrived, the number of insects in the base gradually decreased. Xiaohai and the others relaxed. However, they were still puzzled. They didn't understand how Base 5 was attacked by the insects. These insects weren't very strong. After a few hours, the insects in Base 5 were almost cleared out. Ma Rulong led Xiaohai and the others out of the street. As soon as they came out, they were immediately discovered by the cultivators. Several cultivators flew over. Upon seeing Ma Rulong and the others, they couldn't help but stare. One of the cultivators looked at Ma Rulong and the others and said, "You're from the machine field?" Ma Rulong nodded and said, "We're from the machine field. We came to participate in the 6 Realms beginner competition. We didn't expect to find this place being attacked by insects as soon as we arrived. Therefore, we immediately joined the battle." The cultivator looked at the insects that Ma Rulong and the others killed. In this period of time, they killed a lot of insects. The corpses of the insects piled up into 2 hills. When Ma Rulong and the others came out, they had no choice but to fly out. The cultivator nodded and said, "Thank you, everyone. I'm sorry to have frightened you. Please come with me, I'll take you to rest." Marulong nodded and said, "Thank you. But please let us take the corpses of our companions back first." The cultivator nodded. Then Marulong selected several leaders and went to the square to collect the corpses. Then he led Zhao Hai and the others back to the base. While flying, Marulong asked the cultivator, "May I know Mister's name? How did this base get attacked?" The cultivator replied, "I'm Jingli, the leader of every 5 teams in Base 5. Base 5 was attacked by a silverback gold-winged bug. Fortunately, there are several nascent soul experts guarding the base. These experts have already chased after the silverback gold-winged bug. But now that the base has been broken, other insects have also entered the base. Therefore, a battle broke out in the base." Marulong nodded and didn't say anything else. Before long, Jingli led everyone to a courtyard. After Jingli landed, he turned to Marulong and said, "This is a place specially prepared for the trial participants. It's enough for you to use. Everyone, please go ahead. I still have some matters to attend to, so I won't accompany you." Marulong bowed to Jingli and said, "Thank you, Mr. Zheng. Please go ahead." Jingli nodded, then he turned around and flew away. Then Marulong led Zhao Hai and the others into the courtyard. The courtyard was very large and was divided into 2 sections. The first section was very large and had more than 50 rooms. The courtyard wasn't damaged, so Marulong immediately assigned the rooms to everyone. Besides Marulong and the 20 team leaders, Zhao Hai and the other 30 people were also assigned to the first section of the courtyard. The others were assigned to the second section of the courtyard. Xiongli and the others were naturally assigned to the first section of the courtyard, so their rooms were still next to each other. Zhao Hai looked at the room that was assigned to him. It was pretty good. It was similar to the room he had in Seamount City. Although it wasn't very big, it was enough for one person to live in. The room was also equipped with all the necessities, so he could move in at any time. Zhao Hai looked at the room and then went out. As soon as he went outside, he saw Xiongli and the others coming out of their rooms. When they saw Zhao Hai come out, they immediately gathered around him. After the group sat down in the courtyard, Xiongli sighed and said, "I've heard of Fabio Planet's notoriety, but I didn't expect it to be this dangerous. We just arrived and they already gave us a show of strength." Dong Fengyu's expression was gloomy as he said, "It seems like the elimination round isn't going well. The people of the machine field are in danger. The bugs that attacked us today are all low-level bugs. They can't even be ranked in the bug race. However, their fighting strength isn't low. They didn't die even after being hit by my sword chi. They're very difficult to deal with. It can be imagined that the higher-level bugs would be even more difficult to deal with. We're in danger." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Dong Fengyu and said, "Second brother, give me the fire dragon sword tonight. I'll help you take a look. After all, the fire dragon sword is the most convenient for you. If you know the secret of the fire dragon sword, then your fighting strength will be much stronger." Dong Fengyu nodded. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "The elimination round is indeed dangerous. Therefore, from today onwards, we must act together. No matter where we go, we must not separate." The group nodded. At this time, Zhao Hai felt someone coming towards them. He turned his head and saw Marulong. Zhao Hai and the others immediately stood up and gave Marulong a salute. Marulong nodded, then he waved his hand and gestured for everyone to sit down. Then he sat beside the stone table and said, "Today's matter was an accident, but it can't be considered an accident. It should be considered as a reminder. The bases built by the Cultivation realm on Fabio Planet are very strong. The walls are made of gold and are engraved with countless formations. There are also countless magic traps outside the base. Even so, the base was still breached. This is enough to show how powerful Zerg is." Zhao Hai and the others nodded, they also thought of this point. Then Marulong continued, "When I was chatting with Xingli, he said that the base was attacked by a silverback gold-winged bug. I just checked and found that this silverback gold-winged bug is a very powerful bug. Its strength is equivalent to a nascent soul expert in the cultivation realm. However, the bug's innate talent is higher. A nascent soul expert wouldn't be able to fight against a silverback gold-winged bug. Although the silverback gold-winged bug is being chased by the cultivation realm, the cultivators might not be able to kill it. After all, Fabio Planet is the territory of the bug race. But we need to be more careful because the silverback gold-winged bug is very vengeful. Moreover, it isn't like the human experts who respect their status and wouldn't attack people with low cultivation. The silverback gold-winged bug doesn't have such scruples, it will certainly retaliate. Therefore, this time's elimination round will be more dangerous, you must be careful. Marulong nodded and said, Zhao Hai and the others nodded. Naturally, they knew that the elimination round was very dangerous. They didn't dare to take it lightly. Marulong looked at the group and whispered, your group is the one that I value the most. During the elimination round, you must stay together and protect yourselves. Even if you see other people being attacked, if the other party is too strong, you must protect yourselves first. Do you understand? Upon hearing Marulong, Zhao Hai and the others couldn't help but stare. This was because Marulong's words were very simple. He was telling Zhao Hai that if they encounter other people in danger, they don't have to save them. This was something that Zhao Hai and the others didn't expect. Marulong also saw the expressions of Zhao Hai and the others. He smiled bitterly and said, it's not that I want to boost other people's morale and destroy our own. It's just that whether it's Zerg or the cultivators, they are all very difficult to deal with. Only you have a chance to survive. You must fight for the machine field's honor. Zhao Hai and the others could hear the unwillingness and expectation in Marulong's voice. They couldn't help but nod. Marulong sighed, then he stood up and said, take a good rest. Tomorrow, I'll give you some information about the top 100 cultivators of the cultivation realm as well as information about the bug race. Take a good look at it and remember it in your heart. Zhao Hai and the others stood up and gave Marulong a salute. Then Marulong turned around and left. Zhao Hai and the others looked at Marulong's back with heavy hearts. Marulong's words today represented the thoughts of many people in the machine field. In order for the machine field to have people who can compete with the cultivators, they had to pay a lot. Zhao Hai and the others suddenly felt that the burden on their shoulders had become heavier. But what Zhao Hai didn't expect was that while Marulong was talking to them, a pair of eyes were looking at them from afar. These eyes were filled with hatred. Naturally, the owner of these eyes was Streep. In Streep's view, Marulong being able to talk to Zhao Hai and whispering to Zhao Hai was a special treatment that other people couldn't get. Moreover, Streep believed that all of this belonged to him. But now, it was all taken away by Zhao Hai. Actually, being able to talk to Marulong wasn't a big deal. Other people might not even care about it. After all, Marulong treated them well. But in Streep's view, this was an honor. Streep longed to be the focus of everyone, and he did it before. But after Zhao Hai appeared, his spotlight was completely stolen by Zhao Hai. Everyone's attention was now on Zhao Hai. Nobody cared about him anymore. Because of this, Streep hated Zhao Hai. But Zhao Hai had Xianxia and the others by his side. Xianxia and the others weren't weak. It wouldn't be easy for them to deal with Zhao Hai. Now with Xianxia and the others, Streep didn't have a chance to deal with Zhao Hai. However, Streep didn't show any dissatisfaction towards Zhao Hai in front of others. This was because he was waiting for an opportunity to take Zhao Hai's life. Streep believed that this opportunity would come, especially here. This was Planet Fabio, the demon planet. It was an extremely dangerous place where countless experts of the cultivation world had fallen. He believed that he would be able to wait for an opportunity to take Zhao Hai's life. Not only did he want Zhao Hai's life, but he also wanted Xianxia's life, Dong Fengyu's life, Li Guangren's life, Sun Fei's life, and the lives of everyone who was close to Zhao Hai. He wanted them all to die together. After looking at Zhao Hai with resentment, Streep left and went to find other participants. He also wanted to form a team. Streep wasn't stupid. He knew that he could form a team in the elimination round. If he formed a team, his chances of survival would be higher. Therefore, he wanted to form a team with others. Even if those people weren't very strong, he wanted to form a team with them. Because as long as he formed a team, those people could be sacrificed when necessary. Streep didn't notice that after he turned around and left, Zhao Hai looked in his direction. Originally, Zhao Hai didn't notice Streep's gaze, but the murderous intent in Streep's eyes was so strong that Zhao Hai, who was very sensitive to murderous intents, immediately noticed it. However, Zhao Hai didn't look in that direction. He immediately ordered Kai Er to look in that direction. Kai Er immediately pulled up the video and naturally saw Streep's gaze. At the same time, she also saw the murderous intent in Streep's eyes. Zhao Hai had already put Streep on his kill list. As long as there was a chance, he wouldn't let Streep go. Therefore, when Streep looked at him like that, he didn't care. The sky quickly darkened. Today, when Zhao Hai and the others came out of Haishan City, it wasn't early. In addition, after the battle, it was already late when the battle ended. Seeing that the sky was dark, Zhao Hai immediately invited Xianxia and the others to his room for a drink. Xianxia and the others understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai was going to help Dongfang Yu take a look at his fire dragon sword. After the group entered Zhao Hai's room and drank for a while, Dongfang Yu left the fire dragon sword in Zhao Hai's room. Then, the group returned to their own rooms. When they left, Zhao Hai immediately returned to the space. This time, he didn't use his spiritual force to investigate the fire dragon sword. This was because he had already been attacked by the fire dragon sword. This time, he took the fire dragon sword to the space so that the analysis machine could analyze the sword and see what was going on with it. Zhao Hai took the fire dragon sword and entered the space. However, he didn't go to the space's villa. Instead, he went directly to the Universal Analytical Machine. After the upgrade, the Universal Analytical Machine and the Universal Manufacturing Machine were upgraded. After the upgrade, the functions of the two machines had greatly exceeded Zhao Hai's imagination. Take the Universal Manufacturing Machine for example. Whether it was potions or weapons, no matter what it was, as long as it was placed in the machine, it would be able to produce it. Moreover, it would produce the best quality items. And now, the Universal Analyzer was even more so. Even if Zhao put a piece of soil into the Universal Analyzer, the Universal Analyzer could instantly analyze what the soil was made of, what it could do, and so on. It can be said that these two machines were now a bit heaven-defying. When Laura and the others saw that Zhao Hai had gone to the Universal Analytical Machine, they went out of the villa and accompanied Zhao Hai as they waited for the results. A short while later, the fire dragon sword appeared once again. Immediately after, a notification came from the Universal Machine, a sealed artifact sword. The sword's body is made of the fire dragon's bones and the sun essence gold. It has now recognized its owner. The host can use the eternal sand to break the seal and return the artifact sword to its original appearance. Zhao Hai stared, he didn't expect the fire dragon sword to be sealed. He immediately took out the eternal sands and wiped the sword. While wiping it, Zhao Hai also paid attention to the sword's changes. As he wiped the sword, the fire dragon sword became redder and brighter. When Zhao Hai used the third handful of eternal sands, the fire dragon sword suddenly flew up from Zhao Hai's hand. Then a dragon's roar was heard as a fire dragon came out of the sword's body. The fire dragon sword danced in the air as it seemed to be venting its dissatisfaction at being sealed. After some time, the fire dragon sword slowly fell to the ground. However, the fire dragon sword was now different. In the past, the fire dragon sword's body was just red, nothing special could be seen about it. But now, there was an angry fire dragon on the sword's body. It looked very imposing. At the same time, the fire dragon sword's hilt had also changed. The entire hilt had turned into a dragon. The dragon's body was the hilt while its claws were the sword's edge. Moreover, the dragon's head was facing the sword as it opened its mouth to swallow the sword. Zhao Hai gently touched the sword's body. He didn't expect the sword to resist him. It seems like the fire dragon sword was also a treasure. Moreover, it had already recognized Dongfang Yu as its owner. Zhao Hai didn't envy Dongfang Yu. He already had liquid silver. There was no weapon more suitable for him than liquid silver. Although the fire dragon sword was good, it still fell short compared to liquid silver. Zhao Hai received the fire dragon divine sword and then turned to Laura and the others. Then he smiled faintly and said, "What do you think would happen if we bring some insects into the space?" Laura and the others had already thought about this problem. Laura smiled and said, "We've already studied it. Moreover, we've analyzed it with the universal scanner. Let's go inside and talk. Zhao Hai nodded and then followed the others inside. Laura immediately took out the results of the analysis and gave it to Zhao Hai. Although the space didn't have any such insects, there were still recordings of Zhao Hai's fight with the insects. This was enough for the universal scanner to analyze. According to the universal scanner's analysis, these insects might be a race with a strong ability to evolve and reproduce. If they weren't in danger, their evolution wouldn't be that fast. But when their race was in danger of extinction, Zerg's powerful genes would be activated. They would then crazily evolve. Moreover, they would attract the genes of other species to complete their genetic chain. This ability was very terrifying. The universal scanner's analysis told Zhao Hai to do whatever it takes to get Zerg into the space. The space can extract these super evolutionary bases and add them to the living beings of the space. This would allow the living beings of the space to evolve further. This would further enhance the space's fighting strength. Seeing this analysis, Zhao Hai was shocked. He didn't think that the space would have such a strong evaluation of Zerg. But after thinking about it, he felt relieved. If Zerg didn't have such a powerful ability, then he would have already been eliminated by the cultivators. Now, Fabio Planet was still under Zerg's control. The humans were still weak here. From this point, one could see how strong Zerg was. The cultivators had destroyed countless planets, but they couldn't do anything to Zerg on Fabio Planet. This showed how strong Zerg was. At this point, Zhao Hai wanted to get Zerg into the space. The next morning, Dongfang Yu woke up early and sat in the courtyard as he looked at Zhao Hai's door. He couldn't wait. The fire dragon sword was Dongfang Yu's only true companion since he ascended to the machine field. However, Dongfang Yu always knew that the fire dragon sword he used wasn't perfect. This wasn't something that someone told him, it was just a feeling. In fact, the people from the Yan clan didn't tell him about this because they didn't know about the mystical aspects of the fire dragon sword. This sword was obtained by the Yan clan by chance, and because it was quite powerful, it was given to the outer sect disciples to use. When the owner of the sword died, they would find the sword and pass it to the next person. This sword was already in Dongfang Yu's hands, and he didn't know how many times it had been. Dongfang Yu didn't know if the previous owners of the fire dragon sword had the same feeling as him, but he really did. This feeling was very strange. The reason why Dongfang Yu gave the fire dragon sword to Zhao Hai was because Zhao Hai was his friend. Most importantly, it was because of Zhao Hai's mysterious temperament. Zhao Hai had too many mysterious things. He could make special weapons for Li Kuangren and Xiongli. He could also make special formations for Sun Fei. All of these made Zhao Hai's aura even more mysterious. It was because of this that Dongfang Yu gave the fire dragon sword to Zhao Hai. He hoped that Zhao Hai could help him unlock the secrets of the fire dragon sword. He didn't want to get a lot of power from the fire dragon sword, he just wanted to unlock its secrets. This was because the fire dragon sword was his most important companion. At this time, Zhao Hai's door was suddenly pushed open. Zhao Hai stood in the room and waved at Dongfang Yu. Dongfang Yu quickly ran into Zhao Hai's room. Zhao Hai looked at Dongfang Yu's appearance, then he smiled faintly and said, "Second brother, did you not sleep well last night?" Dongfang Yu nodded embarrassedly and said, "Yes, I couldn't sleep. Ever since I obtained the fire dragon sword, I have always wanted to unravel the secret of the fire dragon sword. Unfortunately, I haven't succeeded. However, I believe that you will definitely succeed, so I was so excited last night that I couldn't sleep." Zhao Hai nodded in understanding and smiled. With a move of his hand, he took out the fire dragon sword and handed it over to Dongfang Yu. Dongfang Yu was stunned, he looked at the fire dragon sword that had changed greatly, and was extremely excited. At this moment, the fire dragon sword in Zhao Hai's hand suddenly trembled, and then the fire dragon sword flew out of Zhao Hai's hand, straight towards Dongfang Yu. In the next moment, the dragon fire sword was like a naughty child, constantly circling around Dongfang Yu, like a child playing around with his parents. Dongfang Yu could feel the joy coming from the fire dragon sword. He couldn't help but reach out his hand, and the fire dragon sword flew directly into his hand like a tired bird returning to its nest. Just as Dongfang Yu held the fire dragon sword, a red light suddenly flew out from the fire dragon sword and enveloped Dongfang Yu. Dongfang Yu just stood there with the sword in his hand, his eyes closed as if he had fallen asleep. Seeing this situation, Zhao Hai knew that the fire dragon sword must be communicating with Dongfang Yu in some way. He immediately left the room, then gently closed the door and stood guard outside the door. After a while, Xianxia and the others also came out of their rooms. When they saw Zhao Hai standing outside his room, they were a little puzzled. In this kind of situation, they were usually the ones standing outside the door, and Zhao Hai was the one inside the door. Why did it change today? Xianxia and the others immediately walked over and looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. Zhao Hai smiled, pointed behind him, and said, "Second brother's fire dragon sword has been unsealed, and now the fire dragon sword seems to be communicating with him. I'm afraid that someone will disturb him." Xianxia and the others nodded and didn't say anything. The few of them just sat outside Zhao Hai's room and chatted softly. Zhao Hai glanced at Sun Fei, smiled, and said, "Little Fei, how are you? How's your learning of the magic arrays?" Sun Fei excitedly nodded and said, "I've learned all the magic arrays, and I can use them now. The only thing I'm lacking is proficiency. Not to mention fourth brother, the magic arrays you taught me are much easier to learn than the ones I learned before. It also consumes less spiritual energy, but the power isn't small at all. In fact, it's a lot stronger. It's really amazing." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Practice well. First, practice these magic formations. When your spiritual force is enough, I will teach you other magic formations. When there is time, I will show you the effects of the vibration formation." Sun Fei excitedly nodded. At this time, Ma Rulong also came out of his room. When he saw Zhao Hai and the others gathered together, he also walked over and said to Zhao Hai, "Why are you here? What's the matter?" Zhao Hai and the others immediately stood up and saluted to Ma Rulong. Then Zhao Hai said, "Thank you for your concern, leader. It's not a big matter. Dongfang Yu had some enlightenment and is in closed-door training in my room. However, I believe that it won't take long for him to come out. We were afraid that people would disturb him, so we stayed here." Ma Rulong looked at Zhao Hai's room and said, "All right, I hope that he wakes up soon. Today, I was going to take you guys to the defense wall to see the Zerg outside. However, I think that the insects that rushed into the base yesterday were all the insects in the vicinity. Now that we can't see anything from the defense wall, let's rest for a day and see what happens tomorrow." Zhao Hai and the others nodded. Then Ma Rulong waved his hand and turned around to leave. Zhao Hai turned to look at his room and said, "I hope that second brother wakes up soon and doesn't miss the elimination round. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to the Yan clan." Xianxia and the others nodded. Although they were prepared to break away from their respective clans and act independently, there was still a precondition. This precondition was that they must achieve good results in this competition. Only then would they have the qualifications to negotiate with their clans. Otherwise, everything would be empty talk, and their clans wouldn't let them off. Xianxia and the others nodded. Although they were prepared to break away from their clans and act independently, there was still a precondition. Although Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of the machine field's families, Zhao Hai also didn't want to provoke them. The machine field had existed for thousands of years. They had deep foundations. Provoking them now wasn't a wise choice. Zhao Hai wasn't a person who liked to cause trouble. He didn't want unnecessary trouble. Therefore, Zhao Hai hoped that Dongfang Yu would wake up before the competition. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome. Because of the catastrophe that had just happened, the people of 5th Base were still very nervous. From time to time, Zhao Hai and the others could see cultivators flying in the sky, hurrying back and forth. However, there were no reports of Zerg attacking the base. This allowed Zhao Hai and the others to relax. A day passed in a blink of an eye. Zhao Hai and the others were still guarding outside Dongfang Yu's room. Dongfang Yu was still not moving. In the evening, Zhao Hai drank a few cups with Xianxia and the others. But they didn't drink too much. They weren't alcoholics, so they wouldn't get drunk every day. After drinking, it was already late. Zhao Hai had Xianxia and the others rest while he meditated outside Dongfang Yu's room. Because of Ma Rulong's instructions, nobody came to disturb Zhao Hai. People were just curious. They didn't know why Dongfang Yu suddenly went to Zhao Hai's room to meditate. Could it be that the two had some unspeakable secret? Was it a secret? Many people with dark hearts unconsciously began to make evil guesses. Zhao Hai naturally didn't care about those people. The reason why Zhao Hai was still guarding outside Dong Fengyu's room was because he was on guard against Streep. When Streep looked at him, the killing intent in her eyes was something that Zhao Hai still couldn't forget. He was afraid that Streep would deal with Dong Fengyu. Although he could come out of the space to stop Streep at any time, that would be tantamount to having a falling out with Streep. He didn't want to do that. If Streep were to die, people would certainly suspect him. He didn't want to provoke such suspicion. Letting Streep disappear without a trace without anyone blaming him was what Zhao Hai wanted. Time passed little by little. Zhao Hai was still sitting cross-legged outside Dong Fengyu's room. He seemed to have fallen asleep. Suddenly, Zhao Hai's eyes opened. At the same time, he stood up and ran towards Ma Rulong's room. Although Zhao Hai seemed to have fallen asleep, he was still using his spiritual force to observe the surroundings. He was even paying attention to the situation outside of Base 5. Ma Rulong said that Base 5 was attacked by a silverback gold-winged bug. Moreover, this bug was very vengeful. Zhao Hai was afraid that the bug would attack Base 5 again. Because of this, he paid attention to the situation outside of Base 5. Just a moment ago, he saw a large number of bugs swarming towards Base 5. These bugs didn't reach the trap formation, but looking at their aggressive appearance, it was clear that they were coming for Base 5. Seeing this, Zhao Hai immediately went to look for Ma Rulong. He told him about the situation and had Ma Rulong call everyone to prepare for the upcoming battle. Just as Zhao Hai arrived outside Ma Rulong's room, Ma Rulong's voice was heard, "Who is it?" Zhao Hai immediately replied, "Leader, the bugs are coming to attack Base 5. Tell everyone to get ready." Ma Rulong's door opened. Ma Rulong looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Really?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Really. They'll be here soon." Ma Rulong rushed outside and then shouted, "Everyone, gather." His voice was like a clap of thunder, spreading far and wide in the silent night. Even a deaf person would be able to hear it, let alone the vigilant cultivators. Before long, the courtyard became lively. Everyone rushed out of their rooms. When they saw Ma Rulong's anxious face, their hearts couldn't help but beat faster. Ma Rulong looked at them and said, "Bugs are attacking Base 5. Everyone, get ready." Everyone stared, then they looked at Ma Rulong with a puzzled expression. It was clear that they didn't believe Ma Rulong's words. This was because if the bugs were attacking, then Base 5 should have been warned in advance. Just as everyone was thinking about this, an ear-piercing alarm was heard. Everyone's expression changed. Along with the ear-piercing alarm, the entire base began to move. One by one, the self-cultivators stepped on flying swords, floating clouds, or all kinds of magical equipment. One by one, they flew straight to the city wall, displaying their various magical abilities. Seeing this, Ma Rulong's expression couldn't help but change as he cursed inwardly. He wanted to wake everyone up and run to the transmission formation of the 5th base as fast as possible. He wanted to leave the base before the Zerg attack, but now, it seems like it was impossible. It wasn't that they didn't want to leave, and no one would stop them. However, as soon as the base's alarm went off, the entire base's teleportation circle would become closed, and they wouldn't be able to leave even if they wanted to. Ma Rulong cursed under his breath. He turned to the crowd and shouted, "Everyone, get ready for battle. Remember, don't split up. No one is allowed to split up." Zhao Hai looked at his room and saw that Dong Fengyu still hadn't come out. Then he turned to Xiongli and the others and said, "Boss Xiong, you guys stay here and don't leave. I'll go to the city wall and take a look. If the wall is breached, then I'll come back here as fast as I can." When Xiongli heard Zhao Hai, he shook his head and said, "Right. Little Hai, we'll go to the city wall." "You can't go. You'll be more useful than the rest of us. If Zerg really attacks, then we won't be able to stop them." While the group was talking, Ma Rulong suddenly turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, did Dong Fengyu come out?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Not yet. Leader, I want Xiongli and the others to stay here. I'll go with everyone to the city wall." Ma Rulong looked at Xiongli and the others, then he looked at Zhao Hai and nodded, "All right, let them stay here. You come with us to the city wall. Let's go. Zhao Hai turned to look at Xiongli and said, Big brother Xiong, I'll leave the rest to you. Protect second brother well. After saying that, he followed the group out. When the crowd came out of the courtyard, they saw a large number of cultivators rushing towards the city wall. These people were flying in the sky, none of them were walking on the ground. Moreover, each and every one of them was very fast. Ma Rulong looked at the situation and said, Everyone, fly up. We'll fly over as well. Remember, maintain the formation. Don't fall behind. After saying that, he took the lead and flew up. The others immediately flew up as well. Because they had to maintain their formation, their speed was not very fast. When they flew up, they saw that the city walls were already as bright as day. Moreover, their ancestors had already started fighting with the Zerg. Magical treasures were flying all over the sky. The cries of insects and the shouts of people filled the entire base. Ma Rulong led the group towards the city wall. In any case, they couldn't leave the base, so they could only fight. Otherwise, when the city is broken, everyone would be in trouble. They were the last group to reach the city wall. At this time, the city wall had already turned into a meat grinder. From time to time, corpses of insects and people would fall from the sky. The city wall was already filled with cultivators. There were also some cultivators resting in the back. It seems like these cultivators also learned to leave some reserves behind in order to deal with this kind of attack. Just as Ma Rulong flew over, Jingli also flew over. When Jingli saw Ma Rulong and the others, he couldn't help but stare. Then a look of contempt flashed in his eyes as he said, Jingli thanks everyone for coming to help. I ask everyone to take a rest. I don't know when this wave of insects will end, so I ask everyone to stay in the second echelon. Naturally, Ma Rulong saw Jingli's expression, but he didn't say anything. He just nodded and said, Since we're here to help, we'll naturally listen to your orders. Please rest assured. Then he led Zhao Hai and the others to the ground. Jingli also descended from the sky. He looked at Zhao Hai and the others and said, Is everyone here? Ma Rulong shook his head and said, We're missing 4. One of them is in seclusion while the other 3 stayed behind to protect us. Besides the 4 of them, everyone else is here. Jingli nodded, then he turned his head to the city wall and said with a heavy expression, I don't know what happened to the insects this time. They're attacking us so fiercely. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to defend the city wall. I'm afraid we'll have to fight in the streets again. Ma Rulong's expression couldn't help but change. Then he suddenly said, Mr. Jing, our machine field's mages are most suited for large-scale attacks. Mister, do you want us to give it a try? Jingli stared, then he gently knit his brows and said, All right, Mr. Ma, I'll accept your intentions. But the people on the city wall have a tacit understanding. If you suddenly join in, you might disrupt their rhythm. That wouldn't be good. Let's wait. Ma Rulong didn't say anything. He looked at the other cultivators and saw them sitting cross-legged on the ground. Then he turned his head to Zhao Hai and the others and said, Everyone, sit down and rest as well. Zhao Hai and the others weren't polite as they sat down. Jingli looked at everyone, then he turned his head to Ma Rulong and said, Mr. Ma, I'll go take a look first. Goodbye. Then his figure flashed and disappeared. Just as Jingli left, Zhao Hai heard people talking behind him. Someone said, What's that? Look at his impatient appearance. It seems like he's great. Another person said, Right, what's that? These people from the cultivation realm are all the same. They're annoying to look at. Humph, these words attracted a lot of agreement. This caused Zhao Hai to frown. Zhao Hai looked at these people and sighed inwardly. These geniuses of the machine field still didn't understand the gap between them and the cultivation realm. Although their voices weren't loud, they were still heard by the cultivators who were resting nearby. In a while, they would be going to the battlefield together. When the time comes, if the cultivators ambushed them, then they wouldn't be able to complain about their deaths. Obviously, Ma Rulong had also thought of this. He stood up and said loudly, Be quiet. If you have the time, why don't you adjust your breath and keep yourself in the best condition? Don't talk nonsense like a woman. His voice was very effective. The people immediately quieted down. These people weren't afraid of offending the cultivation realm. In their minds, as long as they participate in the competition, then they can go back. They might never see those people again. But they were afraid of Ma Rulong. Ma Rulong had a very high status in the machine field. If they offended him, then even if they returned to the machine field, Ma Rulong could still settle accounts with them. In the end, the unlucky ones would be them. Seeing these people quiet down, Ma Rulong turned his head to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was still sitting there with his eyes closed, like an old monk meditating. Ma Rulong couldn't help but gently nod. He really appreciated Zhao Hai. He knew when to advance and when to retreat. Such a person would live longer and become a true expert. However, Ma Rulong didn't say anything. He just stood there and looked at the city walls. The battle was very intense. Besides some cultivators, there were also some magic cannons on the walls. However, most of these things were damaged. Only a few of them could be used. Seeing this, Ma Rulong's heart couldn't help but sink. He knew that these magic cannons were damaged by the insect tide. The base didn't have time to repair them. If they had the help of these magic cannons, then they might have been able to block the Zerg. But now that they don't have the magic cannons, they could only rely on the cultivators. After thinking about this, Ma Rulong couldn't help but curse. He really didn't understand why his luck was so bad. Just as he arrived at the base was already under attack. He was really unlucky. The battle on the walls was still going on. Moreover, it was getting more and more desperate. Cultivators were already climbing up the walls. The casualties on the walls were very high, so they had to be replenished. Seeing the number of cultivators around them decreasing, the people from the machine field started to panic. They discussed in low voices, their faces were filled with fear. At this time, Xingli suddenly arrived. Ma Rulong quickly went forward to greet him. Xingli looked at the machine field and said, "Mr. Ma, I'll have to ask you to take your people and follow me to the eastern wall to support them. They can't hold on any longer." Ma Rulong nodded and said, "All right, Mr. Xing, please lead the way." Xingli nodded, then he turned around and flew up. Ma Rulong and the others followed behind him as they flew towards the eastern wall. When they arrived at the eastern wall, Ma Rulong and the others couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The situation on the eastern wall was very serious. Some Zerg had already climbed up the walls. The casualties on the cultivators were even greater. Ma Rulong didn't care too much at this time. He turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, use your magic to clear out a place for us." Although Zhao froze for a moment, he still nodded. With a wave of his hand, a magic staff appeared in his hand. Then he waved the magic staff in front of him, and 100,000 fire feather arrows appeared in front of him. Nearly 10,000 fire feather swords shot straight towards the city wall. Although Zhao Hai didn't add astral chi to the arrows, he still used a vibration formation. The might of these 10,000 fire feather arrows could be imagined. The arrows flew towards the Zerg swarm outside the walls. Then a loud explosion was heard as flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The Zerg outside the walls were blown up by Zhao Hai. Ma Rulong loudly said, "Good. Warriors, clean up the walls as fast as you can. Mages, use magic to block the Zerg outside the walls. Don't let them climb up the walls." Then he took out his sword and rushed towards the walls. As for the other mages, they were led by the mages as they continued to fire spells outside the walls. However, these spells weren't very powerful. Even the 5th rank mages couldn't compare to Zhao Hai's spells. This point naturally fell into Xingli's eyes. Xingli noticed Zhao Hai just now. This was because Zhao Hai's spells were too powerful. They were stronger than the spells of great cultivators. In Xingli's opinion, if the machine field's people were at this level, then it would be terrifying. However, when Xingli saw the other people's spells, he immediately understood what was going on. He couldn't help but pay more attention to Zhao Hai. He discovered that Zhao Hai didn't seem to be a leader, he seemed to be a contestant. However, this contestant was actually stronger than the leader. This was too amazing. However, Xingli didn't care too much at this time. He just paid attention to Zhao Hai before he threw himself into the battle. The battle outside was too fierce. The Zerg seemed to be endless, they were constantly rushing towards the city walls. Jiao Hai also released several hundred stacked spells. The Zerg's attack couldn't help but slow down. It wasn't that the Zergs stopped attacking, but the ones that ran the fastest were already destroyed by Jiao Hai. Upon seeing this situation, Jiao Hai relaxed. Although he didn't feel tired after releasing several hundred stacked spells, it still attracted people's attention. If he continued to release them, then it wouldn't take long for everyone to notice him. He didn't want that to happen, he was already very conspicuous. Jiao Hai stopped releasing his spells and closed his eyes. He also took a bottle of potion and drank it. It seems like he was recovering his mana. This made Jingli, who had been paying attention to Jiao Hai, feel relieved. Jingli had been counting. Jiao Hai released a total of 800 stacked spells. Moreover, these 8 spells weren't of the same type. In other words, these 8 spells weren't released by the magic staff in his hand, but by his spiritual force. Even if the magic staff in his hand was a treasure that could increase one's spiritual force, being able to release 800 stacked spells at once was already amazing. Even a 5th rank mage wouldn't be able to do this. Fortunately, Jiao Hai had started to adjust his breathing. Otherwise, Jingli would have to re-evaluate Jiao Hai's strength. In fact, it wasn't just Jingli, the others were also surprised as they looked at Jiao Hai. They didn't think that Jiao Hai would be this fierce. 800 stacked spells were almost instantaneous. How much spiritual force did he need to be able to do this? They were shocked to think about it. While the Zerg's attack slowed down, the cultivators on the wall and Ma Rulong's group managed to defeat the Zerg that climbed up the wall. However, they didn't have much time to be happy because the Zerg's attack was about to arrive. Although the other mages of the machine field were still firing their spells at the Zerg, the results weren't very good. Their spells weren't as powerful as Jiao Hai's. As long as Jiao Hai's spells hit the Zerg, they would either die or be injured. On the other hand, even if the other mages hit the Zerg, they would only be able to injure the Zerg. On the other hand, the Zerg's vitality was very strong. As long as their vital points weren't hit, they would be able to maintain their fighting strength for a long time. Because of this, the other mages weren't able to deal much damage to the Zerg. Ma Rulong also noticed this point. He also knew that the other people's magic wasn't that bad. It's just that they were using AoE magic, which made their magic less effective. Because of this, they weren't able to kill the Zergs. This also made Ma Rulong aware of the difference between Jiao Hai's magic attack and the other mages. The difference was too big. Thinking of this, Ma Rulong couldn't help but shake his head. Then he loudly said, "Everyone, change your spells to single target spells. Don't use large area of effect spells anymore." As soon as they heard Ma Rulong, everyone looked at their own performance. They knew that they had lost a lot of face this time. Their faces couldn't help but turn red. Then they changed their spells to single target spells. This time, the effect was a lot better. It wasn't only the mages, even the cultivators were now using long-range attacks. But when they attacked, they used all kinds of magic artifacts. They weren't like the mages and warriors of the machine field who used magic and sword chi. Since the Zerg that climbed up the walls were shot down, the cultivators were now able to deal with them more easily. Ma Rulong noticed that some cultivators were even able to control several magic artifacts to attack the Zerg simultaneously. Their magic artifacts were much stronger than the machine field's magic and sword chi attacks. The machine field's magic and sword chi attacks were more like bullets fired from a gun. Once a bullet is fired, it would no longer be under the user's control. If it was shot by an enemy, then the bullet wouldn't be able to cause any damage to the enemy. After all, a bullet can't turn. On the other hand, the cultivator's magic artifacts were different. After being released, the cultivator's magic artifacts could still be controlled. They were like missiles that could be remotely controlled. Because of this, their attack power was much stronger. Although the people on the walls were able to block the Zerg's attack, Jiao Hai wasn't optimistic. The Zerg seemed to be endless. Moreover, the ones that appeared were only low-level Zerg. What would they do if high-level Zerg appeared? Moreover, whether it was the cultivators, mages, or warriors, it was impossible for them to maintain this state for a long time. If reinforcements didn't arrive, then 5th base would be in danger. Just as he was thinking about this, the teleportation array in the base flashed again and again. Next, a large number of cultivators came out of the teleportation array and flew towards the city walls. Naturally, the light couldn't hide from the cultivators on the city walls. They cheered and attacked even faster. Seeing this, Zhao Hai relaxed. He still had his eyes closed as he pretended to be adjusting his breathing. Several cultivators and mages were doing the same. At this time, the cultivators that arrived were also replenished on the walls. At this moment, there was no distinction between the machine field and the cultivators. There was only the distinction between humans and Zerg. Seeing that the walls were defended, Zhao Hai relaxed. Although he still had his eyes closed, he was still paying attention to the cultivators. He wanted to see how strong the cultivators were. One couldn't help but recognize that the offensive power of the cultivators were very strong. Although the magic weapons they used were very strange and beautiful, their lethality wasn't good. Their lethality was much stronger than a magician's magic. Moreover, Zhao Hai discovered that the attacks of these mages were stronger than Li Chuchen's. Although Li Chuchen's attacks were a lot stronger, they were lacking in sharpness. On the other hand, the cultivators of 5th base were different. These people were absolutely merciless. They would use killing moves as soon as they hit. Looking at their attacks, Zhao Hai could see that they had gone through countless battles. They would be merciless when they attack, they wouldn't be merciful when they attack. Zhao was very clear that fighting against such a person was dangerous. Like Li Chuchen, if you can't beat him, you might be able to retreat. But against such a person, if you lose, you will either die or be injured. Just as Zhao Hai was observing the magic artifacts used by the cultivators, an incomparably powerful aura suddenly came from outside the city. This kind of aura was something that Zhao Hai had never seen before. Zhao Hai's heart skipped a beat. This aura didn't come from a human. This aura was like a mountain, but it also had a ferocious aura. Even a ferocious person wouldn't be able to produce such an aura. This was definitely a powerful Zerg. It wasn't only Zhao Hai, the others also felt this aura. In an instant, everyone's complexion changed. These people weren't easy to deal with. They knew what this aura represented. A powerful Zerg was more difficult to deal with than a powerful person. If this powerful Zerg attacked the base, then the base would be in danger. While everyone was still thinking about this, the danger of the base had already arrived. The Zergs, who had slowed down their attacks, now seemed to be on drugs as they madly rushed towards the base. All of a sudden, the walls of the base were in danger. Zhao Hai looked at the situation and couldn't help but sigh. He knew that he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to defend Base 5 today. However, he still immediately threw out a few hundred overlapping formations. Then his figure moved and appeared beside Ma Rulong. Then he whispered to Ma Rulong, "Leader, it looks like we can't defend Base 5 anymore. We need to make preparations in advance." Ma Rulong nodded and said, "Leader, it looks like we can't defend Base 5 anymore." Ma Rulong looked around and sighed, "I also want to retreat. But where can we retreat to? If the base is breached, then we can only fight in the streets. If that happens, then we won't be able to gain any advantage. Let's just defend the base for as long as we can." Before Ma Rulong could finish speaking, the aura from before was already pressing down on the base. Everyone's complexion turned bitter. They knew that the powerful Zerg was coming. Zhao Hai turned his head towards the city. Then he turned to Ma Rulong and said, "Leader, I'll go back and see how my brothers are doing." Ma Rulong looked at Zhao Hai, then he sighed and nodded. He was already in despair. Outside the base was an endless sea of Zergs. Moreover, a powerful Zerg was about to attack the base. It was impossible for them to defend the base with just the few of them. The only thing they could do now was to try their best and live for a few more minutes. Most of the other cultivators had the same idea. To be honest, cultivators cherished their lives more than ordinary people. They worked hard in their cultivation and risked their lives for the sake of immortality. Even if they knew that there was no hope, they wouldn't give up if they could live for a few more minutes. Zhao Hai didn't think too much about it. He knew that he wouldn't die. However, he was now in a dilemma. He didn't know if he should take Xianxia and the others with him or if he should expose his strength and fight against Zerg. If he were to expose his strength and fight against Zerg, then he would certainly be able to keep the base. However, if he were to take Xianxia and the others with him, then he wouldn't have an easy time in the future. But if he were to take Xianxia and the others with him, then it would be tantamount to exposing the secret of the space. This was his biggest secret that he didn't want to expose. If the secret of the space was exposed, then it would be more troublesome than exposing his strength. He was afraid that there would be no place for him in the world of cultivation. No matter which realm he was from, they wouldn't let him go. Capturing him and dissecting him for research would be a light punishment. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't be captured. However, he wouldn't be able to establish himself in the world of cultivation in the future. Because of this, Zhao Hai was in a dilemma. He didn't know what to do. Although it doesn't seem like much, don't forget that he ascended to the machine field less than a year ago. For him to have such strength in such a short period of time, wasn't this enough to make people suspicious? Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but pat his head. He suddenly thought of something. If he exposed some of his strength, then it wouldn't be a big problem. At worst, he could ask the Ashley family to come forward and tell them that he had liquid silver. He believed that liquid silver was a legendary weapon. It should be able to block for him for a while. After the Six Realms newcomer competition, everyone would know of his strength. When the time comes, even if the machine field wanted to deal with him, they would need to think twice. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai relaxed. He also understood that being too low-key in the machine field wasn't good. You need to show your strength. As long as you're strong enough, then you can call the wind and summon the rain. Even if you take out a treasure that moves everyone, nobody would dare to touch you. On the contrary, if you don't have strength, then even if you have nothing, people would still want to capture you and keep you as a slave. Just like how the cultivation realm kept the commoners in captivity. At this time, Zhao Hai arrived at the courtyard. Xianxia and the others were still guarding the courtyard. Dongfangyu was still motionless inside the room. Zhao Hai wanted to use his spiritual force to probe the room, but he was blocked. This surprised Zhao Hai. He immediately had Kai'er check the situation inside the room. Kai'er immediately told Zhao Hai that Dongfangyu was currently sitting cross-legged on the ground. His entire body was red. It seems like he was at a critical juncture in his cultivation. Upon hearing Kai'er, Zhao Hai's expression couldn't help but change. He knew that he couldn't leave this time. Dongfangyu was at a critical juncture in his cultivation. If he were to leave with Dongfangyu, then he might suffer from qi deviation. At this time, Xianxia and the others saw that Zhao Hai had returned. They immediately flew over. Xianxia anxiously looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Zhao Hai, how's the city walls? Why do I feel a very strong aura coming over? Can you still hold on?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "I'm afraid that we won't be able to hold on. What's worse is that second brother can't move. Otherwise, he might suffer from qi deviation. It seems like we'll have to go all out this time." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Xianxia and the others' expression couldn't help but change. Xianxia immediately said, "All right, then we'll go to the city walls. We must block those Zerg." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "It's useless for you to go there. It's better to stay here. If Zerg comes, then you can kill them. Leave the city walls to me." Then his body flashed as he flew towards the city walls. Zhao calmly returned to the wall and looked into the distance. The imposing aura was still rapidly approaching. It wouldn't take long for it to arrive. The faces of the people on the wall weren't very good. They all knew that once the imposing aura of the insects reached the base, it would be their doomsday. The insect tide was still going on outside. Everyone was still resisting. But no matter how they looked at it, it looked like they were making their final struggle. Ma Rulong also saw Zhao Hai. However, he wasn't in the mood to care about Zhao Hai. Although his hands didn't stop, his face was pale. Half of this was because he was tired, and the other half was because he was worried. This time, Ma Rulong brought the elites of the machine field in the past 5 years. They were also the strongest group of people in the machine field. If they were to be lost here, then he wouldn't have the face to see the machine field seniors. But now, he couldn't leave even if he wanted to. He could only wait for death here. This feeling wasn't good, but he couldn't do anything about it. Ma Rulong's heart was like dead ashes. He kept scolding himself. Why did he come early? If he didn't come early, then he would have avoided this disaster. But now, he came here to die. He even ruined the hope of the machine field. At this time, Ma Rulong suddenly felt an imposing aura around him. This aura wasn't any worse than Zerg's, it was even stronger. Ma Rulong was startled. He looked to the side and saw Zhao Hai standing there calmly. But the aura coming from Zhao Hai's body was so strong that he didn't know how much stronger he was. Even the powerful insect in front of him couldn't suppress Zhao Hai. Ma Rulong stared blankly at Zhao Hai. He didn't know what to say. He felt that Zhao Hai was a stranger. It was as if he didn't know him. It wasn't just Ma Rulong, everyone in the base was looking at Zhao Hai. They were also shocked by Zhao Hai's aura. This was especially true for the cultivators. They knew that in the cultivation realm, only nascent soul great grandmasters could have this kind of aura. Nascent soul stage. Even in the cultivation realm, nascent soul stage experts were considered great experts. In other words, such people could already establish their own sections. In addition to some large sects, there were many small sects in the cultivation realm that were established by nascent soul stage experts. It wasn't only the people in the base who were stunned. Even the Zerg that were attacking the base were stunned. Although the Zerg weren't afraid of death, they were still able to feel the gap between them and Zhao Hai's strength. Animals were much more sensitive than humans. Although the insects didn't have a high IQ, they could still feel Zhao Hai's aura. Zhao Hai's aura was enough to suppress them. The attacks of the insects couldn't help but slow down. The incomparably powerful insect also felt Zhao Hai's aura. Its aura suddenly stopped. Then it became even more intense and rushed over like a tide. Zhao Hai's aura was slowly increasing. He was like a rock in the sea, unmoving. The people in the base and the insects outside all stopped. This battle wasn't something they could participate in. Weaklings like them could only wait for the result. The aura was quickly approaching. Soon, Zhao Hai was able to sense the insect with his spiritual force. He didn't think that the insect's aura would be this strong. It was so far away, yet it could still cause such a big impact on the base. When Zhao Hai noticed this insect, he immediately noticed that it was different from the other insects. This insect looked like an enlarged version of a rhinoceros beetle. It had a halberd-like horn on its head and a black iron-like back with a silver stripe. It had a thick shield-like shell on its back, revealing a pair of golden wings that were constantly flapping. It had 6 spear-like legs and a single horn on its head, as well as 2 movable claws. All of these showed that this insect's attack power wasn't ordinary. Silverback gold-winged insect, Zhao Hai immediately thought of this name. He was sure that this was the silverback gold-winged insect. Although he hadn't seen what a silverback gold-winged insect looked like, he could tell from its name what it was. Zhao Hai's body slowly floated up as he flew forward. When he was about a kilometer away from the base, Zhao Hai stopped. Before long, the insect stopped about a kilometer away from Zhao Hai. The insect stared at Zhao Hai with its blood-red eyes. There was a trace of confusion in its eyes. Zhao Hai looked at the insect, then he smiled faintly and said, "What a smart guy. Are you trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain? You transferred the nascent soul experts in the city and then attacked the city. Interesting. I didn't think that the insect race would be this smart." Zhao Hai nodded. The unicorn beetle had a trace of pride in its eyes. It roared twice, as if it was demonstrating to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the unicorn beetle, then he smiled faintly and said, "But since I'm here today, it's impossible for you to attack the base. Go back, I don't want to hurt you." The insect seemed to understand Zhao Hai's words. Its eyes flashed with anger as it rushed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then he waved his hand as 100 overlapping magic formation appeared in front of him. Then the magic formation turned into a large shield that blocked in front of him. The unicorn beetle used its horn to attack Zhao Hai. At the same time, Zhao Hai's shield was also in front of him. With a bang, Zhao Hai's shield was smashed by the insect. The insect's momentum didn't decrease as it continued to charge towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai raised his staff and placed it in front of him. A dang sound was heard as the unicorn beetle's horn collided with Zhao Hai's staff. However, Zhao Hai's staff didn't move. Not only did the staff not move, even Zhao Hai's body didn't move. He blocked the insect's attack. At the place where the horn and the staff collided, a shockwave burst out. The surrounding insects were immediately affected by the shockwave. Because of this, the insects that were hit by the shockwave were instantly turned into powder. The shockwave caused the people in the base to be startled. Whether it was cultivators, mages, or even weapons that weren't good at spiritual force, they could still use their spiritual force to explore a kilometer away. Not to mention, the base was now as bright as day, making it easy to see what was happening a kilometer away. Upon seeing the power of the impact, the cultivators in the base couldn't help but be startled. When the insect discovered that it didn't do anything to Zhao Hai, it couldn't help but retreat. Then it pounced forward again. If the previous collision was like an ancient battle between generals, then this insect was like a battle between two martial artists. Both of them were using exquisite martial arts, dodging, and maneuvering. The insect's attacks in this small area were more comprehensive. It had 6 legs, 2 claws, and a horn. All of these could be used as weapons. Additionally, it had a thick layer of armor on its body. This was equivalent to having a spear and a shield. Moreover, it had 3 heads and 6 arms. If an ordinary person were to encounter this kind of attack, then they wouldn't be able to deal with it. However, Zhao Hai wasn't an ordinary person. His figure flashed as he sent out magic spells. At the same time, the staff in his hand could also be used as a weapon. Moreover, it was a heavy weapon. When he fought with the insect, he didn't fall behind at all. The people in the base couldn't help but stare. It was only now that they knew that Zhao Hai was a dual cultivator. Moreover, he was very strong in both. The cultivators from the cultivation realm were just cooperating. However, the people from the machine field had complicated feelings. A lot of people from the machine field encountered Zhao Hai during the competition. Some of them weren't convinced when they lost to Zhao Hai. But now that they saw Zhao Hai's appearance, they couldn't help but be convinced. It was only now that they knew that Zhao Hai didn't show his true ability when he fought with them. They used all of their strength to fight against Zhao Hai. On the other hand, Zhao Hai hasn't even finished warming up. When they thought of this, these people couldn't help but blush. Naturally, there were also people who were jealous. This person was Streep. Streep had always hated Zhao Hai, but he didn't have the opportunity to scheme against Zhao Hai. Now that he saw Zhao Hai fighting with the insect, Streep knew how naive he was. At the same time, he was also very lucky. If he schemed against Zhao Hai before, then he would have treated Zhao Hai as a 4th-rank mage. If that was the case, then he wouldn't even know how he died. Thinking of this, Streep's face couldn't help but turn ferocious. He didn't know why Zhao Hai suddenly revealed his strength. This was very inconsistent with Zhao Hai's previous performance. But no matter what Zhao Hai's reason was, Zhao Hai's strength had already been exposed. If he wants to scheme against Zhao Hai in the future, then he would need to put in more effort. Among everyone, the only one who knew why Zhao Hai suddenly made a move was Ma Rulong. Ma Rulong knew about the relationship between Zhao Hai and Xianxia. Moreover, before Zhao Hai made a move, he went to see Dong Fengyu. Dong Fengyu was still in seclusion, and people who are in seclusion can't be disturbed. If the base was breached, then Dong Fengyu would certainly be affected. This might be the real reason why Zhao Hai made a move. Ma Rulong wasn't angry that Zhao Hai didn't make a move. On the contrary, he felt that Zhao Hai was right. Those fellows from the cultivation realm weren't easy to deal with. If Zhao Hai exposed his strength too early, then those fellows from the cultivation realm would certainly be prepared. When the time comes, it would be impossible for Zhao Hai to defeat them. Thinking of this, Ma Rulong's heart couldn't help but heat up. He knew that with Zhao Hai's current strength, he would certainly achieve good results in the 6 realms beginner competition. As long as Zhao Hai can gain benefits for the machine field, then Ma Rulong would gain face as the leader. What Ma Rulong didn't know was that at this time, Xianxia and the others were also looking at Zhao Hai and the unicorn beetle. Their eyes were filled with tears. They knew better than Ma Rulong why Zhao Hai did this. Their cold hearts slowly melted. Xianxia and the others became friends with Zhao Hai because they had similar temperaments as well as various other reasons. Because of this, they became friends with Zhao Hai. For people like them who ascended from the lower realms, their hearts were as hard as stone. It was impossible for them to trust someone with their lives just because of a little friendship. Before, Xianxia and the others could only be regarded as friends. Although they called each other brothers, their feelings for each other weren't that deep. But when Zhao Hai released his aura and fought with the silverback gold-winged bug, Xianxia and the others' hearts melted. They now considered Zhao Hai as a brother that they could trust with their lives. The battle between Zhao Hai and a silverback gold-winged bug was still going on. The more they fought, the farther they went. Soon, one man and one bug were far away from fifth base. Surprisingly, the bugs below the base didn't attack, instead, they slowly retreated. Seeing the Zerg retreat, the people in the base couldn't help but cheer. The retreat of the Zerg was very important for the people in the base. Once the Zerg left, the base would be saved. At this time, the transmission formation in the base flashed with white light as groups of cultivators came out. These cultivators were much stronger than the ones who came before. Some of them had imposing auras, they were unexpectedly nascent soul experts. Seeing these nascent soul experts arrive, everyone's hearts relaxed. Xingli immediately went to greet them. At this point, Ma Rulong already knew Xingli's identity. Xingli was the captain of the 5th base's 5th operations team. The 5th base's permanent garrison. As for the nascent soul experts, they normally wouldn't be in charge of the 5th base. When Xingli arrived in front of the 5 nascent soul experts, he gave them a salute and said, "I have seen the 5 grandmasters." Among the 5, a red-faced old man nodded and said, "Has Zerg retreated?" Xingli bowed and said, "Yes, he just retreated." The red-faced old man nodded and said, "All right, tell us what happened." Xingli nodded and said, "All right, I'll have to ask the grandmasters to take a rest in the main hall. I'll slowly report to you." The 5 nascent soul experts didn't say anything. They just nodded and flew towards the main hall of the base. The nascent soul experts knew that in Fabio Planet, a captain like Xingli had a lot of authority. Although Xingli couldn't control them, they still wouldn't give him any face. After the group arrived at the main hall and sat down, Xingli immediately told the nascent soul experts what happened. The nascent soul experts were dumbfounded. After Xingli, the red-faced old man said, "You're saying that the insect tide was stopped by a person from the machine realm? You're not lying?" Xingli quickly dodged and said, "I wouldn't dare lie in front of a grandmaster. It's true. Zhao Hai is one of the contestants who participated in the 6 Realms beginner competition. His previous performance was just a slightly stronger 4th rank mage. But when the silverback gold-winged bug attacked the base, he suddenly stood up and displayed his strength." Xingli nodded and said, "I don't dare lie to you." The red-faced old man's expression turned serious as he said, "He came to participate in the 6 Realms beginner competition? When did such a powerful person appear in the machine field? I seem to have heard of this Zhao Hai. It's said that he's the #1 expert in the machine field. Moreover, he was able to block 3 sword strikes from Li Chuchen from Western Cold City. But he shouldn't be this strong." The others nodded, but Xingli just stood there and didn't say anything. On Fabio Planet, most electronic products would be affected. Apart from some short-distance communication, it was almost impossible to make long-distance communication. Because of this, they were relatively isolated from the outside world, so they didn't know about Zhao Hai's matter. However, the red-faced old man and the others had just arrived from the cultivation realm. They knew a bit about Zhao Hai, although it wasn't too detailed. But it was precisely because of this that they felt strange. A newcomer from the machine field was able to fight against a silverback gold-winged bug? It sounded like Wu Ning was a fantasy story. The silverback gold-winged bug was a high-level existence on Fabio Planet. Even a nascent soul expert wouldn't be a match for a silverback gold-winged bug. At the very least, it would take several 10,000 soul experts to defeat a silverback gold-winged bug. In this case, someone suddenly told them that a newcomer from the machine field was able to fight against a silverback gold-winged bug alone. The group couldn't believe it. The red-faced old man and the others didn't speak for some time. Xingli also didn't dare to make a sound. He just stood there respectfully. He had been on Fabio Planet for a long time, so he knew when to speak and when not to. At this time, a nascent soul expert who looked like a weak scholar suddenly said, "Did Zhao Hai do anything special before he fought against the silverback gold-winged bug?" Xingli stared for a moment, he didn't quite understand what the scholar meant. However, he didn't dare to refuse. Although the scholar looked young, Xingli was very clear that the scholar was a nascent soul expert. Moreover, he was the strongest of the five, and also the most ruthless one. Zhongli quickly replied, "There's nothing special about him. He just drank a bottle of potion when he fought against the Zerg. And before he fought against the silverback gold-winged bug, he went back to the base to visit his friends. This is because one of his friends is still in seclusion." The scholar nodded. Zhao's strength shouldn't be that high. He might have used some secret medicine to stimulate his body's potential. But if he really did use this medicine, then we don't need to worry about him. If Zhao didn't take any secret medicine, then he would be too terrifying. The scholar nodded. Zhao's strength shouldn't be that high. He might have used some secret medicine to stimulate his body's potential. But if he didn't take any secret medicine, then he would be too terrifying. The people in the room nodded. They also agreed with the scholar's point of view. Zhao Hai must have taken some secret potion. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be this strong. At this time, Ma Rulong didn't know what Xingli and the others were talking about. He led the people from the machine field back to their courtyard. Xiongli and the others were still guarding the courtyard. Now that the reinforcements from the cultivation realm had arrived, there was no need for them to appear. With the nascent soul experts present, there shouldn't be any problems in fifth base. After Ma Rulong arranged for the others to rest, he went to look for Xiongli and the others. Xiongli and the others had already calmed down. They knew that Zhao Hai's display of strength would bring great danger to Zhao Hai. They were men, so they buried their feelings deep in their hearts. Ma Rulong looked at Xiongli and the others and sighed. Then he patted Xiongli's shoulder and said, "Zhao Hai will definitely come back safely. Don't worry." Xiongli smiled faintly and said, "Captain, rest assured. I know that Zhao Hai will come back. That insect won't kill him. He will also come back to participate in the Six Realms beginner competition." Ma Rulong nodded, then he laughed and said, "I didn't expect that kid to hide his strength so deeply. It seems like the machine field will win the Six Realms beginner competition." Li Kuangren and the others also laughed. They had confidence in Zhao Hai. They firmly believed that Zhao Hai would come back. At this time, Zhao Hai and the silverback gold-winged bug were already far away from fifth base. They were now on a mountain on Fabio planet. Although there were a lot of Zerg on Fabio planet, the planet's environment was still very good. Giant trees were growing everywhere. The mountains were also covered in dense forests. Looking at the greenery, Zhao Hai felt that he was right. Seeing that there was no one around, Zhao Hai waved his hand as a 1,000-layer magic formation appeared in front of him. This magic formation forced the unicorn beetle to retreat. Then he shot liquid silver out of his hand and turned it into a large net that flew towards the unicorn beetle. The beetle's body moved and avoided the net. Then it spat out a silver lightning bolt towards Zhao Hai. This lightning bolt was as thick as a bucket. One could see at a glance that its lethality was very high. Zhao Hai didn't expect the unicorn beetle to be able to release lightning. However, he wasn't worried. He waved his hand and a 1,000-layer magic formation appeared in front of him, helping him block the lightning. When Zhao Hai saw the unicorn beetle's movements, he knew that it was impossible for him to deal with the unicorn beetle by himself. Zhao Hai waved his hand as a large number of undead appeared in the surroundings. They went straight towards the unicorn beetle. When the unicorn beetle saw this, it couldn't help but stare. Then it let out an angry roar and immediately attacked the undead. It must be said that the unicorn beetle's attack power wasn't to be underestimated. When the undead came into contact with it, they were instantly killed. The undead weren't truly immortal. The unicorn beetle's attack power was too strong. Once the undead were destroyed, they wouldn't be able to come back to life. Zhao Hai calmly looked at the unicorn beetle fighting the undead. He didn't make a move, he was waiting for an opportunity. He knew that the unicorn beetle was still vigilant against him. If he made a move now, then the unicorn beetle would certainly run away. After fighting with the unicorn beetle for so long, Zhao Hai didn't dare underestimate it. He knew too little about the insects of Fabio planet. Who knows if the unicorn beetle still had other tricks up its sleeves. The undead fought with the beetle for more than an hour. After losing several thousand undead, Zhao Hai finally found an opportunity. Zhao Hai's figure moved as he used his spatial force to appear above the beetle. Then liquid silver turned into a large net and covered the beetle as well as the undead that were fighting it. Then the other undead immediately came to help as the net flew into the space. Zhao Hai's body moved as he used his spatial force to appear above the beetle. Then liquid silver turned into a large net and covered the beetle along with the other undead that were fighting it. As soon as the unicorn beetle entered the space, a prompt was immediately heard: a new type of mutant insect has been detected. Subduing successful. This insect is a genetically modified variant Zerg. Its attack power is very strong. Host can purchase it from the Spaces store. End of chapter 1228. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.